Prologue. I have left my home to face what lies ahead. I have been running in my wolf form for a while now, running to the Crescent Moon Pack. I am to marry the Alpha's daughter to make our pack's allies. Marriage between packs is said to be stronger than a written agreement. It secures the ties between the two families. I wonder what it would be like, marrying a woman I hardly know. I can't deny that she is beautiful. We will have strong pups. The thought of pups instantly dampened my mind. I would have had a pup by now. He or she would have been around 5 or 6 years old, but my mate miscarried. She left me after that. But at the same time, I don't blame her. I wasn't the same man I was back then. I wasn't right in the head. But it's time to move on. I have tried to search for her, but she doesn't want to be found. She doesn't want me anymore. I guess everyone overestimates the power of the mate bond. However, that is her decision. Now I am going to make my own. I am going to marry Sophie, Alpha Kendrick. Prologue Part 2. I finally arrive at the Crescent Moon Pack. The pack had gathered at the front, waiting to welcome me, I guess. As soon as I came closer, the crowd cheered for me. But I wasn't buying it. I just walked past everyone and ignored them. I saw Alpha Kendrick and his daughter, Sophie, who did not look pleased to see me. If anything, I could see the anger in her eyes. However, I don't think it was exactly directed at me. It was the whole concept of arranged marriage. Her father is forcing her to get married, which goes against her wish to find her mate. She has been passed from my brother Xander, who didn't want to marry her because he found his mate, to Noah, the beta, who did not marry her for the same reason. Then it's me. I am the perfect candidate since my mate hates me and has left me for good. I approached them. I bowed my head in respect. The Alpha extended his hand to shake. It is good to see your soul. I just stared at his hand and stared back at the Alpha. It's Solomon. I didn't like Kendrick. He's a sleazy man with no moral compass. He once tried to force his attentions on Noah's mate, but thank goodness I was there. He knows that I despise him, so I am glad I get to overthrow his rule. By the time I'm Alpha, I am going to cast him out as a rogue. However, for the time being, I must be respectful. If I give him a reason not to think I can be Alpha, I'll be sent back to my pack, and he will demand my mated brother to marry his daughter. Kendrick retracted his hand as soon as he knew I was not going to return the gesture. I turned to Sophie and bowed my head in respectful acknowledgement. Her face looked numb and emotionless as she bowed back to me. I hope you traveled smoothly here, she said. I did. One of the maids will guide you to your room if you wish to rest from your long journey. I nodded. Yes, thank you, Sophie. She bowed her head respectfully and motioned for one of the maids to take me to my room. She is very stiff and robotic. But I can't blame her when she doesn't want to marry. I saw an old woman come forth. She smiled at me and said, "Will you please follow me, Mr. Nightwalker?" As she walked inside the house, I said to her, "Please, call me Solomon." The elderly female nodded, "If you wish, sir." The house was actually rather lovely. I know that this pack is quite wealthy, so the 3-story house isn't a surprise. She led me to the top floor, which I assume is reserved for the pack's elite members. When we stopped at a door at the end of the hall, she gave me a key. This is so that no one will go in or out unless you want them to. I hope you approve of your room, Solomon. If it does not appease you, then please let me know and I will shift you somewhere more to your liking. I shook my head. No, that won't be necessary. This room will be just fine. She bowed her head again and walked off. I go into my room. It was a nice room. It had dark blue walls, cherry-polished wooden floors that shone. The bed was black, gray, white, and navy. It was a king-size bed with a black canopy at the top. The entire right wall was glass, creating the illusion that there was no wall at all. It faced the front of the pack house, with the trees and mountains in view. It was a view that he found quite calming. I unpacked my things and organized them in the drawers and the walk-in closet. I went to the in-suite to set up my toiletries. Once I was done, I made my way downstairs. I wanted to walk around a bit, get a feel for what kind of pack it is. But then, as I was walking out the door, Sophie was walking in. We bumped into each other. Whoa. Sorry, Sophie. I didn't see you there. I saw her stare at me intensely, and it was not the pleasant kind. Just so you know, Solomon, I do not want to marry you. I hate this whole situation, okay? So, don't expect me to fall in love with you. This is strictly pack politics. Agreed. Well, she's a happy person now, isn't she? I nodded my head. I understand your distaste for this marriage. But it is out of our control. We're getting married whether you like it or not. There is no fighting that. I do not expect either of us to fall into love. I do not expect you to like this marriage. But I do expect you to honor this marriage by being a good wife and Luna. We do not have to be a couple, Sophie. But we should at least get along as friends. She seems surprised at my words. I see her relax a little and nod slowly. Okay, I think I can accept that. Good. I went to walk out of the house when she said, wait, where are you going? I looked over my shoulder back at her. I am going for a walk. I just want to get to know the territory. Sophie walked towards me. I'll come with you. I can show you the key places where you will be involved. Sophie was helpful today. She showed me the training grounds, the pack hall where pack meetings are held. She showed me the infirmary, the elderly house units, and the residential areas as well. The training was poor. None of them was even training. They were play fighting and wrestling. There was no structural program that taught them anything about hand-to-hand combat. Or maybe the teacher was just as lazy as the students. Many of the people looked friendly enough. They would bow to us in respect when others looked like snobs. They came to me and were complimenting me. I rolled my eyes, thinking they were the biggest sycophants. They would probably flatter me no matter what. When we got back to the pack house, the formal dinner was ready. I was not in the mood to sit at the same table as Kendrick. But I knew I had to, and that is where I am now. So how did you like the territory, Solomon? Kendrick asked. I internally groaned. I can't believe that he is trying to make small talk. The grounds were beautiful. However, there was something that concerned me. And what was that? The training grounds looked quite inactive today. Is that what it's like every training session? Kendrick chuckled and shook his head. Of course not. Today was just a relaxed day because of your arrival. I leaned forward. So you stopped your men's training session because of me? That does not sound right to me. Training sessions are to be structured, on time, and disciplined. You do not stop training for any kind of arrival unless it's the queen or king themselves. That fact that you let them relax, as you put it, just shows how undisciplined and unorganized it is. No wonder you need our warriors to protect your pack. Your men are too lazy to do so. Kendrick's face looked red with anger. But he kept his form composed. Fine, he said through his teeth, I will make sure the trainer knows. I shook my head and took a bite of the meat. Don't bother. I'll take over. Kendrick slammed his fist into the table and growled, that is not your authority. I was unaffected by his childish outburst. It is my duty as the future alpha to get to know this pathetic pack. Consider this as me getting to them. Kendrick growled, but did not say a word. He couldn't argue against me because he knew I was right. I stood from my chair and looked down at the alpha. If you will excuse me. I think I will retire to my bedroom for the night. I turned to Sophie and bowed my head. Thank you for walking with me around the property, Sophie. She bowed her head back and resumed eating her food. I marched upstairs and went straight to my room. I got my key out of my pocket and locked it. No one will disturb me. I went to my bed and flopped into it. Well, that was eventful. I miss my old pack. I miss Xander and Lizzie, Xavier, Zipporah and Eddie, Noah, Mia, Keith, and Lincoln. I wanted my family. I especially missed Mia. After we agreed not to date, she became a good friend. I groaned and rubbed my face. I need some sleep. As I lay comfortably on my bed, I could feel myself starting to doze off into a dream. I could hear a beautiful lullaby echoing into the air around me, slowly pulling me to peace. Prologue Part 3. Ayla. I look to my right and see he is asleep. I roll my eyes. Finally, I quietly get out of his bed and go back to my room, in the attic. This is where I was put when they found me. I was light on my feet as I walked out of his bedroom. I made sure to make no noise so that people wouldn't wake up. I looked at the clock on the wall of the hallway. It was around midnight. I cringed. I was 2 hours late. I usually get off at around 10 so that he wouldn't freak out and think something happened to me. As I entered my room, I went to the attic. I looked around. There wasn't much, but it was enough to get by. The roof of the room was angled into a triangle, meeting in the middle. But it was pretty high. The room itself was quite large, but it had significant problems. The roof leaked a lot. We would have to sleep under some plastic bags I tied together so that we wouldn't get wet and sick. We would have to be careful when walking around in it because some of the floorboards are rotting, making it a dangerous environment. In the corner, there was a sink, a cupboard containing a small amount of food, as well as some clothes, since we had nowhere else to store them. We had a big metal tub for our baths. We are not allowed to use the main bathrooms. But sometimes, when nobody is home, we would sneak into some of the guest rooms and use their ensuite bathrooms. There was an old double bed in the middle of the room, where he was sleeping. I sighed. I was exhausted. I made my way to the bed and pulled the covers over. I quietly lay down so that I wouldn't wake him. I looked at him sleeping and smiled. My man, my strong man. I cuddled closer to him, and I felt myself finally relax. I took a deep breath and slowly drifted off. I woke up in the early morning. I looked up towards the window and saw it was about an hour before sunrise, my usual way-up time. I turned over to my man and shook him awake slightly. Baby, wake up. Let's start the day. I chirped. I saw him roll over on his back and open his eyes slowly. He still looked so sleepy. He rubbed his eyes and said, Mommy, can I please sleep for a little bit longer? I ran my fingers through his long hair and smiled. I'm sorry, Baba, but you can't, the rules. Mommy has to get you ready before she has to go to work, and you have to do some schoolwork too. He frowned, but then his eyes suddenly brightened. Mommy, I will be 5 years old in 3 sleeps. You know what? You are totally right, Baba. You are almost a grown man. He puffed his chest out and smiled. Okay, come on. It's time for our exercises. Because we are not allowed out of this attic much, I make up random exercises so that he isn't unhealthy or weak. After our exercise, with my hand I motioned for him to come to me. Come on. It's time for our baths. He raised his small arms so that I could take off his shirt. When he was completely undressed, I lifted him and put him in the bath. I got in as well. I know it must seem strange that I do this, but what else could I do? My son is allowed out of this room once a month when the whole pack goes out on their moonlight runs. Only then is he allowed out. Other than that, he has known nothing else ever since he was born. We are trapped here, and there is no one to save us. But it is my responsibility to care for him, keep him safe and sound, to be his mother. That is why everything I do is necessary, because it is all for him. So that he will be okay. If I don't keep him safe and away from the people of the pack, the Alpha will come, and he will take my son from me. But I am not going to let that happen. Not now and not ever. We both wash ourselves in the warm water. Once we are done, we both change. I get into my uniform, and he gets into one of his clothes. His clothes were all second-hand. They are either too big or too small. Most of them are big, but at least they are clothes nonetheless. As I sat down on the bed to put on my slip-on flats, he came to me and stood right in front of me. His brows furrowed, and his eyes were sad. Can I play outside with the other kids, Mama? I looked down and sighed. I took both of his hands in mine. Milo, we've talked about this. We have to wait here so that we don't get in trouble. Old Ken won't give us any presents anymore if we leave, remember? Do you still want presents? He slowly nodded, but I hear the other kids. They have fun. Why am I not allowed to be with them? It broke my heart to see him this way. And it made me angry to know it was all his fault. Because, Baba, you know how we can go out once a while to play when no one is there? He nodded his head, trying to understand. Well, that's what they're doing. Today is their day to play. Then they go back to their rooms like us. And then it's your turn to play outside. I know how hard it is for him to be here. He has only known this room for 5 years, except for the occasional outing. I tell him things to protect him because if he knew what he was missing out on, he would go crazy, and I can't do that to him. So I try my best to make him happy here so that I can keep him safe from Ken. I pull on his arms towards me. I hold him to my chest. He wraps his tiny arms around me and grabs a hold of my dress from the back, trying to get as close to me as possible. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I could feel the tears building. I hate that we are trapped here. I hate that Ken won't let us leave. I hate how Milo doesn't have a normal childhood. I hate how he can't experience beautiful things in the world. And what I hate the most is that he doesn't know his father. Prologue Part 4. Solomon. I looked at all of the pack warriors training and cringed. I actually felt slightly embarrassed for them. They were all trying to show off in front of me, but there was literally nothing to show off. They have little skill in any combat. Okay, we're going to finish this session with a 20-kilometer run. All the men groaned. I raised my brow and shouted, "You want to make it 100? All of their eyes widened. They kept their mouths shut and obeyed me. I growled in frustration. Does Kendrick oversee anything in this darn pack? Hey! I turned around and saw Sophie walking towards me. She crossed her arms and nodded at the men running. They're not very good. I chuckled. No, they are pathetic, no offense. They were her pack's warriors after all. She shook her head, none taken. My father, he doesn't do much for the pack. Why not? She shrugs her shoulders. He just hasn't put out his authority except when he wants something. So the people didn't really respect him. Because of that, they just did whatever they wanted. I shook my head. This is wrong. She nodded her head in agreement. I sighed. Well, I am tired and sweaty. So I'm gonna go have a shower now. See you around, Sophie. She smiled, waved, and continued on her walk. Even though I don't think of her romantically, she's still a pretty cool chick. As I was walking to the pack house, my phone buzzed in my basketball shorts. It was a message from Lincoln. As I was about to open it, someone bumped into me as I walked by. I looked back and saw it was a lady with a hood and scarf. I was about to apologize, but a strange scent tingles my nose. I frowned. I didn't know what it was, but it was stimulating and somehow familiar. Ayla. Alpha Kendrick wanted me to get some firewood. Apparently, we ran out again. I put my hoodie and scarf on to go outside. It was pretty chilly today. As I was walking down from the pack house, I looked up to the very top of the house and saw the attic window. I saw Milo through the window. He raised his hand and waved it frantically. I smiled and waved back. I turned around to keep walking, but I bumped into someone. I turned around and saw him walk away. Rude. I kept walking to fetch the firewood. Milo. I sit on Ma's comfy bed and look around the room. I've been in this room ever since I came out of Ma's belly button. That's what she told me. Every day we wake up and build our strong muscles together. Then we play bubble games in the bath. That is fun. And then she works hard so that I can have presents from Ken. I haven't ever met Ken before, but Ma says that he gives her presents and then she gives them to me because Ken thinks I am a good boy. My eyes go to the wall. Ma measures my height every month. She draws it on the wall. I am going to grow into a giant. That way, Ma won't have to keep us here anymore. And we can go outside and play whenever we want. I hear the door from downstairs close. I climb on top of the bookshelf to look out the window. Ma is outside doing something. I frown to myself. She had better not be leaving without me. I raise my hand and wave it fast so that she can see me. I laugh in joy when she turns to me and waves back. I look to the side at my friends. Look, Lamp. Look, Ma saw me. She waved. Lamp doesn't say very many words, but that's okay. I can speak for both of us. Ayla. I sighed as I made my way up the stairs all the way to the attic. Today was extra hard because one of the maids was sick, so Kendrick put all of her duties on me on top of my own. I slowly opened the door. I couldn't help but smile when I saw my son, Milo. He was on the floor drawing. Hey, Baba, I said. Milo looked up and smiled. He stood up and his small form hugged me. Hi, Ma. Were you working hard today? I nodded my head. Yeah, today was a little hard. But that's okay. I ran my fingers through his dark locks. I bent down and kissed his head before making my way to the sink to get some water. You hungry, Baba? He shook his head. No, I had some crackers before. He was finishing whatever he was drawing. He looked at it and looked proud of what he had done. He approached me and presented his drawing. I smiled when I saw what he drew. I took it from his hand and had a good look at it. Milo, this is incredible, I exclaimed. Milo's smile got bigger. Really? Do you really like it, Ma? I nod my head yes. Milo, this is the best drawing I have ever been given. I bend down to my knees and give a big fat kiss on the cheek. He giggles and tries to push my face away. I leaned back and said, "You, my son, are a true artist." I looked back down at the picture. I frowned when I saw something I didn't notice before. There were 3 people in it. Milo, can you tell me who the 3 people are? He pointed to the smallest one. That's me. He pointed to the second. That's you. Then he pointed to the biggest one, and that's Ken. My heart dropped when I heard that. I was silent for a while. Why did he draw Ken? Why did you draw Ken? I said softly. Milo's brows furrowed. Because he's my pa, isn't he? I felt the tears prickle my eyes. But I blinked them away. I close my eyes and try to stay calm. I open them and look at Milo. I held his face and said, "Milo, he is not your father. Ken is just a man who takes care of us, and that's it. He's not pa." Milo didn't look at me. I knew he was frustrated and confused. He walked away and said, "Then who is my pa?" I stood inside. "Look, Milo, I know it's hard, but dash." He turns around and screams, "No." I flinched. All the other kids have paws. I want one too. I know, Milo, I know. But we don't have pa. He has tears running down his face. Milo screams, "It's not fair. I want pa. I want to play with other kids. I want to have what TV shows me. I hate this." I took a slow step forward. Milo was jumping on the bed and screaming, "I hate this." "I know you do. But this is our world, Milo. We have to make the best of it." He shook his head, "No. This is your world. I don't want to be in your stinky world." He flops down onto the bed and crawls under the covers. I try to go near him, but he pushed my hand away. I sigh and go to the kitchen area to make him some food. After I made him some porridge, I placed it on the small table. "Milo, you want some porridge?" I asked. He ignores me. I groan and get up and walk to the bed. I pulled the blanket off and saw Milo glaring at me. I ignored it and asked, "You want food or not?" He shook his head. "Fine then. It's getting late, Baba. It's time to get ready for bed." I stand, expecting him to move, but he doesn't. I turn back around and say, "Milo, do what you are told. It is time to get ready for bed." He still doesn't move. I rest my hands on my hips and raise my eyebrow. "Don't make me count to 3. I saw his eyes widen slightly, but he still didn't move. 1. I keep my hard eyes on him. He has to know that I am the boss here. He can't just go have tantrums and be like this all the time. 2. I see he is starting to hesitate. He looked away and looked back. 3. His eyes widen, and he waits for me to do something. I turned away and said, "That's it. I'm getting the timeout stool." Milo jumps off the bed. He crawls to my legs and wraps himself around them, saying, "I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it. I'll be a good boy. I'm sorry for screaming at you." I walk towards the stool while dragging him on my leg. "Are you sure?" I asked. He nods his head. "Yes, Ma. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." I bend down and look at him wrapped around my calf muscle. I sigh, "Okay, Baba. I forgive you." I kiss him on the forehead, and he goes and gets ready for bed. As he was brushing his teeth, I bent down and watched how he did. I also count how many times he should brush on each side. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay, now the other side. 1, 2, 3. Once we were ready for bed, I see him jump on the bed and wait for me. I sigh, "Baba, it's Friday. You know the rules for Fridays." Milo frowns and groans while getting off the bed. "Why do I always have to sleep in the closet on Fridays?" "It's not fair. Remember? Because Ken comes here on Fridays to give you your present. But you have to sleep in the closet if you want to get it. You still want a present, don't you?" Milo sighed and looked down while mumbling, "Yes." I nod my head. "Okay, then come on." He was still small, and the closet was big enough for him to sleep in. I laid the blankets and the pillows down. I motion with my hand for him to come. He reluctantly comes and crawls into his small bed and lies down. I take his favorite toy. He put his toy wolf next to him. I sit on the floor while I stroke his hair. "There you go. All nice and comfy," I whispered. With my other hand, I hold the locket I have. I've worn this locket for years, but haven't opened it for years either. It was a silver heart-shaped locket with patterns that form a wolf. Milo, do you want to see what your father looks like? His eyes widened, and he nodded his head desperately. I slowly took the locket in my shaking hand. I haven't opened this in 6 years. I slowly unlocked it and opened it. My breath hitched when I saw him. He was a teenager at the time, and so was I. A flood of emotion entered my heart. Some of it was love, some of it was anger, some of it was longing. I slowly turned it towards Milo. I pointed to the guy and said, "That's your papa." Milo stared at it for what seemed like hours, but was just a few minutes. Solo? Solemn. He was trying to read his name, so I said Solomon. Your father's name is Solomon Nightwalker. Milo gulped before he broke out into a big smile. He turned to me and said, I have a papa. I nodded my head, yes, Baba. You have a papa. Milo kept staring at the pictures in the locket. I leaned in and said, would you like to have this, Milo? His brows raised, really, Ma? I can keep this. I nodded my head. I unclipped it from my neck and placed it around his. I know I can't give you your papa in real life, but your papa gave this to me. And now I am giving it to you. This locket can be your papa, okay? And you can carry him with you wherever you go. Milo nodded. He sat up quickly and pecked my cheek. I smiled down at him. Thank you, Ma. That's okay, Baba. It's time to go to sleep. I was about to close the closet, but then he said, wait, Ma. I'm not even tired. I sighed and said, what do you want me to do about it? Can you please sing me a song? I sat back down, okay. Lean back, close your eyes and think of something nice, okay? He nodded his head and did so. One evening, as the sun went down, and the jungle fire was burning, down the track came Hobo hiking, and he said, boys, I'm not turning. I'm headed for land that's far away, beside the crystal fountain. Oh, come with me. We'll go and see the big rock candy mountain. Before I could even finish, I heard the familiar steps of him coming. I quickly get up and softly close the closet. Good night, Baba. I whispered. Prologue Part 5. Milo. Ma says good night to me before closing the closet. I crawl closer to the door and peek through the cracks. Ugh, what's that awful smell? The voice asks. Ma had her back to Ken, and she was making something. It's the porridge. Milo didn't eat, so yeah. Sorry, I should have put it away. I wasn't thinking. Yeah, well, thinking isn't your strong suit. You're right, Ma said. Ma always sounds like this when Ken is around. She sounds sad. Why? We've run out of those vitamins. It'd be nice if you could get some more. Please. I hear Ken sigh, you know, I try so hard for you and that son of yours. I have given you guys a lot. I opened this pack up for you. It would be nice if you could say a thank you once in a while. He growled. Oh. He said a bad word. Ma was silent for a bit till she said, you're right. I should be more thankful. Thank you, Alpha Kendrick. You're very kind to me. I accidentally knocked my elbow on the side of the closet, making a noise. What was that? Ken asked. Nothing. I heard him stand up. You keep him in the closet? I haven't seen him in a while. Why don't I dash? I could hear his footsteps coming closer. Hey, no. Just come to bed with me, please. She whispered. I hear the footsteps retreat. I listen to him take off his shoes. That's good. Ma doesn't like shoes in our room. Ma says Ken comes to play games with her so that she can win me a present. I close my eyes and slowly go to sleep. Solomon. I heard the singing again. It was beautiful. It relaxed me for some reason. I just lay in bed and listened. I've been doing this for a couple of days now. I would come to bed, I would lie down, and I would wait until I hear her sing. Then, when she is finally finished, I can sleep. Milo. I woke up during the night. I looked around the stinky cupboard. I leaned against the back and sighed. I do this every Friday. Ma said that if I don't stay in the closet all night, bad things can happen. And I don't want bad things to happen. Whenever I am in the cupboard, Ken comes around to play with Mummy. I have never seen him before. I have seen his leg, arm, back, and hand. But never his face. Mummy wouldn't let me. I wonder what he looks like. Maybe he has orange hair? Or maybe purple. I like purple. Or perhaps he was actually Santa. Why else would he give presents to me, right? Oh my gosh. It could be Santa. I felt tingles of excitement in my body. I really wanted to see what he looked like for one. It wouldn't hurt to catch a glimpse, right? I slowly opened the cupboard. I see my mommy sleeping on the bed next to Ken. Her back is to him, but his hand came around her and was holding her shoulder. I frowned. What kind of a game is that? I stepped out of the closet and went to the side of the bed. I made sure not to make any noise. Like I'm a spy. I looked down at his face. I frowned. You're not Santa. I whispered to myself. I just stood there for a while, looking at him, till a splotch of color caught my attention. On the bedside cabinet was a present. It was bright red with a gold ribbon. I want to touch it, but then Ken might take it away. I looked back at Ken. I gasped when I saw his eyes open. He smiled at me. Hey there, he whispered. I took a step back and I just stared at him. He chuckles. His eyes quickly glance at the present before looking back at me. You want the present? Come a little closer. He reached his hand out to me. Mommy rolled over a little and glanced my way. Her eyes widened in fright. She leapt on top of Ken and yelled, no, don't touch him. Ken's eyes turned very angry. It made me feel scared. He pushed Ma off of him and held her down. He held her tightly and pushed her face into the bed. I screamed and was frightened. I went back into the closet, hoping to make things better, but it didn't. Don't you ever react like that again. Do you hear me? Don't ever do that again. Do you want to keep your son? Huh? Do you understand me? He growled. She whimpered. He shook her and yelled, do you understand me? She nodded her head quickly. He leaned down and said, good. He then pushed her back into the bed and let her go. He got dressed. He mumbled under his breath. As soon as he was gone, I sobbed into tears. I ran out and jumped in Ma's arms. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. I promise. I'm sorry, Mommy. She held me tight to her chest. She stroked my hair. SSSHHH. It's okay, Milo. It wasn't your fault. It's okay. You're okay. I didn't mean for that to happen. She nodded her head. I know, Baba, I know. Are you okay? I slowly nodded my head. Okay, come on, Baba. Let's go back to bed. Lay. I lay down with Milo in our double bed. I tucked him into my chest. He was pretty much under the covers. He was scared. He wanted to hide from it all. This world. This life. From Ken. I stroked his hair and rubbed his back while singing his song until he finally went to sleep. When I heard his breath even out, I quietly got out of bed. I climbed onto the shelf to sit down and look out the window into the night sky. I let the tears stream down my face. As a mother, you have to be strong for your child. You can't show that you're scared so that they won't be scared. You act happy so they are happy. You act like this life is good and so they think it's good. A child totally relies on its parents. But I am on my own. Milo totally depends on me for his safety, for his survival. But when your child is safe and asleep, that is when you're allowed to release every emotion. I let my tears run down my face and neck. I felt tension build in my chest till it was released into a sob. I hold my hand over my mouth as I cry. I hate this life. It's been so hard. I cry for how my life turned out. I cry for how it could have turned out. I cry that my son doesn't have a normal childhood, and I cry that I am constantly used. And I finally cry for my mate. I looked outside and imagined him running out of the woods, charging for the pack, ready to fight for me. I sobbed so hard into my hand. I need him so bad. I know I was mad at him for who he was. He sent a letter to me, telling me how he had changed and how he wanted me. But I never responded. He kept writing letters to me. He wrote to me every day for a year, but I never opened them. Because I was so mad at him, he was a horrible mate. I was constantly alone when I was pregnant. I wanted his touch, his comfort, but he would come home drunk. He would complain about his life and how he could have had it better than this. Than me. I know that being a teenage father isn't ideal. But he could have at least tried. He didn't even try. He just went out, got drunk, came home, and slept. He wouldn't give any attention. He would look at other girls. I always wondered how he could have done all of that when he had a mate. I mean, the mate bond must have affected him somehow, right? I realized that it was because he was denying the bond. He wasn't letting it in because he hated what it had done to his life. As soon as I thought I miscarried, I left. I couldn't take it anymore. So I left. I sobbed into my hand as I relived the memory. I left a note explaining everything. But what really breaks my heart, what really made it shatter, was that I was going to go back to him. A month after I left, my belly was getting bigger. I assumed I was gaining weight, but then how could I be, since I wasn't eating much? I went to a witch named Caro. She was a gentle woman whom I befriended. I asked her to do a test on me. She did. I was still pregnant. I asked how it was possible. She said werewolf pregnancies are incredibly delicate. She said that when I felt rejected by my mate, it stalled the pregnancy, which made me think that I wasn't pregnant anymore. It was a defensive mechanism to try to encourage the male mate to show affection, but I left. And right when I got the letter about how he had changed, I felt the mate bond again. He had finally accepted it. And it was then that the pregnancy progressed. When I found out I was pregnant, I planned to return to Solomon. I wanted to be with him again. But while I was traveling back, a storm hit and I had nowhere to go. I stumbled across a pack. Alpha Kendrick's pack. They took me in and let me stay. But because Alpha Kendrick took a liking to me, he wanted me to stay, but I didn't want to. I tried to leave, but he threatened my pup, my Milo. He would harm me, so then it would harm my baby. For my child's safety, I stayed. I was made to be a maid and at night his personal maid. He forced me to serve him. I tried to refuse so many times, but he had the one thing that I couldn't bear to lose. My son. He would always threaten my son if I didn't do what he wanted. And every time it worked, because I couldn't bear the thought of my son being in his hands. I gave birth in the attic by myself. No one was allowed to help me. Once I gave birth to Milo, I guess I just lived my life here. Ever since he was born, all he knew was this room. He doesn't know anything about the outer world except the playground outside. I buried my head in my hands when I realized how long it's been. I have been here for so long. I have suffered for so long. I tried to escape so many times. But every time I have been found. 5 years. It's been 5 years. That is half a decade. I try to think of the future. Surely there is a light at the end of the tunnel. But I couldn't find anything. I looked down at my little Milo. I may not get out of here for the rest of my life, but I am going to make sure that my son leaves this place. It breaks my heart to think that he might live his life without me, but it's better than here. I will figure out a way to send him to Solomon with a note. Maybe he could come here and try to save me. I climb down the shelf and lie on the bed. I pulled Milo towards me and sighed. It's a nice thought. Chapter 1. Solomon. Ayla. My Ayla. The whole time I've been here, I haven't thought of her once, till now. I wonder where she is. I wonder what she's doing. I wouldn't be surprised if she owned a surf shop somewhere, or maybe she became a travel photographer, just as she had always wanted to be. She always wanted to travel the world and capture the sweetest moments. I sigh, oh Ayla, I remember when we were younger and we didn't know we were mates yet. We were best friends. We did everything together. I protected her whenever she was in trouble, and trust me, she was always in trouble. But we made good memories together. Precious memories. It almost felt like yesterday that we lived those memories. They were the moments of my life that I will always hold in my heart. 15-year-old Solomon. I don't want to go to the beach, I complained to my dad. Come on, son, it's summer. It's a beautiful day. How could you not want to come? I shrugged my shoulder, maybe because Xander isn't here anymore. My dad went silent. I knew I shouldn't have said that. My big brother, Xander, has been missing for 2 years. Ever since he went missing, nothing was the same. I wasn't the cheerful kid I once was. I wasn't interested in doing anything. I wasn't interested in making friends anymore. I would usually be stuck in my room or go out on my own for a while. I sighed and looked back up at my father. Sorry, Dad. I didn't mean it like that. My father sits next to me. I know it's been hard this past couple of years, son. You and your big brother were close, and I understand that. I miss him too. But he turns to me and looks me in the eye. But you have to understand something else, son. You are a Nightwalker. You are strong. Your brother may not be here right now, but you have the choice of how you will live with it. You can try to move on, try to do things, be with people, learn to be happy again, learn to make a dream again, or you can be stuck in this eternal circle of not moving forward. Which one sounds more appealing to you? I was silent for a moment. I was soaking in my father's words because I knew he was right. The first one. My father nodded, that's right. And that is what you have to start learning to do. Start learning to be happy again. I looked down and nodded my head. My father stood up and patted my shoulder, good. Now come to the beach with us. I groaned, but I complied. Soul, come play in the water with me, yelled Zipporah, my little sister. I waved my hand and shook my head. Maybe later, Zay. She rolled her eyes and continued to play in the water. I lay back down in the sun and put my sunglasses back on. I am not enjoying myself at all. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be around my family, and I don't want anyone to bother me ever again. I sigh and think that my world would be a better place if that were to happen. But my world is awful. I don't want to be a part of my world no more. So look. It's so cool, Zay exclaimed. I groaned and sat up. Zay, I've told I don't feel like Dash, but I lost my sentence when I saw my little sister pointing at someone in the water. A girl. She was surfing the waves as if she were made for it. And let me tell you, the waves were big. I couldn't help but give my full attention to this surfer girl. She was wearing a wetsuit with her golden blonde hair whipping everywhere as she glided through the waves like it was second nature. She was amazing. When she finally got out of the water, I couldn't help but stare at her. She went where her stuff was lying on the beach. She peeled the wetsuit off herself, revealing a white bikini top and swimming shorts. She was a delicate creature. I wonder if she is human? Are you going to talk to her, or are you going to stare at her all day? I heard my little sister say to me. I scowled at her, and she just rolled her eyes. Come on, Soul, go talk to her. I shook my head and put my sunglasses back on. I lay back down and said, no, I don't like her. Zay scoffed and walked off. I don't know why she always gets involved in my business. She's 12. She should be occupied with dolls and little girl dramas. My thoughts were rudely interrupted when I heard my little sister laughing. I looked to the side. My eyes widened in shock behind my sunglasses when I saw she was talking to the blonde beach babe. The blonde girl was looking at Zay and smiling. And then my sister stupidly points to me. The blonde looked in my direction. I quickly turned and mumbled, shoot, to myself. What is Zipporah doing? Why do you have to do this to me? I contemplate leaving. I am not talking to that girl. I won't, I can't. No. I was internally panicking, but was trying to act cool on the outside. Suddenly, a shadow appeared out of nowhere. What in the world? The forecast said it was supposed to be sunny all day. I took my shades off and choked on my tongue when I saw it was the blonde and my little sister snickering behind her. Hey, I'm assuming you're Zipporah's big brother, she asked. I didn't say anything, just stared. She raised one brow and looked at me questionably. Yeah, I am. What's it to you? I said harshly. I internally smacked myself in the forehead. I didn't know how to act, so I resorted to acting like a jerk. She frowned at me and rolled her eyes. Whatever then. She turned around and was leaving. Wait, Zipporah shouted. Blondie turned around and looked at my little sister softly. Zipporah yelled, please don't leave. My brother won't play with me. Will you play with me? Blondie smiled at Zay and said, sorry, hun, but I can't be around your mean brother. My brows pulled down into a frown. I'm not mean. Blondie laughed humorlessly, says the guy that talked rudely back to me. I stood up with my shoulders squared. You were rude first. You assumed I was Zipporah's big brother. How dare you assume that stuff? What if I wasn't her brother? She looked at me like I was crazy. How does that have anything to do with anything? I was talking about how I was offended when you spoke to me rudely. I walked towards her and said, and I was offended when you assumed things. Her eyes widened. She took a step forward and pointed her finger at my face. Don't swear at me. If anything, you should swear at yourself since you're the one that started this whole argument. I couldn't help it, but I stepped forward and my wolf growled at her. But what surprised me was that she stepped forward as well and growled even louder. Don't test me, wolf boy, she snarled. I bent down a little closer and said, it's actually Alpha boy to you. She rolled her eyes. That doesn't mean anything. I fisted my hands and said, yes, it does. I am the son of Joseph Nightwalker of the Blood Moon Pack. She still was not affected whatsoever by my title, and I am the daughter of James Greystone. Great, now we know who our fathers are. It doesn't matter what pack you are from or what family, that doesn't excuse you for being a total jerk. She pivoted on her feet and left, flicking sand in my face. I growled in frustration. Zipporah sighed and said, and that's why Mama said you'll never find a mate. I did feel bad. I can't help but react sometimes. I'm not stable. But that doesn't mean I should be rude to people. But then I don't want to seem like I'm a crazy person either, with weird, erratic emotions. I growled to myself. Just stop being a jerk and apologize. I sighed and my shoulders sagged. I'm sorry. I'm being a jerk. She stops in her tracks and looks at me over her shoulder. She nods her head. Yeah, you are. She put it bluntly. We were silent for a moment. That is, until she started laughing. My eyes widened, and I was bewildered at how she was even laughing right now. Why are you laughing? She turned completely around and simmered down to a breathless giggle as she approached me. Your little sister already told me you'd react like this. So I decided to see how much of a jerk you really were. I stood there dumbfounded. So, you were just messing with me? She nods her head with a smile. I couldn't help but smile too. This girl was crazy, but I liked it. I smirked as I said, you're insane. Blondie shrugged her shoulders and laughed. The Adventures of the Jerk and the Insane Girl. If there was a movie with that title, I'd watch it. We just stood there staring at each other. Man, she was beautiful. Her eyes were a fantastic blue. And as I stare at them, I liked how they were staring back at me. She looked at me, unbothered by my title or my family background. She looked at me like I was ordinary, and for some reason, that made me feel good. Blondie walked over and stopped right in front of me. She held out her hand and said, my name is Ayla. I took it and I said, Solomon. And that was the start of our story. Chapter 2. Ayla. I woke up from a deep sleep and saw that I had slept through my alarm. I groaned and rolled over. That means I will need to get the pickup tonight after everyone is asleep. Every Thursday, I would need to wake up way earlier than usual to pick up vegetables from the market. All supernaturals come to the market for their own errands. But because I missed the morning market, I will have to go to the night market. I got up from the bed and looked at my son. He was still fast asleep. He can't stay here. I won't let him. After last night's event, I can't let my son stay here. I can't let him grow up here in this hell. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. I'm going to get my son out of here, even if it is the last thing that I do. I sat next to his sleeping form. He looked so much like his father, Solomon. He reminds me of him every day, and it pains me. I have been separated from my mate for years. Each day, I feel my soul being chipped away a little more. I don't know how long I will last before I break entirely. I need to assure Milo's safety and his well-being. I go and get dressed before I wake Milo up. He had a stormy night. He deserves to have a little more rest. As I dress, I can't help but feel like a failure as a mother. I have stayed in this disgusting place for 5 years. I could have gotten out, but I think I gave up trying to escape without even realizing it. I, part of myself, accepted that this was my fate. But that is truly selfish because I have forced my own fate upon my son. I look at him and smile at his messy, wild, curly brown hair. This is not his fate. This is not his life. This is my life, and I will not let my son live in the hell I am in. I want him to have a good life, find a mate, have pups, and grow old. He needs that life, even if I won't be a part of it. I will die at peace knowing he will be okay. In that moment, I vowed that before this week is up, my son would be free. The cost may be my life, but it would be well worth it. I walk to my baby boy and stroke his hair. Milo? It's time to wake up, Baba. He squints his eyes and groans as he slowly wakes up. Good morning, Mama. I smile at him. Good morning, my son. I have to go now because I woke up late, so Mama won't be here to help you with your morning. Are you big boy enough to take care of yourself this time? He smiles at me and nods. I'm a big boy. I squeeze his shoulder and say, good. Mama will be back later to check on you, okay? He nods his head silently. I point to my cheek and say, "Are you forgetting something?" Milo giggles. He leans in and kisses my cheek by mama. My son tells me, "Solomon, I was in the office looking at some reports from the borders when a knock sounded at the door." "Come in," I said without looking at the door. Alpha Kendrick walks in, and I have an instant reaction of hate. I wanted to deal with this man so bad, but I can't. The pack is still loyal to him. But once I am fully Alpha and the pack swears an oath of allegiance to me, then I will make a plan for Alpha Kendrick. He has hurt both Izzy and Mia. Rage builds inside me. He will not get away with this. I'm going to make sure of it. "Hello, Sol," he greeted. "It's Solomon," I said bluntly while staring at the reports. Kendrick coughs in his hand, right? "Solomon, I received word that the beta from your old pack has built a house and is celebrating a housewarming party. It has been requested that you be there." "Then I will go. I cannot miss that." Kendrick stepped forward. "I am sure it is an important occasion. However, you are sorely needed here and dash." That was when I looked at him. I stood up to my full height, and I have loyalties to my family. I am not Alpha of this pack yet. I am not married to your daughter yet, so I have no real connections to this pack just yet, Kendrick. I will be leaving for my old pack tomorrow at sunrise. I sit back down and look back at my papers. I have work to do now. I made sure I left him no room to have a say. My word was final. Ayla. As I was cleaning the windows in one of the guest bedrooms, I saw, through the glass, a man outside. He had his back to me while staring at the Warriors training. He must be the soon-to-be Alpha, Sophie's fiancé. As I stared at him, I could tell he was powerful. There was a sense of authority in the way he was standing. His back was straight and his shoulders were broad. He was wearing a gray hoodie with some basketball shorts. I couldn't help but stare for so long. My wiping on the window began to slow as I tilted my head and squinted my eyes to focus more on him. He seemed so familiar. I don't know how, but I feel like maybe I've seen him before. Strange. I wonder what pack he is from. I shook my head and went back to wiping the windows. But now and then, I would glance back at the Alpha. Seeing him standing like that reminds me of the time when Solomon and I snuck out, and he was waiting with his back to me, just like that. Flashback. I was a 16-year-old who had never done anything too extreme in my entire life. I need to get out more. I need to be a teenager and make mistakes. I know I was naturally adventurous, but I always kept it on the safe side. I needed to start taking a few risks here and there. As I looked at myself in the mirror, I nodded my head. I was wearing some ripped-up shorts with a hoodie and Converse. I looked at the time. It was 1:30 a.m. He should be here any minute. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Take a few risks. Everything will be okay. Worst comes to worst, I'll be grounded for a month. I can live with that. I heard a pebble hit my window and I smiled. I opened it and looked down to see Solomon scoping out the area. PSSSD. Sol turned around. When he saw me, he smiled, finally, come on before anyone sees. I jumped out of the window and onto the roof. I looked down and jumped, landing perfectly on my feet. I bowed down, as if I were bowing to a crowd and say, thank you, thank you. Solomon just rolled his eyes. Come on, Ayla. We don't have time. We're going to miss it. I walk towards him and say, we're not going to miss it. I wouldn't allow that. I'm the one obsessed with stars, remember? Solomon snorted and said, more like crazy about them. If it was legal to marry the sky, you would. Who's to say I'm not? I laugh. Solomon shook his head at me. He pushed me in the direction of the woods. Come on. Instead of walking next to him and running, race you there. I heard him laugh behind me before saying, you're on. My heart beat with excitement as we both ran into the darkness of the woods. I couldn't see him, but I could hear him. He's always been competitive. That's why I like challenging him, because he literally can't handle me winning at anything we do together. As we ran, I was dodging branches and bushes. I thought I was doing pretty well until someone smashed into me, making me fall. Oops. Didn't see you there. Yelled out Solomon. My mouth hung open in a gasp, you jerk. I shouted at him. I got back up and I ran, but I knew I was going to lose. When I finally got to the lake, Solomon was already sitting on our big rock waiting for me. He looked at me and smirked. You should really watch where you step. My eyes widen. Excuse me? You're the one that pushed me to the ground. He shrugs his shoulder. I only tripped a little. I climbed onto the rock and sat next to Solomon. The only reason you won was because I fell. If I didn't, I would be the one chilling on this rock before you. Solomon rolled his eyes and scoffed. Keep dreaming, Ayla. I shoved his shoulder. He looked at me and laughed. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself, too. I look up at the sky and see all the stars. The sky is so magical and fascinating to me. It's remarkable to think that in the day, there is the sun and it's bright and light. Then the sun goes down and it's dark, but where there is darkness, there is always light. The stars are shining and the moon is light and pure. It's so simple. And it's an idea that we have become so accustomed to, having always lived with the distinction between daytime and nighttime. But if you actually think about it, it's actually really crazy. My eyes widen and I gasp as I see it. I grab onto Solomon's arm and shake it. Look, Solomon. Look. It's happening. Solomon chuckled and nodded his head. I see it. My cheeks were hurting from smiling so much. The comet only comes every 500 years. It was amazing. The big, bright ball that had a trail of light was painting the sky. I was mesmerized. Beautiful, I whispered to myself. It was so amazing that tears stung my eyes. I lower my head and rub my eyes. You're kidding me, right? Solomon said in shock. Are you actually crying? I sniffed and said, no, in a shaky voice. Solomon burst out laughing. You're crying over the comet? He said breathlessly. He was clutching his stomach because he was laughing so hard. I balled my fist and punched him hard in the face. He yelped and shouted, my nose. Shut up. You stop that. Of course I'm crying. It's a beautiful thing. Solomon was rubbing his nose when he mumbled, yeah, but you don't need to cry over it. I shoved him and said, yes, I do. I need to express how much love I have for it. Stop being a jerk. Solomon smirked, then stop being emotional. I rolled my eyes. Solomon is such a jerk. But he's still my friend and I love him, but he's still a jerk. I gasped. I just remembered something. I went to the side and looked through my bag. I got out my dad's old radio. Look what I found. Whoa, that's crazy. You're holding a genuine piece of junk. He laughed. I groaned in annoyance. No, you goof. It's a radio. Come closer and help me pick a station. He sat closer as we listened to the various songs playing. My heart skipped a beat when I heard a song, yes. Leave it to the song. It was old school, but I loved it. Solomon groaned. Not this song. Song. Nothing's gonna stop us now. I laughed as I stood up and started to mouth the lyrics. I started dancing around the rock as I lip-synced to the song. Solomon was sitting and watching me with an amused smile. Let them say we're crazy. I don't care about that. Put your hand in my hand, baby, and don't ever look back. I offered my hand to Solomon to join me before the climax of the song. No, he said bluntly. I looked at him and raised my brows. You know you want to. Solomon rolled his eyes, but he took my hand with a smirk. He stood up and started lip-syncing the boy part. I laughed and clapped my hands. Then a brilliant idea struck me. Let's do our living room routine. Solomon shook his head with wide eyes. No way am I doing that again. But it was too late. I already started doing my part of the dance moves. Once we begin the routine, it has to be finished. Solomon groaned, but started doing his part of the dance. I could see he was having fun. As we continued, we became more immersed in it. We were dancing weirdly all over the place, as well as singing to the song. We were just purely being our weird selves without any judgment. That was the most freeing feeling ever. When the song ended, we collapsed back on the rock, panting. That was some good dancing, Solomon said. I laughed and looked at him. I told you you'd enjoy it. I smiled at him brightly as he smirked. We didn't break eye contact for a while. We just stared at each other. He looked at me straight in the eyes, and I stared right back. We didn't say anything at all. I felt like something was supposed to happen in this moment. Something crazy. But it didn't. We kept our silence, yet it didn't feel silent at all. I felt like so many words were being said. Except it was through us looking at each other. This unspoken language expresses our deepest thoughts and feelings that we ourselves don't even understand. Your eyes are so blue. They sparkle so much. It seems like you have your own set of stars. He whispered to me. My breath hitched. He's never said anything like that to me before. I didn't know how to react. However, I found myself smiling a little. His eyes are blue too. They weren't like my blue, though. His eyes were deeper. It was like navy blue. It was so dark, like the ocean. Sometimes they give me chills from how intense they are. My heart was beating hard against my chest. I didn't want to feel this. I was trying not to let myself think this, but I am. I could feel it in my heart. I'm falling for him, and I didn't even know it. And now, I'm terrified of getting higher, because I want to. Chapter 3. As I was walking out the door to take out the trash, I looked over the area. There were guards everywhere. I don't know how I'm going to get Milo out of this place. It was kind of like a prison. No one could get out, least of all Milo. I went towards the rubbish truck and shoved the bags inside. I bang on the back to indicate that they can leave now. I watched the car leave for the next pack. I went back inside the house when I gasped. I know. I rushed back outside and stared at the truck. It passed right through the guards. They didn't even check it. My heart was beating with excitement. Milo could ride in that truck to the Blood Moon pack. I could put him in a rubbish bin or something. Chuck him in the pack, and then he can get out and find his father. He will leave tomorrow morning when the truck comes back. I felt hope for my pup. I could feel my wolf become content with the fact that by this time tomorrow, Milo will be free. And so will I, in my own way. Solomon. I walked to the lounge when I saw Sophie. Hey Sophie, I was wondering where I could find some extra blankets. She looked up from her phone and smiled. Check the guest bedroom. Should be some there. I nod my head thanks. I walked down the hall and entered the guest room. It was so clean and the windows were so clear. I opened the closet and took a pile of blankets. Before I left, I walked to the window. I looked out into the open, where I could see the pack members going about their daily deeds. All this will be mine soon. I have to be a good alpha. As I turned to leave, I stopped. Something caught my nose, a scent. I turned back towards the window and stared around it. It smelled of something. I dropped all the blankets and took a step closer. I touched the window curiously. I leaned my head in and took a deep whiff. I stumbled backwards in shock. My eyes widened and my heartbeat increased. It can't be, can it? I was so confused. How could this be? I took another deep inhale of the scent and was instantly hit with memories. It was familiar. It was comforting. It was hope. It was Ayla. I caught the smell of my lost mate. She's here somewhere. I turn and sprint out of the room, completely forgetting anything about the blankets. My mate was near. I felt my wolf spirit lighten in excitement. It could sense our mate. She's here in this pack somewhere. I never thought I would smell that scent ever again. It was beautiful. It smelled like vanilla with a hint of spice. It was just amazing. 17-year-old Solomon. I was waiting in the school car park for Ayla. I had our 2 coffees in hand. I looked at the entrance of the park and saw she was walking in with a hoodie and hair in a ponytail. She walks up to me and greets me with her usual perfect smile. Good morning, Solo. I give her chai latte with extra cinnamon. Good morning. Why are you all smiling? She shrugs her shoulders. I don't know. I just woke up feeling happy today. I raise my one brow in question. You're never happy when you come to school. You always say it's the high school without the musical. She laughs. I know. It's so weird. I just feel positive. Maybe something good will happen today. I shrug my shoulders. Maybe. Anyways. I am not positive. So can we please just go to class and get this day over with? She rolls her eyes, but smirks. All right, grumpy ass. Let's go. She chirps, and I groan. This is going to be a long day. It was finally lunchtime. I went to the cafeteria and sat at my and Ayla's usual spot. I was flicking through my phone while waiting for her. As I was waiting, I was thinking. She has been my best friend for a while now. Ever since Xander was gone, I wasn't myself, and I'm still not myself. But when I met Ayla, she changed everything. She was always so happy and so bright. Being around her instantly lightened my mood. She radiates happiness. It's contagious. You can't help but be the same. She made me more into me again. When I first met her, I thought of her as just a good friend, a sister maybe. However, I now have other feelings involved. I know it's wrong because I should be waiting for my mate, but I feel so connected to her. She has somehow, without me even knowing, become my everything. I don't know if I should tell her or not. If I do tell her and she doesn't feel the same way, our friendship could fail. And I don't want that. I don't want to stop being friends. But if I don't tell her, I feel like I might regret it for the rest of my life. I look up from my phone and search the room for Ayla. She hasn't come yet, and it's been a while. That is, until I see her talking to a table full of boys. I couldn't help myself. I stood up from the table and made my way to her. She gave me a questioning look as I stood near her. The table was made of wolves. I made sure they knew what pack I was from by showing my dominance over their wolves. Most of them averted their eyes from me. You good? I asked her. She took her time answering as she was studying my face in question. She slowly nodded her head and said, yeah, I'm fine. The boys here were inviting me to a party. I looked at the table and raised my brow. A party. One of the boys nodded, yeah, a party. And you're invited, of course. I turned to Ayla and asked, you want to go? She smiled and nodded her head excitedly, yes. This will be my first high school party. I looked back at the boys and said, I guess we're coming then. The boy nodded his head, but still had not met my eyes. That's right, you little whelp. You don't go near her without coming to me first. Cool, I guess we'll see you then. The boy said hesitantly. I just grunted. I walked away back to my own table. I looked back over my shoulder and made sure Ayla was following, which she was. When we sat down, I got my lunch out of my bag and started eating. I looked up, and Ayla was sitting there staring at me with her brow raised. What was that about? She asked. I shrugged my shoulders. What about? She rolled her eyes. Don't play games with me. You know what I mean. Why did you get all alpha on them? I stopped chewing and thought about it. Why did I get all alpha on them? I swallowed my food and raised my gaze back to hers. I'm possessive. Ayla crossed her arms and raised her head in defiance. I'm not an object, Solo. Solo, a nickname she has given me. I could see she was a little annoyed with me right now. And for some reason, I couldn't have that. I leaned in closer. Her eyes widened slightly, and she tensed. I looked her in the eye and said bluntly, I don't like it when boys talk to you like that. I know what they're like. I know exactly what they're thinking or what their intentions are when they talk to you. And let me tell you, it isn't pure. Possessive wasn't the right word to use. I am extremely protective of you, Ayla. If I can prevent disaster happening to you, I'm going to make sure it doesn't happen. So know this, I will always be here for you, whether you want me to or not. Ayla, I will always be here for you. That was what Solomon said to me all those years ago. My heart ached because, even though as hopeless as it is, a part of me will always believe it, even after he mistreated me. I walk up the stairs and into my room. Milo was there reading one of his books with the lamp beside him. This book was about stars. I smiled. He was as obsessed with stars as I was. He looks up from his book and smiles when he sees me. Hey, Ma. I sat next to him and kissed his head. Hey, Baba, what you readin'? He looks down at the book and says, Lamp and I were reading about stars. Can we go stargazing one day? He asks hopefully. I nodded my head and ran my fingers through his hair. Yeah, Baba, you will go stargazing. Maybe you and your father can. Milo looks at me questioningly. What do you mean, Ma? I thought my pa couldn't see me. I took a deep breath. I grabbed a hold of Milo's shoulders and turned him towards me. Milo, I need to tell you something. What is it, Ma? I stare at him and say, Milo, this is very important. Do you understand me? And you can't say anything to anyone. Okay. He nods his head thoughtfully. You are going to escape here, okay? You are leaving tomorrow to go see your father. And you won't come back here, ever. Milo frowned. What? Why? What do you mean escape? We're not trapped. And what about old Ken? Is he going to come too? I felt the tear prick my eyes. Shook my head. Old Ken is not coming with you. Milo, you have to know, we have been trapped here. This place is not a good place. It is not your home. Milo stood up with his hands fisted. You're making this up. We aren't trapped. This is our home. The tears filled my eyes like a cup. I shook my head again. No, Milo, no. I came here when you were still in my belly. Old Ken captured me. He has kept us here as prisoners like from your storybooks. Old Ken is the bad man, Milo. Your father is the good man. All of this information was so overwhelming for Milo. Everything he had ever known was a lie. If Pa is the good man, then why isn't he here saving us? This is not like my storybooks. Because your Pa doesn't know where we are. We are lost and he can't find us. But he can find you. Don't you want to see your Pa? Milo began to cry. You lied to me. You said that this was my home. You're a liar, Ma. You're a liar. He screamed. I cried and nodded my head. I am a liar, Baba. But I did it to protect you. I couldn't let old Ken hurt you. Milo buried his head in my chest and cried, I'm scared. I hold him tightly and say, I know, Baba, I know. But you have to know that the world is a beautiful place. He lifted his tear-stricken face to me. I cup his small face and wipe his tears away. You will go on so many adventures, Milo. You will discover the world. And you can look at as many stars as you want. You are going to have friends. You are going to be able to play outside whenever you want. His eyes widened in shock. I can play on the grass whenever I want? I nodded my head and smiled, yup. And you will have your Pa and his family to care for you. Milo suddenly frowned and said, but you're my family, Ma. Aren't you coming with me? I sighed and shook my head. Not this time, Baba. I will escape another time. This time it has to only be you. Milo grabbed a hold of my shirt, but I'm scared. I don't want to go without you. You have to help me. I will tell you exactly what to do, Milo. My voice will be in your head every step of the way. You are going to be okay. Milo sniffled and asked, so what do I do then? Solomon. I was sitting in the library area, drinking my coffee and obviously reading a book. The fire was roaring, which was nice. As I sipped my coffee, my peace was broken when I saw Kendrick walk in. I groaned in annoyance. I tried to ignore him. However, that wasn't easy when he began to speak. I have a few questions, Sol. While looking at my book, I sighed and said, like I've said many times, to you, I am Solomon. Right, Solomon. I was curious. My daughter has been passed over to most of the men in your family because all of them have found their mates. Do you not have a mate? I snapped my book shut. This bastard is getting on my nerves. My mate doesn't want me. Okay. So please, do me a favor, Kendrick, and get lost. Kendrick swallowed and looked a little nervous. He nodded his head and stood up to leave. Why'd he have to bring up Ayla? I mumbled under my breath. However, since Kendrick had frozen in his place, I'd say he heard me. He slowly turned around, his eyes slightly wider, skin slightly paler. What did you just say? I tilted my head. What do you mean? The name you just said. Ayla, I growled. Who is she? I stood up and snarled. Why do you need to know? I would like to know the mate that didn't want you. You are marrying my daughter after all. Call it a father's curiosity. Ayla is my mate. She left me 5 years ago. I went looking for her. But I always came back empty-handed. She's probably married to another wolf and already has a couple of pups. Then I heard him whisper to himself, or just one pup. Chapter 4. When I finally got Milo to fall asleep, I got ready to go to the night market to get the vegetables I forgot. It took me a while to get Milo to sleep. He was scared. He is going to be leaving tomorrow morning when the truck comes. I made sure he knew exactly what to do. I made him repeat every step back to me. We did that for hours. I had to be sure that he would know how to get to the Blood Moon Pack and get to his father. I was wearing a black skirt with a flowy, creamy shirt with a long navy cardigan when I left the house, along with a scarf that wrapped around my head softly. I held the basket tight against my chest as I made my way through the woods towards the night market. It doesn't take too long to get there. Just a little while's walk and you start to sense its liveliness. I never really go to the night markets, but when I do, I always feel alive. It reminds me of when I was a young teenager. As I near my destination, I start to see fairy lights, lamps and light bulbs start appearing on the forest floors and high up in the trees. When you see these, you know that the night market is not far away. I could hear the dull mumbling of people as I entered the market. So many different faces and different scents. There were werewolves, vampires, witches, fae, valkyrie, and so on. Every single supernatural meets as one in places such as these. We are not enemies of each other, even though we do not mingle. Every single faction of supernatural has an ancient truce that was laid down by the gods. We have not been at war with each other for thousands of years. So we do not worry when we see others different to our own. We simply keep to ourselves. As I wander around the market for the vegetable section, I see the lights, the people, and the music. It reminds me of the times when I performed. I literally did anything and everything. I was once a ballet teacher for really small kids. I was a lifeguard. I went surfing. I did the singing. I played instruments. I did warrior training for a little bit. I did musicals. You think it, I did it. Simple as that. I was wildly adventurous. I couldn't help but say yes to everything. But I never did the one thing I really wanted to do. Travel. I wanted to leave this place and see the world. I wanted to see different people, different scenery. Just something different. But once I was pregnant, I knew I never could do that. However, I would have chosen to be pregnant instead of traveling because it gave me my Milo. I saw a stage through my peripheral vision. It was the Valkyries doing a performance. I stood and I watched. Their clothing was very revealing, but they were singing and performing. They were pure entertainment and did not mingle with the clients. I laughed to myself when I remembered how I was a club dancer for a day. That was definitely one of the most interesting days of my life. And probably one of the most memorable. 6 years ago. I finished my ballet class for juniors. The dance room was empty. I made sure everyone was gone before I did what I always wanted to do. I am generally a good girl. I've never done anything really bad in my entire life. I had good manners. I knew what was morally right. But let's face it, every good girl has an inner bad girl. I pressed the play button. The song, Candyman by Christina Aguilera, boomed throughout the room. I smiled at myself in the giant mirror. I instantly dropped it low. Yep, that's right. I have an inner wild side. Even though I was very innocent and I'd never even kissed anyone in my entire life. But still, I have an inner wild side. I danced around the room to the song as if I were on stage with heels and a corset. Do you usually dance like that? I yelped and turned around to see my boss, Miss Marlene. I quickly turned the music off and tried to catch my breath. Sorry, Miss Marlene. I was just fooling around, being a stupid teenager. She stood there eyeing me curiously. I thought I was going to be fired before I saw a slow smile form on her lips. I stopped talking and frowned, Miss Marlene. I questioned. She slowly walked to me and said, "How would you like to make a lot of money, just for one night's work?" My brows raised in surprise. Sure. What kind of work? I've seen you dancing. You know the whole diamonds dance, don't you? You mean the stage dance? I laughed. Miss Marlene's eyes widened. It is not that kind of dance. Those performers mingle with clients. What I am about to offer is strictly based on performance on stage. I felt hesitant to do it. But then again, what's the worst that could happen? I shrug my shoulders and nod my head. Sure. I'm in. Miss Marlene smiles. Good. Go to this club. She hands me a piece of paper and asks for Miss Mama. My brows curved in confusion. Her name is Miss Mama? She nodded her head. Yes. I've already contacted her about you, and she wants you to perform just for tonight because one of their girls are sick. Okay. Miss Marlene smiled. Good. Be there at 7:30. Then she left. A part of me was thinking that I didn't actually know what I got myself into. I went to the club that Miss Marlene told me to go to. When I entered, my heart stopped and I felt the blood drain from my face. There are dancers, everywhere performing on stage in revealing outfits. I am a club dancer for a night. Kill me. I felt a little breathless. I knew there was something up. I went to the desk where a man with eyeliner and slicked back platinum blonde hair was sitting. Hello. He looks at me and smiles. What can I do for you, sugar cakes? I'm looking for Miss Mama? I should be on her list, I think. The man looks down at his piece of paper and nods. Just go up those stairs there and down the hallway to her office. I smile and say, thank you. I climbed up the stairs and went inside her office. She was sitting in her glamorous office with bright red hair that was styled into a massive bun. She had a totally black dress with feathers around the collar and sleeves. I cough and say, "Miss Mama." She raises her head and smiles. I was shocked. My mouth fell open, "Miss Marlene." She rolls her eyes and shakes her head. "I am Miss Marlene during the day while at the ballet studio. Here, I am Miss Mama." Hold up. So you own this club? She laughs and nods her head. "Yes, sugar, I do. But we do not have time for this. You are on in half an hour and you are not even dressed yet." Her face was full of glittering makeup. She grabs a hold of my hands and drags me down the hallway. She opens one of the doors to a massive room full of mirrors, makeup, lights, and clothes. There were girls everywhere, getting ready for the show. I was so overwhelmed. What the hell did I get myself into? "Miss Marlene, Miss Mama," clapped her hands, "Girls. Attentions. This girl here is Ayla. She will be replacing Katie. So please, doll her up for the diamond dance." Miss Mama left. All of a sudden, all of these girls came with a big smile. They pushed me towards a dressing table. Some girls were doing my hair while others were doing my makeup. After 10 minutes of ouchs and stop-its, they were done. When I looked at myself in the mirror, I didn't even recognize myself. They had contoured my face very nicely. My eyes were a smoky black except around the crease area, where white sparkles were, along with fake lashes. They also curled every inch of my hair, making it poofy and voluminous. I looked amazing. Stunning, even. It seems my inner bad girl is manifesting herself. Then an outfit was chucked in my direction. It was fishnet stockings with a black leotard that had a corset on it, along with white sparkles covering the top. "Oh, and here's your cane." Oh my goodness. I'm a one-night dancer. And I'm only 17. Is this even legal? Solomon. I was outside the club with some of the other unmated warriors. I really didn't want to go to this club. It didn't feel right. But the guys convinced me to live a little. I wanted to hang out with Ayla, but she said she had something on just for tonight. So here I am, going to this stupid club. As we entered inside and paid our money, we sat down right in front of the stage. I really didn't want to be here. The lights started to dim, which indicated that the show was about to start. The music started and the curtains started to rise. For some reason, my heart began to pound against my chest. On stage, there were girls everywhere in different styles and colors of stage outfits. I have to admit, they were very beautiful. The song began. The girls slowly moved to the song, bending, twisting, and even splitting in so many angles that I never thought possible. Except one girl caught my eye. She was in the back. Her blonde hair shone in the spotlight as she moved forward and took the stage in the center. She was bending down with her cane. She was wearing a top hat that covered her face slightly. She moved to the rhythm of the music, dancing all over the stage. She was my favorite right now. She was swinging the cane as she slowly descended the stage and into the audience as she continued to perform. She would bend down and look at a man, then shove his face away as if saying he wasn't the one. My heart began to. Primary goal. I will provide you with a book chapter. You must perform a multi-layered edit too. Sanitize it for YouTube's community guidelines. Clean out all authorial notes. Correct specific hyphen and punctuation errors. Format it for better readability. Output instructions. When I paste the chapter, provide only the final, edited text. Do not include any preamble, summary, or conversational comments, like, "Here is the edited chapter." Begin the output with the chapter number, unbolded, e.g., Chapter 1, to pound as she started near my area. She wouldn't be coming to me, now would she? But she danced closer and closer. The crowd of males was cheering, wanting her attention. I watched her every move, ever so carefully as she neared me. She couldn't be coming to me, could she? But she did. She danced and stopped right in front of me. She came and sat on my lap as the song began to end. The crowd cheered as she took off her hat and threw it into the crowd. Then she turned back to me with a giant smile. At that moment, time froze for both of us. My mind was reeling. What the? Ayla! I screamed with wide, shocked eyes. She gasped and shouted, "Solomon." We were both in shock as we stared at each other. I did not see that coming at all. She immediately stood from my lap, and I stood from my chair also. "What are you doing here?" I growled. She looked nervous. She looked down from my gaze and said, "Trust me when I say that I did not know I signed up for this kind of show." Ayla. Solomon grabbed me by the upper arm and dragged me outside. I was in big trouble. Once we were outside, Solomon took off his jacket and wrapped it around me. "You're barely wearing anything, Ayla." I rolled my eyes. "It's a costume." "No," he snarled, "it's an undergarment. And other males can see you." I looked around and saw some of the warriors from my pack were staring at me intently. I started to feel uncomfortable. The inner bad girl was retreating to her hiding place, and good girl Ayla is coming back out now. I swallowed and grabbed onto the jacket to pull it around me tighter. I instinctively stepped closer to Solomon. He instantly grabbed hold of me and pulled me up against his chest to try to cover me more. His arms wrap around me in warmth. I looked up at him, I swear. When Miss Mama said she wanted another dancer, I didn't think it was actually gonna be like this. Solomon's jaw was clenched as he took a deep breath. "So you're saying you didn't know that you signed up to be a club dancer for a night?" I wasn't actually that kind of dancer. I was just performing on stage. Performing on stage. In your undergarments. It's a costume. Solomon rolled his eyes. That's what they say to convince themselves that it's just a performance. I groaned, "Fine. It is an undergarment." We were silent for a moment. I thought Solomon was going to stay really angry at me till I heard his chuckle. I looked back up at him. He shook his head and looked down at me. "Only you would get yourself in this kind of situation." I smiled and laughed. "So you're not mad at me?" "On the contrary. I am furious." I groaned in annoyance. He is always going to hold this night against me. But if I had the choice, I would have honestly done it all over again. "Hold up now. Why were you in the club?" I asked curiously. Solomon's cheeks went a little red, and he scratched the back of his head. "Would you believe me if I said that I didn't actually want to go, but the boys convinced me to?" I looked at him and raised my one brow at him as if saying, "Yeah, right." Chapter 5. "Thank you very much," I told the man. I finally got all of the vegetables on the list. I twirled around with my basket in hand as I listened to the folk music playing. I had an extra skip in my step as I walked. I twirled here and there. I popped a heel here and there also. Music has always had a way of controlling my body. It was my master, and me? It's a puppet. However, I let it play me willingly. I tightened the scarf around my head as the air around me grew colder and the wind grew stronger. As I started to make my way out of the market, I twirled around and hummed to the music, but stopped immediately when I smelled something. I looked around and frowned. I closed my eyes and lifted my nose. I inhaled deeply. I opened my wide eyes. "Solomon," I whispered to myself. I look around. I looked at everyone's faces. Is Solomon here? Impossible. He cannot be. My heart was racing in the hopes that maybe, just maybe, he could be here. But that hope was lost immediately. It could not be him. It is impossible. Tears prickle my eyes slightly, but I blink them away. I haven't smelled such a familiar scent in years. It reminded me of what I didn't have. I swallowed the lump in my throat. I took a deep breath. Forget about it, Ayla, and move on. It's not Solomon. It was all in your head. The wind picked up and my scarf flew from my head. I watched it flow away into the dark. I shake my head. I then continued to make my way back to Milo. Solomon. I couldn't sleep. I didn't hear the light voice that sang every night. I have come to realize that I actually couldn't sleep well without hearing that voice sing. It always relaxed me and lulled me to sleep. But on this night, I did not listen to it. And it has kept me from having a good night's sleep. I got out of bed and put on some sweatpants with a hoodie. Maybe a walk would help. I walk outside and into the woods. Ever since I was a teenager, if I couldn't sleep, I always went for a walk in the forest. Back then, I would have walked with Ayla. If I asked her to, she would always come with me for a late walk, no matter the time. I smiled at the thought. She was so selfless. If I needed her in any way, she was always there, no matter what. But my heart began to ache when I realized I never did that for her. I was a selfish person. I wasn't there for her a lot of the time. She was always the one serving to my needs, but I never did the same. I became angry with myself. Why was I like that? Why could not have been a nicer person back then? I mean, I was generally nice. But I was also a real jerk. And I hate it. It always makes me think that if I were a little nicer, a little more considerate, a little more selfless, maybe I would still have her. I see fairy lights start to appear in random places in the forest. I frown. Who would leave perfect fairy lights out here? I follow them. Slowly, the number of fairy lights increased, and soon most of the trees were covered in them. Up ahead, I heard people and music. This must be the famous night market that the pack has been talking about. I arrive at a place filled with crowds of people, talking, laughing, shopping, and selling. I walk around the place, quietly observing everyone and everything. I liked the atmosphere in here. It was very lively. It made me feel like a teenager once again. Oh, how I miss being a teenager. All of my teen years were spent with Ayla. I remember everything as if I had only committed it to memory just yesterday. I think my favorite memory, the sweetest, was the last happy memory I had with the two of us. It was before everything went downhill. She changed, and I changed. It was actually such a cliché. The sound of it sounds totally cheesy, but when you experience it, it's real to you. It was prom night. 6 years ago, prom night. I was waiting for my date. I ran my hands over my dress nervously. Everything is going to be fine. Tonight will be fun, and I will be making memories. I had a silk rose gold off-the-shoulder dress. It was long and slightly poofy, and the neckline curved into a sweetheart. It also had a sparkly belt. My hair was in a high, complicated bun with long diamond earrings. This wasn't my style. But I didn't care about feeling pretty or not at this stage. I wanted to look pretty. I sometimes have this I don't care kind of attitude. But on the inside, I do care. I may act confident sometimes, but realistically, I am freaking out on the inside. This night, in particular, is making me on edge. I wanted to look pretty so badly. I wanted male wolves to look at me and think, wow, is that Ayla? She looks amazing. She looks gorgeous. I don't want them to see me as ordinary Ayla tonight. Because tonight, I wasn't Ayla. I was someone completely different. I heard the doorbell ring. My heart jumped out of my chest. Here we go. Honey, your date is at the door. I heard my father shout. I take a deep breath and look at myself one last time in the mirror. I can do this. I walked out of my room and descended the stairs. As I came down, I saw him standing there looking in awe. When I came completely down, I smiled politely and said, "Hey, Jason." He smiled back and whistled, "You're looking good, Ayla." I look down and say, "Thanks. You look pretty good too." He nods and gives me a toothy smile. Yup. I am going to the prom with Jason Lorenzo. He's a nice guy. We've had a few conversations here and there. I didn't think he was going to ask me. I was actually hoping someone else would ask me, but that was until I found out he already had a date. But still, Jason is a good guy. I approve of him, except for his friends. All of them are jerks, especially Brock Statham's son. He holds his arm out to escort him to his car. And I grab it willingly. As soon as we got to prom, I regretted ever coming. It's fun, you know, the whole dressing up thing. But once you actually get to the damn place, you end up not even wanting to go anymore. I took a deep breath as I entered the room. I felt like I was about to faint. Yo, Ayla, you look like you're going to pass out. Not your kind of scene, I'm guessing. I laughed and shook my head. Yeah, not really, no. Well, just calm down and don't worry about it. It'll be fun. I just smiled and nodded. Yeah, it will be fun for you, but not me. Solomon. I was standing against the wall as my date was talking to me about something. I don't even know what. My mind was elsewhere. It was on Ayla. I wonder if it was a bad move for me not to take her. I mean, I wanted to. I really wanted to take her. But by doing that, I was admitting to my feelings. And I didn't want to admit to it. I didn't want to admit that I had fallen in love with her. I didn't want to ruin the friendship. So I didn't ask her. But I do admit, I regret it. I sighed and looked away from my date when a gust of wind gave a chill. I looked at the entrance and saw who had just arrived. Ayla. And she was terrific. She had come with Jason. He was an okay guy, but he wasn't me. So I didn't like her with him. She looked around the room. She was nervous. I could easily tell. She never liked these things. I was actually surprised that she even came. As I watched her, she had her arm around Jason's as he guided her to his group of friends. I was instantly on guard. His friends weren't good. If any of them mistreat Ayla, they're going to have to deal with me. Ayla likes to think she is tough, and she is. She is one of the toughest she-wolves I know. But when it comes to this arena, the boys' arena where they give you unwanted looks, they flirt, they play games, etc. She is but a little lamp getting thrown into a wolf's den. She was innocent when it came to such matters. And I think that's what I liked a lot about her. She didn't play the typical teenage love games. She was pure and untainted. And if any of these boys ruin that, I'll make them pay. Ayla. I was standing with Jason's group of friends quietly as they all talked amongst themselves about wolf stuff. And they let me be in my own peace. That is, until Brock spoke. Well, if it isn't little Ayla coming to play with the big wolves. I roll my eyes, yeah right. We all know who the big wolf is here, Brock. And it ain't you. He laughs humorlessly. Well, look who has grown some courage, huh? I smile, yep, and it seems I have more than you. Brock steps closer. You're a little fighter now, aren't ya? He leans down and whispers, don't worry, I like them feisty. It's an interesting challenge, you know. I frowned. Was he serious? Jason just laughed like it was actually funny. Okay, Jason, back off, will ya? Let the poor girl breathe a little. My eyes widened a little. You'd think he would defend his date a little better. I didn't like this prom anymore. I wanted to leave so bad. I look around to see if Solomon is here. But I couldn't find him, to my disappointment. I sighed and looked down. Maybe Jason will be okay without me. I tapped on his shoulder to catch his attention. I'm just going to quickly go to the bathroom. He nods his head and goes back to his conversation. I walked away and passed the left turn that goes to the bathrooms. I was leaving this place. I stepped out of the doors and breathed in the fresh air. I looked down at the road and began to walk home. It's okay, Ayla. You gave it your best shot. I mumbled to myself, on the bright side, nothing can get worse than this. I tried to convince myself. As I kept walking, I found myself walking beside a river back home. I sighed. A twig snapped. I stopped and looked around. Was someone following me? I kept walking and I listened carefully. I could hear rustling leaves. The crunch of them being stepped on. Someone was stalking me. I stopped again and turned around quickly. I wasn't going to shout out, "Is someone there?" because that's just plain dumb. I make sure I have my eye on the forest. If someone is here, I want to be ready to fight if I have to, even though I am terrified. Suddenly, two glowing eyes appeared in the darkness. I just stood and watched. I was breathing fast through my nose as I studied what was about to happen. My heart dropped when Brock appeared. Hello, Little Red Riding Hood. It seems you had a big bad wolf following you for the last half mile, and you didn't even notice. I took a step back. He smiled. He clicked his tongue against his teeth, shook his head. Bad Little Red Riding Hood. Did your mother not teach you to walk alone late at night? Oh, wait, your mother isn't here. She didn't want you. I gulped. Okay. That hurt a bit. He chuckled. Don't worry, Little Red Riding Hood. I'll just have to punish you myself. He steps near me, and I step back. I thought about running, but he is bigger than me. He would easily catch me, so there's no point. What do you want, Brock? I raised my voice slightly. He groans and says, there she is. There's the sassy little girl I want. You're disgusting. Why don't you just leave and bother someone else? He walks towards me, but every step he takes, I take just as many steps back. Because Little Red Riding Hood, you're the one I want. He lunges for me, but I dodge him. He growls in frustration. There's no use fighting me, Ayla. I'm going to win either way. I look at him and growl challengingly. His eyes widen with anger. You dare challenge me? A male. You're a female, Ayla. You can't challenge me. I snarl at him. I already did, jerk. You afraid to accept it? I jump in the air and shift into my wolf. I snarl and growl at him. I will take great pleasure in defeating you. He takes off his jacket and shifts into his black and gray wolf. At that moment, I knew I had little chance of winning. But I couldn't back down. I'm stronger than that. I have to be. I let him make the first move. He lunges at me with his teeth bared. I dodge it once again and spin around to bite his ankle. His wolf yelps in pain, but then growls in anger. Brock jumps onto my back and bites down hard into my neck. My wolf whimpers in pain. I tried to get him off, but his teeth were clamped down so tightly that I couldn't break free. I stand still, breathing heavily. I growl in frustration. I relax and slowly lower myself into submission. Brock purrs in approval as his grip loosens slightly. That is when I stand back up and throw him off. I stumble on my hind legs. I raise my head and howl. I needed help, whether I liked it or not. Brock came running at me. I move out of the way quickly, but not quick enough, it seems. Brock had bitten down on one of my hind legs. I yelp in pain. Damn it, Ayla. If you had been smart and just backed down or run away, you could have prevented so much trouble for yourself. Brock faces me with a wolfy grin. His teeth were stained from the bite. I gulped. I stepped back, but instantly crumbled down to the ground because of my injured leg. I bend my head down and whimper. I can't win this fight. Brock lunged at. At first, I was thinking he was going to win, but not before he got tackled to the ground by another wolf. I shifted back to my human form. I cowered into a ball to try to cover myself. A wolf stood over me protectively as he faced Brock. Solomon, I whispered. He was standing over my body and facing Brock. Brock growled at Solomon. But Solomon did not just growl, he roared at Brock. Brock had to know that this was the son of the Alpha Joseph Nightwalker. He couldn't win against him. And he knew it. Brock growled at Solomon but submitted and left. Solomon shifted behind a tree and put on the dress pants he had for the prom. He bent down next to me and caressed my cheek. Oh, Ayla, you always get yourself in these kinds of situations. I smile shakily. I can't help myself, you know? He chuckles and shakes his head. Solo grabs his jacket and wraps it around me. I was still a little shaky. I felt my wounds healing, which brought me relief. Solomon looks at me seriously now and asks, "Are you okay though?" I gulp. I'm a bit shaken, but I'll be alright. He nods his head. Good. Don't want my little wolf to be hurt. I smiled and looked away. Solo wrapped his arms around me and began to guide me back home slowly. We first walked in silence. We would usually be talking, but we weren't, and I knew why. I sighed. You're angry. I stated. I wasn't asking. I already knew. Of course I'm angry, Ayla. I really don't understand how you can get yourself into so much trouble. I'm sorry. I don't do this intentionally. Solomon growled. Why were you even walking home at night alone? What was going through your head, huh? Didn't you think that it could be unsafe? That maybe something bad could have happened to you? What then, Ayla? What if I wasn't there on time? What if I never came at all? What would happen to you? Why were you walking alone? He raised his voice with each question. I pushed him away and shouted, because you went with freaking Brittany McAdams. I felt the familiar ball form in my throat. I was angry, but I was also sad at the same time. You didn't ask me. I shouted. He stood there with his eyes wide. You wanted me to ask? I looked at him like he was the stupidest thing ever. Of course I wanted you to ask. But you didn't. So when Jason asked me, I said yes. Solomon. She wanted me to ask. She wanted to go with me. Damn it, Solomon, you stupid fool. Why didn't you pick up your courage and ask her? I gulped. I was going to ask you. She stilled and sighed. Why didn't you? I took a deep breath. I didn't want you to know. I didn't want to hurt our friendship. She took a step forward. What didn't you want me to know? I took a deep breath. My heart was pounding. That, I can't tell you. Not yet anyway. Ayla's eyes saddened. She sighed and shook her head. She turned around and continued to walk with her limp. I groaned and gripped my hair. Solomon, you're going to ruin this friendship. I said to myself. I jogged up until I was walking right beside her. She was ignoring me, which was fair enough. I would forgive myself. I wouldn't even be friends with me. We walked in silence for a long time. I didn't like it. Usually, we would be laughing, bickering with each other, or just talking about the most random crap. But we weren't. We were silent. The silence was too loud for me to bear. "You looked beautiful tonight," I said. I watched for her reaction. She glanced at me for a second and then continued to pad. I sighed. This is going nowhere. That is, until she whispered, "It was for you." This made me stop walking. "What do you mean?" She stopped ahead of me but didn't turn around. "I wanted to dress up so that you'd think I wasn't just Ayla, your friend. I wanted you to look at me and think that I was beautiful." She stood with her back to me. I took a step forward. "Why do you want me to think that you were beautiful?" She was silent for a moment. I could see her shoulders rise and fall from her deep breaths because of She was struggling to get the words out. Ayla. I couldn't say the words. They held so much weight. I'm not sure if I can let it out yet. I felt an inner battle raging inside me. Should I say it? Or shouldn't I? Is it the right time? Suddenly, I felt a warmth on my back. Solomon's hands ran up from my wrist and stopped at my upper arm. My breath hitched. I've never been touched in such a way. His breath was in my ear as he whispered, "Why Ayla?" Because I whispered shakily, "I can't say it." "Please say Ayla, I need you to say it." With all my courage, I said what I have been feeling for a long time. I wanted you to think I was beautiful because I love you, Solomon. Solomon. She said it. She said the word. I walked around her and stood facing her. She had tears in her eyes. I placed my finger under her chin and raised her face to mine. "What's in that head of yours?" I asked. With a shaky voice, she whispered, "I'm scared." "Why?" Her bottom lip quivered slightly. "Because I don't want to lose you as my friend. You're all I have, Solomon. My own mother left. I can't lose you too." I lean and look at her crystal blue eyes. "Don't be afraid, because I love you, Ayla." I think we've loved each other for a long time, and we didn't even know it. Her eyes widened slightly. I guess she didn't expect me to say it back. I knew I couldn't run away from it anymore. I had to tell her. I had to take the risk. Through her tears, the ends of her lips tipped up into a small smile. And just like always, when I see her smile, I could never help but smile too. Ayla. We stood there together. Solomon took a step closer and closer. And then he wrapped his arm around my waist and pulled me right up against his chest. My arms instantly went up and rested on his chest. His eyes flickered down to my lips. I have never kissed anyone before, and I was nervous. As he leaned in, he stopped halfway, as if he was seeing if he wanted to do this. I knew I did. So I leaned in and we pressed our lips together. I've never felt anything like this before. It was like fireworks. He started to move his lips, and I naturally responded by doing the same. I wrapped my arms around his neck and pulled him closer. I never thought that I would ever be kissing Solomon, my best friend. Yet at the same time, I was hoping for it. We separated breathlessly. We looked at each other softly. "That was my first kiss," I told him. He smiled, "I know. I'm glad you chose me to be your first kiss, Ayla. I am honored." I laughed and shook my head. I guess this wasn't such a bad prom after all. He picked me up and spun me around. "Yes, but our prom is not complete," he said. He stood back and offered his hand without a dance. I smiled and took his hand. He gently pulled me close and started to sway. We just stared into each other's eyes the whole time. That is, until a light caught my attention. I looked and my eyes widened. I didn't even notice the entire place was floating with fireflies. It looked beautiful. Whoa, look at them, Solo. There are so many. I looked at him only to see that he was staring at me with a soft expression. For the rest of the night, we danced in each other's arms, and I undoubtedly loved it. Present. Solomon. That was my favorite night. We danced and danced for so long, and yet it felt like we didn't have enough time. An ache formed inside me. I missed her. I missed Ayla. We were such good friends. We were the best of friends. She was my friend. She became my one love. She became my mate, and now I have none of her. I have not seen her in 5 years. I miss my little wolf. As I was about to leave, a fabric hit me in the face. I frowned and took it off. It was a scarf. My heart skipped a beat when the scent hit my nose. I held it up against my nose and inhaled deeply. It was undoubtedly Ayla's scent. I sprinted into the forest, Ayla. I shouted. I looked around frantically. Ayla. I shouted again. I didn't hear anything back. My heart was pounding. I looked down at the scarf. This was her scarf. She was somewhere close by. But I became angry. She is so close and yet so far. I growled in frustration. This is the closest I have ever been to finding her or even catching a scent of her. I screamed and shouted in anger. I started to punch a tree until I was exhausted and my knuckles were raw. I'm going to find you, Ayla. I am going to find you, whether you want to be found or not. Chapter 6. Ma, I'm scared, Milo whispers to me. I make him climb into the giant plastic bag. I know, Baba, I know. It's okay to be scared. But you have to remember what I told you. He sighs and nods his head. Begin to stuff the bag with other things to make it less noticeable. It's already pretty obvious, but I'm desperate. Repeat it back to me again. As Milo sits crouching down, he says, I get in the truck. Truck stops 3 times. I get out of the bag in the second stop, and in the third stop, I jump out. Run. And find somebody. I raise my brows and... His eyes widen, oh yeah, and tell them about you. I smile and nod my head, good boy. You are going to be fine. I lean in and kiss his forehead. I look at my little boy. My little Milo. He has been my life. He has been my reason to live this whole time. Tears start to sting my eyes, but I try to blink them away. I can't let him see me break. If he sees that I am okay, then he will feel okay. I take a deep breath and memorize every little detail of his face. I smile down at him. I love you with all my heart, Baba. You have made me so proud and so incredibly happy. He smiles brightly at me. I love you too, Ma. You make me happy. And when you escape, we can go stargazing together. I nod my head. I'd like that. My ears are stimulated by the sound of the truck coming. It's Baba. Remember to be still, okay? He nods his head and curls up into a ball. I bunch the bag up at the top and lift it. Damn, he is a big boy. I go outside. My heart is pounding against my chest. My nerves were on fire. As I stared at everyone, I felt like they all already knew exactly what I was doing. However, I took deep breaths to try to focus on the task at hand. The truck was backing up so that I could get the trash in. The back of it opened up, revealing a whole bunch of trash. I juggle the bag in my hands. I could hear Milo whimpering slightly. That looks quite heavy, Ayla. Why don't I help you? My heart skipped a beat when I heard Kendrick's voice. Without turning around, I say, no thank you, Alpha. I appreciate the offer. He walks around and says, you sure? I am silent for a little bit. He knew something was up. I could see the truck was going to leave any minute. Milo needs to be on that truck. Yes, Alpha. Now excuse me, I am trying to do my duties. Kendrick slowly steps aside, but keeps an eye on me. I step up to the truck and I put the bag down inside. As soon as he was inside the car, I felt a sudden peace inside me. Milo won't be in this hell anymore. He's safe. The truck starts up again and begins to drive away. I stare at the car and I smile. My son is going to live a long life. In a way, I feel like I have completed a mother's ultimate mission. That her child will be safe and live, that's all that matters. I turn to Alpha Kendrick. He stares me dead in the eye. What are you up to, she-wolf? I smile and bow my head. I was just making sure the trash was taken out. And it won't ever come back here, ever, again. I didn't care what happened to me anymore. He has nothing over me. I have nothing to lose anymore. He stares at me, and I can see his nose is flared. He is angry. He stood up straight and looked around. Then he turns back to me. He grabs my arm in a painful grip and drags me all the way to the attic. He bursts through the door. He looks around the room frantically. He throws me on the bed and yells, "Where is he?" I sit up straight. He is far away, in a place you will never find him. Kendrick's eyes went black. He took a step towards, ready to do some damage. I sat up, crossed my legs over the other. I displayed a smile as I said, "Come on then, Kendrick, do your worst." Milo. I was scared when I left Ma. Everything was dark and stinky when I went inside the truck. I wish Lamp were here. He would be able to glow and no longer make it dark. I made sure I remembered every word Ma said to me. I had to wait until the second stop. I have already had the first stop. Now I am waiting for the second one. I hope I won't have to be in the dark for much longer. Finally, I felt the truck slow down. This was the second stop. I start to wiggle out of the plastic bag. I was scared because it was still dark. My nose crinkled because it was also still very stinky. I wish the lamp were here, and I want the bathtub to be here, and also the pillow, because they were my friends. But I know they can't be here right now. I will see them again when Ma escapes. She can bring them with her. For now, I will sing my song, one evening when the sun went down and the jungle fire was burning. After a long, long time, I felt my heart beating really, really fast because I was nervous. The truck stopped. It was the number 3 stop. I stood up to get ready to jump. I saw the back door of the truck slowly open, and a man was standing there. My eyes widened in fear. Ma didn't tell me what to do if I saw a man. The man stared at me and frowned. "What are you doing in here, pup?" And so, I jumped out of the truck. It was dark outside and raining. I was scared. I wanted Ma. I wanted to go back home. But I remember Ma's special words. Jump out, run, find somebody. I was so scared, but I had to do it for Ma. I have to find Pa and get him to save Ma. I couldn't see much because I was crying. I looked around in the dark. I rubbed my eyes, but I couldn't see anyone. Help! I sobbed, please. Help me. I'm scared. I sobbed again. I was trying to be strong, but it's really, really hard. But then I saw a light up ahead. I gasped in hopes. I ran towards the light. I kept rubbing my eyes from the wetness. I saw it was a small house. I burst through the door and saw a group of people. There were numerous large, intimidating male wolves, as well as some female wolves and their pups. One of the scary-looking men looked like the man from Ma's locket. It was my pa, Solomon. I had left early in the morning for my old pack. I was sure excited to leave. I couldn't stand being in that place for another minute. I don't know how I will be Alpha. I just wanted to go home and see my family. I was excited to see Noah and Mia's new home. Even though Mia and I had dated, I was beyond happy when we decided to be friends and she found her mate, Noah, the beta of my previous pack. He was also a Lycan, an extinct race of wolves. I was looking forward to seeing them along with everyone else. I have been running for a couple of hours now. I got to my pack around lunchtime. As I shifted and put on my clothes, I walked up to the pack house. I didn't knock, I just walked in. As I went inside, I saw Zipporah reading a book and Eddie on the phone in the lounge, while Lizzie sat in the rocking chair with her baby girl, and Xavier played with his toys alongside his cousins, Lily and Genevieve. I looked to my left into the kitchen and dining area, where Mia was cooking something, and Noah was sitting on the counter, reading a book with Keith. I smiled, and Xander is probably in his office. I swear the man is a workaholic. I see nothing has really changed around here, I roared. Everyone's heads raised and their eyes widened when they saw me in the doorway. Soul. They all screamed. All the girls practically jumped on, except for Lizzie, since she was holding her little pup. Hey, girls. I laughed. All of their mates rolled their eyes, but I knew they were happy to see me too. I went up to Lizzie and leaned down to kiss her on her cheek. She smiles sweetly and says, "Welcome home, Solomon. It's good to see you." I smiled down at her. "It's good to see you too, Lizzie." I turned and saw Mia. I felt myself soften considerably when I saw her. She has always been such a good friend to me. I leaned down and gave her a giant hug. She laughs as they pick her up. "I'm so happy to see you, Solomon." I laugh and say, "It's always good to see me." I put her back on her feet. She rolls her eyes and hits my arm playfully. I look to Noah and see that he was not happy that I touched Mia, but I could see even the hard-ass English wolf was so glad to see me. He nods his head and says, "Solomon." I laugh and shake my head. "Yeah, I missed you too, you bastard." Noah chuckled slightly. Only slightly. But that was still big for Noah. We all went through to the lounge and sat down, except for Mia. She smiled at everyone and said, "I'll make everyone drinks. Does anyone want coffee or tea?" Everyone mumbled their own preferences for coffee and tea, and then Mia went to the kitchen. So, what's been happening this past month I've been gone, huh? Zipporah stood up with a big smile. Well, I'm pregnant. Again. So that might be news to you. My eyes widen, and you didn't think to tell your big brother that? Zipporah rolls her eyes. Calm down, I only found out last week. I laugh at my little sister. Of course, she would just drop a bomb like that so casually. I stand and give my baby sister a big hug. Congrats, say. It seems you're always pregnant. She groans, I know. She glares at Eddie. When are gonna stop? She mumbled. Eddie smiles brightly and says, until we have a little pack of our own. Zipporah rolls her eyes, but I could see the softness in them as well. She may make having lots of pups a bad thing, but she secretly loves it. Suddenly, I heard some steps coming down the stairs. An air of dominance became evident. I looked up and saw Xander standing there. His eyes scan the room and stop at me. There was neither a happy expression nor sadness. It was just the typical Xander expression. He stares right at me and says, hello, little brother. I gulped slightly. I bowed my head, Xander. The air in the room became tense. And as usual, Izzy gets up and smiles brightly with her pup in her arms. She makes her way towards Xander. His eyes are instantly drawn to her and they soften. She leans in and kisses him on the cheek. Hey, honey, how's work? Hey, sweetheart, work, just the usual. Izzy smiles at him. But it seems like, as she was staring at her mate, she was communicating something to him. Xander looks tense afterwards as Izzy leaves to feed the pup. He coughs to clear his throat. I need to get back to work. I'll see you all at Noah and Mia's house tonight for dinner. Then he leaves afterwards. I sigh in disappointment. He and I have never been the identical brothers as we were when we were little pups. Ever since he returned from Mathesius, he had not been the same. Which is understandable, but I never would have thought that he would treat me, his own brother, as a stranger sometimes. I didn't like it. But I've lived with it for so long that I seem to have grown used to the new Xander, and I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. Everybody ended up doing their own thing and continuing with their day. Mia came to me and smiled. Noah is on patrol duty. Why don't you keep me company at the cottage? You can help me get it ready for the dinner tonight. I nodded my head. Sure, it's not like I've got anything to do. It's weird coming back here and not doing my usual duties around the pack. Yeah, it would be weird. But I guess you're just moving on into a new step in life. I shrug my shoulders, I guess so. Mia leads me to her and Noah's new home. I have to admit, it was a charming place. It was very homey. As soon as you walk, a wave of peace and calmness floods your system. Noah did a good job on the cottage. It looks really nice. You think so? Mia said with a bright smile. I could tell. She was proud of her cottage and proud of Noah for building it. Yeah, it suits you guys. She goes around the kitchen with her smile and says, thanks. I'm glad. As she starts preparing food, she asks, so how are things with your new pack? I groan and rub my face. It's okay. She looks at me and raises her brows, but I sigh. It's just gonna be a lot more work than it should have, which is annoying. I pretty much gave to restructure the whole damn pack. And every time I see Kendrick, I literally want to go murder him right there on the spot for doing what he did to you as well as Lizzie. But I can't unless I want to start a war. And we've only just won some peace on our side. And then on top of that, I've had Ayla on my mind 24/7. Mia's eyes widened. You've been thinking of your mate a lot? I nod my head silently. I don't know why. I mean, for some reason, I think of her wherever I go. I have caught traces of her scent. I found a scarf that belonged to her with her scent all over it. I know it's crazy, but I feel like she might be closer than I think she is. Almost like she's been right here all along, and yet, she has been so far away. I groan and rub my face in stress. I don't know what to think anymore, Mia. She had stopped stirring and looked at it softly. Soul, maybe this is a sign. Maybe this peace we have is fated to only be short-lived to prepare and energize ourselves for the war that is to come. What war? The war that will begin once you find your mate and break the connection with Kendrick permanently. Everyone was sitting around the table laughing and having fun. I stayed quieter this time because my whole world had gone to chaos. But still, it felt nice being around my family. As everyone was talking, Xander was also quiet. Except I noticed his eyes have wandered towards me a few times. There were a couple of times he turned towards me slightly, as if he was going to say something, but I didn't. But it seemed that something was definitely on his mind. My thoughts were interrupted when Noah stood up and hushed everyone down. I wanted to thank every single one of you here. All of you have contributed to not only my life, but Mia's life too. I will be forever grateful. I know that because of Mia's wounds that she wouldn't be able to bear pups. But by the grace of God, we have proven that wrong. Everyone's eyes went wide, including my own. Noah coughed in his hand and said, "Mia and I are expecting a baby." I was at a loss for words. I felt pure and utter joy for them. I looked at Mia, and her eyes caught mine. I smiled at her. I wanted her to know that I was happy for her. She deserved this. She learned that due to her injuries that she had earlier in the year, she was most likely to be barren. But this is a miracle. It was a blessing that she was able to have children. Children always seem to be a blessing, no matter the circumstance, kind of like Xander and Izzy. When she thought he was dead and was pregnant, though the situation was painful and lonely, she could not help but feel peace and love when she thought of her pup. "YUSS girl!" the girls shouted. The women rushed to Mia and gave her hugs and kisses. We males came and gave our congratulations. I had the biggest smile on my face. But then, suddenly, the moment was cut short when we all heard a voice we had not heard before. "Hello." We all fell silent as we looked at the open front door. There stood a little boy. I frowned. Where did this young pup come from? I suddenly felt my wolf become incredibly protective. I took a step back to try to clear my head. What is happening? He had tears in his eyes, and he looked scared. He was wet from the rain that was outside. Xander stood forward. "Who are you, pup? You are not of this pack." The boys sniffled. His big doe eyes scanned the room cautiously as if he was trying to find someone. Then his eyes stopped right on me. The little boy points to me. "Is your name Solomon Nightwalker?" I felt my internal sirens go off. How does this pup know my name? Yes. The boy hiccuped on a sob and said, "My name is Milo Nightwalker. I am the son of your mate Ayla. You are my papa. I need your help. Mama's in trouble." Chapter 7. Everyone was in shock. I couldn't move as I looked at this little boy. How could this be? It's impossible. The boy still had tears in his eyes as he looked at me as if I were his hope. I slowly took a step forward. "Are you sure I'm your papa, boy?" I asked firmly. He nodded and hiccuped. "Yes, Ma told me." "That doesn't mean anything. This kid may not even be my son. Ayla probably has had other partners. This pup could be any male's." She said. The boy continued. "Ma kept this. She said you gave it to her." He pulled out a necklace. But it wasn't just a necklace, it was a locket. My heart was beating hard against my chest. She gave it me so then I knew what my paw looked like. "You're my son," I whispered very quietly. I was in pure shock. I had a son. This whole time, I had a son. I walked towards him and kneeled in front of him. His nose and cheeks were pink. "Hi, Pa, my name is Milo." My boy whispered to me. My heart was sore. I had a son. I had a son. I had a son. "Hi, Milo." I couldn't speak properly. I couldn't believe that I had another part of me living all this time. "How old are you?" I asked with a strained voice. He held up his hand. 5. "I'm almost a big wolf, like you." I felt tears sting my eyes, but I blinked them away. I smiled at him. "You're a big boy, aren't ya?" As I stared at him, I realized he looked just like me. He looked like me when I was his age. The only difference was that he had curly hair. Ayla had that when she was little. Milo smiled back at me. "Yeah, I wanted to grow big and strong so then I could take care of Ma and protect her." That's when I was snapped out of the moment. "Ayla." I put both of my hands on his shoulders gently. "Milo, I want you to tell me everything, okay? Why is Mama in trouble?" Suddenly, Milo looked scared and shook his head. He took my hand and was trying to pull me out the door in a panic. "Oh no. I forgot. We have to go to Ma. We have to go and save her. She's in a lot of trouble, Papa." "Hold up. Wait a minute. I can't help Ma if you don't tell me what's going on." Milo began to cry. "I know." He screamed. My eyes widened at his outburst. We have to go to Ma. Or else I won't be able to see her ever again. I didn't know what to do with his outburst. I'm not a father, I am, but I've never had to act like one before. Zipporah suddenly came along and kneeled in front of Milo. She smiled sweetly. Hi, Milo. I'm your auntie. Do you know what that is? He shook his head. It means I'm your papa's sister. I was best friends with your ma. He sniffled. You knew my ma? Zipporah nodded her head. Yep. I sure did. I know you're scared, Milo. But your ma would want you to listen to your pa right now, okay? We're going to save your ma. But we're going to have to ask you questions, okay? And you can answer however way you like. Do you understand what I'm saying, Milo? He silently nods his head. She smiles brightly. That's good. Zay looked back up at me and nodded her head. Milo walked through all of us and sat on the couch comfortably. He is so small. Even though he had an intense outburst, I couldn't help but feel pride in the fact that he so wants to protect his mother. I went and sat down in a chair, as did everyone else. Everyone had settled down and was now prepared to listen to my son. Milo, where have you been living all this time? I asked softly. He played with his locket and said, I have been living in attic. They've been living in an attic? I took a deep breath to try and calm myself. Okay, is it just you and your ma? He nods his head. What does your ma do? She would leave in the morning to do her jobs, and then she comes back with food for us to eat. Where is your ma? I asked intensely. She is back at the attic. Where is attic, Milo? Milo frowned at that question. He took his time thinking. And then he finally looked at me. I don't know. Attic is at attic. This made me confused. How does he not know what pack it is? Milo, who takes care of your ma? Who gives her the food? Milo was again silent. Old Ken, he whispered. Who is Old Ken? I said through my teeth. He's the one that gives us presents. But only if I was a good boy. How do I determine their location? What is Alpha called, Old Ken? As I was mulling over it in my mind, Milo started to hum a tune as he played with the locket. My ears were listening intensely. I know that song. Where do you know that song? Milo frowned at me. Ma sings it to me every night to help me sleep. It was the same song I would listen to back then, and that's when it clicked for me. Everything connected. I have had traces of her scent everywhere. I thought I was going crazy, but I wasn't. Old Ken was Alpha Kendrick. Ayla has been there all along. Why have you been at attic all this time? Did you not want to leave? Milo suddenly looked sad. We weren't allowed to leave. Old Ken didn't let us. He would hurt Ma whenever he came. She hid me in the closet. My blood was boiling. Kendrick has been abusing my mate this whole time. My anger was getting out of control. Everyone could tell. I was not okay right now. Zay came and lifted Milo in her arms. That's enough questions for now. Let's get you all dried up, huh? She went to the bathroom with my son to try to clean him up. But I will also probably take precautions just in case I lose my temper. I stood up and started to pace. My hands were in fists and my jaw was sore from me clenching it so hard. Kendrick's had Ayla trapped all this time. I growled lowly, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill that monster. I roared. Xander stood up, calmed down. I turned to him with wide eyes. I snapped, get lost. Don't tell me to calm down. You of all people should understand what I am feeling. You thought Lizzie was dead for 4 years. I haven't seen my mate for 5 years because I thought she was dead. And now I find out I had a son all this time? So no, Xander. Don't tell me to calm down. Just go. I storm out of the place. I need to get back to the pack. I need to get to Ayla. But before I could even get out the door, Mia called out for me. Wait, Sol. I grunted and turned around. What? She sighed. Look, I know you're beyond angry. But just put that aside and think. You need to form a plan or else going there mindlessly in rage won't save Ayla. I groaned and opened my eyes. Pain raked through my body. I groaned and realized that in my sleep, I rolled onto my back. I groaned in annoyance. This is going to hurt. I felt the wounds were dry and stuck to the sheets. I took deep breaths. I closed my eyes tightly and rolled onto my stomach. I yelled out in pain. Lashes are no fun at all. I was not wearing a shirt because I had too many wounds and bruises that were too sensitive for even the lightest and breathable of fabrics. He had beaten me badly. Worse than ever before. He had tormented me in ways he knew I hated. But it was things I had at least experienced before. But he brought a new form of pain to the table. He had humiliated me as well as brought tremendous pain. He dragged me out for all to see. He tore my shirt, leaving me exposed. He tied my wrists around a tree. Then he brought his weapon out. He drew his whip back and whipped me 15 times. It doesn't sound that much when you think of it as only a number. But when you feel it, when you think the whip striking your skin, it feels like an eternity. You feel as if it will never end. I fell unconscious after 10 lashes. Apparently, he wanted to do more, but the guards stopped him. He had also done something bad to my wrist. It hurt badly. It was purple and really swollen. I was scared it was sprained or fractured. But somehow, through all the pain, I felt a sense of peace because I knew Milo was not here to feel it either. The door opened to reveal another maid. She came silently and dressed my wounds. Most of the servers here are sick, Ayla, leaving you to have to serve dinner to the Alpha tonight. I rolled my eyes. Of course, he would place that task on me. After she cared for me, the maid got up and left, but before she did, she said, "Oh, and by the way, the soon-to-be Alpha will be joining us." I nod my head silently. I got up from the bed weakly. I felt numb inside. I had no reason to live now. Milo is safe with his father. And I will remain here, hopefully for not much longer. I felt I could not endure this world much longer. I have been here for 5 years. 5 years of torment. I think that's enough suffering to last me a lifetime. I went inside the shower. As soon as the water hit my skin, my eyes widened and I yelped in pain. My legs gave out and I stumbled down to the floor. My back was in searing pain. My vision blurred, but I tried to shake it off. I grabbed the soap. This is going to hurt. It was a soap that Kendrick recently got me. I frowned when it said scenting mask. Strange. So it dulls my scent? Why would he do that? Once I emerged from the most horrific shower, I gently put on my maid clothes, which consisted of a simple black zip-up dress paired with a white apron. I winced when the material pressed into my back. I took a deep breath. I just need to serve a few meals and drinks, then it'll be over. I look at myself in the mirror. I've been so focused on Milo well, ever since he was born, I never had much thought but how I was feeling, what I was thinking, considering everything that I had been through. I was not the same girl when I was 15. I wasn't that girl anymore. I don't even recognize myself anymore. I used to be so alive, so adventurous. I wanted to do everything, but all that had gone. I had to grow up, really fast. I was 18, I was alone, and I was trapped in this prison with a monster watching my every move. That had been me for 5 years. I couldn't help the tears that ran down my face. My skin was pale, and I constantly had purple bags under my eyes. My once blonde hair was now all ratty and lifeless. My eyes that used to be crystal blue, now gray, as if they were reflecting my own internal torment. I closed my eyes, not wanting to look at myself anymore. I leaned down and splashed cold water on my face. I took a deep breath. I shake my head. I can't allow myself to break. I have to be stronger than that. I shut off my emotions. I can't let myself feel. If I release everything in full force, I will be shattered. People say brokenness can be pieced together. But when something is broken, pieces are lost, pieces that will never be found. I have put together what I have left and will be as strong as I can. I tried to stand up straight, but it was too painful. I let my hair down this time to cover the bruises. You can do this, Ayla. You've been doing this for 5 years. It's a little easier knowing my baby was safe. I turn and slowly make my way downstairs towards dinner. Solomon. I got back to the pack only a few hours ago. Alpha Kendrick had prepared a big meal for me. As I sat in my chair, I had not even greeted him. I was quiet, trying to calm my wolf. It was going crazy inside me right now. It was challenging not to let my wolf jump on this table and kill Kendrick right then and there, because I wanted to, so badly. I knew better, though. If I did that, it would ruin the plan. I looked at him with pure hate. He was sitting there happily eating as if he weren't a complete, disgusting, sick, twisted monster that he is. The injustice that has been done to not only my mate, but my child is so substantial. I wanted payment for Lizzie, Mia, Ayla, and Milo, as well as any other poor soul he had hurt, too. So I assume your visit was good, Solomon? The Alpha asked. I didn't look at him. I just stared right in front of me and nodded my head. Yeah, it was definitely eventful. A night of many discoveries. Kendrick's brows raised. What kind of discoveries? I shrug. Oh, meeting new relatives and all. It was quite exciting, meeting people I had never met, and yet, we share the same blood. Sophie was sitting across from me, eating silently. I felt sorry for her. She had a monster for a father. I wonder if maybe I could even take her with me back to my pack. She could live a good life there, perhaps even find her mate. I felt I needed to get her at least away from her sick father. Where's my whiskey, Rosalie? Kendrick asked the old lady maid standing on the side. She bowed her head. I'm sorry, Alpha. I will get the new server to get you some. Kendrick frowned. The new server? Oh, we had to just get one of the cleaning maids to be the server tonight. She never served before. The Alpha nodded. Which maid? Your personal one, Alpha. Then she left for the kitchen. I saw Kendrick stare at the door Rosalie walked out of and gulped. He had paled slightly. He turned back to his food and coughed in his hand. He looked up at me and smiled tensely. Well, ain't this food just wonderful? The taste dances on my tongue. I clench my jaw. Don't do anything, stupid Solomon Nightwalker. Another lady's maid came in to give Kendrick the whiskey. As Kendrick was trying to make small talk with me, he lifted his glass for the maid to pour it. As the woman tipped the whiskey bottle into the glass, her hand shook, making the two glasses clang slightly. And then she accidentally poured some on his lap. You fool! He shouted. The maid cowered. Kendrick realized his outburst and quickly sat back down. He coughed and nodded his head. It's okay, just leave. No. And hurry up. As the maid was shaking. She was slouched over slightly. She winced as she walked. I stared at her. Her hair was long and loose, hanging over her face. Sorry, Alpha, I'll pour you another one. My heart stopped when I heard that voice. That voice I had not heard for 5 years. She raised her head towards me, would like dri dash, but she stopped halfway when she saw me. She was in such pure shock that the whiskey bottle fell from her grasp and smashed on the floor. Ayla, I whispered to myself. I was dreaming. This was not real. This had to be some cruel joke. Solomon. My mate. Solomon. He stared right back at me in shock. I quickly looked at Kendrick and saw him scowling at me. I knelt on the ground and started cleaning the glass with shaking hands. I couldn't breathe. Solomon was here, right in front of me. Suddenly, I saw big hands covering my own. I just stared at them as I felt the familiar sparks course through my veins. I couldn't believe it. I slowly looked up. He was so close to me. He stared into my eyes intensely. Do you need help, miss? He asked me in a quiet voice. I shake my head without breaking eye contact. No thank you, sir. He stood back up and went to his chair. He is acting like he doesn't even know me. Or maybe it's because Alpha Kendrick was in the room. I stood up and looked around the table. I quietly but shakily collect the empty plates around the table. I went to Sophie and she smiled at me. She was always very kind whenever I talked to her. I went towards Kendrick to take his plate, but he took hold of my wrist, my injured wrist. I tried not to show it, but it hurt terribly. He pulled me down to whisper in my ear, we're going to need to talk later on, in the attic. I felt the blood drain from my face. I took a deep breath. Please don't show it on your face. Don't let the mask slip, or else you'll get beaten even more later on. As I got to Solomon, my hand was shaking as I collected his plate. Thank you, miss, he said without looking at me. However, I did see him glance at Ken. He looked like he wanted to kill him. Did he know? I walked out of the room and into the kitchen. I put the plates in the sink, and I just stood there. I still couldn't believe it. Solomon was here. He was here. But then it clicked. He's the one engaged to Sophie. He was the soon-to-be Alpha. I felt hurt because, well, he's my mate. But then I shake my head. It doesn't matter. This whole thing doesn't matter. He's not here to save me. He's here to marry the girl he loves. Solomon hadn't changed at all. He's still the same person who broke my heart. I've lived 5 whole years without him. I'm sure I can live the rest of my life without him too. I've trained myself to disconnect my feelings from him. I don't feel anything when I think of him. We were young, we were in love. We were mates, our bond broke, I have to move on. Solomon. I looked at the place Ayla was standing for a while. I can't believe I saw her. I saw her after 5 years. It was unreal. The air of the room changed. I looked at Kendrick, and he seemed angry. His eyes went to me, and they were black, void of emotion. You know what's so good, Solomon? I raised my brow. Kendrick smiled, but without humor or joy. There was an evil glint in his eyes. Alliances. Because you know for a fact that if an alliance were broken, war would break out, wolves would be killed, tortured. War is an ugly business. And no one wants that. That is why alliances can be so good. It's good leverage because no one wants to risk war. But sometimes war can be necessary when the risk is worth it. I cut through firmly. I was on full alert when Ayla came back with a broom to sweep the rest of the glass off the ground. She did not raise her head at all. She concentrated on the task at hand. Kendrick laughed humorlessly. Ayla, my darling, he said. I felt the rage inside me increase. Come here, will you? Ayla stopped what she was doing. I could see she had paled when Kendrick told her to come, but her face showed no sign of distress. She made her way towards him. Kendrick put his arm around her waist and pulled her close, making her stumble towards and winced. My nose flared as I tried to breathe to calm myself, but it was not working at all. Ayla has been such a good maid. Always doing exactly what she is told. I remember saving her from a horrible storm while she was still cooking a pup in her belly. And now she repays me by serving. Kendrick looks at me. She serves my every command. And her work is always thorough. My hands were fisted under the table. Not yet, Solomon, not yet. Don't crack just yet. That's what he wants. Ayla was looking up. She was not looking at anyone. However, Kendrick continued. Recently, she had been a very, very naughty girl. She let a certain miniature someone escape, and as a result, she was punished. I am quite an artist when it comes to punishments, Solomon. He laughed humorlessly. Would you like to see some of my artwork? Kendrick stood up abruptly. Ayla tried to take a step back, but he yanked her forward, making her wince. He spins her around and tears the back of her dress, revealing the fresh whip marks on her back. I saw her shoulders shake as she cried. Kendrick looked at me with madness in his eyes. Don't you just love my artwork, Solomon? I was thinking of doing some more tonight if you'd like to join me. Okay, I cracked. I stood up and jumped out of my seat. I was in full rage. I lunged at Kendrick and pinned him against the wall. You monster. You will not touch my mate ever again. I roared. Kendrick laughed. She's not your mate anymore, and you know it. She is my own personal servant. I roared and punched Kendrick as hard as I could. I was shocked. Solomon was attacked Kendrick. He was punching Kendrick over and over again while mumbling in anger. My legs gave way, and I fell to the ground. I just watched Solomon beat Kendrick relentlessly. He can't do this. He will be in trouble. He could start a war. I can't let him do that for his own sake. Solomon, I screamed. He stopped punching and looked up. His eyes were black. He was angry. He got up and walked towards me. I backed away, slightly scared and nervous. But he just bent down and picked me up without a word. He was acting purely on instinct right now. We're getting out of here. He growled. Wait, I screamed. Did Milo get to you? Solomon nodded and stared at me. Yes, Ayla. Our son is safe. I sigh in relief. He did it. Solomon kicked the door open and walked outside with me in his arms. I couldn't believe it. Solomon was literally carrying me out of this place. I looked at the place that was my hell from over Soul's shoulder. He saw that I was staring at it. He kept walking in long strides. You're never going back to that place ever again, Ayla. You're going home, he said firmly. Home. It was so strange. I accepted the fact that I would never get to see my home again a long time ago, but I did. I was going back home. I sagged against Solomon. I was going home. Chapter 8. I wake up to follow my usual morning routine. I stretch and yawn. I sigh when I realize it's just another day. I get up, but I am met with a sharp stinging pain in my back. That was when I remembered the events that had only occurred the night before. I look around the room and realize it wasn't the attic. I wasn't at Kendrick's house. I was back at the Blood Moon Pack. I was back home. I just stood there for a moment and let this sink in. I guess being trapped for 5 years makes me question this. I am still cautious and wonder whether this was even real or not. I smelled around and instantly recognized that this was Solomon's room. Of course, he would put me here. I walked towards the window and look outside. It was morning. I could see people walking around, going about their morning routine. The warriors were doing the workout while others were doing border patrol. Mothers with their pups, walking them to their school. Mates, kissing each other goodbye as the males leave to do training. Everything was so normal. I turn around and make my way towards the door. I slowly open it, and as I see my feet take a step, I feel a sense of freedom. I can come and go whenever I please. I looked around the hallways and couldn't help but smile. I know these halls. As I continue walking and looking, memories flood my mind. I look at the library door, one of my favorite places to be whenever I visit Solomon. I sometimes didn't even come to see Solomon. I would just come and go straight to the library. And he would waltz in to grab something and see me drowning in blankets with books surrounding me. I kept going until I saw the stairs. My hands touched the rails as I slowly descend, making quiet steps with my bare feet. I looked around, wondering where my son was. I hear a noise. If I remember right, it was coming from the kitchen. I follow the sound and also the smell of eggs and bacon. I poke my head through the large entrance. I saw people. A man was cooking in the kitchen. He was very large in a muscular sense. He was very intimidating. I looked closer and saw that it was actually Noah. I remember him. He was the guy they found with Xander. He is definitely grown up. There was a very small woman also making coffee. I keep looking around. I don't know any of these people. However, my eyes widened when I saw a girl. Zipporah. I was very fond of her. She was like a little sister to me. But obviously not anymore. She was a fully grown woman. She was standing next to someone I assume was her mate. She also had 2 little girls sitting around her. Zipporah had her very own family. Ma, my heart skipped a beat when I heard my favorite sound. My eyes searched the room. As soon as I saw my son, I ran for him with my arms wide. Ma, he screamed in excitement. I fell to my knees as Milo jumped into my arms. I held him so tight against me. I thought I would never see him again. Oh, my baby, I whispered. Mama missed you so much. I missed you too, Ma. We separated, and I cupped his face and smiled. I gave him a big kiss on the cheek, and he giggled. Ayla. I look up, and Solomon is standing there watching us. His eyes were soft as he stared. I cough awkwardly and stand up. I bowed my head, hi. I didn't know how to act. I haven't seen him in 5 years. It was strange seeing him there. It was like time had frozen, and I never left. Ayla. I heard a scream. I looked to my right and saw Zipporah running for. I smiled brightly. She gave me a giant hug. Oh my goodness. It really is you. It's me, I whispered. As I looked at her face, she had tears gathering in her eyes. I frowned and said, don't cry over me, Zay. I'm here now and I'm okay. She nods her head while wiping her eyes, I know. It's just so good to see you. I thought I was never going to see you again. I smiled, I know, it's so good to see you again, Zay. I thought about you a lot when I was gone. She gave me another hug. We have a lot to catch up on. I smiled and nodded my head, I'd like that. She took hold of my hand and pulled me further into the room. Come and meet my family. I let her lead. However, I glanced back at Solomon. He was still staring at me. Okay, so this is my mate, Eddie. Eddie, this is my old friend Ayla. Eddie was handsome. He extended his hand, and I took it politely. It's nice to finally meet you. Likewise. Zay moved more to the right and revealed 2 beautiful girls. And this girl here is my eldest daughter, Lily, and my younger daughter, Genevieve. I bent down and smiled. Hi there. You two girls are so beautiful. They both giggled and looked down shyly. I stood back up and faced Zay. Your family is beautiful. She looked at them softly and said, yeah, they are. Anyways, let me introduce you to the rest of them. A lot had changed since you left. I can tell. We went towards the kitchen area. I am sure you remember our not-so-little Noah. He turned around, and I could see he recognized me. He bowed his head with an expressionless face. Ayla. I'm glad you're home safe now. I bowed my head back, thank you. I responded quietly. We approached the lady making the coffee. And this is his mate, Mia. She turned to me and smiled brightly. Very different from the emotionless Noah. I was surprised when she pulled me in for a hug. It is so nice to finally meet you, Ayla. I have heard a lot of good things about you. I liked her. She seemed nice and kind. I felt instantly welcomed when she treated me so comfortably. I gave a small smile, thank you. It's nice to meet you too. Mia still smiled brightly and bowed her head. I have a few clothes that I wanted to give to you actually. I don't really wear them, so I left them on your bed, she said. My eyes widened slightly. I shook my head, oh no, please. You don't need to give me anything. I'll just figure something out. Mia waved her hand, nonsense. It's fine. I wanted to give them to you. Please, Ayla, take them. Thank you so much. That was when Xander came into the room. But he stopped instantly when he saw me. I inwardly cringed. We never saw eye to eye. We always argued when we were younger. But back then, he was a very broken and dark boy. Zipporah cautiously leads to Xander, and you obviously remember our oldest brother, Xander. I took a deep breath and bowed my head respectfully, Xander. He was silent for a moment, but then he said, Ayla, in a very uneasy tone. I gulped and looked away from him, but before he could frown at my behavior. I was very sassy and would sometimes be a smartass to him. I guess seeing me like this was a change for him, as well as everyone else. Where is Lizzie? Zay asked him. He looked at his sister and said, she's feeding our daughter. I was surprised to hear this. He found a mate? Interesting. I never thought he was the type to be in a relationship. Xander has a mate now named Elizabeth. They have 2 kids together. The oldest is Xavier, and they only recently had a baby girl. I turned to Xander, congratulations. He nods his head and then walks away. It was so strange seeing everyone. They were all grown up. They weren't teenagers anymore. Everyone had mates and kids. It was crazy. Milo grabbed a hold of the skirt of my dress and excitedly pulled me down. Ma, guess what? I smiled softly and said, what is it? Milo had a massive smile on his face. I made a friend. A real friend. That's great, Baba. Who is this friend? His name is Xavier. He is the Alpha son. I smiled and kissed his forehead. I am so happy for you, Milo. Lamp won't get jealous though, right? My heart broke. He never had friends. Proper friends. He considered the lamp as one of his best friends because it lit up. However, the fact that he had to make friends with a lamp made me feel sad. I shook my head. No, Baba, Lamp would be happy for you. He smiles, that's good. Can I go out and play with Xavier in the field? I didn't want him to. I don't know where Kendrick is or what he is planning. He could be kidnapped, Milo, so easily, and I wouldn't even know it. It's okay, Ayla. Solomon came and stood next to me. I doubled the guards and the patrolling team are working double time. He'll be safe. I gulped and reluctantly nodded my head at Milo. He raised his arms and cheered as he ran off outside. My heart was beating fast. I didn't like Milo going off on his own. Maybe I should go outside and watch him and make sure he's okay. Anything could happen at any moment. My mind was running through every scenario that could occur if Kendrick were to plan an attack. How would I protect Milo? Suddenly, my mind stopped thinking at high speed when a large hand rested on my shoulder. Calm down, Ayla. I can see you're freaking out. I look up at Solomon, who was staring at me. He was looking at me with such concern. Milo is safe. I wouldn't let him go out into the field if I didn't think he would be perfectly protected. I nodded my head silently. I felt very uncomfortable with his hand on my shoulder. It felt weird being touched by a male and, I guess, not expecting pain. As strange as that might sound. I stepped away from Solomon and let his hand fall from my shoulder. He noticed this action. He coughed in his hand and looked away. We were both standing in silence for a moment. I'm a little worn out. I might go back to the room, I said quietly. Sol nodded his head, of course. I bit my lower lip and asked, I would like my own room as well. Sol looked away and took a deep breath. He smiled, but I could see it didn't reach his eyes, of course. That's totally fine. I'll get one of the maids to set up one of the guest bedrooms. Thank you, I said politely. I turned around and I left the room without saying a word. Solomon. Okay, that was hard. This was going to be way more complicated than I thought. Ayla was not Ayla right now. She is not the girl she once was. She acted like she hardly knew me. She worked as if she had just met me. She was uncomfortable around me, and she hardly looked at me at all. It hurt a little bit, especially when she asked for her own room, but I've decided I'll try to be as understanding as possible. I need to show her that I'm not some raging person anymore, and that I can be a good mate to her, and a good father to our son. Chapter 9. I was in the shower for a while. I needed to get out of that room. I felt like I couldn't breathe with Solomon in there. I suppose I was just unsure about how to behave around him. I mean, before, when I was trapped, I fantasized about running into his arms and pretending none of this had happened. However, I suppose I must acknowledge that it did happen and things have changed. It wasn't the same. Everyone wasn't the same. I guess when you're trapped in a place like I was for 5 years, doing the same thing every day, going through the same thing, you develop this mindset that time has frozen for you. But now that I am free and I see everyone, I realize that time wasn't frozen and that while I was stuck doing the same thing over and over, everyone else moved on with their lives without me. I wasn't angry, but I felt sad. I was sorry that I had been stuck for 5 years while everyone else continued to live. Although I didn't want to, I forced myself to do it. I've been stuck for so long now, I don't know how to live anymore. I don't know how to act anymore. And then there was Solomon, my mate. I have no idea what to do with him. I mean, he's engaged. I don't want to ruin that for him. However, I felt a little hurt when he, who probably loves this girl, was treating her well, loving her and protecting her and actually giving her proper attention. Things he didn't give me when I needed them. But from what I've seen so far, he doesn't seem like the same soul I left behind 5 years ago. But I don't understand why he couldn't have changed when we were together. I wouldn't be asking for him to be perfect, but at least I wanted him to try to be the better version of himself. If he had changed, I wouldn't have left. If I hadn't left, I would never have been caught. I sighed. So many bad decisions, leading to one bad point. I release my mind of such thoughts. I need to focus on me and Milo. That's it. I sighed and turned off the water. I grabbed the towel and wrapped it around me. I turned towards the mirror and wiped the steam off to reveal a girl. I didn't recognize her at all. She was a stranger. I gulped and looked away. I didn't want to see how much I had changed. When I was first trapped, I was full of fight. I had many beatings to try and break me, but I refused. I would talk back. I would try to fight him. I would not submit. But the day he failed was when I came back to the attic and Milo was gone. I screamed and I cried. It was a punishment. That was when I realized how much control he has over me. That was when I changed. I went from being the most lively girl to a girl who is fighting to have the desire to live, but really, she would love nothing more than to leave this world. 6 years ago, Solomon and I had been together for 2 months then, and it was terrific. He was still a complete jerk. But it was still good. We were still best friends, but just best friends with a pinch of romance. I was getting ready to go out with Solo. We were going to the new diner that had just opened. It was just a casual hangout between us. We have never done anything really formal. I mean, I've never done the formal thing. I have always been casual. A little part of me did want to experience a formal date, though. The excitement of finding a lovely dress, getting my makeup and hair done. I smiled. Maybe I could ask Sol if we could do something like that someday. I rolled my eyes, though. Sol would never want to do something like that. He would shut down the idea straight away. He never did the formal thing, and he had no desire for it, unlike me. But that's okay, I guess. I sighed and leaned back to see myself in the mirror. I looked okay. I was wearing black jeans, a gray hoodie, and a blue denim jacket over it, along with white Converse shoes. My hair was in a messy bun, and I was wearing no makeup. Solomon has seen me a million times without makeup, and since it's casual, I don't see the need to put any on. My phone lit up, indicating I had a text. I swiped and opened it. Solo, outside. Okay, so he was here. I grabbed my wallet and phone and went downstairs. Bye, Dad. I'm going out with Solomon. I yelled out. Be careful. And be home by 9. It's a school night. I opened the door, okay. I'll be home by 9:30. I laughed. I heard my father groan in annoyance. I couldn't help but smile. My dad and I had a good relationship. I was a daddy's girl. Well, I kinda had to be a daddy's girl since I had no mother. I went outside and saw Sol's car waiting. I shut the door behind me and jogged to the front seat. When I got inside, I smiled at him. Hey, Solo. He smiled and winked back. Hello, little wolf. He backed out, and we were on our way to the diner. So you've heard much of this new diner? I asked. He shook his head. Not much. I just know that it had a certain theme to it or something. But it's got good ratings, so I assume it's good. I nod my head, sweet. I adjust the radio to see what kind of songs are on. My heart rate increased when my favorite one came on. I love this song. Sol groaned. Please no. Please, Ayla, don't torture me. Please. I hate this song. I rolled my eyes and groaned in annoyance. Fine, whatever. I readjusted it and found a song we both liked. We were both singing loudly to the song, which I loved. Once we finally got to the diner, we got out of the car. A light breeze hit me, giving me a slight chill. It's pretty cold tonight, I stated. Solomon chuckles. Don't worry, little wolf. He puts his arm around my shoulders and pulls me close as we walk. I'll keep you warm. I smiled and snuggled deeper into him. I walked in with Solo behind me and a hand on my lower back, guiding me. I stood there in shock as I looked around. I jumped up and down and squealed. I grabbed hold of Sol's arms and shook it in excitement. Sol, it's ADS themed, I said in excitement. My heart was beating so fast. I felt like I was going to faint. My cheeks were hurting from smiling so much. Sol laughed at my reaction. I knew you'd like it. I stilled. Wait, you knew what the theme was? He nods his head. Of course I did. That's why I wanted this to be a surprise. I know you love all those old songs, so I thought, why not take her to an 80s diner? I squealed and jumped into his arms. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I screamed. He laughs and wraps his arms around me and kisses my forehead. I'm glad you like it, little wolf. Come on, let's grab a seat. I gladly went and found the perfect spot. Oh my gosh, it's like those diners in those teen movies. Except I am actually living it, I said excitedly. I was literally the happiest person in the whole world. We chose a burger and fries as our meal. We ate in a comfortable silence. The food was terrific. I was so excited that I was eating so fast. Slow down, Ayla. Or else you're gonna be sick, Sol said, amused. I can't help it. I'm just filled with joy, I can't contain it. Then suddenly, a song came on. But it was one of those songs that you have to sing. I know I shouldn't because it's in a public area. But literally, I was fidgeting in my seat. Sol took a double take at me as he was eating and his eyes widened. He leaned forward and whispered, Don't, Ayla. I smiled at him. He pointed his finger at me. No. Bad girl. No. Don't do it. Ayla. Don't. Why not? I exclaimed, but in a whisper. Because I don't know if you noticed, but we're not at home. We are in a diner. I nodded my head. You're right. I have to control myself. He smiles and relaxes. Thank you. I closed my eyes and tried to relax. Oh goodness, this is so hard. It was coming up to the chorus and my heart was going to explode if I didn't sing to it. Sol? He looks up from his food. Yeah. I smiled. I just want to say sorry in advance. His eyes widen. What? I stood up, but not on the floor, on the table, and sang, I want to dance with somebody. I smiled and I danced. Some people were shocked, while others were smiling too. You go, girl. A girl said from a table. I pointed to her and I sang. She was dancing in her chair, which made me laugh. The music suddenly got louder. I assumed one of the staff turned it up for me. I jumped off the table and started to dance around. People began clapping in rhythm, encouraging me to keep going. I turned around and saw Sol watching me in shock. I made my way towards him, and I mouthed the words to him. He looked grumpy, but I didn't care. I grabbed the ketchup bottle and kept singing. The chorus was coming up soon. Any second now. I looked at Sol with a happy smile as I sang. But then, even though Sol's face was grumpy, he lip-synced to the words too. I squealed in happiness, and I clapped. His grumpy face turned into a smirk as he mouthed the words. This was so much fun. Soon the song ended, and the people in the diner applauded. I bowed down and said, "Thank you all." I sat back down in my chair and stared at a highly amused Solomon. I took a deep inhale to catch my breath and smiled, usually as if nothing out of the blue had happened. I feel satisfied now. Solomon chuckled. "You can't keep it in, can you?" I laughed and shook my head. "Nope, I can't." Solomon looked at me softly. He leaned over the table and gave my cheek a kiss. "My little wolf is crazy." I shrugged and winked at him. "But you love it." "God knows I do," he said, smiling while eating. "Present." I smiled at the memory. I was crazy. Literally crazy and wild. I looked in the mirror and I didn't see that girl. I saw a shell of that girl. Yep, that girl is long gone. I walked out of the bathroom with the towel around me. It was pretty late, so I doubt anyone was up. As I round the corner to my new room, my eyes widen and I freeze. Solomon was standing there about to knock on my door, but then he saw me. His eyes also widened slightly. "Oh, hey Ayla." Chapter 10. Solomon. I was just about to knock on her door when a flash of white caught my eye. I turned and was met with Ayla, only standing there in a towel. "Oh, hey Ayla," I said softly. She held the towel tight against her chest. I frowned when I could see her collarbone was very prominent, almost too much. She's lost a lot of weight. When I looked back up her face, I couldn't help but feel a burst of joy release inside me. She was looking away from me, but her cheeks were bright red. That was the most reaction I've gotten from her so far. Did you need something, Solomon?" I slowly took steps towards her. "You don't have to use my full name, Ayla. You never used to do that. You always told me it was such a mouthful," I said with a chuckle, hoping that it would lighten the mood. But her face did not change or react. She held the same serious expression. "Your name is Solomon, though." I smile. "Yeah, but I'm just saying. I don't expect you to use it if you had another name in mind." She stood staring at me blankly. I stood there waiting for, well, anything. But like she said before, "Your name is Solomon. I will call you by your name." I sighed in disappointment. I smiled softly and nodded my head. "Okay, Ayla. That's fine too." She stepped around me and towards her door. "I'm tired, Solomon. I think I'll head off to bed now." "Of course. That makes sense. I mean, it's late and all." She gave a polite smile and turned towards her door. "I thought I would try one last thing. Good night, my little wolf," I said in a whisper. I saw her physically still, as I had said. She stood there with her shoulders rising and falling at a slightly faster pace. She looks over her shoulder at me for a quick second before fumbling with the doorknob to get into her room. When she finally opens it, she goes in and closes it. I didn't miss the slight glistening of tears in her eyes. I closed my eyes and groaned. I made her cry. "Sol, why do you always end up making her cry?" I let out a frustrated groan. But I stopped bickering and took a deep breath. "I'll try again. Little wolf." I felt my heart stop when he said that. I haven't heard that in such a long time. But it was just a reminder of how much I've changed. Of the girl that once was, but isn't anymore. I was currently sitting on the porch watching Milo play a game with Xavier and Keith. I was happy he was making friends. I was glad that he was developing into a healthy boy, a boy who will live a good life. I sip my coffee and smile. I have not had coffee in years. It tasted amazing. I forgot how good coffee was. Someone came and sat next to me. I turned and saw it was Mia, Noah's mate. She turned to me and gave a friendly smile. "Hey, Ayla. I hope you don't mind the company." I shook my head. "Not at all." Mia looked out to the field where the boys were playing. Your son looks so much like Solomon, it's crazy. I sighed. Yeah, well, he is his father. Yeah, I'm sure he will be a good father to Milo. I quietly scoffed. Let's hope so. I could see that Mia had heard me. Her face and eyes flicked to me, but quickly went back to the boys. So, how are you holding up? She asks gently. I could see she was genuine. I think she wanted me to know that I was allowed to talk about stuff when I wanted to. And that I shouldn't be afraid. But I didn't want to. I shrugged my shoulders. Fine. I am okay. A little roughed up obviously, but I'll survive. She nods her head in understanding. Well, I just want you to know that I'm here to talk. And if you don't want to talk to me, that's totally fine too. You can talk to Zipporah or anyone else you're comfortable with. I looked away from Milo and gazed at Mia's face. Thank you, I said softly. She smiles and nods her head before I came to this pack. I didn't talk to anyone about anything. I held everything inside and as a result, it festered like an infection. It didn't do me any good. I didn't want to ask because a part of me didn't really care what she's been through. But I was curious. How could such a sweet and kind person like Mia go through anything? I coughed awkwardly and quietly asked, what do you think would happen if you never talked about it? Mia was silent for a moment. She looked at the boys who were playing, thinking. And then she turned back to me, but with a serious expression. Her eyes held a lot of grief and pain. I try not to think about it much. Because if I hadn't let go of what I was holding, I would lose myself. I would lose the part that made me Mia. And then, I would lose the will to live my life. Interesting. What if it's too late? What if the damage was too great that you've already lost everything that made you, you? Mia leaned in and said, I think if that happened, you go to the person that has your other half. The person that holds the part of you that makes you you. A mate. I answered. She smiles and nods her head. I look away. I sigh and slightly roll my eyes. Great. All of this talk was just so that I would go to Solomon. I am sure she was still genuine, but I think she also wanted Solomon and me to talk. And I can't do that. I stand up and look down at Mia. That might have worked for your case, Mia. And I am glad about that. But I have one question for you to think about. What if your mate was the one that caused you to shatter? What can you do then? There is no other half, Mia. At least not to me. I turned towards my son and his friends. Come on, boys. I'll make you guys some lunch. I shouted. They stopped playing and came running inside, and I followed them. Solomon. I was doing border patrolling. I had nothing to do, so I decided to do it. As I was walking through the woods, I heard a twig snap. I stop walking and still myself. I hear footsteps coming closer and closer. I look over my shoulder and am surprised to see my big brother, Xander. What are you doing here? I asked. He shrugs his shoulders, thinking. I nodded my head. We stood in silence as I looked around the forest. How is Ayla? I heard him ask. I shrugged my shoulders. I don't know. She doesn't seem like she wants to talk. Xander sat down on a rock and let out a sigh. Sounds difficult. I nodded. Yeah, it is. We fell into another silence. It's weird talking to my brother like this. We've never really reestablished our relationship or anything. So I'm guessing the engagement's off? He asks. I laughed without humor. Yeah, sorry brother, but it is. I've finally found Ayla after 5 years. I can't let her go. Xander nods his head. He ends up just getting up and walking away. No argument? I called out. Xander looks over his shoulder. I've learned not to get in the way of destiny again. I don't think it no accident that all of us haven't married Sophie. He turns and continues off. Where are you going? I asked. And without looking or stopping, Xander answered, to prepare. For what? For war. Chapter 11. I woke up during the night drenched in sweat. I groaned, not another nightmare. I hadn't had proper sleep lately. I got up from my bed and looked out the window. It was still dark and the moon was out. Maybe some fresh air would calm me down. I went downstairs and opened the door. However, I stopped right there as I was met with a black shadow. I looked up and my heart stopped. Kendrick smiled down at me. Hello there, precious, he whispered to me. I've come for my fun. I woke up with a yelp. I looked around and saw I was in my bedroom. It was just a dream. It was a nightmare. I looked at my pillow. It was a little bit damp. I took deep breaths to calm my racing heart. It was just a nightmare, Ayla, I said to myself. I actually got off my real bed and went to check on Milo. He was in the bedroom next to me. It was weird not being in the same bed with him. It felt unnatural since I had been doing it for years. I opened the door and saw he was sleeping peacefully in his bed. I smiled. Good. At least one of us is getting a good night's rest. I stroked his hair and he leaned into my touch. My heart was only beating for my son now. I didn't like it, but in my head, a cycle of memories kept playing on repeat. The cycle of the bad memories that happened when I was pregnant. I wanted it to stop, but it was like it didn't have an off button. Ever since I was free, I thought I would stop being in survival mode. But I couldn't. I was waiting for the moment I saw Solomon that hurt me, the Solomon that caused me pain. 6 years ago. Pregnant Ayla. I was sitting on the couch waiting for Solomon to come home. Ever since he found out I was pregnant, he's been acting strangely. He's become more distant. But I didn't understand it. We were mates and I was pregnant. It was normal in the wolf world. It seemed like he didn't want the pup. He wasn't excited for it even though he said he was. He was pretending for my sake. But I didn't like that he was pretending. The door burst open and Sol stumbled inside. He walked right past me and banged on the door. I rolled my eyes. I got off the couch and went to him. Solo? He turned around and smiled widely. But I knew it was fake. Hey baby, how you doing? How's the bun in the oven? Cooking well? He said it and laughed as if it were the most hilarious thing in the world. I stood there without laughing. No, Solomon. Where were you? I was waiting. He waved his hand. You don't have to wait up for me, Ayla. I stepped closer and smelled him. I scowled and growled. Have you been drinking? He chuckled. Just a little wee bit. Not too much, though. You're drunk, I stated. He rolled his eyes, turned around, and made his way to the kitchen. I followed him. He was stumbling around, trying to fill a glass of water. Why are you acting like this? I asked Solomon. Ever since you found out about the baby, you haven't been you, Sol. He glared at me. I'm fine, Ayla. Just leave it. His eyes flickered to the table, and he frowned. Why are there candles and flowers on the table? I felt my eyes sting from tears. I was trying to make a special night. You've been distant and stressed. I thought maybe we could just act like how we were before for one night. Solomon's eyes softened. He looked away and bit his lower lip. His head fell and he sighed. I'm tired, Ayla. I'm going to go to bed. I have to do patrolling tomorrow. As he walked, I noticed a little red on his neck. I frowned and took a step forward. What's that on your neck? Solomon's eyes widened slightly. Oh, it must be a stain or something. Or a rash. And then he left for the stairs. My heart broke a little more. I remembered when Solomon was more like himself before the baby. We were happy together. But I think that ever since that one night, filled with passion and love, everything went downhill. He wasn't listening when I was talking anymore. He didn't want to lip sync with me anymore. We hardly did any of the stuff we used to do for fun. He didn't want to do anything. But I think he didn't want to do anything with me. Tears fell from my face. I'm losing him. I'm losing the guy I love. Not even the mate bond is working. He's rejecting it. He didn't want this baby. He didn't like this life. I'm not even sure he wants me anymore. Maybe everything would have been different if we weren't together. Perhaps if we just waited for the mate bond to come, we would be happy. 1 week later, I was looking down at my homework when I heard a knock on the bedroom door. I cautiously stood up and opened the door. My heart melted when I saw Solomon holding white roses. Solomon. He looked down and sighed. I'm sorry, Ayla. I haven't been very good to you lately. I've been a total jerk. I nodded my head in agreement. So, he continued, I wanted to make it up to you by taking you out tonight for dinner. What do you say? I stepped out of the door and smirked. What am I going to do with you, Solomon Nightwalker? He gave me a toothy smile and winked. I giggled and leaned to hug him. I'd love to go out for dinner. He folded his arms around me and nodded his head. Good. I'll come back in an hour to pick you up." He turned to leave, but when I coughed in my hand, he turned around. I pointed to the roses he was still holding. "Aren't those for me?" He frowned, looked, and laughed. But what caught me by surprise was that he shook his head. "No, they're for someone else." I just spontaneously stopped by on my way over to a friend's. I stood there in silence for a moment, processing what had just happened. He just smiled at me like what he just did wasn't horrible at all. He sighed loudly. "Anyways, I gotta go, but I'll see you in an hour." 2 hours later. We were both sitting at some random restaurant, eating our meals silently. This whole hour we've been here, Solomon has hardly looked at me, let alone talked to me. I've asked him so many questions, and he's only answered with either one word or one sentence, and that's it. "Look," I said weakly, "I know this has been really hard. Our lives have changed so much. Everything that has happened to this point has been unplanned. I understand it's such an inconvenience because I know you wanted to do other things and enjoy life before going to this chapter in your journey. I'm not saying that this isn't going to be hard. It's going to be really, really hard. But I think that we can try to make the most of it, you know? We just have to compromise with each other, and maybe through a little more quality time, we can get back to what we were like before." Solomon didn't pay any attention to what I just said. He sat there looking over his shoulder and winked at the waitress. My heart was beating fast as it was pumping my boiling blood. I slammed my hands on the table. Solomon jumped slightly and turned to me with wide eyes. "What is it? What's wrong?" I scoffed at him. "You're kidding me, right? Please tell me that you are joking right now," I growled. His brows pulled together and his eyes squinted slightly in confusion. "You were talking about baby names?" I leaned forward. "I was actually trying to reach out to you and make things better between us." He tilted his head. "Ayla, we're fine. Why do you think we need to make things better?" My nose flared in anger as I snarled, "Because you are my mate, and mates don't look at blonde waitresses." He pointed to the waitress. "What? You mean Katie? She's just a good friend." My eyes widened in rage. "You know her name?" Solomon sighed and rubbed his face. "Look, I think it's just pregnancy hormones, Ayla. They get to your head sometimes." I couldn't believe him right now. He was treating me like how he used to treat meaningless girls he used to hook up with when we were just friends. I couldn't believe he was putting me in the same position as them. His mate. Me. I took a deep breath and slowly stood up from my chair, silently. I turned around and left. I could hear Solomon calling out to me. But I left, and he never chased me. I looked over my shoulder at the window and saw the waitress smiling at him, and he smiled right back. He gestured at the seat, and she sat down. My heart hurt. He gave her his undivided attention, something I haven't had in a long time. They were both laughing, and what shocked me was that he reached over the table and tucked her hair behind her ear. I looked away and shook my head. I don't know what I'll do if he doesn't change. That night, I walked home because Solomon had the keys. And, of course, to make matters worse, it started raining. It took me about an hour to get back to the pack house. They would have a roaring fire right now, and I was freezing. I rubbed my belly, hoping my baby was nice and toasty inside. I opened the door, and I gasped when I saw Solomon gaming with Noah. He glanced at me and frowned. "Why are you wet? Where have you been?" I was worried sick. I was walking home in the rain because my jerk of a mate didn't take me home. I screamed. He got up and scowled at me. "That's not my fault. You're the one that left." I took a step towards him and screamed, "Because you're the one that was flirting with that girl, while I was trying to have a heartfelt conversation with you." He rolled his eyes. "Oh, please, Ayla. Give me a break. You're all hormonal and pregnant. Just calm down. Don't you dare tell me to calm down. I have every right to leave you at this point. Why would you even give your attention to a woman like her? What has she done to catch your attention, Solomon? What has she got that I don't have?" I screamed. Solomon snapped. He got right up in my face and roared, "Well, for one, she hasn't ruined my life." I gasped. I stumbled backwards. Silence enveloped the room. Noah was awkwardly sitting on the couch, watching us. I think he was watching Solomon to make sure he didn't do anything to me. I felt sad to think it had come to this point. "I can't believe you said that," I whispered shakily. I ran away before he could see the infinite stream of tears that were running down my face. 3 months later, just like every other night, I waited on the couch for Solomon to come home drunk. I was flicking through channels when he finally came in. But this time it was different. He was really drunk. He could hardly walk. Xander was half carrying him. I frowned in concern. "What's wrong with him?" I asked as I got up and rushed towards him. "He's okay," Xander said. "Just had a little bit too much to drink." I looked at Xander. "How could you let him drink so much?" I growled. "I didn't let him," he growled back in anger. "He's the one that did it to himself." I shook my head and whispered to myself, why would he keep doing this? Maybe it's because he has you as well as that thing in your stomach to deal with. My eyes widened and my anger spiked. "How dare you call him that? It's a baby, Xander. Your nephew. And this is not all my fault. It takes two to tango. But it can only take one to initiate it, sugar." "Shut up, both of you," Solomon shouted. He glared at me. Xander is right. I took a step back in shock. Solomon stumbled as he stood up straight. He pointed at me. "This is your fault. I don't want this, Ayla. I don't want this pup. I don't want this life. I don't want you. You have ruined me. I wanted to stay young and have fun. I wanted to grow up a little more, but no. Because you're pregnant with my child that I don't even want. Of course, I'm not ready to be a father. I am messed up. I got problems that I haven't even dealt with yet. And now I am about to have a child." He pointed to the red marks on his neck. "And this? This was never a rash or a stain. I had girls kissing my neck to make me feel alive. They make me feel alive, Ayla, because when I come home to you, I feel dead." Tears streamed down my face. I nodded my head and whispered, "Okay, soul." Okay. He just made his decision. But he didn't know that it would affect him for the rest of his life. I miscarried that night. I was by myself. I was screaming in pain, and yet there was no help. No rescue. No big savior bursting through the door and rushing to me in concern and love. I was alone. And mateless. I think I lost my mate a long time ago, but I didn't want to admit it. Now I have. I left the next morning, and I intended on never coming back. I didn't want to see Solomon Nightwalker ever again. Chapter 12. I left Milo's room and went downstairs. It was still dark outside. I made sure to keep quiet as I made my way through the house and to the kitchen. I made myself a hot coffee, which was probably a bad idea. But ever since I had one cup, I couldn't stop myself. Afterwards, I decided to go outside and sit on their luxurious outdoor furniture. I sat there looking out at the stars, and I was breathless. It had been a while since I could sit in peace and watch the stars. I found myself forming the smallest of smiles on my lips, but a smile nonetheless. Can't sleep either, huh? I instantly tensed, and my heart rate increased. I looked up over my shoulder and was met with dark blue eyes, almost black in color. Solomon. I silently nodded my head. He plopped himself beside me and released a tired sigh. He looked up at the sky, and he smirked. "I really shouldn't be surprised that you're out here looking at the stars." He looked back towards me. "You were in love with them. I still remember the times when I was half asleep because you would be talking about every scientific fact or theory about stars. Their distance from Earth, what kind of stars there are, how you can tell between a planet and a star." He chuckled deeply. "You were a true fanatic." I looked down at my hands. I wanted to smile or laugh, but I didn't. I wanted to, but I couldn't. I just sat in silence and looked at the night sky. "How is Milo?" He asked me while looking up. It made it easier to talk with his eyes somewhere else. "He's okay. I think he's just in a little bit of shock at how much freedom he has," I answered quietly. I saw Solomon's face fall slightly. His jaw was clenched. "If you don't mind me asking, what was his daily life like?" I pondered on this. Was I comfortable answering this question? It was just a reminder of what I went through and what Milo went through. But then again, Solomon is his father. I sighed. I would wake him up, make him breakfast, and we would do our daily exercise so that he would still be healthy. He wasn't allowed to be outside or run around. And then we would have our bath. Then we would sometimes do some screams. I saw Soul's face scrunch slightly in confusion. Screams? He questioned. We would scream and wait to see if anyone would hear us, I stated, as if it was just a normal part of the routine, but I could see that this pained Soul. You guys would scream together and hope someone would come and find you? I nodded my head. And then I would leave for the day and do my maid duties while I gave Milo a set amount of books to read before I came back. And then I asked him what he had learned for the day. When I looked back at Solomon, he was staring back at me. But what surprised me was that I saw something in his eyes. Admiration. You're a good mother, Ayla. My eyes widened slightly. No one had ever told me that. I've always believed I tried my best, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm a good mother. I felt that familiar feeling of that ball getting caught in my throat when I try not to cry. I suppose being told I was a good mother gave me the assurance that I did the best I could within my circumstances. Thank you, I whispered shakily. Solomon's eyes softened. He leaned forward, close to my face as if he was going to kiss me. I moved back and frowned at him. But he shook his head softly and whispered, "It's not that kind of a kiss." I stayed still as he moved closer to me and pressed his lips to my forehead. I felt myself shake. I haven't been shown such affection for so long. I haven't been touched nicely for so long that having this small bit of affection for me was overwhelming. My vision blurred as tears pooled in my eyes unshed. My bottom lip quivered slightly, but even then I tried to resist showing my true emotions. I was still protective of myself against him. Yet, having his adoration and admiration towards me, it felt so good. At that moment, it was like we were true mates. He leaned back and looked at my face. I took a deep breath to calm myself. I quickly wiped my eyes and sniffed. I didn't look at him. I didn't want to. I was scared too. I quickly stood up from the chair and turned around. I coughed to clear my throat before I said, "I'm tired. I think I'll be going back to bed now." Before I could take one step, warmth spread throughout my back. He was standing right behind me. My breath hitched when I felt Soul bend down. His lips were so close to my ear. I could feel his breath against me. "Good night, little wolf," he whispered softly to me. Solomon. I couldn't help but smile all day. Last night was progress. Ayla and I actually had a conversation. A good one without her leaving after one sentence. It gave me hope. "Why are you all happy today?" Eddie asked, giving me his "what is wrong with you" face. Eddie and I were cleaning out some of the gardens because Mia wanted more room to plant things, but because she was pregnant, Noah pretty much threatened us to do it. I shrugged. I am just happy. Can a man just smile without being interrogated for it? Eddie eyed me suspiciously. Is it because of Ayla? I rolled my eyes. Wow, you're so smart. Eddie chuckled. So I'm guessing you guys are back together? I pulled out some weeds and put them in the bucket. Nope, but guess what? Eddie raised his brow. What? My face beamed. We actually had a conversation. I continued my work while Eddie stood there. He blinked his eyes a couple of times to shake off the daze. So you're saying, he said, having one good conversation is progress? I nodded my head. Eddie just stood there and began to shake his head. Wow, you must have been a real jerk if that's what you consider progress, man. You have no idea, I mumbled. I was a true jerk, inside and out, back then. I was the most horrible mate to her. I was never abusive physically, but I definitely abused her verbally. I was still such a broken guy back then. When I lost Xander, I had this I don't care attitude. I didn't care about anything or anyone. But when I met Ayla, that changed. She healed some parts of me that I thought I could never remedy. She helped distract me from my reality. I'd want to hang out with her all the time because, when I was with her, I didn't think about the world or how horrible it was. I didn't think about the reality of how messed up I was because Ayla had always accepted me and my selfish ways. She was my drug to make the pain of my life go away. I wasn't the Solomon with the I don't care attitude anymore because she made my world better, so I didn't have to act like I didn't care about anything anymore because she made everything better. However, as soon as I found out she was pregnant, she wasn't my distraction anymore. She was my reminder. She reminded me of my reality. She reminded me of how messed up I was. Because she was now my reminder, I resorted to having that I don't care attitude again. I distanced myself from her because I was angry at her. She ruined my fantasy land of everything is okay. That crashed when she became pregnant. She made me remember how I hated my life because I had to face the reality I was in. I tried to get a new distraction from other girls. I never cheated, if you consider not having sex cheating. But I cheated in my heart because I liked it. I liked their attention to me. It made me forget what I had to come home to. But when she had a miscarriage, my world literally shattered. It was a wake-up call for me. I felt the fog lift from my mind and eyes. I saw how I was treating Ayla, my love, my mate. I realized the damage and hurt I had caused her. I felt even more broken than before. Before I could even apologize, she was gone. I've been here for about a week now. I have set a routine for myself to keep myself sane. Right now, I am washing my face before waking up Milo. Today was his first day at a daycare. I personally didn't want him to. I would miss him too much. But I knew that he needed to interact with other kids and learn what they were learning. I have to realize that we're not back at the attic anymore. The responsibility for teaching him things doesn't fall solely on my shoulders anymore. It was hard for me. I went from spending every single day with Milo to spending only some days with him. And now he's going to a daycare, which is going to make things more complicated. I looked at myself in the mirror. I still looked the same as I did when I was in the attic. I found it strange because, back in the attic, I would fantasize about feeling this sense of overwhelming freedom, about becoming Ayla again. I would feel this motivation and joy to live life again. But I didn't. I didn't feel any of that. I still felt the same way as I did back at the attic. Except I didn't have to be scared anymore. Because I was safe. But even then, I was still getting tormented by Kendrick. I would wake up in a cold sweat almost every night. Nightmares plagued my mind. And even in the day, I still felt him pressing into my head. Once I got Milo ready, we began to walk. How are you feeling about daycare, Milo? He was fidgeting with his shirt. I'm excited, but I'm also scared. I wish Lamp was here. He would make me feel better. I nodded my head in understanding. I know, Baba, I know. But you know what Lamp would want. Milo frowned and shook his head. I stopped him from walking. The building was just a little way ahead. I took hold of his shoulders and said, Lamp would want you to be strong and courageous. You were so brave when we were in the attic. But now it's time for you to be brave again. I saw Milo's chest rise and fall as he took a deep breath. He straightened his shoulders, puffed out his chest, and nodded his head. I'll be brave for Lamp. I smiled and kissed him on the cheek. That's my boy. Milo gave me a peck on my cheek and ran towards the daycare building. Bye, Ma, he shouted. I laughed and shook my head. He'll be a strong man when he grows up. Chapter 13. Solomon. I was currently sitting at my desk in my bedroom, looking at the papers Noah gave me, documents about the war that is to come soon. I was looking at all the areas Kendrick could easily attack. He could come any day. I also had to organize a pack meeting in the Grand Hall. They needed to know that it wasn't safe yet. We don't have our peace yet. I checked the time and saw that I needed to attend a meeting with Xander, Noah, and Eddie. We had to discuss the plans for this war. We had to prepare. Milo, it's time to sleep. It's late, and you need to wake up early. Milo groaned. But I'm a big boy now, Ma. I can stay up later now. I pulled his blanket over. No, Baba. Even big boys listen to their mamas. Xavier listens to his mama. Keith listens to his mama. Are you going to listen to your mama? Milo sat there thinking about it, and then nodded his head. I'm a big boy. Yes, you are. Now hop into bed, Baba. He climbed into bed, and I grabbed the blanket and tucked him in. I kissed his forehead. Good night, my love, I whispered. I got up and was about to turn off the light. Wait, Ma. I turned to him, and he was sitting up. I'm not even tired. Can you sing to me? He hasn't asked me to sing to him ever since we got here. It reminded me of all the nights he would have to sleep in the closet, so then he wouldn't see the horrible things Kendrick did whenever he came around. I sat next to Milo and ran my hands through his hair as I began to sing the song that had brought him comfort since the day he was born. One evening when the sun went down and the jungle fire burning, his eyes slowly closed and his breath became even by the time I finished the song. I was always jealous of how fast he could fall asleep while I stayed up, paranoid that Kendrick would burst through the door. I leaned and kissed his forehead. "Good night, Baba." I quietly got up from the bed and went to the door. I looked at him through the cracks of the door as I closed it slowly until it was closed entirely. I turned around and I froze when I saw Solomon sitting right next to the door. His eyes were closed and his head was leaning against the wall. "Solomon," I whispered. His eyes opened slowly and they turned to me. "What are you doing?" My heart was racing when his eyes stared at me with longing. "I was listening," he replied quietly. "To me?" He nodded silently and looked at the ceiling. "I would listen to you sing even back when you were in the attic. I didn't even know it was you, but it calmed me. I see now why. It was you singing." I gulped. I looked away from his longing gaze and I walked past him to my room. As I was about to close it, a hand stopped it. "Ayla, wait." Solomon intervened. I looked at him and I glared. "Don't, Solomon. Just stop, please." I could tell through his eyes he wanted to say so much. He tried to fix his wrongs. "Please, Ayla. Can't we just talk?" I opened the door wide and stood up straight. "You have no right to ask me something like that." I scowled deeply at him. I was in a rage. "What happened when I just wanted to talk? You wanted nothing to do with me because you hated me for some crazy reason." I stepped closer to him and I pointed hard into his chest. "The difference between you and me right now is that I have a reason to never talk to you ever again." I could see Solomon knew he was paying the price of his unforgivable actions. I shook my head and sighed. "Just leave me alone, Solomon." He stood there for a while in silence, just staring at me. I could see the storm battling inside his dark eyes. His jaw was clenched like he was physically trying to stop himself from saying anything. His chest rose and fell at a fast pace. He took a tense step back, but never broke eye contact. And then, he turned around and walked away. I closed my door and I sank to the floor. I felt relieved he finally got the message, but strangely enough, I felt as if some more pieces of my heart had broken off and gone missing. But I have to ignore it. I can't let Solomon get to me right now. He's in the past. I have to try to make a better future for Milo and me. I went to my bed and crawled inside. I tucked myself deep into my blankets. It's stupid, but blankets have a way of comforting you like no other person could. It envelopes you in a beautiful, warm sensation and makes you feel protected even from the scariest of things. So I used this illusion to my advantage. I snuggled myself in the blankets and closed my eyes. I opened my eyes and I was back in the attic. I frowned and looked around. How did I get back here? I was in bed. I turned to my side and saw Milo sleeping next to me. I felt my heart soften at the sight of my beautiful boy. I turned him over and I screamed. His eyes were rolled back in his head and there was blood everywhere. I screamed and I cried. I tried to find what was wrong, but a powerful force pulled me back. I landed on the floor and groaned. I got up and my eyes widened when I was now in a field full of blood. There were dead bodies everywhere, bodies that I knew, faces that I recognized. Among them were the two little boys, Xavier and Keith. Zipporah was dead. Noah and Mia were slashed up. I looked down at my feet and saw Milo and Solomon dead. I fell and screamed in pain. I held them both in my arms. Not them. Not my boys. Please, not my babies, I cried. A shadow was cast over me. I looked up and saw Kendrick smiling down at me like he didn't do this. I growled, "You killed all of them." "Why did you kill all of them?" I shouted. He bent down to eye level and chuckled evilly. "Oh, my precious Ayla. I didn't kill them." He leaned forward and growled, "You did." I looked down at my hand and I saw a bloodied knife. I killed them. I killed a whole pack. No, it can't be true. I did none of this. I got up and attacked Kendrick. "You monster." But whatever I did, he wasn't getting hurt. He laughed at me. "I'm not the monster, precious. You are. You killed this pack the moment you stepped back into it. They won't survive this war. I will kill every last one of them, including your son and your beloved mate, Solomon." "No, no, no." Kendrick grabbed a hold of me and said, "You can save them all though. You can save Milo and Solomon." "How?" I asked frantically. Kendrick grabbed my hands with the knife, and he turned it around, pointing it towards my chest. And then he shoved it inside of me. I gasped awake and sat up, only to be met with navy blue eyes. My heart felt like it was vibrating against my chest. My lungs were burning like I couldn't get enough air. Solomon was sitting in front of me with wide eyes, holding my shoulders firmly. I panicked. This was another dream. He was going to pop up somewhere again. I shoved Solomon back and crawled up against the wall. "Stay away from me," I screamed. Solomon held his hands up. Hey, it's okay, Ayla, it's okay. It was just a dream." I shook my head fast. My eyes kept flickering around the room, waiting for Kendrick to turn up and take me. "You're not real," I whispered. "This is still a dream." "This is his messed up way of getting me back," I said with a breathless, shaky voice. Solomon shook his head. "No, Ayla. No. You're not in a dream. This is not a dream." I brought my knees up against my chest. "Yes, it is. You're not real. None of this is real." I felt my eyes well up with tears as I kept shaking my head. Solomon came closer to me, and I tried to crawl back more. I growled at him, trying to prevent him from coming near me. "Hey, I'm not going to hurt you, Ayla. Just let me do this." I was shaking as I let him come near. His eyes never broke contact. He slowly took a hold of my shaking hand and put it against his chest, right above his heart. He came even closer and said firmly, "I'm real, Ayla. You're real. This is all real. There is no Kendrick, there is no attic. You're back home and you're safe." I sat there silent for a moment as I felt his heart beating hard against my chest. His heartbeat was so strong. I looked back up to his face through my tears. This is real," I said shakily. Solomon nodded his head. "This is real." I felt my tense body finally relax, and I released a long-held breath. I was in the real world. My dreams are becoming increasingly realistic. A sob escaped my mouth. When am I ever going to escape him? I grabbed hold of Solomon's shirt and squeezed it in desperation. He's always going to be their soul. He's never going to leave me alone. He's going to take me again. "Please, please, please don't let him take me." Sol instantly wrapped his arms around me and pulled me firmly against his body. "SSSHHHH, breathe, Ayla, breathe. You're not in the dreams anymore. You're safe." I shook my head against his chest. "I'm not safe. I've never been safe. I wasn't safe with you before I left, and I'm still not safe now. You can't protect me. No one can. I will protect you, Ayla. I would die for you. You're not there, you're here with me in my arms." He'd have to kill me before getting to you. I took a deep breath and started to relax. I wasn't in the attic. Kendrick wasn't here. I was safe. That's it. Just breathe, little wolf. My heart rate returned to its normal rhythm. I climbed out of Solomon's arms and gulped. I just stared at him. He came straight away without hesitation. I don't even remember the last time he reacted in such a protective way. I shook my head. "No, Ayla. You can't. You can't afford to think like that. He will do it again." I tucked my hair behind my ear and looked away. I'm sorry. The nightmare was just very realistic." Sol shook his head. "Don't apologize. I'll always be here." I looked at him straight in the eye. "No, you won't, and I don't need you to be here." He stood up straight and frowned. His nose began to flare slightly. He was getting angry. "Leave. I appreciate you helping me, but you should leave now." His eyes were intense. His jaw clenched as he took deep breaths. He spread his arms out. "Okay then." He dropped them back to his side and turned around to leave. He opened the door, but didn't leave straight away. His back muscles rippled underneath his shirt as I heard him breathing hard. Without turning around, he said, "If you ever need me for anything, you know where to find me." He looked over his shoulder. "And you're wrong. I will always be here, even if you don't want me. I will. Always. Be here, little wolf. Don't forget that." Chapter 14. I admit, walking in the forest was very therapeutic. I walked with my bare feet and pressed them on the forest grounds. I looked up and saw the leaves and branches twirling and dancing in the wind, greeting me. I knew that once this war was over, I was going to leave again. I'm not staying here and seeing everyone have such good lives while I'm treading water here. No. I'm going to take Milo and travel somewhere amazing. Maybe find a pack. Perhaps even find a guy I like and actually have a proper family. I saw a log near a little stream. I decided to stop and sit down, looking at the beautiful green land. I felt my wolf inside have this urge to shift. I hadn't moved in 5 years. Kendrick forbade it because he knew my wolf would challenge him. But because of that, it will probably be painful to shift. It will be like my first time all over again. A snap of a twig had me instantly on my feet and looking for a threat. My heartbeat went from 0 to 100 in a matter of seconds. My hands were shaking, expecting to have to defend myself. Another twig snapped behind me. I spun around and saw nothing. I felt dizzy from breathing too fast. Who's there? Come out. I screamed. A bush rustled as a big man came out. My eyes widened. Kendrick, I whispered. He stood there tall, and he was angry. You shouldn't have left, precious. Now this whole pack's blood will be on your hands. I will kill every last one of them for the cost of you leaving me. I took a step back, petrified with fear. I stumbled on the log and fell. Kendrick walked towards me, and I frantically crawled backwards. Leave me alone, I screamed. I whimpered as he didn't stop, but continued to come near me. I screamed in fear as he was so close now. But suddenly, a hand pressed on my mouth to stop my voice. I looked up and saw Xander. Xander? I pushed his hands away. Xander. He looked at me in concern. What's wrong? Why were you crawling away from me? But my sentence trailed off when I looked around, and there was no sign of Kendrick anywhere. Was I hallucinating? I looked back at Xander, and he was still watching me. I shook my head and rubbed my forehead. Sorry. I thought you were someone else. I stood up on my shaky legs. I was pretty taken aback when Xander held my arms to try to help me up. He guided me softly to the log and sat me down. I eyed him as he sat next to me. We sat in silence for a moment until he broke it. You thought I was Kendrick, didn't you? It wasn't really a question. It was more of a statement. I nodded my head. How long has this been happening? Xander asked. I shrugged my shoulders. A while. In the corner of my eye, I saw Xander's brows deepen into each other. Why have you not said anything to anyone? Because I don't want to. Xander sighed harshly. You will suffer if you don't talk about what's going on, Ayla. It might get worse if you don't release everything. I scowled at him. Why do you care? Last time I saw you, you told me it was my fault that Solomon was going out of control. You blamed me. You made everything just that much worse for me. So why does it matter to you if I am being tormented or not? I growled harshly. I stood up straight. You were to blame for Solomon. You changed him. You were his world, and when you came back he thought you were going to be his big brother again. But you weren't. You treated him like garbage. You didn't think of Solomon as your little brother. You corrupted him more than he already was. I know I'm not innocent in that situation, but neither were you. You made him treat me the way he did. You put lies in his head that made him blame me. His pregnant mate. So why do you care about what happens to me now? Xander was not affected by my outburst of anger. He just stared at me calmly. He leaned forward. You're right. All my anger dissipated instantly and was replaced with confusion. What? Xander sighed. You're right. I was a jerk. I didn't treat Solomon right. I didn't make him better, I made him worse. He stood up to his giant height and looked at me. I helped with your suffering. I made it worse for you. I pretty much was one of the hands that pushed you right into Kendrick's arms. And the guilt is eating at me. I released a shocked breath. I never thought the day would come when Xander would feel. His eyes held sorrow and guilt. He was telling the truth. He clenched his jaw and said, I wasn't a good man back then. I was evil. I didn't care about anyone or anything. I'm not saying I'm a good man now, but I am trying to be. You were right about everything about me. Everything I did was wrong. Xander took a step forward. His eyes were slightly glossy as he gulped and said, But I am sorry, Ayla. I'm sorry for treating you like garbage when I should have been treating you like a sister. I'm sorry for poisoning Solomon. I'm sorry for everything. I don't expect you to forgive me at all. But I expect you to know that I am not the same man. I am trying to right my wrongs. He stepped forward. If you want to hate me forever, then okay. I deserve every bit of your hate. But know that from now on, I will try to be the big brother I should have been to you as payment for the sin committed against you by me. I was in complete shock. Impossible. It can't be. Xander is so emotional. Something I never thought he would be. Ever. And hearing him apologize, it affected me more than I thought. I was still angry with him, but I couldn't help but feel my heart become just a tiny bit lighter. When he saw I wasn't saying anything, he nodded his head and turned around to walk away. What happened to you? I asked him. He stopped and turned around towards me. You were horrible. You were dark and angry and emotionless. You didn't care about anything. So what happened? How could someone like you, a wolf known to be one of the cruelest, change? Xander smirked and his eyes softened. I met Izzy, his mate. I treated her badly at first, but her light outshone my darkness. I scoffed. Must be a pretty damn bright light. Xander chuckled. It's bright. And she didn't give up on me. She taught me how to be good. She showed me what it means to be a good man, just by being herself. I laughed without humor. Does she know all of your evil deeds? All of your twisted doings? All of the unforgivable sins you've committed? Surely she doesn't know who she's truly mated to. Every single one. This took me aback. She knew everything? How did she know? Xander thought about it. I could see him thinking. And then his eyes lit up and his mouth tipped into a small smile. I told her. My eyes widened. You told her? Why? Because I loved her enough to want her to know who I was. What I've done. Expose every single flaw I had. I was quite breathless. And then what did she do? Xander's eyes were consumed with love for his mate as he said, she loved me, and that's how I changed. Xander turned around and walked away without knowing that he totally shocked me. Chapter 15. Solomon. What you doing, Pa? I smiled when I heard that voice. I looked over my shoulder and saw my little son, standing there with his wild and curly hair. I'm chopping some wood. You want to help? Milo's eyes brightened, and he nodded his head. Yeah, I want to help. I chuckled and stood up. His small form came running and stood beside me, waiting for instruction. I got a smaller axe and a tiny piece of wood and placed it on the tree stump. Come stand in front of me, Milo. He did as told. I bent down and held his arms. Now you hold the axe high. And then with all your might, you slam it down onto the wood, okay? Milo nodded with a scrunched up face. I stopped myself from laughing. He looked so serious, but his face was all mushed up. Similar to Ayla's concentrating face. He raised the axe over his head and slammed it down on the wood. It split in half instantly. I smiled in pride. My son is strong. That was so good, Milo. He looked over his shoulder with a toothy smile. I chuckled and told him to continue. The sound of footsteps reached my ear. I stood up and grabbed Milo. I pulled him behind me, holding his shirt as I assessed the area. I observed for a threat of any kind. Milo was very quiet as he held onto my arm. However, I sighed in relief when I saw Xander coming out of the woods. I let go of Milo, and he went back to chopping the wood like nothing happened. I felt strange about it. He handled such an intense situation so easily. Milo, are you okay? He was picking the wood off the stump and nodded his head. Weren't you scared? Any normal child would be freaked out. He shrugged his shoulders. I'm okay. I don't need to be scared because the scary moment is over. He got over it so quickly. A little too quickly. As he put another piece of wood onto the stump, he said, Ma would put me in the closet before the scary stuff happens. And then once I'm out, I can be okay. I leaned forward and asked, when would it be scary? When old Ken comes around, he positioned the wood exactly in the middle. He would come like a big monster to try and hurt me. But Ma is so strong that she would fight him. I promised Ma that when I grew up, I would be able to fight the monster and protect her instead. And then he chopped the small piece of wood. I leaned back in my wooden chair and thought over what he had just said. Ayla would fight Kendrick. She would physically fight him. I felt an ache in my chest, and not the good kind. It had a slight burning sensation that made me want more air. Guilt. I felt guilty because I pushed her there. Xander made his way towards me and sat down in one of the chairs. "Hey," he greeted. I nodded my head. "What's up?" Xander released a tired sigh. "I bumped into Ayla in the woods." "What?" I snapped. "Why is she in the woods when Kendrick is around?" "She told me she was going to see Zay." Xander shook his head. "Well, she wasn't seeing Zay." I rubbed my eyes with my one hand and groaned. "I don't know how to handle her. I want to make it better. I want to fix it, but she won't let me." "You can't force it, Solomon." "I know that when you found her she was very broken, but I don't think we realize how broken she is." I turned to him. "What do you mean?" "She's not just broken, Solomon. She's damaged. I don't think we understand how bad her life was. I think we've only hit the tip of the iceberg with her. She's not okay. We have to keep an eye on her. She may do something that she might regret." I soaked in Xander's words. "I understand she's broken and she's been through hell." "How long was she with Kendrick?" "Milo," I called. He turned around. "How long were you at Attic?" "I was born in Attic. Attic is my home." This stopped my heart. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. "Shit," Xander mumbled. She's been trapped for 5 years." I was in shock. I thought it was a couple of months. A year at most. Not 5 years. "Milo, my name is Xander. I'm your uncle." Milo smiled. "Nice to meet you, Uncle Xander." Xander returned a smile to my son. "She's been trapped for 5 years." My heart hurt for her. I felt guilty for not finding her sooner. We've had relations with Kendrick and his pack for years now. As soon as we knew he wasn't good, we should have searched his place for victims, especially after Mia. I groaned as the guilt ate at me. I need to fix this. I need her to know how sorry I am. Ayla. I was walking around the woods until I reached the pack graveyard. I strolled down the path and looked at every name. Beloved wife, beloved husband, child, sister, aunt, uncle, grandfather, grandmother. So many names. So many deaths. I decided to visit my grandmother's grave. I smiled when I thought of her. She was so crazy. As I got to the tombstone, I saw fresh flowers there. Red and white roses. My favorite. However, that peaceful moment was short-lived when I saw the words. "Here lies James Greystone." No, 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 I mumbled when I fell to my knees. I held the tombstone and tried to reread it, hoping that the words would change. But it didn't. None of it changed. I tried scratching the phrase. But it didn't move. It didn't change. It was there. Permanently. My father is dead. My dad is dead. The one family I had left was dead. I was planning on visiting him, but I was trying to figure out a way to explain Milo to him. "Your father is dead." I stood up and turned around. I rolled my eyes and went back on my knees to the tombstone. "What do you want?" He bent down next to me, close to me, too close to me. I felt my skin crawl as I felt him near. "The last family you have is dead. Now you are completely utterly alone," Kendrick whispered in my ear. Tears fell from my eyes. "My papa is dead." "I still have Milo," I said firmly. "Milo is my family. Only for a little while. Milo will grow, find a mate, and have a family of his own. Where does that place you? And you don't want to be with Solomon. You will have a lonely and pointless life." A painful ache formed inside my chest. I panicked and dug my nails into my chest, hoping to get this pain out. A sob escaped my lips. "I'm alone. I have no one." "Why don't you just end your misery?" he whispered. I blocked my ears and screamed, "Shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up." Hands grabbed my wrists. I opened my eyes and saw Solomon's concerned eyes. I slapped him across the face. His eyes widened in shock. I shoved him back. He didn't fight me. I slapped him, punched his chest, whacked him across the head, all while screaming. "Why aren't you fighting me?" I screamed. "Fight me. Fight back. Fight back, you bastard." I sank to the floor and I cried. My body shook as I released only a portion of my pain. Solomon sat on his knees in front of me. Pain and guilt were floating in his eyes. "Ayla, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for everything. I'm sorry you suffered so much. I'm sorry you went through what you did, what no person ever should. I'm sorry for not saving you sooner. I stopped crying. A deep rage possessed me. I turned to him and threw him my glare full of hate. I stood up and shouted, "That's what you're sorry for? For not saving me sooner." Solomon stood up, confused. "Yes, I'm sorry for not coming sooner, or else you wouldn't have suffered for so long," he yelled back. I shoved him. "I wouldn't have suffered at all if it wasn't for you." "What do you mean?" he yelled back. "Stop beating around the bush and tell me straight away. I blame you for everything. I blame you for my suffering, for being tormented. I blame you, Solomon," I screamed. He was silent for a moment. He stood there staring at me. I took a step closer. "You drove me to the brink. I was pregnant. I was scared. And you treated me like garbage. You hurt me in ways a mate should never be hurt. It got to the point where I was going to have a miscarriage. I ran away hoping to get away from you. And then Kendrick found me. And that has been my life for 5 years. So yes, I blame you for every ounce of pain I have endured. I hate you." I stood there breathing heavily. All these emotions came flooding through me and out of my mouth. It was too painful to hold it in anymore. "Because of you," I shouted, "Milo suffered as well. He is only just starting to experience new things now when he is 5 years old. He had to be stuck in that godforsaken attic for his childhood because of you. You made our child suffer. Every day I had to fight my hardest to protect him. I gave up everything to ensure that Milo would be okay. I had to do everything Kendrick said. He calls. I come. That's how it worked. I cried and collapsed onto the floor. I had to do horrible things to make sure Milo was safe. Kendrick used me for everything. I would clean for him. I would cook for him. I would be forced to endure him almost every night. I had to do everything, and it's your fault." Solomon paled. He stumbled slightly. "You were forced." I rolled my eyes and looked at him like he was stupid. Yes, I was. I had to. If I didn't, he wouldn't give us food. He wouldn't give us vitamins. He wouldn't provide the means for our survival if I didn't give to him. That has been my life for 5 years. So I am so sorry if I don't run into your arms at first sight. You can't fix this, Solomon. You can't fix me. You can't fix us. I may be able to forgive you, but I don't think I could ever get over what I went through in that attic. I stood up and wiped my eyes. I looked at the tombstone where my father lay. Solomon looked angry, but not at me. He looked angry at himself. He growled and snarled. He turned and shifted into his beautiful wolf, then sprinted away into the darkness of the woods. Chapter 15. Solomon. "What you doing, Pa?" I smiled when I heard that voice. I looked over my shoulder and saw my little son, standing there with his wild and curly hair. "I'm chopping some wood. You want to help?" Milo's eyes brightened, and he nodded his head. "Yeah, I want to help." I chuckled and stood up. His small form came running and stood beside me, waiting for instruction. I got a smaller axe and a tiny piece of wood and placed it on the tree stump. "Come stand in front of me, Milo." He did as told. I bent down and held his arms. "Now you hold the axe high. And then with all your might, you slam it down onto the wood, okay?" Milo nodded with a scrunched up face. I stopped myself from laughing. He looked so serious, but his face was all mushed up, similar to Ayla's concentrating face. He raised the axe over his head and slammed it down on the wood. It split in half instantly. I smiled in pride. "My son is strong." "That was so good, Milo." He looked over his shoulder with a toothy smile. I chuckled and told him to continue. The sound of footsteps reached my ear. I stood up and grabbed Milo. I pulled him behind me, holding his shirt as I assessed the area. I observed for any threat. Milo was very quiet as he held onto my arm. However, I sighed in relief when I saw Xander coming out of the woods. I let go of Milo, and he went back to chopping the wood like nothing happened. I felt strange about it. He handled such an intense situation so easily. "Milo, are you okay?" He was picking the wood off the stump and nodded his head. "Weren't you scared?" Any normal child would be freaked out. He shrugged his shoulders. "I'm okay. I don't need to be scared because the scary moment is over." He got over it so quickly. A little too quickly. As he put another piece of wood onto the stump, he said, Ma would put me in the closet before the scary stuff happens. And then once I'm out, I can be okay. I leaned forward and asked, when would it be scary? When old Ken comes around, he positioned the wood exactly in the middle. He would come like a big monster to try and hurt me. But Ma is so strong that she would fight him. I promised Ma that when I grew up, I would be able to fight the monster and protect her instead. And then he chopped the small piece of wood. I leaned back in my wooden chair and thought over what he had just said. Ayla would fight Kendrick. She would physically fight him. I felt an ache in my chest, and not the good kind. It had a slight burning sensation that made me want more air. Guilt. I felt guilty because I pushed her there. Xander made his way towards me and sat down in one of the chairs. Hey, he greeted. I nodded my head. What's up? Xander released a tired sigh. I bumped into Ayla in the woods. What? I snapped. Why is she in the woods when Kendrick is around? She told me she was going to see Zay. Xander shook his head. Well, she wasn't seeing Zay. I rubbed my eyes with my one hand and groaned. I don't know how to handle her. I want to make it better. I want to fix it, but she won't let me. You can't force it, Solomon. I know that when you found her she was very broken, but I don't think we realize how broken she is. I turned to him. What do you mean? She's not just broken, Solomon. She's damaged. I don't think we understand how bad her life was. I think we've only hit the tip of the iceberg with her. She's not okay. We have to keep an eye on her. She may do something that she might regret. I soaked in Xander's words. I understand she's broken and she's been through hell. How long was she with Kendrick? Milo, I called. He turned around. How long were you at Attic? I was born in Attic. Attic is my home. This stopped my heart. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. Shit, Xander mumbled. She's been trapped for 5 years. I was in shock. I thought it was a couple of months. A year at most. Not 5 years. Milo, my name is Xander. I'm your uncle. Milo smiled. Nice to meet you, Uncle Xander. Xander returned a smile to my son. She's been trapped for 5 years. My heart hurt for her. I felt guilty for not finding her sooner. We've had relations with Kendrick and his pack for years now. As soon as we knew he wasn't good, we should have searched his place for victims, especially after Mia. I groaned as the guilt ate at me. I need to fix this. I need her to know how sorry I am. I was walking around the woods until I reached the pack graveyard. I strolled down the path and looked at every name. Beloved wife, beloved husband, child, sister, aunt, uncle, grandfather, grandmother. So many names. So many deaths. I decided to visit my grandmother's grave. I smiled when I thought of her. She was so crazy. As I got to the tombstone, I saw fresh flowers there. Red and white roses. My favorite. However, that peaceful moment was short-lived when I saw the words. Here lies James Greystone. No, 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 I mumbled when I fell to my knees. I held the tombstone and tried to reread it, hoping that the words would change. But it didn't. None of it changed. I tried scratching the phrase. But it didn't move. It didn't change. It was there. Permanently. My father is dead. My dad is dead. The one family I had left was dead. I was planning on visiting him, but I was trying to figure out a way to explain Milo to him. Your father is dead. I stood up and turned around. I rolled my eyes and went back on my knees to the tombstone. What do you want? He bent down next to me, close to me, too close to me. I felt my skin crawl as I felt him near. The last family you have is dead. Now you are completely, utterly alone, Kendrick whispered in my ear. Tears fell from my eyes. My papa is dead. I still have Milo, I said firmly. Milo is my family. Only for a little while. Milo will grow, find a mate, and have a family of his own. Where does that place you? And you don't want to be with Solomon. You will have a lonely and pointless life. A painful ache formed inside my chest. I panicked and dug my nails into my chest, hoping to get this pain out. A sob escaped my lips. I'm alone. I have no one. Why don't you just end your misery? He whispered. I blocked my ears and screamed, shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Hands grabbed my wrists. I opened my eyes and saw Solomon's concerned eyes. I slapped him across the face. His eyes widened in shock. I shoved him back. He didn't fight me. I slapped him, punched his chest, whacked him across the head, all while screaming. "Why aren't you fighting me?" I screamed. "Fight me. Fight back. Fight back." I sank to the floor and I cried. My body shook as I released only a portion of my pain. Solomon sat on his knees in front of me. Pain and guilt were floating in his eyes. "Ayla, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for everything. I'm sorry you suffered so much. I'm sorry you went through what you did, what no person ever should. I'm sorry for not saving you sooner." I stopped crying. A deep rage possessed me. I turned to him and threw him my glare full of hate. I stood up and shouted, "That's what you're sorry for? For not saving me sooner?" Solomon stood up confused. "Yes, I'm sorry for not coming sooner, or else you wouldn't have suffered for so long," he yelled back. I shoved him. "I wouldn't have suffered at all if it wasn't for you." "What do you mean?" he yelled back. "Stop beating around the bush and tell me straight, Ayla. I blame you for everything. I blame you for my suffering, for being tormented. I blame you, Solomon." I screamed. He was silent for a moment. He stood there staring at me. I took a step closer. "You drove me to the brink. I was pregnant. I was scared. And you treated me like garbage. You hurt me in ways a mate should never be hurt. It got to the point where I was going to have a miscarriage. I ran away hoping to get away from you. And then Kendrick found me. And that has been my life for 5 years. So yes, I blame you for every ounce of pain I have endured. I hate you." I stood there breathing heavily. All these emotions came flooding through me and out of my mouth. It was too painful to hold it in anymore. "Because of you," I shouted, "Milo suffered as well. He is only just starting to experience new things now when he is 5 years old. He had to be stuck in that godforsaken attic for his childhood because of you. You made our child suffer. Every day I had to fight my hardest to protect him. I gave up everything to ensure that Milo would be okay. I had to do everything Kendrick said. He calls. I come. That's how it worked." I cried and collapsed onto the floor. I had to do horrible things to make sure Milo was safe. Kendrick used me for everything. I would clean for him. I would cook for him. I would be forced to endure him almost every night. I had to do everything, and it's your fault. Solomon paled. He stumbled slightly. "You were forced." I rolled my eyes and looked at him like he was stupid. Yes, I was. I had to. If I didn't, he wouldn't give us food. He wouldn't give us vitamins. He wouldn't provide the means for our survival if I didn't give to him. That has been my life for 5 years. So I am so sorry if I don't run into your arms at first sight. You can't fix this, Solomon. You can't fix me. You can't fix us. I may be able to forgive you, but I don't think I could ever get over what I went through in that attic. I stood up and wiped my eyes. I looked at the tombstone where my father died. Solomon looked angry, but not at me. He looked angry at himself. He growled and snarled. He turned and shifted into his beautiful wolf, then sprinted away into the darkness of the woods. Chapter 16. I ran. I ran as fast as I could. I couldn't be near her. I couldn't look at her face. I couldn't even think about her without feeling disgusted with myself. Rain began to beat down on me, but I didn't care. I was in a rage. I pushed myself to run. My legs were burning and my paws were hurting, but I kept going. As I ran, I ended up shifting back into my human form. I was running on such adrenaline that I didn't stop at all. My chest was rising and falling so fast. My heart felt like it was bursting inside my chest from how hard it was beating. I stopped at the lake, our special place. I fell to my knees. I opened my mouth and released a hard scream. My throat stung from how hard I was screaming, but I didn't care. Everything was hurting, inside and out. I was disgusted with myself. I was horrified at the things that I had done. My demons. My sins. They have haunted me to this day. The wrongs I've done to Ayla are unforgivable. But it isn't just my sins that are unforgivable. It's that Ayla, my mate, my love, suffered for them. My child suffered. Ayla and Milo paid the cost of my sins. They were the ones who endured 5 years of suffering. And I didn't even know. Knowing exactly what they went through ripped me apart from the inside out. My heart literally hurt for them, and I loathed myself for it. I hated myself. I looked back at who I was, and I couldn't believe I was that person. I was so low. I was so selfish. I didn't think of Ayla at all. I didn't think of my child. I thought of what I was feeling and what I was going through, nothing more. And I hate myself for it. If I had just thought of her, thought about what she was going through, what she was feeling, maybe she wouldn't have been tortured and abused by Kendrick for all those years. My wolf was attacking me from the inside. He hated me. I hurt our mate. Our treasured mate. I made her suffer. I made Milo hurt. My whole being was consumed with guilt and regret. What's wrong with you, Solomon? I shouted at myself. As I was on my knees, I leaned forward and rested my knuckles on the stony ground, breathing heavily. Solomon. My head whipped around, and I saw Xander standing there, wet in the rain. Go away, Xander. Leave me, I growled. He took a step forward. I know what you're feeling. That just made me even angrier. He doesn't know what I was feeling. He doesn't know anything. No one does. He took another step forward. I know your wrong deeds seem unforgivable, but they are forgivable. She needs time too. I stood up straight, breathing heavily, and I cut him right off. I am unforgivable, Xander. I yelled loudly. He stood quietly, watching me. I pointed at myself hard. I am a monster. I didn't treat Izzy right either. I was horrible to her. But she still loved me inside. I shook my head. You don't get it, Xander. You only mistreated her a little. I purposely made it my goal to hurt Ayla. To break her down because for some twisted reason, I hated her. I wanted her to suffer. You still loved Izzy when you hurt her. I didn't. I felt nothing for Ayla. That's why it was so easy for me to hurt her. I walked right up to Xander, and we stood almost nose to nose as I snarled with self-hatred. I am a disgrace. I am ashamed of what I did. She endured more than suffering, Xander. My anger spiked because I felt tears involuntarily well up in my eyes to the very brim. You don't understand how bad I was. I wasn't just a regular jerk. I was a monster to her. Do you know how that makes me feel? Tears rolled down my cheeks. I'm supposed to be the protector. I was supposed to keep her safe, but I was the one that gave her to Kendrick. It was me. I'm the one that made my mate, the mother of my child, be tortured and be in constant pain and fear for 5 years. So no, Xander. My sins are not forgivable. I walked past him and back into the woods. I was left at the graveyard. Rain began to fall from the sky, splashing on my skin. I looked up and closed my eyes as I felt the droplets fall on my face, hoping to wash away the pain. But it didn't. I opened my eyes and looked at the field. Kendrick was standing there with a knife. He nodded his head at me and then turned around and left. I knew it was just my head. But I wondered how bad it would get. I was worried I might hurt someone, hurt Milo. I was leading a war against this pack. I was killing everyone. Their blood is on my hands. But then I thought about the attic. I couldn't go back. I couldn't go back to being tormented forever and ever and never getting out. All this pressure in my head, all these voices telling me what I should do, and then dealing with Solomon. It was all so much. So overwhelming. I felt so much pressure pressing down on me, and every day it was getting harder and harder to wake up. I don't want to wake up anymore. I want to stay in the calm darkness where there is no pressure, no heartache, no more trying to fix things, no more trying to live life. I could be at peace. I felt like I was under a spell. My mind was cloudy. I automatically stood up and walked in the rain towards the pack house. I went inside, still soaking wet. I felt no emotion. I was just blank. And yet, tears were dripping down my face. I went to the kitchen and I saw Kendrick. He opened the drawer and presented a knife. You know what to do to make it all stop. I nodded my head submissively. I was tired. I'm tired of fighting. I'm tired of being strong. I don't want to be strong anymore. I want to be weak. I don't want to hold all of this weight on my shoulders anymore. I wanted to stop. I walked up the stairs. Milo appeared in the hallway in front of me. Ma, look what I made today. Look at my drawing. He was trying to show me his piece of paper, but I ignored him. I couldn't even look at my son. I knew that even though Solomon mistreated me, he would take care of our son. "Ma," my baby called out behind me, but I ignored him. I kept walking until I was in the bathroom. I locked the door and took a deep breath. "You deserve this. You need peace. You can take all of this away, precious," I heard Kendrick whisper in my ear. I liked what he was saying. It was a way of relief. And I was desperate for relief. I didn't want to hold this anymore. I filled the bath up to the brim and sat inside, wearing my clothes. I lay back. I just wanted the silence. I wanted the pain to end. "Good girl, precious. You'll feel peace soon." And he was right. I did. As I was walking back to the forest, I heard screaming in the distance. I frowned and looked up ahead, and saw my little son running towards me with tears streaming down his face. I bent down as he launched himself into my arms, and I caught him. "Whoa, son. What's wrong?" He rubbed his tears away as he sobbed. "Something's wrong with Ma. She won't come out of the bathroom." Dread hit me like a train. I picked Milo up, and I sprinted as hard as I could towards the pack house. This couldn't be happening. She wouldn't do that, would she? She wouldn't leave like that. She's too strong for that. And yet, I felt the pain in my chest grow at the knowledge that I could be losing Ayla right now. I burst through the door and put Milo on his feet. "Okay, Milo, I want you to go find Aunt Zay, okay?" Milo shakily nodded and ran away. I sprinted up the stairs and down the hallway. I saw the bathroom door. I tried to open it, but it was locked. My heart was banging against my chest. I was worried it would explode. "Ayla, open the door." I shouted, but there was no response. "Open the door, Ayla." Still no reply. I broke the door open and I saw my maid in the bath. The water around her had turned a dark crimson. "No, no, no, no," I mumbled in pure panic. I frantically picked her up out of the bath and pulled her into my arms. "Come on, Ayla. You can't leave me," I mumbled. I checked for a pulse, but I couldn't feel anything. I lay my head against her chest, and I still couldn't hear or feel anything. "No," I screamed. "Ayla, you can't leave me. Please don't." Tears fell endlessly down my cheeks and onto her face. My face contorted in physical pain. I felt the mate pull dwindle as time went by. I shook my head and I sobbed my pain out. "Ayla, please, please, please don't leave me. I know you think I'm a monster, and I was. I know you think you're alone, but you're not. I want you, Ayla. I want you. You can't leave me. I need you, Ayla." I yelled. I cried and rocked back and forth with my mate in my arms. "I love you, little wolf. Please, please. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." I kept repeating it as I held my little wolf in my arms because I killed her. I killed my mate. This is all my fault. Chapter 17. Beep beep, beep beep, beep beep. The most annoying and disappointing sound reached my ears. As soon as I heard that noise, I knew that I wasn't in the calm darkness I was craving. I was still in a world where I had chains tying me down to this messed up reality. When I opened my eyes, they felt heavy. It was like I was resisting even opening them because it just confirmed that my soul was still in prison. Light seeped through my lids. I was in the typical hospital room. It was empty except for the hunched-over figure leaning on my bed. Solomon. I breathed quietly and slowly moved away from him, hoping he wouldn't wake. I gulped as I looked down at my hands. I felt guilty for what I had done. It was selfish. I knew that it was a bad decision. I knew that I was only thinking of myself. But at the same time, I was so desperate for peace and safety. I am craving some relief, and that was the only type that I knew. I didn't want to feel. I didn't want to deal with things. I just wanted everything to go away. I wanted to be weak for once, and for someone else to be strong for me. However, I knew that the decision I made was wrong. I couldn't take the easy way out. I couldn't do that to Milo. My heart hurt, and I felt ashamed. I pressed my hand against my mouth to try to hold in a cry. I almost left my baby behind. I almost left Milo alone. He can't be alone because he's my baby. He is my baby, and I nearly lost him. I took a deep breath. I won't do this ever again. I can't do that to Milo. I will live for him, even if I am miserable and have no desire to live. I will live for him. Tears rolled down my cheeks. I wasn't looking forward to my life. I wasn't looking forward to holding this crippled heart. My life won't be a good one, and it won't be an easy one. A sob escaped my mouth, and I immediately held it shut with my hand. My body racked with silent cries. I didn't want to live. I wanted to die so badly. I never felt such a strong desire to die before. I pressed my other hand on my chest. I felt the gaping wound that had never healed, and it probably won't ever heal. It won't even scar because the wound will always be fresh, reminding me of every moment of pain that continues to torment me. Solomon jerked awake. His eyes were bloodshot as they widened at the sight of my conscious state. He instantly sat up straight and leaned forward. Ayla, he whispered to himself. H, how are you feeling? Do you feel any discomfort? I can get the healer or maybe even the nurse if you really want to. I sat silent and just shook my head. I gulped as I looked at Solomon. He looked like a mess. His hair was greasy and messy, and he was pale with purple bags under his eyes. He had a little bit of stubble on his face, too. Where's Milo? I asked quietly. He's back at the pack house. I thought it would be best if he didn't see his mother like this. I nodded my head. It was probably best. I didn't want him to see me like this. We sat in silence for a long time. I guess there is just nothing to say, really. He saw what happened to me, and he probably knows why. I didn't need to explain anything. I sighed. You had never let me be happy before. You didn't like it when I smiled. And now you won't let me die. Why can't you just let me go? Solomon shook his head. I couldn't let you die. You're too important. I shook my head and fell into silence. We were both silent for a while. But then a thought pressed into my mind. If you didn't come in time, and I was already gone, what would you have told Milo? Solomon looked at me, then at the red and white roses. He was quiet. I think he was processing the question. He started to squint his eyes slightly, and he began to run his thumb up and down his neck. I internally smirked. He always did that when he was deep in thought. He leaned closer to me and rested his elbows on my bed. His eyes raised and met mine. I would have told him, Solomon said, that his mother loved him with all her heart, and that she fought her hardest to keep him safe. She was strong. Tears welled up in my eyes, and they fell freely. Strong. The one word I hated the most right now. I shook my head. I'm not strong, I whispered. I knew that if I spoke any louder, I would probably sob. You're strong, Ayla. You're the strongest person I know. I slammed my hands on the side of my bed and shouted, I don't want to be strong anymore. Solomon was silent. He stared at me with a mixture of emotions that I couldn't decipher. What do you mean, Ayla? I shook my head and released a shuddering sigh. I am tired of being strong. I am tired of fighting. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to be weak. I want to crumble into a little ball and cry. Because I am sick of being the one to fight. I looked into my hands and closed my eyes. I didn't want to fight. I felt an intense warmth in my hands. I opened my eyes and saw Solomon was holding them tightly in his. I didn't pull away. And I think I didn't want to. Feeling the mating pull. The sparks that electrify every cell in my body, it comforted me. It allowed me to relax. It made the weight on my heart feel a little bearable. I looked up and my breath hitched. He was so close to me. He was sitting on the bed, leaning towards me. You don't need to fight anymore, little wolf. You don't need to be strong. Hearing those words, it was a strange feeling. I have been fighting and being strong for so long that when I hear someone telling me I don't need to anymore, it feels good. It felt like I was released. I closed my eyes and I sighed. My body sagged against the bed. I felt myself slowly drift away. Warmth pressed on my forehead. Solomon's lips. He pressed firmly against me as if he meant something. And then he whispered, I will fight for you, little wolf. I will be strong for you and our son. It's been a week since the accident. I was released yesterday from the hospital with the promise that I will rest. Also, for my mental health, I was advised to keep a diary. I have to keep a daily log for 3 months, and then I will review it. I was currently in bed. I had thick bandages over my wrists. Solomon has been changing them for me every day, which I surprisingly didn't mind. Mia was doing it at first, but because she was pregnant, she was getting weary. However, it was no shock when Solomon volunteered to do it in her stead. I looked outside and saw it was sunny. I remember always looking out the window at the attic. Whenever there was any sun, I would have such a deep yearning to go out and sit on the grass, or better yet, the sand at the beach. I remember always being sad because I wanted Milo to experience that, but he couldn't. Speaking of my son, he burst through the door with a big smile. I couldn't help but reflect his emotions too. He jumped on the bed next to me, still very cautious and gentle. "Ma, look. Pa said that I got a tan. I never had one before." Now that he said it, I noticed he was pretty dark. It was his father's Italian blood. "I see that, Baba. You look so golden." Milo laughed and nodded his head. "Yeah, I bet Lamp would be so happy." I wish Lamp and the sun could meet. I think they would get along really well. I laughed. "I think you're right, Baba. They would probably be best friends." Milo had such a funny sense of humor. He always knew how to make me laugh. "Are you feeling better, Ma?" I nodded my head. "I am. Seeing you makes me feel better." Milo smiled brightly at me. "Milo, your lunch is ready. I heard Zay yell from downstairs." Milo's eyes widened in excitement. "Food!" he exclaimed. He jumped up off the bed and sprinted out of the room. However, a few seconds later, he ran back in and jumped on the bed. He kissed me on the cheeks and ran away, saying, "Love you, Ma." I laughed and shook my head. I looked down at my wrists and I sighed. Even though I loved Milo, something in me wishes that Solomon hadn't saved me. But like I thought before, it was a bad decision. However, I had a decision I wanted to make. It sounds good hearing you laugh. I looked up and saw Solomon leaning against the door. I shrugged my shoulders. Milo is a funny kid. Solomon kicked the door and slowly made his way towards me. "Yeah, he is. He knows how to make his mother laugh." Solomon sat on the chair next to the bed and released a big sigh. "How are you feeling?" "Better. My wrists don't feel so itchy anymore, so that's good." Solomon nodded. "Good." I was silent. I didn't know what to say to him. Ever since I almost died, I felt differently about him. I don't hate him anymore, but I don't like him at all. I tolerate him. It's easier than hating. I don't have enough strength to hate him anymore, but I definitely do not like him. I suppose you can call that progress if you wish. "Well, I guess I'll let you rest," Solomon said as he got up. "Wait." I quickly stopped him. The last real conversation we had was at the graveyard. I wanted to know, how did my father die? Solomon sat back in his chair. He cautiously looked at me. "A lot has happened since you've been gone. We had a battle with the rogues a few years ago in order to save Izzy. He died fighting for the pack." My eyes stung as I felt them moisten again. I gulped and nodded my head silently. I looked up at him and whispered, "Thank you for telling me." I could see Solomon was in pain telling me this. He nodded his head. "I visited him often, you know?" My brows rose in surprise. "My father." He nodded his head. "I would go there for dinner once a month. We would always have chicken pasta." I smiled. "That's because that was the only thing he knew how to cook." Solomon laughed. "That's probably true. We would talk about everything. Our main subject of conversation was always you." I gulped as he continued, "Your father loved you very much, Ayla. He would always pray for your safety and happiness every night." I nodded my head. I couldn't say anything. Just hearing that made me want to burst into tears. Solomon sighed and stood up from the chair, then quietly exited the room. Chapter 18. I didn't have to wear thick bandages anymore. I could just wear regular ones. It had been 2 weeks since the incident. My wounds were healing well, according to the doctor and Mia. I was allowed to walk around, as long as I had enough energy-filled food to keep functioning properly throughout the day. It was the early morning. Before the sun would even rise, I would wake up and couldn't go back to sleep. My nightmares were still regular, but I have learned to live with them. I am quick to adapt, as that's what I've had to do for years. I got up from my bed and grabbed a small cotton blanket that I draped over my shoulders. I tied my hair into a quick, messy bun and walked out of my room. I quietly opened Milo's door and saw he was still fast asleep. I shut the door and made sure to check on him later. I made my way downstairs and made a cup of steaming hot coffee. I put on my shoes and went outside. I always loved dawn. Everything, even the forest, was still asleep. There is a sense of something mystical hanging in the air that somehow freshens me. I walked around the pack area and observed everything. Everything was so familiar to me. It's strange seeing everything exactly as they were before I left. It's like I never left. In a way, it was comforting. It made me feel like the horrific things I went through never happened. As I was wandering around, I somehow ended up at my old house. I haven't been here at all. I haven't even thought about it. And yet, as I beheld it now, my heart ached more. The last time I was here, I was a teenager, an 18-year-old. I stepped up onto the porch. My heart rate increased. I looked around the entrance. So many memories are held here, both good and bad. I remember climbing up these steps when Sol would drop me off every day after school. I shook my head and took a deep breath. I placed my hand on the door and pushed it open. It was unlocked. The door creaked open. I stepped inside and my breath hitched. I felt my heart stop. Everything was the exact same. Nothing had been touched. I felt myself shake. It looked exactly the same as the day I left it. I walked through the place and saw that even the mess was still there. I looked at the unfolded sheets in the basket near the TV. I remember Dad telling me to fold those before I left, but I never did. I went to the kitchen. The kitchen was different. It was completely cleaned out. I walked through to the stairs and slowly went up. I touched the rails and remembered the day Solomon and I got in trouble because we slid down these rails and broke them. My dad made Solomon fix them. I smiled at the memory. I reached the top and saw the door to my bedroom slightly agape. I pushed through and saw my old bedroom. Nothing had changed at all. My bed was still unmade. My clothes were a mess on the floor. This was really weird. It was literally like I never left. It was like nothing happened at all, and I was still that teenager. I looked at the crack in the window and smiled. Solomon tried to sneak through the window, but he accidentally kicked it, giving it a good crack. I looked at my desk and saw my old computer. I tilted my head and wondered if it still worked. I sat down and pressed the on button. And to my surprise, the screen lit up. I felt the air release from my lungs as I saw the background of my computer. It was Solomon and me. We were at our favorite diner. We were both sipping milkshakes while I was holding out my locket from my neck. It was his present to me. I was trying not to smile too much in the photo while sipping the straw, but I couldn't help it. I had a giant smile. And Solomon was sipping his straw with a genuine smile, too. I remember when this was taken. It was our 1-year anniversary. Ever since I woke up in the hospital, I felt like I had changed. I felt like the shield I had, the wall, was crumbling. But it wasn't the wall to keep people out. It was a wall to keep me in. The one to protect myself from all of the things I was feeling. If I didn't feel, I could survive. That was my way of thinking. But ever since I woke up, it was gone. And I think it was because my survival mode has finally been switched, and I'm feeling again. So when I see this photo, I can't help but feel a wave of longing and sadness. I pressed on the photo album and more images popped up. There was one of us before we dated. We were just friends. I was sitting on the giant rock at the lake. Solomon was next to me, and it was sunset. I was doing a silly face, and Solomon was in the background laughing. Another photo popped up. I was sitting under a tree reading while holding my locket. Solomon took this. The next one made me laugh. I was looking up from the book, scowling at Solomon for taking the picture. I didn't know I was crying until my vision began to blur. I felt like I was grieving. I felt like I was mourning the death of the Solomon that I knew. The Solomon that I loved. But also the old me too. The old me that made me. Me. I wish I could go back in time and stay in these happy moments. I wish all of this were just a bad dream, and I would wake up in Solomon's arms. My mate's arms. He was my mate and my best friend. That's the best kind of combination anyone could dream of. But now we're all messy, and I hate it. I want to love him again, I want my mate back, but I knew that inside. I would resent him because it was true. If it wasn't for him, none of this would have happened. But there is still such a strong yearning to be with Solomon. Yet, my defensive mechanism is telling me that he will hurt me. And I don't think I can take much hurting anymore. Oh, how I wish that we could go back to when things weren't complicated. When we loved each other. When we could simply be us. I wish I didn't resent him. I wish I held nothing against him. I wish I could forgive him. I wish I could do all of these things, but I couldn't. Too much has happened for such sweet simplicity. A creak in the floor had me instantly on edge. All thoughts of Solomon were out of my mind. I sat in my seat as I listened. The steps suddenly ran away, assuming, out of the house. I frowned. Why did they run away? I stood from my chair and quietly made my way out the door. The silence was loud in the house. A strange scent tickled my nose, which made me cringe. I made my way towards the stairs. When I looked down into the lower level, my heart stopped. Everything was in flames. Solomon. I was walking to do patrolling when I heard the little pitter-patter of feet following me. I stopped and turned around. You can't come with Milo. This is dangerous. Milo clapped his hands together, saying, please, please, please. I promise I'll be good. I'll do everything that you say. I stood there for a moment, thinking it over. Ayla would kill me if I took him with me. Especially now that we are at war with Kendrick. But then I look into his eyes and see he is yearning to do this. I've missed the first 5 years of my son's life. I'm not going to miss any more. I cautiously nodded my head. But, you do exactly as I say, do you understand me, Milo? He nodded his head fast and excitedly. I chuckled and grabbed a hold of his hand. All right, come on. But, you always hang on to me, okay? You never let go of my shirt. Yes, Pa. Milo grabbed the back of my shirt as we walked further into the forest. As I felt him following closely behind, my heart moved at this intimacy. I have a son. Every time Milo calls me Pa, it is different. It was strange because I didn't even know I had a son until a month ago. And now I have a 5-year-old son. Even though I've only known him for a month, I love him with all my heart. I would die for my son. But I also couldn't shake the sense of guilt that eats away at me every day. Milo was born in a place full of death, suffering, and pain. And I was responsible for it. I know he's such a happy and positive kid right now, but I know in the future, when he grows up to be a full-grown wolf, he will be angry with me. He will be angry for what I did to his mother, what I did to him, what I stole from him. And I deserve it. At least before then, I can savor moments like these, where my son wants to be around me. I stopped in a good area and sat down on a log. However, Milo didn't sit. He stood straight and watched the area. His eyes were constantly scanning the place. Pride burst through me. He was incredibly strong and protective. I was proud to be his mother. I will make sure he is nothing like me when he is older. I will teach him to protect, cherish, and love his mate, something I didn't do, and now look at me. What are you doing, Milo? I asked. Making sure there are no bad wolves because if there are, I'm gonna kick their butts. I chuckled. You are your mother's son. Milo giggled and walked to me. He stood right in front of me and just looked at my face. He was not giggling, but he wasn't smiling either. He seemed curious as he stared. He raised his hand and he touched my cheeks. His eyes were scanning every inch of my face. He tilted his head, placed both hands on my cheeks, and stretched my face. He felt my stubble and my brows. And then he gripped my hair a little. What are you doing, son? I asked. Milo was quiet for a moment. He stood there staring into my eyes. I almost didn't want to look at him in fear that he would see how tainted I was. But instead, he smiled at me. You're my pa, he stated. The other kids had pa, but I didn't. Ma said it was because we were lost and you couldn't find us. I nodded my head, letting him know I was listening. Milo leaned in and whispered, now that we're not lost, you have to protect Ma. I'm still too little, so you have to do it. He said this so innocently, but it held so much depth. My son was asking me to protect his mother, my mate. This struck me to the core. Milo had to witness his mother getting hurt, and he couldn't do anything. He saw her pain and suffering. It was what he was born into. I nodded my head. I'll protect your mom, Milo. I'm going to keep her safe. Milo smiled and then went and began to pick up rocks, like everything he said didn't just blow me away. A loud noise pierced my ear. The warning bells. I felt Noah's mind link me. We're under attack. I instantly stood and picked up Milo. He yelped in fright. Milo, you hold on tight, okay? The pack is in trouble. Milo's eyes widened in fear, but he circled his arms around my neck tightly and buried himself in my shoulder. I held on to my son firmly, and I sprinted as hard as I could back to the pack. As I saw the pack, my heart dropped. It was on fire. Burning flames were everywhere. I looked to my left and saw Eddie with Zay. I ran towards them. What happened? Eddie was holding Zay when he said, "We don't know, everything suddenly went on fire." There were no foreign wolves or anything. I passed Milo to Eddie. "Take care of him, I need to find Ayla." Eddie grabbed a hold of Milo and nodded his head. I sprinted around, yelling Ayla. I saw the pack house. It was in complete flames. No! I was about to sprint in when someone grabbed me from behind. "She's not in there." "I saw her at her old house to the east," Noah said. I nodded my head and I sprinted as hard as I could. Please don't let it be too late. As I came upon her old house, it was quickly consumed by fire. I broke into the house and instantly covered my face from the boiling heat. "Ayla!" I yelled out, but there was no response. I ran up the stairs and went to her room. I saw her on the desk, hunched over. I grabbed a hold of her and lifted her into my arms. She groaned and coughed while unconscious. I tried to leave the room, but the entrance was on fire. I looked at the window. I kicked the glass and it shattered. I stepped through it onto the roof, holding Ayla tightly in my arms. I breathed heavily from inhaling smoke. I looked behind me and saw the fire claim her room. I held Ayla firmly as I jumped off the roof and onto the ground. I laid her down on the ground and examined whether she had any injuries. I released a breath of relief when I saw there were none. She lay unconscious on the ground. I pulled her into my arms and cupped her cheek. I pressed my lips to her forehead. It seemed to be the only intimate action she would allow me to express, since if I went further, she would probably kick me. I looked ahead and saw that a crowd was forming, and Xander was standing on a chair, talking to the pack. I picked Ayla up and walked to the crowd. "We can't stay here. All of our resources have either been damaged or they're in ashes now. So, as a result, we need to go into hiding to prepare for war because at this rate, we are already dead." Someone in the crowd shouted, "The Blood Moon Pack never backs down. We should stay and fight." I shook my head, wrong move. Xander rolled his eyes. "Blood Moon Pack is also smart. This is a tactical move. Kendrick won't be expecting us to leave. He would expect us to stay and fight because that is what we are known for. So we are going to do the exact opposite. If you have a problem with that, you can leave." Everyone was silent. No one spoke up. Xander nodded. "Good. Now go and rummage through the ashes if you can find anything. Pack light and only what is needed. We will be camping in the woods for a while. We leave in an hour." Xander stepped down from the chair and went to Izzy, holding her and their 2 children tight. Chapter 19. I groaned as soon as I was conscious. I have to stop waking up like this. My throat felt tight and sore. I coughed into my hands as I opened my eyes slowly. Everything went blurry for a moment, then came into focus. I frowned. I was in a tent. Why the hell am I in a tent? I sat up and looked around. I sniffed, and it still smelled of the Blood Moon Pack. I crawled out and my eyes widened. I wasn't in the Blood Moon Pack area anymore, and neither was anyone else. We were in the woods. Tents were everywhere. There were little fires here and there with people sitting around them, talking, while others were doing other work. The males were carrying in logs, and some of the females were pitching up more tents. What is going on? That was when I remembered. The fire. My house was on fire. The pack was on fire. I instantly panicked. "Milo." I frantically crawled out of the tent and stood up. I stumbled slightly because I was still dizzy. "Milo," I shouted. Some people were looking at me. My heart was beating fast. I ran around and yelled, "Milo." Fear made its home inside me. He has to be okay. I heard a giggle from behind me. I whipped around and saw Solomon sitting next to Milo, picking flowers. I sprinted to them. "Milo," I yelled out. He looked up at me and smiled. "Mama." He shouted in joy. He ran to me with flowers in his hands. I fell to my knees and caught him in my arms. I held him tight and inhaled his scent. Oh, my boy. My baby. I grabbed hold of his shoulders and pulled him back. Are you okay? He smiled and nodded his head. Papa took care of me. He protected me, Ma. I looked behind my son and saw Solomon standing there watching us. I nodded towards him and said breathlessly, "Thank you, Solomon." He nodded his head. "No need to thank me. It's my job to protect my son. Look, Ma, I got you flowers because I wanted you to feel better." I smiled at him and kissed his cheek. "Thank you, Baba. They are beautiful." He kissed me on the cheek and pointed to Lily, Zay's little girl. "I'm gonna play with Lily now." I smiled and nodded my head. "Okay, Milo. Be careful." He ran off to go play with his cousin. Solomon was gone. I saw him up ahead talking to a very grumpy-looking old lady. She was shouting at him and waving her arms around, but he just stood there quietly and calmly, just staring at her. He turned and caught me watching. He gave me a smirk and winked his eye. My eyes widened, and I felt my cheeks burn. I quickly stood up and walked away. Later on in the day, I was assigned to go get water from the nearby river. As I walked with a bucket and a strainer, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around and rolled my eyes. It was Solomon walking with 2 buckets. He smirked at me when I saw him. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Getting water." "What are you doing?" he asked. I lifted the bucket. "Getting water." I bent down towards the river and filled the bucket up. I then started to strain it to try and cleanse it a little better. "Why have you been avoiding me all day?" Solomon asked. Without looking at him, I replied, "Maybe it's because I don't like you." Ouch! Solomon held his chest, as if I actually hurt him. He leaned in and said, "I think it's because you're jealous." I scoffed. "Jealous of what?" "Mrs. Barry." I raised a brow in confusion. Solomon smiled. "The old lady that was yelling at me early this morning." I shrugged my shoulders. "You're so right, Solomon. I am jealous of an old lady," my voice dripping in sarcasm. As Solomon filled a bucket with water, he said, "I couldn't deny our connection anymore. I don't know what to say. She's my type. Mrs. Barry and I just click." I rolled my eyes. "Loud and psycho? That's your type." Solomon shrugged. "It's what I'm used to, isn't it?" "Then I am very confident you will have a full and happy life together," I said without even caring. I just wanted to get this bucket and go. I am sure we would have a happy life, but there's a problem. There's another woman. She's a little younger, not as pretty as Mrs. Barry, of course. He is so immature. He is obviously talking about me. Man, he is so annoying. "She sounds far too intelligent to waste her time with someone like you," I said with snarkiness in my voice. Solomon chuckled. "Well, I remember we were quite close. I courageously saved her from a fire and she clung to me as if her life depended on it. Oh yes, it was a long, long time ago. It was yesterday." I rolled my eyes and scoffed. "Are you seriously the hero of every story you tell?" Solomon smirked. "That's because I am very brave and courageous and handsome. That's why I will save you from drowning next." I frowned. Drowning? My eyes widened when he pushed me into the river. I screamed as I fell. I surfaced from the cold liquid and saw Solomon swimming next to me. "You jerk!" I screamed at him. He swam towards me and grabbed hold of me. "Don't worry. I will save you, Ayla." He picked me up in the water. I tried to fight his grip, but he was holding me too tightly. I didn't realize how close his face was to mine until I looked up. His deep navy eyes stared right at me. His eyes flickered from my eyes to my lips. "You're not as smooth as you think you are," I said. He smiled cheekily at me. "That's because I've been a little bit distracted." I rolled my eyes. "I guess pushing me into a river can be rather distracting." He raised his brows innocently. "It wasn't me. The river pulled you in. These are very unpredictable waters, you know." I shoved his face away from mine, and he let me go with a little laugh. I made my way towards the bank. "You're an idiot," I said. "So are you," he said playfully. I couldn't help but laugh a little and shake my head. Solomon always knew how to make me laugh. I got up from the river and squeezed the water from my shirt. Solomon came and did the same. This felt like old times when we would have banter with each other. We would be sarcastic. And I admit, it felt good joking around with him again. But we used to joke around before he hurt me. We used to be exactly like this, and yet he still had a way of inflicting pain on me. Who's to say it won't happen again? This made my joyous feeling dissipate straight away. I can't get attached to him. I can't let myself feel things for him. I instantly closed myself off. I picked up the bucket full of water. We should go back. Solomon's smile disappeared instantly. He leaned back and stared at my face. And then he reluctantly nodded his head. Okay, Ayla. He sighed. He picked up the 2 buckets and started to walk. Well, isn't this such a beautiful sight? Both Solomon and I froze. We turned around and saw a man standing there. By the smell of him, he's a rogue. His eyes flickered to me. Well, you're quite a looker, aren't you, sweetheart? He said with a smile. Solomon put the buckets down and stepped in front of me. What do you want, rogue? The man smiled, but it was not the friendly kind. I want her. You see, a certain alpha wants her back. He is paying anyone a reward for her to be taken to him. And I kinda need the money, so I'll just take her and be on my way. Solomon smirked. There's a certain flaw in that plan. The rogue's brow raised. And what flaw is that? Solomon stood up straight and growled, You're going to have to get through me first. Solomon shifted and lunged for the rogue. I stood back and saw Solomon fighting hard. My heart hurt from the speed at which it was beating. I shouted in fright as I was suddenly tackled from behind by another rogue. Hello, sweetheart, he snarled. I growled and kicked him off me. He laughed without humor. Oh, this will be fun. He lunged for me, but I moved out of the way. He growled in frustration. He shifted into his wolf and was ready to attack. Shoot. I couldn't shift yet. My wolf was extremely weak. He lunged for me and tackled me to the ground. He scratched my shoulder, making me yelp. I closed my eyes, ready for him to attack. But before he could, he was ripped off me. Solomon stood there breathing heavily. His eyes were wild. He helped me up and cupped my face. Are you okay? I didn't say anything. I just stood there wide-eyed. We were almost killed again. Solomon shook me softly to get my attention. Ayla, are you okay? I nodded my head silently. I can't believe we just got attacked by rogues. A glimpse of skin, however, sidetracked me from my rushing thoughts. Solomon's shirt was ripped, revealing his skin. Something caught my attention. A tattoo. I moved the material out of the way and my breath hitched and my heart stopped. Ayla. It was my name. My name was printed on his chest. When did you get this? I asked breathlessly. 5 years ago. The day after you left. My eyes widened. He's had this for 5 years. Why? I asked. I looked up and saw him staring at me softly. He hated me, no, he loathed me then. Why would he do this? I was so confused. Because I wanted to remind myself that the cost of my sins was that I lost the one good thing I had in my life. I stepped away from him as if he had burned me. I looked away. I couldn't look at him. I shook my head and took another step as he took a step forward. Ayla, he said. I shook my head at him. I picked up the bucket. I have to get the water back to the pea pack. I turned around, and then I ran. I made sure to follow Ayla closely back to the camp. She didn't want to be around me right now. I respect that, but when it comes to her safety, I don't care. When we finally arrived, she wandered off with the water while I headed straight for Xander's giant tent. I stepped through the drapes and saw he was sitting at the table mumbling something with Noah. As I walked towards them, I called, Xander. He turned to me at my entering. I stopped in front of the table. Ayla and I were attacked at the river. I had Xander and Noah's full attention now. What happened? He growled. A group of rogues attacked us. Xander's eyes widened in anger. Rogues? What the hell are rogues doing getting involved in our war? We defeated them. Kendricks put a bounty on Ayla. Noah sighed and shook his head. This just keeps getting bloody worse now, doesn't it? We'll get more guards to circle around the area for now, and then if it gets worse. I slammed my hands on the wooden table and shouted, That's not good enough. Xander instantly stood up and growled lowly at me. Watch your behavior, Solomon. I'm still your alpha. I stood up straight and growled, this is about Ayla, my mate. I am going to do everything to ensure that she comes out of this alive. Xander bent down. And I am trying to do the same. But you need to remember that I am responsible for this whole pack. I need to be thinking of everyone. Then let me be her guard. I will be personally responsible for her and Milo. Xander sat back down and leaned back. His eyes roamed over the objects on his table as he thought. Eventually, he slowly nodded his head. You can be her and Milo's guard. They're under your protection. I nodded my head. Thank you, Xander. I turned and left the tent. Chapter 20. It was nighttime. Fires were being lit in different areas of the camp for warmth. Ayla avoided me for the rest of the day, but I saw her sneaking quick glances my way even when she thought I wasn't looking. I don't know how I can get through to her. I want her to know that I've truly changed. I'm not the same man who hurt her. I want her to know that I would never hurt her again. But it's so hard because every time I try to show a little bit of myself to her, she shuts it down straight away. I scratched the back of my head and released a tired sigh as I approached her. She was sitting on the ground looking at the fire, lost in thought. I stood beside her and cleared my throat. She heard me and looked up. Yes, she asked. I thought to let you know that Xander has assigned me to be your guard. She didn't reply straight away. Her eyes drifted off into the distance for a few seconds. It's what she does when she is processing things. Why does it have to be you? Are there no other guards? I was trying my best to control myself. I took a deep breath and clenched my jaw tight to try to hold my tongue. I felt my anger pushing me. I think it was because I felt a little bit hurt. Why can't she just be okay with me being her guard? No, there are no other guards. They're all already assigned to do things, I said through my teeth. I don't mean to be angry. I want her so bad, but having her not reciprocate those feelings is hard because it is completely justified. I know I should be angry at myself, and I am. But I am angrier that I don't have her in my arms. It's making me moody. She shrugged her shoulders. Fine. So, you're okay with me being your guard? I asked gently. Her face had no expression as she faced the fire. She shrugged her shoulders again and replied calmly, I don't care. I nodded my head. Good. I went to sit next to her, but then she touched my shoulder and slightly pushed me away. This is Milo's seat. I held my tongue. I got up and went to the other side of her to sit down, but she did it again. Zipporah is sitting there. She's not here. But she's going to be, Ayla persisted. I leaned in and growled, so where do I sit then, Ayla? She leaned in and said, somewhere else. I growled and got up. It is really hard to control myself right now. She is being so difficult. I walked to the other side of the big fire and sat down. I sat right across from her and I watched her intensely. She caught me staring and I didn't even look away. I kept staring right into her eyes. She stared back. For a moment, I saw a little something in her eye. Something I am very familiar with, longing. But it was gone as quickly as it came. I know that she hates me, and I have no right to be angry right now. I should be beating myself up about it. This is all my fault. I have no one to blame but myself. I hate myself for what I did because it has led me to this point in my life. I am the living example of that saying, you reap what you sow. I am definitely reaping what I sowed. I looked at Ayla and saw she was staring at the fire. She looked beautiful with the fire glow shining on her. She looked like an angel. My angel. My little wolf. Her blue eyes lit up as if they were glowing. Her blonde hair looked golden, and her skin looked so vibrant. She was the sight of perfection. As I watched her in this moment where I could not see any pain, grief, or suffering on her face, she was just sitting there looking at the fire. I felt like this is what it could be like in the future, our future. I sighed and rubbed my eyes with my one hand. I've made a mess of my life. I am living the consequences of my actions, and I will do it gladly if it means that maybe in the future my mate will forgive me and she will come back to me. However, I admit, I am not a perfect man. She will definitely be testing me a lot. But I know that I am going to have a lot of grace for her because I know that it is my fault she is the way she is. I hope she does the same for me. She's worth it, though. Every trial I face ahead will be a challenge, but if it means she will be mine forever, I will fight my hardest. I love her with everything I have. I loved her even before we were mates, and I think that makes us a little more special because I fell in love with her out of pure love. Not the love you develop when you first meet your mate. I stood up and stretched. It was my turn to patrol for a couple of hours. I sat there and watched Solomon finally leave. Thank the Lord. I can breathe now. I can't think or speak when he's around. My feelings get caught up in everything, and I am afraid to confess something. I didn't know what to do about Sol. I knew that I would have to make a decision sometime. Decide whether I want to stay in this pack or leave it. Decide whether I want to be with Sol. I don't know. I see that he isn't such a jerk anymore. But who's to say that could change? He could switch with a snap of a finger, and he could be back to his old self. I rubbed my temples and groaned. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to be with him, but that's a given because he's my mate, so of course, a part of me will always want him. But the other part of me is thinking realistically. Being with Solomon means putting myself at risk. Am I willing to do that? I've been through so much. I'm tired. I'm tired of always having to battle things. I'm not sure I can do this. Because no matter how much I may come to love Solomon, there will always be a part of me that will hate him too. I finished my shift and walked back to the camp. Most of the fires were out. People were sleeping in their tents. I made sure to pitch mine right next to Ayla and Milo's. I wanted to be close to them in any way I could. As I approached my area of the camp, I saw a fire still burning. My mate was still sitting there even when everyone was gone. I stood and watched her from the dark. She sat up on her knees, and she slightly winced. I frowned. She took off her hoodie, leaving her in a tank top. All other thoughts left me in an instant when she turned around. Scars covered her back. They seemed to be healing, but still slightly raw and tender. I saw her breathe in relief as she sat down with the air blowing on her back. She grabbed a bag near her and opened up a salve. I am guessing that Mia made it for her. She opened it and began rubbing it softly on her back. Her eyes were closed as she concentrated on putting it on her wound. I clenched my jaw when I saw her back. I couldn't look at it without wanting to make Kendrick pay. He hurt her. He's going to pay for every ounce of suffering he has put upon her. I made my way to Ayla. As I approached her, she heard me and opened her eyes. They widened slightly until she composed herself. What are you doing around here? I sat down next to her and shrugged my shoulders. Just finished my shift in patrolling. And also my tent is, I pointed to it, right over there, so. She nodded her head as she continued to rub in the salve. Are you okay after that rogue attacked us? Yeah. Why wouldn't I be? She asked defensively. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's because you could have been killed if I didn't get there in time. She stopped what she was doing and looked at me with her brows pulled together. What do you want then? Her voice raised slightly as she spoke. Do you want me to thank you? Do you want me to forgive you? Did you expect me to go and run into your arms? I shook my head. No. Her eyes became fiercer as she spoke. If you are looking for gratitude, I admit, you have mine. But that is all. There is nothing more. I sighed. I needed to control my emotions right now. It was not the time to have an outburst. I sat there in silence as she continued to treat her back. But I felt it keep building inside of me. I felt the pressure increase as time ticked away. I growled, forget it. I sat up on my knees. What do you expect me to do, Ayla? Can't you see I am trying here? Without looking, she said, I do see you're trying. What I don't understand is why you are doing it when it's not going to get you anywhere. What do I have to do? It's been almost 2 months since you've come back. I am trying my hardest to show you I have changed. I am not that person anymore. For 5 years, all I have been doing is striving to be a better man than what I was before. I understand that everything you have been through is my fault. It is completely my fault. And I am sorry. You have no idea how much this guilt has eaten me alive. I am ashamed of what I did. So please, Ayla, tell me, what do I have to do? She threw the salve away and snarled, You think it's about you? What you should do. What you should choose. What you are like and what you are not like. That I am waiting for you to pass my test and then you do. And so I have to love. When are you going to get it? My brows tilted in confusion as she leaned in and growled, "I don't love you, Solomon. I don't. When are you going to understand that? I choose me. I choose for myself. I take care of myself." Her eyes glossed over, and her voice became shaky. "Not you. Me. Only me." Tears overflowed out of her eyes and down her cheeks. "So let me go." I shook my head. "I can't let you go. I love you too much. You're too important. You are." She stood up and shouted, "Just let me go, Solomon. Let me be." I stood up. "I can't." She hit me in my chest. I grabbed her wrists and she winced. "Stop, Ayla. And listen to me." "No, you listen," she sobbed. "I am not the girl you once loved anymore. The girl you love is gone. When are you going to get it, Solomon?" I sobbed and said, "I don't even remember what it was like to be that girl anymore." She cried. I cupped her face and I stepped closer. "Ayla, we did not ask for this kind of life. Everything that has happened to this point was fate. Even if I was a good guy back then, I don't think that would have made a difference because everything that happened would have still happened." I stepped even closer and softly said, "We didn't ask for our sins and our suffering. They were put upon us." She shook her head and sobbed. "But I've done terrible things. Twisted things to survive Kendrick. I've done such unforgivable things. I've changed Solomon. I'm not that girl you became best friends with. I can't be fixed. I can't be that girl again." I shook my head. "Look at me. Look at all the wrong I did. Every single thing I did is unforgivable as well. Maybe we are both not worthy of forgiveness. That is for someone else to judge. But what I do know is that we are worthy of each other." She looked at me straight in the eye, and I saw such emotion. She had closed herself off from me this whole time, but seeing that kind of emotion, that overwhelming feeling, wash over her, gave me hope. Then what surprised me the most was that as she cried, she leaned into my chest. I wrapped my arms around her and held her tight. I kissed her forehead and whispered in her hair, "Everything is going to be okay, little wolf." Chapter 21. I opened my eyes to see that it was early morning. I turned and saw my baby boy was still asleep. I rubbed my face and yawned. I didn't know what happened last night. I groaned and rolled over. I let loose, that's what I did. And so did he. Now I am more confused than before. I haven't seen Solomon having such an outburst in a long time. Seeing him do that, seeing him fight, I almost want him to win the battle between us. But I knew better than to hope. I sat in my tent and crawled out. My eyes widened, however, when I saw Solomon asleep in a hunched-over figure outside my tent. I stood next to him and poked his arm. "Solomon." He didn't wake. I poked his face and whispered, "Solomon." His eyes snapped open, and he attempted to get up, but he groaned and rolled over while holding his back. "Shit. My back." I nodded my head with no surprise. "Yep, sleep on the hard ground of the forest floor will do that to ya." He groaned as he got up. "I'm bringing my mattress out here next time. What were you even doing here in the first place?" He rubbed his back and said in his husky morning voice, "I heard something during the night. I got worried, so I decided to sleep in front of your tent." I was taken aback slightly. "You didn't have to do that." He looked up at me and smirked. "Of course I do. It's my job to protect you." I didn't know how to respond to him. I tucked my hair behind my ear, coughed into my hand, and turned around to make a fire. I sat on a rock as I watched Milo and a couple of the other kids playing in the river. A shadow appeared beside me. I looked up and saw it was Zipporah. She smiled down at me as she placed herself on the rock as my company. "Hey." I smiled back. "Hey." She leaned back and released a tired sigh. Growing a baby is one tiring job for this body. I giggled and shook my head. Right, because having your mate worry about you 24/7 as well as asking you what you want or what you need is such a stressful thing. Zay laughed. "It is though. I ask him to buy me chocolate, and he brings me the wrong brand or the wrong flavor of the right brand every time. It's so hard being me right now," she joked. I threw my head back and laughed. I turned to Zay and saw her staring at me softly. I tilted my head and asked, "What? Do I have a bug on my face?" "Because if I do and you haven't told me, I will flick it on your face." Zay smiled and shook her head. No, it's just really nice seeing you smile and laugh again. I grinned and looked down before looking back at the kids. Yeah, well, there hasn't really been much reason for me to laugh. But you're right, it feels nice to smile and relax a little bit. Zay nodded, her mouth still pulled wide into a smile. Good. I want to see more of it. And I'm glad for my sake, because just seeing your face is making me depressed. A laugh burst out of my mouth. I forgot how much of a witch you were. Zay shrugged her shoulders. I may have grown up, but I won't ever give up my inner witch. I use it as backup when I need it. Every girl has a witch inside her. Whether small or large, there is still a witch there. I nodded my head and raised my hand to the sky. Amen. This felt good, even though it was a shallow conversation. It still felt good to talk casually with a good friend. I was tired of dealing with my crap. Sometimes it's nice to talk. So when are you due? Zay shrugged and lay down on her back. I don't know when it's due. I shook my head. You don't know when your own pup is going to be born? Zay smiled with her eyes closed. I already had 2 pups before. I know what I'm getting myself into. I leaned back and looked at Milo playing in the water, laughing and smiling. It made me smile, thinking about how much love I had for him. You ever thought about having more pups? I shrugged. Not really. I never thought I would be free from Kendrick. So I never even considered that I would ever be able to have more pups. I looked down at Zay and saw her eyes. They were sad, but she fought it and smiled at me. Well, now that you're out, you're free to make whatever decision you like. You could have more pups if you wanted to. Yeah, I could. But how would I be able to do that? Zay frowned. Wow. I've never given anyone the talk before. Well, when a female and male love each other very much, they go to bed and their bodies. I pushed her shoulder playfully. Stop it. I know that. I mean, there's no one around to have another pup with. Zay rolled her eyes at me. You know exactly who you should have babies with. I'm not gonna name him, but you know. I shook my head and looked back at the river. It's Solomon. I rolled my eyes and groaned. I thought you weren't gonna say it. Zay smiled. I thought you might have forgotten who your mate was, is all. It's impossible to forget when he's around me 24/7. Zay laughed. Give the wolf a break. He hasn't seen his mate for 5 years, and he finally finds her, and also his son, which he never knew he had. I rolled my eyes. Well, maybe it didn't have to be 5 years if he wasn't such a jerk, I mumbled to myself. Zay sighed and sat back up. She turned to me and looked me straight in the eyes. I know that you're angry at Solomon, and you have every right to be. But you have to know that he is not the same man he was back then. I'm not saying this because I'm his sister or even because I'm your friend. I'm saying this as a person who's seen it. I'm not saying that you have to be his mate again, or you have to stop being angry at him. I'm just saying you should just cut him some slack. All he wants is for you to know that he's changed. Let him show you. She lay back down and rested. I know she said that from a loving place and not an angry one. I know she cares about me, and that's why she said what she did. I just left what she said at the back of my mind to rethink it later on. I felt a cold breeze starting to make its way through, making my skin rise into goosebumps. I stood up from the rock and called out for my son. Milo! He raised his head at the sound of my voice. I waved my hand, gesturing for him to come. It's time to get out of the water now, Baba. Milo frowned but listened. We went back to the camp, and I made sure Milo was sitting in front of the fire, warming up after getting changed. I was sitting beside him, laying out clothes to dry, when Mia was walking by. Hey, Mia. She turned to me and smiled. Hey, Ayla. Did you need something? I was wondering if you could watch Milo for a little bit. I need to go to town to get more vitamins for him. Sure, Noah, Keith, and I were just going to go pick some herbs. Milo is most welcome to join. Thank you. I can take you to town if you want. I turned around and saw Solomon standing there. My first reaction was to reject his offer, but then Zay's words popped into my head. I internally groaned. I didn't want to go with him, but I knew I couldn't be mean to him forever. I sighed and reluctantly nodded. That'd be nice. Solomon nodded and turned around, but not before I saw a small smile. I sighed and turned back to finish laying out the clothes, but I saw Mia and Zipporah standing there with bright smiles. I smirked and rolled my eyes. They're so annoying, in a good kind of way. Milo was playing with some sticks when I said, "Hey Baba, Mama is going out to town to get some vitamins, okay?" He smiled and nodded his head. I leaned and pointed to my cheek. "You forgetting something, mister?" Milo laughed and kissed my cheek. I smiled and kissed him on his forehead. I got up and grabbed my coat as I saw Solomon waiting in the car for me. I went and sat in the passenger's seat, and we were on our way. We were driving in silence for a moment. I didn't want to talk. The last time we spoke, I broke down. I know he wants to talk about it. But I'm tired of talking about me, talking about how I'm messed up because of all the crap I've been through. I mean, I know I haven't had the best life. No point in crying about it every day. I want to leave it and move to a better life. So, about last night, Solomon said slowly. I don't want to talk about that. I was looking out the window when I heard Solomon chuckling. I wasn't talking about you breaking down crying. I was talking about how I heard a sound last night. I felt my cheeks warm up, very quickly. I cleared my throat and looked out the window. Oh. Even though I wasn't looking, I knew Solomon was amused. I rolled my eyes and, without looking, I said, if I remember correctly, you were the one on the verge of tears. Oh, really? Well, at least I was on the verge. You just went out and burst into tears. Snot mixed with tears is not an attractive look for you, little wolf. I turned to him and gasped. You jerk. No one can ever look attractive when they cry. And besides, I did not have snot running down my nose while I cried. My shirt says otherwise. The poor thing. I won't ever get your snot and tear stain out of it. I shook my head and turned back to the window. You're such a jerk. Yet I found myself slightly, only slightly, smiling. At least I'm an honest jerk. I rolled my eyes. What was it about last night then? All joking was put aside when I saw his face turn serious. I just want you to be extra careful. We're at war with Kendrick. I don't want to give him any chance of getting to you. I gulped and nodded my head. He wants you, Ayla. I just want you to be cautious. Always be alert no matter what. He wants me, I repeated. I almost forgot there was a war because of me. His eyes flickered back and forth from me to the road. Hey, everything will be okay. I'm not going to let anything happen to you, okay? You or Milo. You two are going to be safe. I didn't say anything. I stayed silent as we went into town. Once we finally arrived, I walked to the pharmacy to look at the vitamins. As I was picking between two different types of vitamin cases, Solomon came up behind and read them. Why do you need vitamins? It's not for me, it's for Milo. Solomon frowned in concern. Why? Is he sick? No, but because he's only ever been in the attic, he won't have as strong of an immune system as most kids. I need to give him vitamins to provide a health boost, I said while concentrating on deciding what vitamins I should get him. I turned around to look at the next rack of choices when Solomon was still standing there, with a concerned expression. I snapped my fingers in front of his face. He blinked a couple of times as his eyes focused on me. You okay? I asked cautiously. No, will Milo be okay? Will he develop health problems when he gets older? Should we try to prevent it now? Maybe we should get him checked up, or... I grabbed his shoulders. Solo, calm down. He stopped his rant and released a long-held breath. Milo will be fine. He doesn't have a disease or anything. He just needs a little bit of a boost. He's going to be okay. How are you so confident that he'll be okay? I smirked and rolled my eyes. Because I'm his mother, I know when my child is okay or not. I walked away to look at more vitamins, but Solomon followed close by. But he could develop some health issues? Was he okay when he was born? I shrugged my shoulders. He seemed okay to me. And he hasn't shown any signs of birth defects, so. What did the doctor say? He asked. I picked up a glass bottle and started running my eyes over all the small prints. There were no doctors. Solomon's brows pulled together. His mind was running through the scenario, and he still looked confused. Were there midwives? Nurses? Anyone? Oh, I don't know, qualified. I shook my head. Nope, I said, popping the pea. Then who is there to help? No one, I said while continuing to look at the rack. I gave birth in the attic alone. Kendrick thought of it as mercy, as if it was his way, he would have forced an abortion. I said casually. I guess I was so used to the fact that I did that I didn't make it much of a big deal. I experienced, and so I moved on. Solomon stopped following me. I looked over my shoulder. He stood there pale. His eyes were blank, and yet they held so much pain. You were alone, he whispered to himself. I felt bad for him. I guess it would be hard to know the mother of your child was totally, utterly alone during such a significant time, where it was supposed to be full of support from your loved ones, especially your mate. I slowly walked to him. He looked at me with a shaky breath. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Ayla. I should have been there for you. I shook my head and waved my hand, dismissing the whole thing. Forget about it. I mean, yeah, it sucked at the time, but it's in the past now. I've learned to move on. I could see that the weight on Solomon's shoulders had increased. He rubbed his face and released a big sigh. I'm going to make sure that you won't suffer ever again. I kept myself silent. I knew that I wouldn't be around for him to do that, but I wanted him to believe it to make himself feel a little better. I may not like him that much, but I don't like seeing him in this much pain either. Come on, I found the vitamins I was looking for. He silently followed me to the counter. I laid my item in front of the pharmacist. He smiled politely at me and took the item to be scanned. I was fumbling around with my wallet when the man spoke. Kendrick is getting very impatient. I stilled and looked up. The man was standing there with a blank expression. Alpha Kendrick has put a pretty price on your pretty little head. He reached out his hand to caress my cheek when another hand shot out and grabbed the man's wrist before he could. Solomon stood there fuming. You're crazy if you think she'd be here alone. Solomon grabbed my arms and yanked me behind him. The man chuckled. Kendrick won't stop till he has her. He will do everything to have what is rightfully his. Solomon growled and punched him straight in the face, instantly knocking him out. He turned around and faced me. His anger was evident. I hate these idiots. All they do is talk. I had a hand on my chest to calm my heart. Solomon turned around and grabbed hold of my shoulders. He slightly lowered his face to mine and raised his brows. Are you okay? I nodded my head. Yeah, I'm okay, I said breathlessly. Solomon grabbed the vitamins on the counter. I feel like this means that this is free. I laughed and shook my head. We went outside, but Solomon immediately stopped, making me walk into his back. I waited for him to move, but he didn't. I touched his arm in concern. Solomon. I looked over and his jaw was clenched. His eyes were scanning the area intently. He took a step back and shut the door. He turned to me and put his arm around me. We're going through the back door. What? Why? I could see in his eyes that he was formulating a plan. He jumped over the counter and turned to try to help me over. I raised my brow at him. I can do that myself. He rolled his eyes and said impatiently, then do it. We don't have that much time. I jumped over the counter and made a noise, pointing out that I did it all by myself. Solomon pushed me towards the back. What's going on, Solomon? Is someone chasing us? He tried to open the back door, but it was locked. He snarled in frustration. He pushed me to the side as he took a couple of steps back. He rushed towards the door and kicked it right off the hinges. He grabbed me and tucked me tight against his body as we made our way outside. The car was across the road. Solomon. I hissed at him. Tell me what's going on. Not right now, Ayla. He snapped. This shut me right up. He's been so friendly and caring towards me. Seeing him like this was different. He was in full bodyguard/mate mode. He pulled my hood over my head, and he did the same for him. He pulled me across the road, watching every single person and their movements. He unlocked the car. He stood in front of my door until I was entirely inside and buckled in. When he finally got in, he turned on the car and sped off. He released a breath of relief. I yanked my hood off and scowled at him. Now that we are finished playing the bodyguard, will you please tell me what is going on? Solomon still looked intense and serious, but when his eyes flickered to me, his whole demeanor relaxed slightly. There were random wolves everywhere, and they were all here for you. I had to do what I did to get you out of there. I groaned. This is all getting too much. Great, an army of bounty wolves are after my head. Well, they're not going to get anywhere near your pretty head. So don't worry. I'll handle it. I sat silently as we made our way back to the camp. However, Solomon suddenly stopped. I looked at him questionably. What are you doing? I'm not going to lead those wolves back to our camp. So what are we going to do then? Just wait here like sitting ducks? Waiting to be shot? Solomon chuckled and shook his head. No. We're going to go somewhere and lay low for a couple of hours before going to the camp. He climbed out of the car and immediately opened my door. I climbed out and landed on my feet. I took in my surroundings. We were on the busier side of town. How does this make it any better? I asked in annoyance. Solomon tilted his head, pondering something. And he clicked his fingers as he got an idea. I got it. He opened the car door and grabbed one of his hoodies. He wrapped it in a ball and lifted my shirt. My eyes widened, and I tried to pull it down. Solomon, what are you doing? Solomon had a mischievous glint in his eyes as he put his balled-up hoodie in my shirt. He patted it around, molding it, then stepped back to inspect his work. I glared at him. I'm pregnant? Really? Anyone who sees a pregnant stomach won't even think twice to know that it's not you, because everyone knows you're not pregnant. Just keep your hoodie up. I rolled my eyes and I groaned. This is literally the most ridiculous plan. Solomon smiled in amusement. Hey, it's not the best, but at least it's the most fun. Let's see how good our acting is, huh? I smirked and walked ahead of him, holding my fake stomach. We were walking around looking at places to eat. I acted like I didn't care, but I felt the warm sensation of having Solomon's hand on my lower back. And it gave me a weird feeling. Excitement. An old woman passed us, but as soon as she saw my stomach, her eyes brightened. She smiled sweetly and made her way towards us. Why, hello there. I'm sorry to intrude on your day, but I can't help myself when I see a young couple expecting a baby. I smiled politely. That's all right. Having pups. I mean, children are always a blessing. She nodded her head cheerfully. Too right, my dear. Solomon interrupted. I'm sorry, but it seems my wife has forgotten her manners. Her name is Dorcas, with a K. I slowly looked at him pointedly. I raised my brow to him as if saying, Dorcas? Really? Solomon looked down at me cheekily. Oh yes, my sweet, sweet Dorcas. She is the love of my life. The old woman looked so happy. I smiled widely at her. Yes, I am. And this guy, right here, I said, slamming my hand hard on his stomach, is Gretel Asworth. My oh so loving husband. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. Gretel? I never knew that was a unisex name. Solomon shook his head and said through his teeth, it's not, and looked at me hard. I just smiled at him. Yes, it's actually a girl's name. It's a funny story, actually. Solomon glared at me. It's a funny story now? I laughed fakely and explained. You see, when he was born, his manhood was so small that they mistook it for a vagina. Once they did discover it was a boy, it was already too late because they had already put Gretel down as the name. The old woman put her hand over her mouth. Goodness, that is so unfortunate. I was trying so hard not to laugh right now. Yes, I know. I am actually surprised I could even get pregnant considering. I gestured through my eyes toward Solomon's crotch. I saw he was standing there, gulping. He was clearly not enjoying it. I just laughed poshly. Yes, but I still love my Gretel. I looked at him and caressed his cheek, my sweet. I smacked his cheek, making it look playful, but really. I was smacking hard, sweet, smack, loving, smack, husband, smack. His face was red from trying to control himself from exploding. He smiled politely and said through his teeth, well, it was nice meeting you, miss, but I need to get my wife back. I need to get her some laxatives since she is extremely constipated. My eyes widened and my cheeks reddened. He leaned towards the old lady and said, it's horrible. Sad, really. It's just like pebbles plopping into the toilet. It's so bad that it's even a struggle to push out a fart. I rolled my eyes and dragged a laughing Solomon away. Okay, that's enough. I pushed him forward to keep walking. But he was still laughing his head off, the jerk. You started it by saying that I was so small that it looked like a vagina. I think we both know that I am not small. I scoffed. PFFF, it's pretty small. I mean, I couldn't get much out of it. I turned to look at him, but was startled when he was right in front of my face. He smirked and said, "You screaming my name said otherwise." My face heated up. Solomon chuckled and tucked a stray hair behind my ear. His eyes flickered to something behind me and gave a knowing smile. "I think I found a place where we can lay low." I turned around. The breath escaped my lungs as I saw the diner Solomon and I used to go to all the time when we were kids, the 1980s themed diner. Solomon. I watched Ayla's face. There was a mixture of emotions that crossed it. She seemed almost happy to see it, but then hesitant. I think it's because it's a blast from the past. A past where we were together and in love. And right also because right now we aren't together, and she doesn't love me anymore. Even though I love her. I placed my hand on her lower back and gently pushed towards the door. I opened the entrance door for her, and I didn't miss the shaky breath she took as she walked in. We both stood inside, and it felt like we had literally traveled back in time. I could see Ayla physically pale. Her chest was rising and falling faster. Her eyes were glued to a booth near the window. Our booth. I took her hand softly, and she didn't pull away. I cautiously led her to our old booth, and we sat down. She sat on her side, and I sat on my side. She looked at the table with her brows pulled together. She hadn't even touched anything yet. She left her hands on her own lap. "Ayla," I said softly. She whipped her head up as if she had just woken up from a dream. "Yeah." I raised my brows and asked, "Are you okay?" She just silently nodded her head and looked around like someone else from her past was going to pop up. "It feels pretty weird being here, huh?" I asked. She laughed without humor. "Very weird." All signs of the chill laughing Ayla were gone. She looked anxious and scared. "You want a milkshake or something?" I asked politely. She immediately shook her head. "No." I leaned back in my seat and looked at her. She is so beautiful. As I look at her now, it makes me feel more guilt. I mean, look at us now. We're mates. If I hadn't messed up, we'd be sitting here happily together and in love. But because I was an idiot, I'm the one suffering for it now. And I have to fight for her love. "I guess the last time we were here, it was a little bit different, wasn't it?" I said. Her eyes raised to mine. I could see the pain and hurt, yet she had a small, sad smile form on her lips. "Yeah, a little bit. Memories were definitely made here. Memories I don't want to forget." Her eyes widened slightly before she looked down at her lap. I sighed. She doesn't want to talk. I looked at the stereo and then back at Ayla, releasing a huge smile. She frowned. "What? You don't want to talk? Fine. We don't have to talk." I stood up from the booth and onto the table. "Just don't think about the people around us. This is for Ayla. Drop the shame, Solomon. Just drop it." I looked at my mate. Her eyes widened. "Oh my gosh. Solomon, please don't. Stop begging me, I'm already doing it, little wolf. Remember when you embarrassed the hell out of me? Well, our roles are now reversed, my dear." Her mouth was open in shock as she heard the song begin. Her cheeks reddened, and she mumbled, "Oh God." I looked to the guy and yelled, "Turn the song up, Joe." Joe laughed and turned it right up. Ayla was still wide-eyed as I pointed to her and began to sing, "Ooh, my little pretty one, my pretty one, when you gonna give me some time, Sharona? Ooh, you make my motor run, my motor run." I jumped from table to table, but I never lost eye contact with my very, very shocked mate. "When you gonna give to me, a gift to me, is it just a matter of time, Sharona? Is it D Destiny, or is it just a game in my mind, Sharona?" I slowly took my shirt off and swung it around my head. Ayla covered her eyes with her hands, but I didn't miss the amused smile she formed. This was my victory. I jumped back onto our table and pointed to her, my Sharona. And then I sat back in my chair. Everyone applauded in the restaurant. I bowed my head to them and smiled. I turned to a very amused Ayla. She giggled as she said, "I can't believe you just did that." I shrugged my shoulders. "Now you know I felt when you did it." She crossed her arms in defiance and said, "I'm still not sorry that I did that to you." I smirked and winked at her. "Neither am I." My phone rang in my pocket and I picked it up and frowned. "It's Xander." I answered it. What's up? You and Ayla need to get here now. Something has happened. I looked to Ayla. Her light eyes vanished, replaced by a serious concern. Chapter 22. When we walked into the camp, Xander was already waiting for us with a very worried Izzy. What is it? I asked. Xander's eyes flickered between me and Ayla. He turned around and walked towards the main tent. Follow me. Ayla and I both followed him inside. Eddie, Noah, and their mates were already here. They all wore faces of concern and dread. This made me go on edge instantly. Tell me, I said impatiently. Xander sat down and held up a letter. Kendrick has given us a warning. If we don't hand Ayla over to him, he's going to wage war against us. Ayla stepped forward and said, he's put a bounty on my head. That might be his way of recruiting for this. Xander groaned and rubbed his eyes. What a mess. As I looked around the table, I felt an ache inside. I felt guilt. They were worried about their families, their little ones, the pack. They have been threatened with a horrible war that could lead to wolves dying. Pups dying. Loved ones are dying. All for me. I can't let them fight for me. I can't let you all do this anymore, I said with a heart that was full. I know I am not a whole person. I still have nightmares every night. I still have a deep fear of going back to that wretched attic. I didn't want to go through everything that I went through all over again, maybe even worse this time. Kendrick might kill me by accident. I took a deep breath. Everyone was facing me with confused expressions. Solomon, however, was more annoyed than confused. He stepped closer to me and whispered harshly, "Don't, Ayla." I scowled at him. You don't have the right to tell me what to do. I faced the rest of the people. Look, I can't let you guys go through this war because of me. He wants me and that's it. I can take myself in. Solomon growled, No. You're not doing this. I won't let you. And I don't care, I snapped at him. If it means you all will be safe, I'm going to do it. Solomon's face was hard and angry. He snarled, I am not letting you do this. I'll chain you up if I have to. I pushed him and shouted, Can't you see I am already in chains? I have been in chains for 5 years. And for some twisted reason, even though I am free, Kendrick still has me in chains. And on top of that, I have this extreme guilt and shame for letting you all go to war for someone like me. I am not worth a war. Please just let me go. Tears welled up in my eyes. Everyone's eyes were wide when they watched me. I glared deeply at Solomon. You are in no position to tell me what to do, Solomon Nightwalker. You lost the right to me a long time ago. You should remember that. He didn't say anything. His jaw was clenched and his eyes were black. He wanted to explode right now. Veins were popping out of his neck. Eddie quickly got up and gently pushed Solomon towards the exit. Come on, man, let's go for a run. Solomon growled deeply but complied. When they left, I physically relaxed. I tried to be his friend. I tried to be nice and have a little bit of fun. But it always ends with this. Xander stood from his chair and made his way towards me. I understand why you feel the way you do, Ayla. Trust me, I do. You are naturally a peacemaker. You don't like conflict. You try your hardest to prevent it even if you are caught in the crossfire, and I admire that. But I also understand that you haven't been part of a pack for 5 years. That's a long time. And I think I need to remind you that in a pack like ours, if you mess with one, you mess with all of us. Kendrick was a sick and twisted wolf who trapped you in a never-ending cycle of pain and suffering. Not only you, but Milo, who is my nephew, and he's going to pay for it. I shook my head. No, I can't let you risk so much. Xander chuckled. He placed his hands on my shoulders. Have you ever thought, my dear Ayla, that maybe we all want to do this? We want you to be safe. I want you to be safe. Consider this me repaying you for all of my wrongs I've done, even though it would probably never suffice for it. He said it in a calm and gentle voice. He looked at me with soft eyes, the eyes of a big brother. My bottom lip quivered, and I nodded my head. I can't remember the last time people sacrificed so much for me just because they wanted to. Izzy came beside me and rubbed my back. She gifted a sweet smile to me, and I couldn't help but feel better. She seemed so motherly. She leaned in and said, We are happy to risk everything because you are a part of this family, Ayla. Whether you and Solomon will ever be mates, you will always have a place here, You and Milo both. Tears spilled down my face as I nodded my head silently. I was scared that if I uttered a word, I would burst into tears. Izzy hugged me. It was so incredibly motherly that I didn't want her to let go. And she didn't. She let me cry on her shoulder as she stroked my hair. Oh goodness. Am I interrupting something? I recognized that voice. I whipped my head around and saw Abby Nightwalker standing with a basket. Her eyes widened when they fell on me. Ayla, is that you, my dear? I automatically smiled widely. I ran into her arms and wrapped my own around her. And Abby, I can't believe it's you. Ever since I was younger, she has always wanted me to call her Auntie Abby. Oh, my dear Ayla. I can't believe it's you. I took a step back and smiled. She was like a mother to me. It's so good to see you again, I said. Abby smiled, making the wrinkles around her eyes more prominent. She cupped my cheeks. We have a lot to catch up on. Her eyes looked at something behind me. Hello, my Izzy. How are you, darling? I turned around and let Abby and Izzy hug and have a brief chat. Izzy smiled at us both. I'll go check on the boys and let you two catch up. When she left, it was just the two of us left in the tent. We went and sat on one of the chairs. As I took Abby in, I saw that she had aged a lot, but still as beautiful as ever. She took hold of my hand and said, Now, my dear, tell me what has been going on in your life. I gulped. I was nervous. I didn't want her to think that I was dirty or tainted. I didn't want her to think lowly of me, or think I wasn't like the girl I once was before. It's not a pretty story. Abby tightened her hold on my hands. You don't need to tell me, dear, if you don't want to. But just remember, I will not judge you. I have always thought of you as another daughter. You tell me what you want to tell me. This made me feel more comfortable. I took a shaky breath and started from the beginning. I ran through how Solomon was treating me when I ran away and when I was trapped, everything, down to the last detail. I had not looked at her the whole time, afraid that she did not like what she heard. However, when I did raise my head, I did not expect her eyes to have glistened with unshed tears. Her hold on my hand never loosened. My dear Ayla, I had no idea you have endured so much through these last couple of years. I shrugged my shoulders, not knowing what to say. Abby lifted my head up high and smiled sweetly. Do not feel ashamed, my dear. You have gone through what nobody deserves to go through. You made the best of the situation. That's all you did. You are not dirty. You are not ruined goods. You are still Ayla Greystone. I cried and shook my head. But that's the thing, I'm not Ayla Greystone anymore, Abby. She died in that attic. I feel so lost. I don't know how to think or feel. I don't know what to do about Solomon. I don't know how to move on from all of the bad that I went through. I just don't know. Abby shook her head. SSS, calm down. Take deep breaths. I took a deep breath and she did this with me as well. Ayla, I want you to close your eyes. I did as she said. Abby was one of the few whom I trusted. Good, now, I want you to block out everyone. Do not think of Solomon or be concerned with his feelings. Do not think of Zipporah and her advice. Do not think of Xander. Do not think of anyone. I frowned. Then what do I think? I don't want you to think. I want you to solely feel what is in your heart, because that is the very core of all of this confusion. You need be still and listen. Now tell me, what are you feeling? I grunted. I don't know. I have all of these mixed emotions about everything. Okay, what is the first thing that comes to you when you think of your confusion? I sighed. I let myself be in this darkness and focus entirely on what I am feeling. Solomon. What about Solomon? He hurt me and he betrayed me when I most needed him. But I think. Abby hit my head softly. Ouch! I yelped, rubbing my head. No thinking. So. He hurt you and betrayed you. Why do you feel hurt? Because when I was pregnant, I wanted to be around him so much. I was wanting his support and love for me because I was scared. I was going to be a mother and I didn't know what that entailed. Okay, good. And why do you feel betrayed? I felt like I was reliving everything as I talked. I was feeling everything all over again. The pain, the rejection, the loneliness. I thought it all. I felt betrayed because not only he didn't give me attention, he purposely went out of his way to tear me down. He wanted to see me get hurt. He wanted to see me be unhappy. He put himself first and me second in the time that I most needed him. And has there been any other feelings that developed from this event? I feel so angry, I said as a spike of rage consumed my mind. Tell me why. I'm angry because if he didn't do what he did, I wouldn't have endured so much. Milo would have had a normal upbringing. I wouldn't have had to be in constant fear all the time. I hate him for that because what I went through was a direct flow-on effect from his silly decisions. And I paid for it. So where does this confusion start? I groaned and rubbed my temples, trying to communicate my emotions. I hate him, but another part of me yearns for him. But then, suddenly, my heart softened slightly. I miss the old Solomon. The times when we were friends and everything was simple. I miss being his mate. I still remember the times we would hang out and do crazy things together. But then all of that clashes with the bad Solomon. No matter how much I may love him or want to be with him, no matter how much he seems to have changed, I know for a fact that part of me will always blame him. And I hate it, because I actually do want to be with him. But then he is always around me, trying to be with me, trying to make me love him, and then everyone else is always asking me whether I'm okay, what I'm feeling, and if I need anything. I get that they're being nice, but I just feel so trapped here. I feel so claustrophobic that I can't breathe, and I can't think, and I can't take the time to really find what I'm feeling. I am in a place where I am constantly surrounded by the people and things that remind me of what I lost and who I am not anymore. I opened my eyes and found them wet. I looked up at Abby. Her eyes were focused, but she was sad. I released a tired sigh. I think that's enough. I don't want to delve in deeper. Abby nodded her head understandingly. Of course. You should go rest. I stood up on shaky legs. Abby came to me and gave a motherly hug. She whispered in my ear, sometimes to get a clearer view of things, you have to take yourself out of the equation, my dear. Chapter 23. Ayla. After Abby's talk, I felt better. I had a plan. Having a solid plan made me feel content. I felt at peace as I prepared for bed. Milo was already fast asleep. I gave him a kiss goodnight and went outside the tent to make sure everything was properly prepared for tomorrow morning. I went over to the campfire and grabbed a basket to put all of our washing in when I heard someone walking. I looked over my shoulder to see Mia making her way towards me, placing a hand over her stomach. I greeted her with a smile. Hey! She sat down and gave a tired smile. Hey, Ayla. What are you doing up this late? Shouldn't you be resting? She waved her hand, dismissing the time of night it was. I don't care right now. I actually came to talk to you. Oh, did you need something? I asked. She shook her head. No. Her eyes slightly wandered off, deep in thought, before she softly said, I just wanted you to know that you're not alone. I raised my brows in surprise. I've seen you put a smile on your face, she continued, but I recognize that kind of smile. It's the kind of smile you do when you're slowly breaking a little more inside. I gulped. I felt a little nervous, because she was right on the spot with that one. Why do you say that? I asked gently, trying not to seem harsh. Her eyes drooped down, and that's when I saw it. Pain and suffering. She was reflecting everything I was feeling. Because it was the exact same smile I taught myself to do for years. Why are you telling me this, Mia? She gulped and looked up at me from her lap. Because I didn't have anyone who understood me. I was completely alone. And I don't want you to go through the same thing. Back at the tent, you thought this war was just for you, but it's not. It's for me as well. It's for all of us. Kendrick has left his mark on every one of us. She looked down at her lap and said quietly, some more than most. I leaned forward and placed my hand over hers. What mark has Kendrick left on you? She paled slightly and her breathing became shaky. He's my uncle. My eyes widened in shock. Kendrick is your uncle? Mia nodded. My parents died and so I was left in his care. He didn't pay much attention to me until I grew up. I developed faster than most girls. He noticed. He began to pull me into his lap saying I was his favorite. But it got so bad that he dragged me down to this awful basement and forced me to do horrible things. He was more of a monster than I thought he was. How could he do that to his own niece? I leaned in more, wanting her to know I was here and that I was listening. She took a deep breath as she continued. When he was about to force himself on me, his mate came in. I remember being so happy, but then he blamed it on me, saying I seduced him. And of course, she believed it. She banished me at the age of 15. I was alone for 6 years because of him. Her tearful eyes met mine. Her bottom lip was quivering when she said, "I just want you to know that you're not alone, Ayla. You're not alone at all." My own tears welled in my eyes. It felt good to know that someone understands me. Someone who doesn't judge me because they went through similar things. I pulled Mia into a tight hug. "Thank you," I whispered to her. I felt her nod her head. I pulled back and smiled. "Thank you for telling me. You have no idea how much you've helped me." She smiled back. "You're welcome." I couldn't hold it in anymore. Now that I knew I could fully trust her, I blurted out, "I'm leaving tomorrow morning." Her eyes widened and then squinted into a question. "Leaving?" I nodded my head. "Milo and I are leaving tomorrow morning. I can't be here anymore, Mia." "What do you mean?" "I just can't be here. I'm not happy here, Mia. I feel like I'm being tormented because everywhere I look, it is something that is from my past." "Like Solomon?" I gulped and looked down defeated. "Him included. I can see he's changed, and I'm happy he has changed. But I can't even look at him without being reminded of the horrible things he's done and said. You have to understand. I have to be free. I want to leave and go experience things." Mia nodded understandingly. "When I was at the cottage I lived at, I felt trapped and alone. But then I was invited to come here and I took that opportunity to live and fall in love. So I get it, you need a change. You need to take yourself out of this. She trailed off, trying to find the right word. "Equation," I suggested. She laughed and nodded her head. "Yes, equation." She leaned in and held my shoulders, giving an encouraging smile. "Go, Ayla. Go find your life again and be happy." I felt this burst of excitement and motivation. I felt like there was hope for me. "Do you mind if I tell the others in secret?" "I'll make sure Sol won't find out." I nodded my head. "I think it would be nice to say goodbye. I should probably go to bed now," I said. "Of course, you need your rest." I gave her a tight hug. "Thank you again for what you told me. And don't worry, I won't tell a soul." "I know you won't. I'll see you early in the morning." I nodded excitedly. I was leaving. I was feeling finally free. I was about to lie down when Abby came in. I smiled excitedly. "Abby," I whispered. She smiled back. "I have everything ready for you. Thank you for this." "I think it is what I need, but," I said hesitantly in the end, "I can't help but feel guilty. They're all fighting for me. Kendrick is waging war on me and this pack. It feels wrong to do this while they are fighting." Abby shook her head. "No, Ayla. This war is not just for you. It is also for Mia, for Izzy, for Xander, Noah, and even Solomon. Kendrick has hurt this pack before you ever came. You have given them a chance to have justice. Do not feel guilty. Don't feel burdened to stay." I sighed and reluctantly nodded my head. Abby smiled and gave me a hug and a kiss before I slept. I lay in bed feeling excited. I didn't remember the last time I was this excited. I was ecstatic. I couldn't believe I was finally doing what I always wanted to do, and with my son. I felt this overflowing sense of calmness that flooded my system, and when I closed my eyes, I did so with a smile. "Ayla," someone whispered. I groaned. Who the hell is disturbing my peace? I squinted my eyes open. It was still nighttime. A figure was popping its head in my tent. "What is it?" I hissed. "It's me, Solomon. What do you want?" I shouted, but in a whisper. You know when you really want to shout, but you can't make a noise? So you do that whisper shout? That's what I did. Come out here. I need to show you something. I groaned and released a frustrated breath. But I rolled over and crawled out of the tent. Solomon was standing there with a smirk. "You like your sleep, don't you?" I rolled my eyes. Anyone would love their sleep if they were woken up at some ungodly hour of the morning. I hissed. I heard him chuckle. "Come on. I need to show you something." I groaned and stood up tiredly. I didn't even know why I was following him. I never do what he says. But I guess knowing what will happen in the morning gave me a little bit of grace for him. As I followed him deep into the forest, he said, "Be careful. There are some roots raised from the ground that can cause you to trip." I rolled my eyes. We have been walking for 10 minutes, and there has definitely been no. My foot got caught on something, making me stumble. Warm hands held tightly around my waist. My arms landed on his hard chest. I looked up and saw that our faces were close. He chuckled. "You were saying?" I shoved him back, making his chuckle turn into a deep laugh. I scoffed and walked ahead. "Where is this stupid place anyways?" "Not too far," he said with an amused voice. I knew he was still smiling even though I couldn't see him properly. As I was about to take another step, Solomon grabbed my arm and stopped me. "Stop, we're here." I stood still and looked around. "There is nothing here, Solomon. Just a bunch of forest." "That's because we have to climb up this tree here," he said, patting the trunk. I was silent for a moment because I was trying to process what he just said. "You woke me up at 2 in the morning to climb a tree." "Well, when you say it like that it sounds stupid. That's because it is stupid." "Shut up and climb the tree, Ayla." I groaned but complied. I used my phone light to try to see where the branches were. "You are so going to pay for this, Solomon." His deep chuckle reached my ears. "I will pay gladly. You'll thank me by the end of this." I laughed. "You want to bet?" As we got to the top, I still saw nothing. I rolled my eyes. "Solomon, there is still nothing to look at." Solomon smiled. "Turn off the light." I sighed and did what he said. We were standing on the top of a giant tree in utter darkness. I was trying to get comfortable on the branch but missed my footing. I yelped as I was about to fall. But arms, as quick as lightning, wrapped themselves around me and lifted me up. "So I think that was the 999th time I've saved you these last few months." I playfully hit his chest, causing him to chuckle. "Shut up. I am not that bad. And besides, this is not about me. This is about why we are here." Solomon took a step closer, which brought us very close to each other. I felt a tingling rush between the warmth we were sharing at this moment. My breath hitched when he leaned down towards my head. His lips were close to my ear, giving me shivers, and then he whispered, "Look up." I craned my head back and I gasped in shock. Stars covered the night sky, but it was like I've never seen before. There were so many. I felt like I wasn't on Earth right now, that I was in some other world. "It's so beautiful," I said breathlessly. I have never ever seen so many stars in one sky. There was hardly any space between them. Each gap was filled. Tears welled up in my eyes and streamed down the side of my face. I couldn't stop looking at them. I felt my very soul come to life. "This is amazing. There are so many, Solomon." I shouted in excitement. I heard him laugh and tighten his hold on me. I looked back at him and saw he was already staring at me softly. I frowned in confusion. "Why did you do this?" Because I realized something. He came even closer, and I didn't push him away. "You said that the girl I knew is gone. When we went to the diner, I wanted to remind you that she wasn't. But seeing how unhappy you were proved that maybe the girl I knew really is gone, and being at the diner only reminded you of your loss." I gulped as he continued, "So I decided to accept that she is gone. With the person you are now, I will love you and cherish you. And I decided that I wanted to make new memories with you, Ayla. Memories that you can go to and realize that you can be happy." I released a shaky sigh. I shook my head at Solomon. His face immediately dropped. "I'm sorry, Solomon. I can't." "Why not?" He pleaded desperately. "Look at me. I've changed. I'm a good man." I nodded my head and finally said, "You are a good man. You're a great one." His brows pulled together in confusion. "Then what's the problem?" Seeing Solomon like this made me sad. I knew he was trying so hard. He was doing everything he could to try to be with me. I stepped closer to him. "I know you're trying so hard, Solo. You're my mate. And you will always be my mate. We will always have this connection between us. But what you don't understand is that even if I do love you, I will always resent you." I could see this was like a knife to his heart. He stood there broken before, and I knew I was about to ruin him more. "A part of me will always hate you, No matter how much I might come to love you, I will never love you wholeheartedly. I don't care if you hate me. I will take what I can get. Please just give me a chance. I shook my head, and I cupped his face, his painstaking face. If I only can give you half of my heart, then I won't give you any, because no matter how much I may hate you, I know you don't deserve to be half loved. I am not Ayla anymore. I am just a reflection of her now. Even though I resented him, my heart hurt when I saw tears well up in his eyes. He was a scary-looking wolf. He was tall and muscled. He had scars from battles and fights. He was intimidating to most. But seeing this big man break, it broke me because I was the cause. His tears ran down his face, and he shook his head. Please don't give up, he begged. I will do anything. Anything. I stroked his cheek and said, you have done everything you could. It's not you anymore, it's me. So please, Solo, you have to let me go now. He shook his head vigorously. I won't let go, little wolf, I can't. I will never let go. And for the first time in 5 years, I leaned in and pressed my lips against his. His tears mixed with my own. Solomon pulled me tight against his chest, and I held his face against mine. We breathlessly separated, and I whispered, I want to be happy, Solo. Let me go. Solomon. In the morning, I woke up groggy. The memories of last night burned into my mind. I will try to be better. I'll try to make her see that being together is what we both need. I got up and stretched. I was tired. I rubbed my eyes. Ayla was being difficult. She was very defiant toward me. And I understand. I do. But it doesn't make it any easier. I've been fighting so hard to control myself. Everything inside of me is screaming to claim her, to be with her. I wanted so badly to just be with her and for her to be with me. But then hearing that a part of her may always hate me. That one stung a little bit. I remember the days when we were best friends, and she always wanted to be around me, and I always wanted to be around her. I yearned for those days. The days when she was in love with me. I sighed tiredly but smiled when I remembered the day I met her. On that beach. Watching her surf. I chuckled when I was such a jerk to her, and she just wouldn't take it. I shouldn't be surprised that she is so defiant towards me now, because she was defiant back then, too. She was a strong girl. Even if she doesn't feel like it right now, it just reminds me of why I fell for her in the first place. But not having her in my arms now is killing me. I wanted her so bad. I am craving her. And my wolf has been going insane without her. He howls at night, mourning for his mate. I decided maybe I should apologize to her. I kind of jumped on her last night with the whole star thing. I went to her tent, knowing she was still asleep. Ayla, I softly called. I heard no response. I crawled into her tent. Look, Ayla, about last night, I just wanted to say But I was at a loss for words when she wasn't there, nor Milo. I frowned. I immediately got out of the tent and yelled out, Ayla. My heart began to race. Thoughts of Kendrick snatching her were all I could think about. Shit! I shouted in a panic. Zipporah and Eddie got out of their tents with Bedhead. Solomon. Shut up. Why are you shouting? Zipporah hissed in anger. Ayla and Milo are gone. I think Kendrick took them. Zay's face paled. I went to her and grabbed her shoulders. Did you see him? Did you hear anything? Zipporah, tell me. I yelled. Eddie pushed me back angrily. That's enough, Solomon. Just calm down. Calm down. I said, shocked. Calm down. I said angrily. My mate and son are missing. What the bloody hell is going on? Noah shouted, with Mia following behind him. Both Xander and Izzy got out of their tents. Ayla and Milo are gone. I shouted. Mia nodded her head understandingly. All right, Solomon. Just calm down. I shouted loudly in frustration and snarled, don't tell me to calm down when my family is missing. Noah stepped in front of Mia and growled with his glowing eyes. You're asking for a beating, mate. I growled in frustration. I gripped my hair tightly. I was panicking. I looked around and saw all of them standing there calmly. I frowned in confusion. Did you all not hear me? I said Ayla and Milo are missing. We have to find them. But no one moved. Mia looked at me sadly and looked up at Noah. I looked at everyone in confusion. What's going on? Why aren't you guys helping me? Zipporah stepped forward. She looked guilty and sad as she quietly said, "They're not missing, Sol. They're gone." "What do you mean they're gone?" Mia stepped forward and said, "Ayla and Milo have left by their own choice." I shook my head. I couldn't wrap my mind around this. "I don't know what's going on," I said. Xander stood forward. "Ayla and Milo have tickets to leave the country." You couldn't see it, Solomon, but she wasn't happy here. She couldn't stand being here any longer. She needed to leave. Hearing this made me weak at the knees. "My maid is gone." I shook my head. No, she can't have left. They both can't have left. I was going to make her happy here. I just needed to convince her. "She almost killed herself, Solomon," Xander shouted. It wasn't about whether she needed convincing or not. It was about what was good for her and Milo right now. She wasn't happy here, and not you or anyone else could have changed that. She will be happier and safer where she is. Kendrick won't ever find her. They're gone. My family is gone. And I don't know where they are. Anger consumed me. How dare you all do this? You had no right to do this behind my back, you traitors. I wanted to fight them. I wanted to punch Xander right in the face. It was not their doing, it was mine. I heard behind me. I turned around and came face to face with the one person I never expected. Mother. She walked forward with her head held high. Yes. I helped her escape. Why? I yelled in anger. My mother was not fazed, though. She shook her head with a melancholy face. "Oh, my son, your intentions were good. I know you love her with all your heart. You were so lost in trying to win her that you forgot about what she was feeling. She didn't want to be here, Sol. She wanted to be free. You have to let her go." I sank to my knees in defeat. She's gone. Ayla and Milo are gone. I feel like I've lost her all over again. Where have they gone? My mother said, "They have gone to Italy." But you have to promise me, Solomon. You cannot chase them. If the moon goddess wills it, they will come back to you. But for now, you have to let them go. I gripped my hair so tightly it hurt. I looked up to the sky, wanting so badly to see Ayla. I yelled in pain. She won't come back. Milo won't come back. I've lost them forever. I've lost my family. Chapter 24. Flight 25787 is prepared for boarding. My heart was racing. I had checked in, gone through security, and was now waiting in line to board the plane. "Ma, how long are we going to be gone for?" "What about Pa? Isn't Papa going to come with us?" Milo asked. "I'm sorry, Baba, but Papa isn't going to come with us this time," I said with a shaky voice. "But I miss Papa." Milo whimpered. I looked down at my son and saw him staring at the ground. My heart broke for him. This suddenly made me rethink my decision. As I stood there, I realized that Milo hadn't had a father before, and right when he finally had his, I'm taking him away for who knows how long. I looked down at Milo and asked, "Do you want to stay with Papa instead?" His eyes widened. I bent down to my knees and gripped his shoulders. "It's okay if you do, Milo." He stood there staring at me and thinking, "Will we see Papa again?" I nodded. "You will definitely see Papa again. We're only leaving for a little while and then we will come back." Milo straightened his shoulders and puffed out his chest. "Papa would want me to protect you. So what are you saying? You want to go with me?" I asked hopefully. Milo nodded his head. "I will miss Papa a lot, but if we see him again, it will be okay." I smiled happily at my son. I pulled him in for a hug. "I love you with all my heart, Milo." "I love you too, Ma." I pulled back. "You will love Italy. Did you know instead of roads, they have little rivers with boats everywhere?" His eyes widened in amazement. "That's so cool. And we're going there." I nodded my head excitedly. "Yup, and we will be doing amazing things, Milo. We're going on an adventure." Solomon. It has been a week since Ayla and Milo left. They landed safely, according to Zay. I was currently sitting in a meeting with Xander, Noah, and Eddie. They were discussing possible plans and strategies to use against Kendrick. But I wasn't paying any attention. I was sunken in my seat, playing with a coin. All that was on my mind was Ayla and Milo. I thought about them nonstop. Were they okay? Were they safe? What were they doing? Who were they meeting? Who was Ayla meeting? All of these questions were constantly going through my mind in a never-ending cycle. I still couldn't believe she left. I mean, I knew she would go one day, but I always thought it would be us doing it together as a family. It made me think about what I did wrong. She knew I had changed. She even called me a good man. But then what my mother said popped into my mind. She wasn't happy here. This made me feel like I failed. I should not have tried so hard to make her happy here. I should have just sat down and listened to her. Then again, she probably wouldn't even confide in me. She hated me. She said so herself. Soul? I lifted my head and saw all of them looking at me. I raised my brows and said, "What?" Xander sighed and got up from his seat. "Solomon, we're in a war. Get your head in." I shrugged. "I'm so sorry, Xander," I said sarcastically. "I guess I'm a little distracted by the fact my mate and pup are gone. So please have mercy on me, oh, great and powerful Xander Nightwalker." Xander growled. "Stop being an idiot. You can go cry after the war. But for now, we need you." "And I need her," I said. I smiled at him without humor. I guess we both don't get what we want. I sat up in my chair and was about to go when Xander grabbed my shoulder. "Are you turning your back on this pack?" Xander asked. I rolled my eyes. "No, big brother, I'm not. I am just no use to you right now." I walked away when he shouted, "Where are you going?" "To go find a fight." I shouted back in anger. I've been patrolling for a while now. Just walking around. I was angry. How dare Ayla leave? How dare she take my son from me? I stomped around, fuming at the thought of never seeing her or Milo again. I hated the idea of never seeing their beautiful faces again. My heart hurt so bad that I felt like my chest was going to burst. There was an impossible amount of tension that only grew with every passing minute. I walked back and forth, trying to find a bright side. But there was none. How could there be when the woman I love is gone forever with my little boy? I leaned my back against the tree and looked up at the stars. But seeing them made me angry. Why did she have to leave? I grunted in anger. I turned to the tree and punched it. Hard. How dare she leave me? How dare she run away with my son? How could she do this to me? To us? I punched the tree again, and then again, and again. "Ayla!" I yelled out. I stepped back, out of breath. I looked down at my knuckles. They were raw. I fell onto the log that was behind me and sat down. I rested my elbows on my knees and held my head. I don't know how long I sat there for, but I knew it was more than an hour. "Soul?" I didn't raise my head. I stayed exactly as I was. "What do you want, Mia?" I felt her sit next to me. "I know it hurts." I groaned. "Don't give me that talk." She leaned back and frowned at me. "What talk?" "The talk that people do to other people about how the hurt will go away with time." "Fine then," she said sassily. "I won't. Let's talk about Ayla." I rolled my eyes. "Let's not." "So she has left you," she stated. I finally raised my head and looked at her with a cold expression. "Thanks for stating the obvious." She scowled at me. "Don't be such a jerk. I'm trying to be a friend here. I think I have a right to be just a little bit of a jerk, considering my family is gone forever." She shook her head. "You're being overdramatic. Of course, they will come back. Just not soon. You don't get it. She hates me. She won't come back." "How do you know?" "Because she told me." Mia sighed. "Look, Solomon. I am sure you're angry right now. I am furious is what I am." Mia gently nodded her head understandingly. "Okay, you're pissed. That's fair enough. But I think you've missed something here." I stood up and growled. "Everyone seems to think I have missed something when it came to Ayla. What have I possibly missed? I tried to be a good mate. I showed her I loved her, I was patient, I wanted to help her, Mia. So, what have I missed?" I could see pity in her eyes, but that just made me angrier. She stood up and hesitantly approached me. "You saw everything and experienced everything through your own eyes. You needed to see things through her eyes. Do you know how it must feel for Ayla that she will probably never ever be who she once was? She completely believes that the Ayla from 5 years ago is utterly gone. She would feel a loss of identity. She doesn't know who she is anymore." I never thought about it that way. I always thought I knew everything she was going through. But it seems I might have possibly missed an angle. Mia hesitantly continued. Ayla is confused about where her place is in the world. But it's even worse because when she is here, everyone, especially you, has treated her like she hasn't changed. She's still the same Ayla to you, but she just went through bad things. That is not the case here. She isn't the same at all, Solomon. She's not 18-year-old Ayla. She has had to survive. She's a mother now. She has to think about Milo. Plus her feelings for you are conflicting. My brows scrunched together. Conflicting? You mean she cared for me? Mia looked at me like I was crazy. Of course she cared about you. Solomon, a part of her truly does love you. But that love has been damaged and tampered with because of your actions of the past. But because your actions led to her suffering. She can't separate you and her 5 years of torment. In her subconscious, they are one and the same. She paused, letting the words sink in. She can't tell the difference and yet she cares for you. Do you know how tiring, confusing, and draining that is for her? She can never rest. There is always some battle going on inside her. And being here was not helping. This place was her cage. She was trapped here. I clenched my jaw as I thought of what Mia was saying. I never thought about what was going through her head. I guess in my mind, I always thought that if we were together, everything would fall into place and we would work through her problems. But it was the opposite. She couldn't heal if she were with me. She wouldn't be free of her chains if she were with me. Knowing that I couldn't help her, nothing I could have done would have helped her, and that hurt. As a mate, it's my job to make sure that she is okay, but I couldn't do that. Everything inside of me was telling me to help her, be with her. And yet, that wasn't the right thing to do. I couldn't do anything and I hate it. I felt so helpless. Tears pricked my eyes. My heart hurt badly. I felt like it had a wound that would never heal. I don't think my heart will ever heal. There will always be a wound there. And in a way, I don't want it to heal because I can use it as a reminder that I did find Ayla and I had her for a little bit. We journeyed together for a while. Until I wasn't a part of her journey anymore. I sagged against a tree in defeat when I realized the truth. I have to let her go. Chapter 25. We have been at this camp for a while now. Xander doesn't think it is safe for us to go back to our pack grounds yet. It's safer for us to be in a place where they don't know where we are. It gives us time to train and prepare for what is to come. I've been keeping myself busy. I would volunteer for everything to keep my mind occupied. Even though I have accepted that Ayla may never come back, it hasn't stopped her from always being on my mind. I was currently on patrol. Over the weeks, I noticed that the land is slowly sprinkled with the white, cold substance that comes every year. The snow. It seems that whenever we have a war, it's always snowing. I walked around the place, keeping an eye out for anything out of the blue, or more in this case, out of the white. We have had no contact with Kendrick for a while, and it's making everyone nervous. We have all become paranoid that Kendrick may have found our location. Xander says that we may have to move to a more secluded site if that is the case. As I was walking around, I found myself at the river. It was frozen solid. I looked at the place blanketed in white when something stood out from the snow. I frowned. I quietly stepped forward and lay low to watch. The thing wasn't moving. I decided to go in closer to get a better look. Blonde hair was flared out on the snow. My eyes widened in fright. I sprinted towards her and skidded to my knees. I held her by her shoulders, feeling her shaking form. "Lily?" I roared. My niece was half frozen in the snow, completely drenched. She was shaking violently. Her eyes were half closed, and she was also quite dazed. I took my shirt off and pulled it over her head. I picked her up and pressed her into my chest. Her small body curled into a ball, trying to get as much warmth as she could. I heard her whimpering. I rubbed her arms fast to generate heat. "Sure, it's okay, Lil, it's okay. You're going to be just fine. Uncle Sol is here." She seemed to be drifting in and out of consciousness. I looked to the river and saw a hole in the ice. She must have wandered off and fallen through. I stood up on my feet and jogged back to the camp. I whispered sweet words in her ear, hoping she could hear. "Zeus," she whispered under her breath, and then she was completely unconscious. As she wasn't waking up, panic formed in my chest. I went from jogging to full-out sprinting back to the camp. As I saw the familiar tents and fires, I was relieved. I saw people staring at me confused. Zipporah was stirring a pot over a fire with her small baby bump. When she heard me coming, she raised her head. Blood drained from her face as she saw her little daughter frozen in my arms. She yelped in fright at the sight of her unconscious little girl. I stopped in front of Zipporah and laid little Lily in front of the fire. Zay fell to her knees and gathered her daughter in her arms. "What happened?" she shouted. "I found her drenched and freezing in the snow," I said breathlessly. Eddie came walking to see what all the commotion was about. When he saw his mate holding their daughter, he came running and fell to his knees. Zipporah gave Lily to Eddie, hoping he could heat her more quickly. Zay had tears streaming down her face. Please wake up, she sobbed. Eddie was trying to stay calm, but I could see he was panicking internally. I gulped and took a step back. I think she wandered off on the ice, and she fell through. Eddie took Lily's wet clothes off, leaving her in her little shorts and tank top. And then he wrapped a big furry blanket around her and held her tighter against his naked chest, hoping to warm up his little girl. I could see tears glistening in his eyes as he held his daughter because Lily wasn't getting warm. Nothing was working. Mia came rushing in with her pregnant belly, Noah following closely behind, worried. Lily was always his favorite. She was so delicate, gentle, and kind. Noah stood there, tensed, while Mia tried her best to help. She felt her temperature, and her eyes widened. She turned to me and said, "Go get more wood. We have to keep the fire burning for her. Get a lot of wood." I nodded my head and turned to leave. I heard footsteps behind me. I looked over my shoulder and saw Noah, Lincoln, and Isaac, Noah's little brother, following me. "We want to help," Noah informed. I nodded my head. We had to keep the fire burning for Lily. It had been a couple of hours. The fire was roaring, but it was still not warming Lily up. I frowned at this. Why is she not warming up? Whatever we did, she wouldn't get warm. She was like ice to the touch. Even her hair had ice forming through it. Mia was trying to help, but nothing was working. We also moved the tent closer to the fire in hopes that something would happen. As we all gathered and waited, one of the patrolling guards came sprinting through. His eyes were full of fear as he said breathlessly, "There's an army heading towards us from the northwest side of the camp." Xander stood up wide-eyed as he started to shout orders to everyone. All the people of the pack were rushing around, preparing. All of the warriors immediately gathered towards the northwest side and prepared to fight. All the women and children were to gather in the tents furthest from the battle. I looked over my shoulder and saw Eddie whispering to a crying Zipporah. He gave a knife to Zay, and she nodded her head as he spoke. He made eye contact with me and gave me a nod, indicating he was ready. And then we both sprinted off for battle. Chapter 26. We charged the army head-on. I sprinted to the front and shifted into my wolf. I lunged through the air and into battle. I didn't recognize any of these warriors. None of them were from Kendrick's pack. These must be the bounty hunters. I guess the one good thing about Ayla and Milo not being here is that they won't be caught in the middle of this. They're safe. That way, I can concentrate on the task at hand. A silver wolf lunged at me. I shook my head at this mistake because this is the typical move every wolf does, so I ran forward and grabbed one of his hind legs and yanked him down. I instantly was on top of the wolf and I ended him. I climbed off of him and saw that a lot of wolves surrounded Xander. I sprinted towards him and lunged inside the circle. We fought together side by side. It made me think about the times we would play pretend when we were little pups. We would stage a war and fight. But this time we were in a real war, where wolves and pups could die. I snarled at the wolves in front of me. I bared my teeth at them, warning them that this was their last chance. However, as they always do, they ignored my warning, thinking that they could win because there were only the two of us. Big mistake. Xander and I both tackled our own set of wolves. Ripping, biting, and slashing every one of them. All of them ended in a messy defeat. I had forgotten how bad the war really was. If you are not careful, it can change you into something that you never wanted to be. Lucky for us, though, we had women who comforted the men after horrific battles, reminding them of who they were and why they had to do what they did. The battle was intense but fast. The rest of the army retreated to wherever Kendrick was based. We all stood there, catching our breath as we watched them flee. Xander's eyes were hard and angry. They know where we are. We are leaving this place first thing in the morning, he said with his alpha tone. To where? Noah asked. Xander looked up and pointed. At the mountain. We can hide in the caves there. But we have to be fast and swift about it. Or else they will find us again. We all slowly made our way back to the women and children at the camp. As we got there, the men were very grateful to see that there were hot pots of stew brewing over fires in the camp. Children and mates ran towards the warriors. Izzy was stirring the pot when her eyes widened as she saw Xander. She stood up with her little girl in her arms and rushed towards Xander. Xander smiled tiredly but opened his arms, embracing his family. Mia came with a smile, holding Keith's hand as they also rushed towards Noah. I gulped and looked away. My eyes automatically pulled towards Ayla and Milo's old tent. Strangely, I was waiting for them to climb out and rush to me, wanting to know if I was okay or not. But I knew they were not there. I did notice, however, that Zay did not come out. I turned to Mia and she stared back at me. Her eyes were sad and she shook her head. My heart rushed. No, Lily can't be. Eddie pushed through and quickly went to Zay, who had tears in her eyes as she held their little Lily. Eddie fell to his knees. What's wrong with her? Mia came and explained, for some reason, the snow affected her more than it should, considering she is a wolf. The ice has somehow permanently frozen her retina. Eddie shook his head and growled. What does that mean? Mia shakily said, she's blind. Lily will be permanently blind. Even if the ice inside does melt, the retina will be permanently damaged. Eddie broke down. He pulled his little girl into his arms as well as Zay. They cried for what their daughter has and will go through. Her life will not be easy. I stumbled back in shock when I realized that Lily would be blind. She will not be able to see ever again. I felt this overwhelming wave of guilt crash into me. I'm sorry, I said breathlessly. I gulped and whispered again, I'm sorry. I should have noticed her sooner. I could have saved her from this. Zipporah raised her tear-stricken face to me and shook her head. Don't do that, Soul. Please don't. This isn't your fault. So don't burden yourself with this. This is just bad luck. I couldn't look at them. I felt terrible. I could have done something to prevent this. But once again, I always seem to ruin everything. I went and sat around the fire and groaned as I rubbed my face. I couldn't take this. Why do I always screw up? Xander sat beside me but said nothing. We both just sat there in silence. There was nothing to talk about. We just had a big battle. Lily is now blind, and all of this is my fault. If I had not been a jerk to Ayla, she wouldn't have been captured by Kendrick, wouldn't have had to escape, and this war wouldn't have happened. And if we hadn't had this war, we wouldn't be stuck in the middle of the forest in winter where Lily fell into the freezing river, which then froze her retina. Stop, Xander said. Stop what? Stop thinking so much. I can't help it when everything that has happened so far is my fault. Xander shook his head. You always held on to burdens that you should let go of. I glared at him harshly and I growled in anger. How do I let go of something as big as this? This is massive stuff, Xander. And the worst part is that Ayla isn't here. Xander nodded his head and said, she will come back. I shook my head hopelessly. No, she won't. And even if she did, she may be gone years before she would consider coming back here. And what if by then, she doesn't want me anymore? What if I waited for nothing? Xander leaned back and released a sigh. When I was younger and I was still trapped in Mathesius's prison, there was an old inmate. Except he was no wolf, he was a human. They had captured him to keep as leverage for his werewolf son. The human was mated to a she-wolf. Anyways, he was actually a Christian. Purely out of curiosity, I asked about his religion. The Christians have a sacred, holy book called the Bible. And it is filled with stories of loyal Christians and miracles that God blessed the humans with. I rolled my eyes. This has nothing to do what I was talking about. Xander shoved me. Shut up and listen. I asked the man what his favorite story was from the Bible. And he said the story of Jacob and his wife Rachel. The story goes that Jacob was a good and strong Christian man who was loyal to God. He fell in love with a woman named Rachel. He asked her father for permission to marry her. Rachel's father, Laban, said he can marry his daughter after Jacob would work 7 years for him. My eyes widened. He worked and waited 7 years to marry the woman he loved. Xander nodded. Yup. And at the wedding when he unveiled his bride, it was not Rachel, it was Rachel's older sister, Leah. Laban tricked Jacob. He said that if he really wanted to marry Rachel, he would have to work another 7 years to have her. Did he? Xander nodded. Yup. In total, he worked and patiently waited 14 years to be with his one love. And at the end, he finally had her. This was a true story. So what are you saying to me? Xander turned to me and said, you wait as long as you need. If you love her, then you wait for her to come back, no matter how long it may be. I sat there staring at the fire. Jacob waited 14 years for his true love. And he was human. A mate's bond is 10 times stronger than that. It made me feel ashamed that I was complaining and getting angry about Ayla leaving. I realized that it is because of my love for her that I let her go, but I will always be here waiting. No matter how long it may be. I will wait for you, Ayla, until the day I die. Chapter 27. It had been a month since I left, and I have to admit, it was the best decision I have ever made. I love it here. I am living in the coastal town of Napoli. It is beautiful. I have a small apartment that literally has a view of the ocean. It's breathtaking. But what is best is that Milo loves it here, too. He was amazed at the different buildings and views, and even how the people looked different here. I am just happy that he's happy. I made friends with the sweetest, kindest, and gentlest old Italian woman, Rosa. She is my neighbor. She introduced herself to me in English, knowing I was a foreigner, and brought over her special hazelnut and almond cookies. They were delicious. I grew to trust her enough to leave Milo with her during the day while I was at work. I found a job at a small local cafe. It was a charming and peaceful place. I loved interacting with the locals here. Rosa has also been teaching me some Italian, so being at the cafe has helped me put it into practice. As I was making some coffee for some customers, my friend Luciana came and sighed dramatically. I laughed and asked, "What's wrong?" "Oh my goodness, Ayla. So last night, I was at the club and the sexiest man came to me and obviously wanted to go home with me because it's me and I am amazing. But then as soon as he heard my accent and knew I wasn't Italian, he turned away and ran. Literally ran. These Italians have to get over the fact that I am a Latina, she explained in her thick Spanish accent. I shook my head. I guess maybe you should just stop trying to sleep with Italian men. She raised her brow and looked at me like, "Are you serious?" "Ayla, have you seen these men? They are walking gods. If sex became a real person, it would be Italian. That is why I have come up with a plan." As I was pouring the coffee into cups, I asked, "And your plan is?" "I will pretend that I am a mute." I burst out laughing. "How will you even get those men to go home with you then?" "Because I will do this." She puckered her lips and made a suggestive gesture with her hand. I rolled my eyes. "So you're going to look at the man you want and make suggestive motions so that he would go home with you?" She nodded her head and flicked her hair over her shoulder. I know. I am a genius." I shook my head and laughed as I took the coffees to the customers. I smiled at the women and said, "Ecco il tuo caffè, ladies. Here are your coffees, ladies." They smiled back and said, "La ringrazio." "Thank you." I turned to Luciana and, as I was cleaning up my station, asked, "So why are you so desperate to be with an Italian man? Why are you not?" I shrugged my shoulders. Italians just don't do it for me. Lies, lies, lies. Luciana looked at me like I was actually crazy. "Do you not have eyes, Ayla? Do you not have needs? I bet your body is calling for them." I scowled at her. "Stop talking like that." She rolled her eyes. "Oh, come on, Ayla. Admit it. You're just angry because you are thirsty for some attention." I shook my head. "No, I'm not. I am perfectly content." She squinted at me. "No sane woman has ever said that. Your love life is all dry and dusty. It is waiting for a handsome Italian man. I smirked and continued working. Shouldn't you be doing your job and making the coffees? Stop changing the subject. You need an Italian man. Come with me tonight to the club. I shook my head. Oh hell no. I am not going to be with a random Italian man. Why not? You've never experienced Italian romance before. Just try it. I sighed and stayed silent. I didn't want to respond to that one because, well, for one, I have been with an Italian. Luciana's eyes widened. No, you have. You've been with an Italian before. My own eyes widened in embarrassment. My cheeks reddened. Stop it. And shut up. You're too loud. I could see that Luciana was very shocked. Her mouth was gaping open, and her eyes looked like they were going to pop out of her head. He was actually only like half Italian. Luciana's mouth turned into a wide and excited grin. I just groaned and rolled my eyes. Tell me, Ayla. Tell me every detail. Who is this man? I looked up at the roof and sighed. It was only once. But I have to admit. I trailed off. I felt my mouth form into a smile. One of the best nights of my life. Luciana looked at me for a moment in suspicion. She held her index finger up and said in her sassy Latin accent, "Wait a minute, is this Milo's father?" I closed my eyes and nodded my head. Luciana gasped. Your man is an Italian? Damn chica, you didn't tell me your boyfriend was Italiano. I wouldn't have given you so much grief for being all inactive. I chuckled sadly. He's not my man. At least not anymore. Luciana leaned back and looked at my face confused. What are you saying? I am saying that me and Milo's father are not together. Well, why not? I shook my head. It's complicated. I don't want to talk about it. Luciana understood, so we went on with the rest of our day at work. Finally, I got out of work. I sighed tiredly as I took my apron off and hung it up. I grabbed my bag and cardigan before I left. I don't drive anywhere, really. I either walk or bike. And besides, who would want to drive and miss the beautiful views this city has? I walked home, and as I did, I decided to take my time. The road that I walk is right beside the ocean. It was sunset. I stopped in my tracks and just stood there, looking at the beauty of the scenery. The sea was pulling back and forth, creating limitless waves and ripples. The sun was slowly setting behind it, indicating that the night would soon consume the light of day. A breeze tickled my neck. I pulled my cardigan closer to my body. I'm happy that I left home. I'm so glad that I could get away from my past. Nothing here reminded me of anyone or anything back home, and I loved it. I could walk wherever I wanted. I could look at beautiful buildings and meet lovely new people without worrying about having a panic attack. I felt so at peace. I walked up the stairs to my apartment. I grabbed the keys from my bag, but I fumbled with them and they fell to the floor. I bent down to hold them, and to my surprise, red and white roses were on my doorstep. I picked up the roses and my keys, slowly standing back up. These were my favorites. I quickly walked around the corner of the hall to see if there was anyone around, but there wasn't. Strange. But then my heart skipped a beat when a thought came to me. It's impossible, though, because he doesn't know where I am. How could he know? Solomon, I whispered to myself. Chapter 28. I was chopping some wood to put on the fire. We had moved up into the mountains. People had split off into different groups in the caves. I quickly grabbed the chopped wood and put it next to the fire. Winter had finally passed, and now came spring. Once I finished with the wood, I went to grab more blankets from the basket for Mia. She had said her and her pup were getting a little chilly. Mia gave birth to a beautiful baby boy named Thomas. Tommy for short. However, because of her previous injuries, birthing the pup was a challenge that came with complications. Mia lost a lot of blood during labor. She almost died. But she hung on. Her body has had a hard time coping. Mia has only rested ever since Tommy was born. Noah has been good to her. He is always around her, making sure she is comfortable and that she's okay. I grabbed the blankets and made my way to Mia's tent. Hello. I called out. Come in. I crouched down and got into the tent. Mia was lying there holding Tommy closely to her chest. She greeted me with a gentle and tired smile. Soul, it's good to see your face. I smiled back. And it's always good to see yours. I spread the blankets over both her and Tommy. Thank you for bringing the extra blankets. Noah was going to, but then he got called by Xander. I shook my head. Don't worry about it. I haven't seen you in a while, so it was a good excuse to come over. She patted the spot close to her. Why don't you sit down and stay for a while? I looked over my shoulder to see where the sun was in the sky. I had to leave soon. I turned back to Mia and shrugged my shoulders. I guess I could stay for a little bit. I sat down, leaned back inside. It's been a while since I've actually rested. I chuckled. It feels good. What have you been up to lately? She asked. I looked up at the roof of the tent and shrugged my shoulders. Nothing really. Just patrolling and traveling. Mia's eyebrows raised in surprise. We live in a cave together. How could I not know you've been traveling? I'm quiet, I guess. I've volunteered to travel around the area to form allies. Xander thinks Kendrick has a lot of wolves on his side. It was time we did the same. Mia nodded her head. Sounds like you've kept yourself busy. Yeah, well, no use doing nothing. We're in a war. Do you ever have a break? You seem to always be on the go. Don't you just want to, I don't know, stand still? I shook my head. Nope. I'm happy with what I'm doing. I like being busy. I like knowing there is something to do. But you've been doing this for 6 months now. Don't you want a break? There is no such thing as a break in war. But we haven't been attacked since that time in the woods. I began to get irritated by her pushiness. Does that mean the war is over? No, it doesn't. There will be another battle. We just don't know when. Have you thought of Ayla or Milo these past months? She asked cautiously. I shook my head. I'm too busy to think about them. I've thought of them every minute of every day. You haven't spoken of them in so long. I shrugged my shoulders carelessly. What's the point of talking about them? It's not going to bring them back, and it's not going to make me feel any better. Mia sighed. I know you're annoyed. I just don't want you to harden your heart, that's all. My heart isn't hard, Mia, I said tiredly. I have accepted the fact that they won't come back. I've made my peace. Now it's time to move on. Mia reached over and grabbed my hand. Don't lose hope, soul. They will come back to you. I chuckled humorlessly. They might not. It's already been 6 months. I am sure they prefer wherever they are now than being here. But, I snapped, drop it, Mia. I appreciate your concern. But there is no need for it. I'm fine. Let's just leave it at that. The tent's curtains opened, revealing Noah. He glared when he found me in his place. What the bloody hell is going on here? I rolled my eyes. Don't worry, big guy. I was only here to deliver the blankets for Mia and Tommy. Nothing more. Noah glared at me, but then looked at Mia, and he became a giant teddy bear. He crawled on the bed next to her and gathered both her and their son in his arms. I envied him. His family was with him. They were right where they were meant to be. Mine was halfway across the world. I walked away, getting ready to go down to the forest when my name was called. I groaned in annoyance. I did not want to talk to him right now. Solomon, I need to talk to you. I looked over my shoulder at Xander. I made my way towards him and stood straight. What do you need? He nodded to a place behind him. Follow me. He turned and walked, and as he said, I followed. I didn't know where he was taking me. We went inside the cave and had been walking for a while now. It was dark and damp inside. I grunted in frustration. Where are you taking me, Xander? Shut up and just trust me for once in your life. I rolled my eyes. Having a big brother as an alpha is profoundly frustrating. And everyone's wondering why we Nightwalker boys have anger issues. We finally reached the end of the cave, where there was light. Funny, it was the light at the end of a dark tunnel. I wish my life were the personification of this metaphor. But it wasn't. My breath hitched when we came out and found ourselves on a cliff. But the view was out of this world. It looked like an endless ocean, but really it was the forest. Because we were so high up, everything was tiny. The sun was setting over the place. I couldn't believe we lived here. The wind blew against our faces. I looked at Xander and saw his eyes were closed. Why did you bring me here, Xander? He turned to me and placed his hands on my shoulders. I was slightly startled. Xander has never shown me such affection. He looked at me straight in the eye and said, I'm so proud of you. I was taken aback. I stood there staring at him in confusion. I clenched my jaw because I couldn't believe what was coming out of his mouth. Xander squeezed my shoulders. I have watched you this past year. You have grown so much. My brother's eyes became glossy. I was never a good brother to you. I have, in some ways, ruined your life. I have wronged you in so many ways. And then it just got worse when you found Ayla and Milo. You went through so many trials in such a short time. And yet, you fought through like a champion. Xander looked down, and I saw him blinking back tears. In a shaky voice, he said, "You are what being a man means. You might even be more of a man than me. But that's the best thing that any big brother would ever want for his little brother." I felt my own eyes sting slightly from tears. Xander has never been like this with me in my whole life. Seeing him in such a vulnerable state was so foreign to me. But it felt good. I felt like, by doing that, he was releasing me from my past. I casually shrugged my shoulders. "I mean, you're not exactly a terrible brother." Xander chuckled and shook his head. "Thanks." I took hold of his shoulder and I said, "But thank you, Xander. Just know that I don't blame you for anything. I forgave you a long time ago. So there's no need to hold that burden anymore." Xander gulped and nodded his head. And then he pulled me in for a hug. He held me tight, and I did the same to him. Chapter 29. I burst out of my sleep, breathing fast as if I'd run a marathon. Cold sweat dripped down my forehead. My heart felt as if it was about to jump out of my chest. I took deep breaths. I climbed out of bed and went to the kitchen. I poured myself a cup of water, hoping it would soothe me. I sat at the counter and reflected on what happened. My PTSD has come back. The nightmares and the hallucinations have all come back. It came back around 2 months ago. Up until then, everything was great. I had everything I ever wanted, and I genuinely thought, maybe I could make a proper life here. Perhaps I could meet a nice guy and, I don't know, possibly get married, have a couple of more pups. I thought I'd dealt with my problems. I thought I didn't have any issues anymore. But I was wrong. My demons have followed me, quietly, lurking in the darkness, waiting for the right time to strike. And boy, did they hit hard. I've had almost no sleep for the past couple of months. When is this going to stop? I sobbed to myself. Tears rolled endlessly down my face. It won't stop. I heard his voice. I groaned in annoyance as I lifted my head and faced Kendrick. I glared at him as he smiled back at me. "Get out of my head," I growled at him. He chuckled. "When are you going to get it, precious? You will never be rid of me. You weren't rid of me back there, and you won't be rid of me here." I shook my head. I looked at the roses that sat in the middle of the counter. 7 months ago, I started getting roses once a week. They still have not stopped. My heart felt comforted at the sight of them, knowing who sent them. I've tried not to think about Solomon while I was here. And at first, I felt my mate bond with him fade, and I was happy. And then, when I hardly felt it, I suddenly panicked. I still wanted to touch it, as much as I hated it. For some weird reason, I enjoyed it. Only recently have I thought of him more. Every time I do, my heart hurts. Something in me breaks more when I think of his warm eyes. And at night, when I don't feel safe, I think of him. I think of how he would protect me, like the time in the woods. He slept right in front of my tent, just because he heard a sound. I wanted that feeling of protection right now, protection from my past. I wanted comfort. I released a heavy sigh. But the thought of him always brings to mind what he did afterwards. I still can't help but blame him for everything. I get angry at him. I wish I weren't angry at him. I wish I could stop blaming him. But I can't. I don't know why I can't just forget about it and love him. I covered my eyes with my hands and sobbed. I wish my life didn't turn out like this. I hope none of this had happened. The next day, I dropped Milo off at my neighbor's and I dragged myself to work. You know that feeling you get when you're exhausted and your eyes sting a little every time you blink? That was me as soon as I woke up. Bags sat heavy under my eyes. My skin was paler from my lack of sleep and from the water I lost from crying all night. I opened the door and saw Luciana already getting the place ready. With a cheerful smile, she turned around and said, "Hola." I just made a meh sound in response. She frowned at me. "I really don't like your negative vibe right now, chica." I put my apron on and groaned. Me too. What's wrong, baby girl? My life. Luciana just smirked and said, literally me. I just rolled my eyes. I hate how she can be so cheerful sometimes. I'm just like, can you be just as miserable as me for once? Such a selfish wish, I know. Throughout the day, I was just a zombie. I felt like I was just a body functioning without emotion. It was better not to feel. That way, Kendrick couldn't toy with me. I was at the register as a customer came in. Hello, how can I help? And my breath hitched when I saw the man. He looked precisely like Solomon. It was the eyes and hair, and everything else. I gulped and stared at him wide-eyed. The man chuckled and said, do I have something on my face? I giggled embarrassingly. I'm sorry, you just remind me of someone. Must be a good-looking fellow. I smiled politely. Yes, he definitely is. What would you like? He stared at me for a while, gazing upon my face with a small smile. He didn't even look at the menu and ordered, I would like an Americano with a blueberry muffin, please. I nodded my head. Coming right up. I gave him a table number and told him I would be right with him. After serving the handsome Italian man, I worked for the rest of the day in peace. However, I noticed that the man did not leave for the entire day. He kept ordering different foods as he read his book. After the very last customer left, and it was time to close, I grabbed my bag and cardigan. I approached the man and politely said, I'm sorry, sir, but we have to close. He groaned and yawned. Finally, I tilted my head in confusion. He chuckled and gestured with his hand to the other seat. Please sit down and join me. I took a step back. Okay, this is weird. This guy is freaky. You need to leave, sir, or else I'm calling the police. The man threw his head back. I don't think they would help much, and it will end with you making a fool of yourself, my dear. I fisted my hands and growled, and why is that? He leaned forward and said, this cafe you are in. I own it. Along with all of its other branches, it has all over the world. Blood drained from my face. He's the owner. I took a seat opposite him and leaned forward. I am so sorry, sir. I didn't know you were. I was just, and you know that. I gave up and said again, I'm so sorry. The man chuckled and waved his hand. That's okay. It was actually quite refreshing being treated like that. Reminds me that I am not just a rich and famous and devilishly handsome guy. I giggled. I guess if you're into that. My giggle faded off and silence made a home between us. He reached out his hand and said, my name is Miguel Russo. I took his hand and shook it. My name is Ayla Greystone. His brows raised. What a beautiful name. I felt my cheeks redden. I looked down and smiled. Thank you. If you don't mind me asking, Mr. Russo, why do you want to talk to me? He smiled at me. Because you have somehow sparked an interest of a millionaire, my dear. I stayed all day just to gaze upon your golden beauty. Your hair is long and so beautiful. Your eyes as blue as the sea. And your smile. It could even cheer up the mafia. I want to take you out. His straightforwardness took me aback. I haven't been asked out for so long that I didn't know how to act. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. He smirked arrogantly. Speechless, I see. Don't worry, my dear. I will make it a night to remember. I gulped and took a deep breath. I smiled politely and said, I have to admit, you are quite a catch, Mr. Russo. But I'm sorry, I have to decline your offer. You see, I think there is someone else. He raised a brow. You think? I rolled my eyes and groaned. I don't know. He leaned in, his interest not wavering at all. Please do tell. I may be of help to you. I leaned back and stared at him, deciding whether I should confide in him. The thought of just telling a stranger about everything sounded actually therapeutic. And I bet I won't see him again. I might be out of the country by the time he comes around. I have a son with him. Mr. Russo's eyes widened. You have a son? I laughed. Is that a turnoff? He shrugged and smirked. I've had my fair share of mothers. I cringed. Gross. He laughed and nodded at me. Please continue. I ended up telling him my whole story, and it actually felt pretty good. Now I can't think of him without thinking of every single mistake he had made. How he treated me horribly. How he was the reason why I went through what I did. Humor and lightheartedness had left Mr. Russo's face. He was serious as I saw him think. I moved uncomfortably in my seat. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have unloaded everything on you like that. Without looking at me, he shook his head. On the contrary, I am quite interested. His eyes looked into mine, and he said, "The little predicament you are in reminds me of my parents. You see, my father was not a good man. He did not treat my mother right at all. He was unfaithful constantly, and he hated being around her. He even had different rooms made so that he could see less of her." My heart broke for his mother because I knew exactly how that felt. He continued, and then one day, she had enough. She couldn't live like that anymore. And so, she left. They did not get divorced because of publicity reasons. It would just be bad business. But they separated. I would still go out to see her now and then, but she never ever saw my father. How long was it? How long did they not see each other? He gulped. They didn't see each other for 15 years. I was shocked. 15 years, that's a long time. During that 15 years, my father got older, his interest in other women slowly faded. His bachelor days were over and he was left with nothing but a successful business. But what is the point in that when there is no one to share it with? That was when he realized his mistake. He realized the value of what he lost. The fast life, the women, the cars, the money at the end, it means totally nothing because it's all temporary. Love isn't temporary. It's fragile, but not temporary. Then what happened? I asked, totally engrossed in his story. He went to my mother's house. And when she opened the door, he felt his knees and he wept. He held onto her gown and he wept. And he said, "I'm sorry." "How did your mother take it?" He chuckled. She was both angry and happy. Happy because she never stopped loving him and a part of her yearned for him, but angry because the damage was already done. And it seemed unresolvable. "But it is unresolvable," I said, talking about his story, but in a way, talking about myself as well. Mr. Russo smiled and shook his head. "No, it's not." She thought of every single horrible thing he had done to her. Every bit of hurt and pain that he inflicted on his own wife. And then she realized something. I leaned forward and desperately asked, what did she realize? She realized that love is never perfect. Love is not a happy story. Love is a journey. Love would not be love without hurt and heartache and pain. But what if the damage is too great? What if it's too much to forget? And that is when you look at all their bad, all their flaws, and you forgive them. Because that is what love does. I felt tears prick my eyes. But I can't forgive. I can't even look at him without hating and loving him. Mr. Russo leaned forward and softly grabbed hold of my hands. You are bitter, Ayla. I understand that. What you went through is horrific. And I know you blame him. It's his fault. I understand that too. But from a guy's perspective, he has done everything in his power to earn your forgiveness. He changed himself when he realized his mistake. He did exactly what you wanted. He let you go. I sobbed. I know that. I know he did so much. And I want to love him so bad, but I can't stop seeing his wrongdoing. Then it's you who is the problem. I yanked my hands out of his and scowled at him. What the hell? How the heck am I the problem? Mr. Russo looked at me dead in the eye and said intensely, your man has done his part. He changed, he did what you want, he said sorry, he let you go, what sounded like multiple times. Now the ball is in your court. It's all on you. You have the power now. Well, I don't know what to do. I yelled at him. I don't know how to do this. He grabbed my hands and said, it's time for you to let go, Ayla. Let go of what? Let go of his past. Release it all. It's in the past now, you can't change it, you can't change your suffering. But I am asking, do you love him enough to forgive his sins? Do you have enough grace and mercy to forgive the one man that loved you the most? The man that fought for you and still is fighting for you? I was quiet. I couldn't say anything. I've never ever thought of it like that. I never thought about forgetting his past by forgiving. But how do I forgive? Mr. Russo smiled softly. You accept that his demons are in the past and that you can't change them. There is no use fretting over it now. That won't be productive. And ask yourself, can you love the man that he is now? I was silent. I didn't know what to say. I slowly stood from my chair on shaky legs. Mr. Russo stood as well. We just stood there. I gulped and looked up at him. Who knew we would be having this talk? He chuckled and nodded his head. Who knew indeed? You are quite the extraordinary wolf. My eyes widened. How did you? It takes a wolf to know a wolf, he said, winking. I smiled and shook my head. What a cheeky guy. Thank you, Mr. Russo. I think you might have just fixed my future for me. He shrugged. It's what I do, he said arrogantly. I rolled my eyes. Joking was put aside when I saw a look of tenderness in his eyes. He grabbed my shoulders and gently pulled me closer. My eyes widened. He leaned in and pressed his lips to my cheek. He whispered in my ear, live a happy life filled with love, Ayla. I came home with a whole new perspective. I got Milo and put him to bed. As I tucked him in, something was popping out of his pillow. I frowned and pulled it out. My eyes widened and my heart lurched out of my chest when I saw it was a shirt, Solomon's hoodie. Milo must have taken it. For some reason, I held it as if it were my greatest treasure. I went in my room, sat on my bed, and just stared at it. The smell of Solomon consumed my senses. I grabbed it and slowly pulled it over my head. Tears fell from my eyes. Sobs escaped my mouth. I lay down on the bed and cried my heart out, because I missed him. I missed Solomon, my solo. I cuddled into his massive hoodie, tucked my nose inside, and the smell comforted me. I wanted him so bad. I wanted him to hold me. I tried to kiss him. I wanted to laugh with him. I just wanted to be with him. And it makes it hurt more that he wasn't here with me. Or more like I wasn't there with him. And for the first time, I thought of Solomon without thinking of the bad, the hurt, the pain, the suffering. All I thought of was how much I missed him and what I loved the most about him. I wanted my Solomon. My love, my mate. I want my mate. Chapter 30. I was preparing myself. I was packing all my things and training extra hard. I am going away. I am going to England. Xander had a mission and I volunteered. We are allies with the most powerful pack in England. They are looking for newer, more effective training programs to make their warriors stronger. I volunteered to train them. However, in exchange, I will bring back a select few to aid us in our war. It was a fair deal that benefited both parties. Hey there. I was on my knees trying to find some things when I heard a voice. I looked over my shoulder and smiled. Hey, little Lily. She smiled but did not look at me. She just looked ahead into nothingness. What you doing, uncle? She asked in her soft voice. She reached her hand out to try to find me. I grabbed hold of her and gently pulled her inside my tent. I am just trying to find a book of mine. What are you doing? She shrugged. I've just finished my Braille lesson. Well, that's cool. Now you can start to read books. You won't be so bored anymore. She bowed her head and sighed. I guess. I could see she was struggling. She's been blind for a couple of months now. When she first woke up, she cried and cried. She cried because she couldn't see her mother's or father's faces. She couldn't see all the beautiful views anymore. She couldn't see anything. I released my own sigh. I pulled Lily into my lap. She sniffled and tucked her head into my neck. Hey, no crying. But I want to see so bad, Uncle Sol. I know, Lily. It's hard, I understand. But you are part of one of the strongest packs in the world. And you know what else? She shook her head. You may be your father's daughter, but you are also your mother's daughter too. You are a Nightwalker. You are strong and fierce. You look at this challenge in the eye and you overcome it. Her face scrunched up into a frown. But it's so hard. I know it is. It is hard, but you are stronger than this. You are better. But people say I'm so soft and gentle. How can I be strong? Being soft and gentle is an insanely strong thing, Lily. People harden their hearts. They become numb. They become angry. But someone who keeps their softness, their gentleness is stronger than all of them because they have not let the darkness inside of them. You are strong, Lily. You are a she-wolf of this pack. Do you understand me? Lily's eyes were concentrated on mine, though she could not see, and she was hooked on every single word I was saying. She nodded her head firmly. I smiled and pulled her in for a hug. You're my favorite niece, by the way. She giggled. Thanks, Uncle Sol. You made me feel much better. I patted her head. Anytime, little Lily. She climbed off my lap and stood up. Where is Milo? I miss him. I miss him too. I miss him like crazy. He's with his mother. They have to go away for their safety. It's best if they're not here. Lily nodded understandingly. Well, I can't wait for the day I see them. I chuckled without humor. You and me both, kiddo. Lily walked out of my tent, leaving me to my thoughts. I rubbed my eyes. I'm tired. I've been tired for the last 10 months they've been gone. I feel like I can't function properly without them, but I've learned to move on. I guess that's all I can do. I can't force anything on her. And at the end of the day, this is all my fault, and I've accepted that for a long time. I gotta keep moving and live with the consequences. Milo was squirming in his seat. He was so excited. He just kept smiling as he stared at people. I, on the other hand, was a nervous wreck. My anxiety was through the roof. I leaned back in my chair and took a deep breath. I hope I'm doing the right thing. I looked out the window and saw the clouds. The sun was setting, making the sky look like a glorious and colorful painting. Would you like a blanket, miss? I looked up at the flight attendant. She was smiling down at me, politely waiting for my answer. I smiled back and shook my head. No thank you, but Milo, do you want one? My son nodded his head. I don't know what I'm doing. It's been 2 months since that night of the hoodie, the night I met that man, and he laid it out for me straight. Ever since then, I haven't felt so angry or negative. I've actually felt at peace with Solomon. I was hoping that when I do see him, that will be the case. When I look at him, face to face, I won't feel hate or anger anymore. I'm tired of hating him. I'm tired of fighting him while fighting my past. I shook my head. I am so stupid. I should have stayed and let him help me. I should have let him love me. But maybe I was supposed to be away. Maybe it was supposed to help me see from a different perspective. I leaned back in my seat and looked up at the roof of the plane as if I was searching for someone up there for comfort. Please let everything work out. I looked out the window and saw land slowly coming towards me, or more like me slowly moving towards the land. I gulped. We began to fly over the country. Woods as far as the eye can see. My home. And where Solomon is right now. I looked down at my son, my baby boy. He's been so good. It's strange. I've hardly thought about the times when I was trapped with Kendrick. I've forgotten about the struggles I went through. Hey, Milo, I softly said to him. He looked up at me with his big brown eyes filled with excitement. Yes, Mama. You excited? His face broke out into a giant smile. His mouth stretched from ear to ear. He nodded his head vigorously. Yes, I'm so excited to see Pa again. I've missed him so much. This just made me feel worse. I'm a terrible mother. I've kept my child from his father. A father he needs. I groaned. I've messed up. I still miss the attic and Lamp, though. My eyes raised in surprise. He hasn't talked about Lamp the whole time we lived in Italy. Why do you say that? Milo shrugged his shoulders. Because he's my best friend. I nodded my head. Have you ever gotten mad at Lamp? I asked. Yeah, he didn't turn on once, and I was really scared in the dark. I was very angry at him. I didn't talk to him for a whole hour. I smiled slightly in amusement. An hour is like a whole day to a child. And then what happened? Milo began to play with his toy when he said, I forgave Lamp. I frowned in confusion. But why? Then Milo casually said, because he said he was sorry. And he's still my best friend. Wow, my own child is even wiser than I am. I'm amazed at him. He is one awesome kid. I leaned in and kissed his cheek. I love you so much, Milo. He stopped playing and turned to me, smiling. I love you too, Ma. Chapter 31. So, how's the packing going? Eddie asks. I leaned back in my chair and sighed. It's coming along. I'm just trying to pack everything. I chuckled. I am definitely not packing light. Eddie smirks. Yeah, well, you'll need a lot going to England. You're stepping up quite a bit, bro. I shrug and take a swig of my beer. Well, it's not like I have anything else to do. It keeps my mind busy, which is what I want so. Eddie leans on his elbows over the table. So, how are things, bro? I shake my head. I'm sick of talking about me. Yeah, my life's not the best, but no point sulking about it now. I should be asking you that question. How are things with Lily? Eddie gulps. It's been hard, man. She cries at night. I can see she's trying to be strong, but it's taking its toll. I'm so sorry, Eddie. If I had been there earlier, if I had noticed her earlier, maybe she would. Nah, man, Eddie cuts in. You've got enough on your plate. Don't add this to it too. Zipporah, and I don't blame you one bit. So don't hold on to this. You hearing me? I look down at my beer and nod my head silently. Thank you, man. Eddie leans back and smiles at me. England will be a big adventure for you, man. No doubt about it. I think it'll be good for you, being away from the war and this place full of memories. Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to. Change. I'm excited for a change of scenery and people. Won't remind me of what I've lost every minute of every day. I could see in Eddie's eyes that he pities me. He looks at me and says, we haven't talked much. But I'm sorry for everything you've gone through. I shrugged as if it was nothing. Sorry for what? It's my own fault. I did this to myself. I know, man, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt. It must be hard to not have your family with you. It's harder to not have them love you either. Do you think they will come back? Honestly, I paused. No. I think I accepted a long time ago that they won't come back. And I think that's why I've tried so hard to keep myself busy, because if I don't, I might lose myself completely. I might do something reckless that I can't come back from. Eddie nodded his head understandingly. It's good to keep busy. But it's also good to be at peace too. Try to find your peace when you're in England. I think of peace. What is peace? What is my peace? My peace was Ayla and Milo. I can't have peace. I shake my head as I stare into nothingness. Nah, man. Peace is a luxury that I don't have, and I think I won't ever have. Eddie and I left the pub and went back to the camp. We shifted into our wolves and began to run. Once we finally got home, it was after dinner. Fires were being lit and families and friends were gathering around them. I sighed. I always stay in my tent around this time. It is depressing seeing families. Males with their mates and pups. I envy them. I see Lizzie whisper something to Xander. He smiles and nods his head. She gets up from the log and makes her way over to me. Hey, stranger, she says with a smile. I chuckle and nod my head. Hey, Lizzie. It's pretty crazy. It's been about 4 or 5 years since Lizzie first came into the picture. She's grown a lot. Now she's got her own pups and is a pack leader. She plops herself next to me and pats my knee. How's my favorite Nightwalker? I smile and nod my head. Everything's okay. I'm excited for the trip though, so that's good. Lizzie pulls a sad face. Do you really have to go? I mean, it's bad enough you travel domestically, but internationally. I need to do this. I think it will help me. Lizzie sighs. Well, I guess I can't stop you. At least it's only a month. I nod my head but stay silent. That didn't work. Lizzie always knew how to read me. She arches her brow and says, it is going to be just for a month, right? I turn and look at her and stay silent. That was when I knew that she knew. Her eyes leaked some sadness, and she said in a quiet voice, you're not coming back. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. I smiled sadly at her. There is nothing for me here, Lizzie. I will do my part of the war in England. Trust me, it's better this way. Lizzie shook her head. No, Sol. You can't leave. You're too important to me and to this whole family. We need you. I softly shook my head. I lean and whisper, no you don't. You all have families to focus on. Ayla and Milo are safe in Italy. Me. I'm a lone wolf. I chuckle. Lizzie looks down at her hands and sighs. She raises her head again, but her eyes are glistening with tears. I cup her cheek and whisper, don't cry, Lizzie. When will we see you again? She says breathlessly. I shrug my shoulders. You will see me, but I don't know when. Lizzie nods her head. The kids will miss you. I chuckle. Yeah, of course they'd miss me. I'm the best uncle ever. I would be highly offended if they're not miserable in my absence. Lizzie laughs and shakes her head. You always made jokes in very serious and inappropriate times. I can't help myself sometimes. I stand up, and so does Lizzie. She rubs her eyes and smiles up at me. I hope you find what you're looking for, Solomon. You deserve it. I lean in and hug her tightly. I will, Lizzie. And I hope for your sake that Xander gives you a break from having so many pups. Lizzie laughs and pulls away. I hold her hands and I sigh. I have one last thing to say. She leans in to listen as I say, "Do you trust me?" She frowns and says, "Of course I do. I trust you with my life. Do you think the family trusts me? You're our brother, uncle, and friend, of course." I nod my head, feeling a bit of anxiety being lifted. Good. Times ahead are going to get hard, Lizzie, but in the end, I want you and everyone here to remember me as I am right now. Can you do that for me? Confusion was floating in her eyes. She slowly nodded her head, hesitant about what she was promising. I pulled an envelope out of the back pocket of my jeans and handed it to her. Also, if Ayla ever comes back here, give this to her. There are also some letters in there for Milo, too. Lizzie nods her head. I'll keep it safe until they come back. I nod my head. I step back and smile down at Lizzie. I love you a lot, Lizzie. You've always been there for me. Thank you for everything that you've done. Lizzie fans herself and looks up at the sky. Damn it, Solomon. Stop making me cry. I chuckle. I'm being serious, though. I truly look at you as a little sister. I pull her in for another hug, and I kiss her on the head. Keep Xander in line, will ya? She nods her head against my chest. We step back and separate from one another. Lizzie gives me a small smile. A smile I will miss. And then she turns and walks away. I sigh and turn my back on everyone to go back into my tent. I sit down and am silent. I grab the big calendar I bought a while ago, and I cross out today. Ayla's been gone for 10 months now, almost a year. I sigh and lean back. I opened the tent's roof so I could see the stars while I slept. The stars were so bright tonight, the most colorful I've seen them. My heart hurts every time I see the night sky because I know how much Ayla loves it. It reminds me of all our times together. I sometimes think it's pretty crazy that I've known her since I was 15. It's weird to think we went to high school together, we shifted into our wolves together. She sneaked out of her house for the first time to hang out with me. We found our love of music together. We always had each other's backs. We were inseparable. She was just always there. And me, even though I was a jerk and a player, Ayla was my soft spot. If I knew a girl I was with hurt Ayla or disrespected her, I would drop them in a second because I couldn't tolerate the thought of anyone hurting her. It's pretty ironic, though, that I ended up being the one who hurt her the most. For the first time since Ayla left, I shed a tear. I clenched my jaw to try to keep everything inside. I missed her. I missed her and Milo so much. I've been a zombie, a dead man still walking, ever since they left. Every day I relive that day I realized they had gone, because every day the pain has never dimmed. It might have been numbed, but there has been no relief from the pain I felt ever since that day. So, I learned to adapt. I would keep my mind busy. I would add more work. I would do literally anything to keep myself busy, because if I thought about them, I knew for a fact I would break. And if I broke, it would be the broken you can't return from, the one you can't fix. I've been through a lot of pain, grief, and agony, but nothing is as bad as feeling hollow. Feeling alone, knowing that the people you love will soon move on and that you will become a memory. We were an hour away. My heart hasn't stopped beating at 100 miles per hour. I looked over at my baby boy and smiled. He was drawing. His curly hair twisted into little brown ringlets along with his big brown eyes. He looked so much like his father. Milo? He looks up at me with his beautiful eyes. I smile and run my hand through his hair. I'm sorry, Baba. I'm sorry that you had to go through such hard times back home. I'm sorry that you didn't know your papa soon enough. I'm sorry for everything. I wish your life was more happy and complete than this. Milo stared at me for a while. I wondered if he understood what I was saying, what I was meaning. He looks down in his lap, his brows pulled together as if he were searching for something in his mind. But what surprised me was that he raised his head, revealing a big smile. It's okay, Mama. You took care of me. You love me. Hearing him say those words, it was the best thing I have ever heard. Tears flooded my eyes, and I nodded my head as I said breathlessly, "That's right, Milo. I do love you. I love you with all my heart, and I would do anything for you." I pull my baby out of his seat and onto my lap. He wraps his arms around my neck and rests there as I hold him tight. I take a deep breath. No matter what happens, I will always hold on to my baby until I have to let go. But I hope that when I do let go of Milo, I won't be alone, for there will be someone there to love me always and forever. Chapter 32. We had landed. I couldn't believe that I was back after being away for almost a year. As I drive on the country road, it is strange to see familiar places. Places that I grew up in. It's so weird. And somehow it feels foreign, different. There is a change in the air. This place has changed since I left, or maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the one who's changed. I don't see this place as a bad place anymore. I don't think of bad memories, regret, or bad decisions. I somehow have forgotten all about the bad. All I see is everything that has made my life better, and that includes Solomon. I look in the back and see Milo is still asleep. I was nervous. I had called Mia beforehand. She told me they'd moved to the mountains to hide from Kendrick. I told her not to tell anyone that I've come back. I didn't want anyone to know yet. I didn't want them to have this expectation that I have dramatically changed or anything. I didn't want to disappoint anyone. Even though I am definitely better, I'm still healing, and I don't want anyone to see me and not be happy. I don't know what I'm going to say to Solomon. I don't know what I'll do when I see his face. Just the thought of actually seeing him again made me feel happy, but scared. My wolf inside, she was excited to be reunited with her mate. It's weird, being away from your other half for so long. You do notice that as time lengthens, parts of what makes you, you, begin to chip away. And you feel hollow. You try to move on and think everything will be okay, but at the end of the day, a wolf cannot survive without their mate. It's physically impossible. You become emotionally unstable, which is probably why all of my demons decided to smack me in the face, including Kendrick. As I drove, the mountain came into view. From a distance, I could see a small glow. They must have lit a fire. I was excited to see everyone again. I'm excited to see Zipporah, Mia, Lizzie, and even Xander. I'm excited to see the kids again. I'm excited to see Mia's little baby boy, and I think I'm pretty excited to see Solomon. The thought of being with my mate, it gives me hope for some reason. Hope for a good and happy future. I think about the times when Milo would be asleep, and it would just be the two of us. He would hold me, and I would feel total and utter completeness. There will be no room for the broken. My hands were shaking as I pulled into the base of the mountain. I climb out of the car and open up the back to wake up Milo. His eyes slowly peel open, and he squints them as he slowly wakes up. I smile down at him. "Hey Baba, we're back home." His eyes lit up, and he climbed out of his seat quickly in excitement. "We get to see Papa." I nod my head. "Yup. We get to see everyone again." I grab my son's hand and I look up at the mountain. "Here we go. Solomon." I took down my tent and walked over to Xander and grabbed his shoulder. He turns around, facing me. I hand him my tent. "Here, give this to anyone who needs it." Xander grabs my tent without a word. His eyes were on the floor. There was no expression on his face. I smiled sadly and caught him on his shoulder. "Don't be sad, big brother. I'll be all right." Xander gulps and nods his head. I leaned in and said, "We've done terrible things to each other. We've said terrible things to each other. We've both made big mistakes. But at the end, when it comes down to it, we've always had each other's backs, and that's what I've always remembered." I squeeze his shoulder and pull him into a tight hug. I whisper in his ear, "You're a good big brother, Xander. Don't feel like you've failed because you haven't." Xander finally raises his arms and wraps them tightly around me. I knew at this point it was hard for him. He was letting me go. I think he needed to hear what I said. I wanted to release him from any guilt he might still be carrying. I wanted him to be free of every darkness. I wanted him to have a long, long happy life, even if I'm not there. We step back from each other. Xander's eyes are slightly glistening, and he clenches his jaw. He looked over at the lake and said, "I love you too, little brother." He turns to me and smiles sadly. "Try to make a good life for yourself." I nod my head. Xander steps back and holds onto Lizzie and their pups. Zipporah steps in front of me with unshed tears. A sob escapes her lips as she jumps into my arms. I pull her into my chest tightly and she cries. I was trying to hold it together. My eyes stung with tears as I had my baby sister. "I'm going to miss you so much, Soul." I nod my head. "I'm gonna miss you too, Zay. You know, I've watched you grow into this beautiful and strong she-wolf. I've seen you find your mate and make your own family. I've seen you become such a wonderful mother. And I couldn't be prouder of you." She releases a big sob, and she bunches the material of my shirt into her fists as she cries. "But I want you to know something." I pull back just enough to see her face and smile. "It won't matter how old you are, or what you're doing, or how many pups you have, you're always going to be my baby sister. Always." She nods her head and wipes her tears as she says in a shaky voice, "And you will always be my big brother. I love you so much, Soul. You've always been there for me. I'm going to miss you." I wipe her tears and say, "And I will always be missing you, baby sister." Milo and I are walking. We decided to leave our things in the car. We can get them later. I was just excited to see everyone, and Solomon. My heart was beating so fast. I might have my mate back. Eddie, Noah, and Lincoln came forward. I shake my head and say, "Please don't cry." Noah had a disgusted look on his face. "Of course not, you bloody idiot." "As if we would cry for you." Eddie nods his head. "Yeah, we're pretty relieved that you've finally gone." Lincoln steps forward and says, "Yeah, we finally have some jobs to do since you took all of them." I laughed and shook my head. "Well, I'm glad I don't have to see your faces. I won't be getting nightmares anymore." All of us laughed together, but I could see they didn't want to see me go. I nodded to them. "Well, it's been a pleasure being pack warriors with you hopeless lot. But it's time for me to depart." Mia steps forward. She stands there for a while looking at me, and I stare back. She looks down at her feet, and she makes her way towards me. She wraps her arms around me silently and stands. I wrap my own arms around her. Mia was a good friend during a hard time. I owe her a lot. "Mia." She shook her head. "Don't say anything. I'm not saying goodbye because I'm going to see you again. So please, don't say anything." I shrug. "Well, I don't care what you want." "I get it, Mia. You had a thing for me, and I know you're still in love with me." I step back and chuckle. "But I'm sorry, honey, you can't get all of this." I gesture to my body. I see her roll her eyes, but smile. "There it is," I said. "There's that smile." I step back to Mia and say, "This isn't goodbye, but I do want to say thank you, Mia. Thank you for being you." She smiles and nods her head. "I'll definitely miss you, Solomon Nightwalker." I bowed down to her and stand back up. I look at all of them standing there, my family. I'll never forget them. I turn and look at the dock, at the boat that's waiting to sail me across the lake. I stand there for a while as I feel this pull in my chest. For some reason, I feel like I was supposed to say goodbye to someone else. I turn around and look deep into the forest. Was I supposed to say goodbye to another person? Milo and I were still walking. I could hear some talking from a while away. It sounded like Mia and Zipporah. Why are they near the lake? I decided to change directions and follow the voices instead. I pull Milo along with me. I look up and see the sun setting. A strange feeling formed in my chest. I felt a yearning and longing, but it got stronger as I walked closer to the voices. Why was I feeling an urgent need to get to the lake? I picked up my pace and walked faster. I kept staring at the green forest, waiting for something or maybe someone. I gulped. Was something supposed to happen? "What is it, Solomon?" asked Xander. "What are you waiting for?" What was I waiting for? I sighed and shook my head. Nothing. Just memorizing the forest. I'm going to miss it. I turned to the dock and started to walk down it. The urgency in my heart grew and grew until it sat uncomfortably in my chest. I held Milo's hand tighter, and my walking slowly began to change to a jog. I felt as if I was supposed to stop something. "What is it, Ma?" Milo asked as he followed me. We have to get to the river. For some reason, my heart hurt. Something was happening, but I didn't know what. I slowed down and I stopped in the middle of the dock. I turned around and looked back at the forest. Come on, I said for some reason. Something has to happen, I whispered. I gulped. I was being stupid. I'm just scared of leaving. I take a deep breath and ignore the yearning feeling in my chest, and I walk down the rest of the dock to the boat. I grab onto Milo and lift him into my arms, and I start to run. I feel as if there was a time limit. I felt like I could hear a clock ticking in my head. I don't know why. All I know is that I have to get to the river. I could see the lake glistening up ahead through the bush. My heart was beating fast. I didn't look where I was going, and I ran into something or someone. Zay stood there wide-eyed. Ayla. I smiled widely and nodded my head. Hey, I'm back. Zay stood up from the ground and dusted herself off. What are you doing here? She said while wiping her eyes. I frowned and stepped closer in concern. Zay, what's wrong? Have you been crying? She stood there for a moment, staring at me with her mouth slightly agape. Oh my gosh, she whispered to herself. You don't know. My brows pulled together. Know what? About Solomon. My heart stopped. What about him? Ayla. I turned, and I saw Mia emerge from the bush, and her eyes widened at the sight of me before they turned into heartbreak. What? What's going on? Mia stepped closer and grabbed my hand. Ayla. Solomon, he's what, Mia? I shouted. Please let nothing bad happen to him. Mia stepped closer and said, Solomon, he's gone. He's taken a boat to cross the lake, and then he's going to England. I stood there for a moment. He's not here. When is he gonna come back? Mia and Zay looked at each other before looking back at me. We don't know. No one does. He may never come back. My heart broke. I run away. I burst through the bushes and see the lake. Everyone who was there looked at me in shock. But my eyes were on the boat that was floating away from me. I sprinted down the dock with Milo in my arms. Tears streamed down my face. Desperation consumed me. Solomon. I shouted. Solomon. I kept running. Milo cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled in his high voice, Papa. Papa, wait. A sob escaped me. It was too late. The boat was drifting away. Solomon was drifting away from me. Solo. I screamed. I put Milo on the dock, but held his hand tightly. I was breathing heavily as we both stood there, watching the boat disappear. I was too late. I may never see him again. The sunset was beautiful. The way the golden light hit the water's surface was magical. But it didn't make me feel magical. The scene should have looked amazing to me, but it didn't. The colors somehow seemed a little bit dimmer, and the light didn't seem as bright. Everything had a sort of drained look. I think that's me, though. As I slowly drifted away from the dock, I was heading towards a future where I can be the master. I can design whatever kind of future I want, and it is my choice. I get to do anything I want. Most men would see this as freedom. It was a chance to have a clean slate, to do everything right. But when I thought about it, I didn't want a clean slate. I wanted everything. I wanted the good, the bad, the ugly. Everything. Because what is life when everything is clean? What is life without some pain, without some bad stuff along with the good stuff? It wouldn't be life at all. I gulped and rubbed my chest. The mate bond was dwindling. It was a delicate candle that would go out if there was the slightest breeze. I could feel it leaving me. But everything inside of me didn't want it to go. I wanted to be still connected to Ayla. That one connection is all I will ever have of her, both her and Milo. I yearn for her, I still do, and I always will. I will always want her, and I will always want Milo. They will always and forever be my family, and I will always hold them in my heart. But at the same time, I cannot let them hold me back. They have made their choice. I have to accept it. Now I have to start making my own choices. It will only be by the grace of the moon goddess that there will be a sign to tell me otherwise. My ears tingled at a minimal sound. I heard a voice. I stood there. It caught my attention, this sound. I stood still and I listened. There it was again. I frowned in confusion. I looked over my shoulder at the other side of this big boat. My heart was beating fast. I ran to the other side of the ship, facing the dock. It was now after sunset dusk. I squinted my eyes. I didn't know what I was looking for or what I was trying to hear. All I knew was that I had to focus. I stood and tried to focus my eyes. We were quite a distance away. I was about to give up until I saw something. At the very end of the dock, there was a figure and next to it was a small figure. My heart was beating fast. The bigger figure waved, and everything in me knew exactly who it was. Ayla. I whispered breathlessly to myself. I leaned over and listened closely. And in a small voice, I heard it. Solo. Chapter 33. He's gone. I stood there for a while. I came back here to be with him. And, just like always, it doesn't work out. But it breaks me so much that I may not see him ever again. It breaks me to know that I was too late. If I had run faster, if I had stopped being angry with him sooner, he would be here. I felt weak. I'm alone now. I'm all alone. My legs gave way and I fell to my knees. I did not stop the tears running down my face. I did not repress the sobs that burst out of my mouth. I held my heart and I cried. He's gone. I held my face in my hands and my body shook from my cries. I felt small hands and arms circle around my neck. Why didn't Papa come back, Ma? I raised my head and saw my son. He had tears of his own. His bottom lip quivered as he shakily said, "Couldn't he hear us?" I pulled Milo into me and shook my head. "I don't think so, Milo." It broke my heart when Milo began to cry. I just held him to my chest as he cried. He kept staring at the boat that was floating further and further away from us. "But I want my Papa," he screams. "Papa, come back to us. Please," he cries. I don't stop him. I don't try to make him be quiet. I couldn't do that to him. He may just have lost his father. I heard footsteps behind us. I looked over my shoulder and saw everyone. They all held sadness in their eyes. But they would never know the loss and sadness that I have. Xander stepped forward. "Come on, Ayla. Let's get you back." I sighed and looked back at the lake. "Goodbye, Solo," I whispered. I stood up on shaky legs. Xander came to my side and helped me walk. Lizzie was on my other side, rubbing my back. It was comforting to know they still cared for me. I held Milo in my arms. He wasn't crying anymore, but he did have silent tears rolling down his face. I held his head against my chest as we made our way back to their campsite. When we finally arrived, I didn't know what to do. I stood there silently with my son. Everyone else stood there in front of me. Mia stepped forward and smiled softly at me. "Even though the circumstances hurt, I'm happy to see you again, Ayla." I smiled shakily and nodded. "Thank you. I missed you all so much." Xander had gone to set up my tent. Zay stepped forward and pulled me into a hug. "I hope you're staying here for good." I nod my head. "I am, if I'm still welcome." Zay pulls back and said, "Of course you are." Lizzie came to my side and smiled. "You're a part of this family, Ayla. You are always welcome here. It is your home." I looked around and I realized how many people cared for me. How many people were happy for me. It felt good to know I have people to come back to. Xander came and said, "Your tent is ready." I smiled and said, "Thank you." Xander stood there for a moment, but then he stepped forward and pulled me into a hug too. "I can bring him back for you, Ayla. If he knew you were here, he wouldn't have left." I shook my head. "Don't. He's finally had a chance to move on. I think I should let him." Xander steps back. "Well then, if you ever need anything, come to me. I'll sort it out for you." And then he left along with Lizzie. Milo pulled on my hand. I looked down at my son as he asked, "Can I please stay with Keith, Ma?" I look up to Mia and she smiles and nods. "Okay, Milo. But I want you back in the early morning, okay?" Milo nods his head and goes with Mia and Noah. Whenever Milo was sad, he was much like his father. He would want to distract himself. So I should let him. He's been through enough. I went to the tent that Xander directed me to. I climbed in and am instantly consumed with Solo's scent. It was everywhere. This must have been his tent. Tears stung my eyes. I fell to my knees onto the bed. I lay down and bury my nose into his blankets. It's almost like he's here with me, holding me. I lit a candle and sat there with blankets all around me. Knock knock. I raised my head to see Lizzie. She greets me with a smile. Hey, I'm sorry to intrude, but I have something for you. I looked at her hand and saw an envelope. Solomon promised that if you were to ever come, I was to give you this. She hands it to me, and I slowly take it from her. Lizzie then steps back and whispers, "Good night, Ayla." I didn't say anything. I couldn't. I sat there staring at the envelope. My breath was shaky. I didn't know if this letter would break my heart or mend it. It had the power to do either one, or maybe both. My name was written at the front in his writing. I opened the envelope slowly. I took a deep breath and pulled out the folded paper. I unfolded it slowly. And there it was, his writing to me. To my dearest love, Ayla. I don't know when you got this. It could be a year into the future, it could be 10 years. You could be on your deathbed right now for all I know. But at least you got it, and that's what matters. You were gone for 3 months when I wrote this. Do you remember when we first met on that beach? I was a jerk, and you were sassy. We made quite the pair. It just reminded me that we were best friends before we were ever mates. But then once we were together and you got pregnant, I ruined it. I ruined what we had. I tainted what was supposed to be beautiful and good. I brought unimaginable pain into your life. Everything that you are struggling with or suffering with right now is because of me, and I know that, and I am so sorry. I tried so hard to change and mend what we had between us. I tried to earn your love again. I tried to make you see that I had changed. You didn't know this, but I went to Italy to try and make things better between us. I walked down a beautiful street that faced the ocean. It was sunset, and you were walking with Milo. I wanted to come out and ask you to come back to me, but I decided to stop and wait. You stood there while Milo played. You were looking out to the ocean. The way the light hit your face, you looked indescribably beautiful. You took my breath away. But what I really noticed about you was that you were completely and utterly at peace. That was when it clicked for me. It was me. It was all me. You were at peace because you were away from me. I understood that. And so I did the hardest thing I have ever done. I let you go. I wanted you to be happy, whether that means you find another mate, I don't know. But I wanted you to live a full and happy life. I know that I caused you so much suffering, but I ask you this. Do not remember me as the guy who ruined your life. Remember me as the boy you met at a beach, the boy who loves you, the boy who became your best friend, the boy who kissed you on the night of prom, and the boy you once fell in love with. I love you. I will always love you, Ayla. I will always be waiting for you in my heart. I hope you are happy and at peace. From your mate. Solo. I sobbed as I read every word. My tears fell on the pages. I don't know how I was so angry with him for so long. He was so sorry. He was in pain just as much as I was. He just wanted me to forgive him. He just wanted me to see how much he loves me and how much he was willing to do for me. I held the letter to my heart and I cried. In my mind, I relive everything we went through together, and I realized he was so good to me, but then he did something bad, something terrible, and he realized his mistakes. And from then on, all he ever wanted was for me to forgive. But I didn't give him that. My own overwhelming wave of guilt washed over me. I felt guilty for how I treated him while he tried so hard with me. He was so gentle with me, he was protective, he was a good father, but I couldn't be with him because I couldn't look past his mistakes. And yes, that caused me unimaginable pain, but at the same time, he wasn't in a good place either. Solomon was just as broken as I was at that time, but I had no empathy for him. He had a lot going on at that time. I didn't understand him at all. I cry for all the mistakes he made and all the mistakes I made. We both made a big mess of things. I stand up and climb out of the tent. It was late at night. Everyone was asleep. I walked farther up the mountain and sat at the edge of the cliff. I sighed as a soft breeze tickled my neck. I laughed and thought, we definitely do make quite a pair. I looked up at the sky and saw the beautiful stars. If Solo was willing to wait forever for me, then I'll do the same. I'll wait here until the day comes that he does. Whether that be someday or never, I will wait for you. You know what I realized? My heart stopped. I heard a breathless voice, but I knew that voice. Solomon. I whispered. I looked over my shoulder wide-eyed at the sight of my mate standing there. I got up from the ground and stood there. He was soaking wet as he said breathlessly and tiredly, I realized that swimming across a whole lake and climbing up this difficult mountain is actually quite exhausting. He took a shaky step forward while I was still standing here in shock. But when I saw you and Milo at the dock, it seemed like you wanted to talk to me, like you wanted to say something. Did you want to talk to me? Tears welled up in my eyes. I did. I mean, I do. We stood there in silence as I beheld him. I haven't seen him for almost a year, and here he is, standing right in front of me. You want to tell me? I shake my head. Oh, right, I realized that you made a mistake, and you tried so hard to say sorry. But I didn't forgive you properly. And in Italy, I thought I was never going to see you again. And the thought of that scared me because I realized that I wanted to see you. I wanted you in my life. My voice became shaky and my unshed tears rolled down my face. And you know what? We're a pretty complicated couple. And I know you disappointed me, but I disappoint you too. If I'm the only person you can forgive, then I want you to be the only person I forgive too. Solomon walked towards me. My heart was beating so fast. My legs felt weak and I felt breathless, but I've never felt more alive. Solomon stood so close to me as he said, I really like that. I nod my head. Me too. Can we do that? I nodded my head as I sobbed. Okay. Then Solomon cupped my face and pressed his lips passionately upon mine. I held on to him. With everything I had in my heart, I held on to him and I kissed him. Chapter 34. We separated breathlessly. I couldn't stop looking at his face. Solo cupped my face, and he smiled down at me. I can't believe I'm touching you right now. I smiled through my tears and laughed. I know. It doesn't seem real, does it? Solo wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me completely against him. As I stare at him, I don't see the bad that he's done anymore. I didn't see any of it, and I was so relieved. I was so scared that I couldn't look past his mistakes, but seeing him, I can. I looked down and said, I'm sorry, Solomon. I should have realized earlier that. Shoo, Solo cut me off. I looked up, and he was serious as he talked. You don't have to apologize at all, Ayla. This whole thing, this mess, the reason we haven't seen each other in almost a year. It's the result of what I did. This is all on me. But I was so hard on you. I was so mean I didn't. He shook his head. I deserved every bit of your anger. I prepared myself to accept the fact that you may be angry with me forever, and I can't justify myself. But the fact that you do forgive me and that you came back to me, it's a gift that I don't deserve at all. So don't, Ayla. I sighed and nodded my head. I looked up at the stars and I smiled. Look. Solomon chuckled and looked up. They seem more beautiful with you here. My cheeks reddened. I heard Solomon laugh. I see I still affect you. I roll my eyes. Whatever. Solomon chuckles. A breeze wisped over our skin, causing my skin to shiver. Solomon noticed. He smiles down at me and says, You're cold. Let's get back where I can get dry next to the fire and you can get warm. I smiled softly and nodded my head. I'd like that. He wraps an arm around my shoulder and pulls me against his naked chest as we walk back to the camp. Everyone was still asleep. I wanted to go wake Milo up, but I thought it was better to let him sleep. He's had a full couple of days. He deserves a night of peace. As I sit at the fire, Solomon comes out of the tent wearing a fresh set of clothes, but with no shirt at all. My heart skips a beat as I behold all of him. He is one attractive man. As I look at him, I feel as if I were a teenage girl looking at the man of her dreams. He walks towards me and catches me staring. He winks at me before taking his seat. We both sit in silence, looking at the fire. I think we were both overwhelmed at the fact that we were here, together. I guess it is a lot to take in. So you came to Italy, I said quietly without taking my eyes off the fire. From my peripheral vision, I saw him nod his head. He scratched the back of his head as he said, defeated, yeah, I did. In my head, I thought I could convince you to come back with me and we would try to be a family again. But when I saw how happy you were, I knew I couldn't take that away from you. I listened to him talk. But with every word he said, My heart hurt. I made him suffer so much. Even though he deserved it, now that I am with him, I feel a little guilty. I wasn't happy, I stated. My eyes left the fire and locked with Solomon's. His brows glued together in confusion. I sighed and said, I was trying to convince myself that I could have that life. An ordinary life. But deep down, I knew that I couldn't because I haven't moved on from the past. Solomon leaned in and asked, "What caused you to come back?" I chuckled. Believe it or not, it was actually a guy who caused me to come back. What do you mean a guy? Solomon asks sharply. Did he do something to you? Did he mistreat you? It felt nice to see Solomon get all protective over me. It felt like old times again. I shook my head. No. He helped me see clearly. He gave me wisdom. And he made me think. The night I realized that I forgave you was a painful night. As I was reliving it, I felt tears sting my eyes. I was crying so much, my voice began to break. I was crying because I felt like I was grieving. I was grieving over everything that I've lost. I was thinking of all of our memories we made together and how everything was just so good. But it hurts so much thinking of them because I wasn't that girl anymore. My unshed tears fell down my face. I looked down at my lap and took a deep breath. I looked back up to Solomon. But even though I'm not her anymore, she's still in here. I pressed my hand over my chest. She's still a part of me, Solomon. I hope you know that this won't be easy. I'm still dealing with past hurt, but if you are willing to do this journey with me, then I am willing to give this my all. I sat there waiting for him to say something. He leans in and grabs a hold of my hand. I didn't jump off that boat blind. I didn't swim across that whole lake not knowing what I was getting myself into. I climbed up this mountain because as long as I'm going through hardship with you, it's worth it. Solo leans in and stares me straight in the eyes and says, I promise you, Ayla, that I will spend the rest of my life loving you, cherishing you, taking care of you, and protecting you. I will never ever leave you. Solomon pulls me into his lap, and I let him. I lean my head against his chest. I couldn't help falling asleep. This was the first time I felt so complete. I felt like my heart, my soul, had found its other half. I cuddled deeper into Solomon and sighed in contentment. This is the first time I felt like this in so long. Like what? At peace. Chapter 35. I opened my eyes to see that the sun was rising over the land. I looked to my side and saw Ayla lying next to me. She was still asleep. Her body was curled up against me, and I couldn't help but smile. Her face was so peaceful and so content. I took a piece of her wavy blonde hair and tucked it behind her ear. I leaned down and kissed her forehead softly. She is amazing. She is the most amazing being I have ever met in my entire life. I don't know how she forgave me, but she did. And I am eternally grateful. I will try to be the man she deserves until the day I die. She is my world, my heart, my love, my mate, my everything. She slowly started to move, climbing out of her slumber. Her eyes lazily squinted open. As soon as her eyes landed on me, she gave me a tired smile. Thank goodness it wasn't a dream. I thought yesterday didn't happen for a minute there. I leaned down and said, "Oh, it happened all right. But I am guessing you don't remember the passion, right?" Her eyes widened. What? I closed my eyes and chuckled. Kidding. I lean closer and whisper, "You would definitely be remembering that, I promise you." She rolls her eyes, but I can see a hint of a smile. So, how are you feeling today? I asked. She released a much-held breath and stared up at the roof of the tent. I feel good. I feel like this was right. Her eyes flickered back to me. This is exactly where I am supposed to be. And thank goodness for that. I was going through a living hell without you here. I kept wishing for peace, but sadly, it wasn't coming, which is not very helpful. Ayla giggles. Well, I am glad that peace didn't come yet. We will seek it together once our time is right. I cup her cheek and smile. And that is all I want. Ayla yawns, and I chuckle. I grab the blanket and pull it over her. I leaned in and pecked her lips when I whispered, "Rest, little wolf. I will be here when you wake up." She closes her eyes and smiles as she quickly drifts off to sleep. I sit up and climb out of the tent. The sun was rising swiftly. Feeling the warm light hit my skin felt good. It felt like a new day, a fresh start. I walked towards the circle of rocks and decided to try to make a fire. Ayla would like to sit around the fire while eating breakfast. I grabbed some of the piled wood and started to prepare for the fire. Papa. I raised my head at that beautiful sound, the voice of my son. I looked over my shoulder and saw him standing there with his wildly curly hair while he was rubbing his eyes. I smiled. I turned around, still crouched. Hey, son. A giant smile broke out and Milo sprinted towards me. Papa. He launches himself into my open arms, and we tumble to the ground. I laughed. My boy. Oh, my Milo. Milo was laughing hard as he said, I missed you, Papa. I missed you too, Milo. I missed you so much. I'm so happy you're here. You heard me? On the bridge. When I was calling for you, you heard me. I nodded my head. I did, Milo. I heard you. You brought me back. He smiles and buries his head in my chest. I hold him tight against me. I missed him so much. I couldn't believe that we were apart for so long. I never want to part with him or Ayla ever again. I will do anything for them. I looked over Milo's shoulder to see that some other members of the pack were slowly waking up. Xander had come out of his tent. Lizzie was still asleep with their kids. He stretched and scanned the area. When his eyes landed on me, he didn't react very much. I think he knew I was going to come back. No male can ever honestly resist their mate after all. Xander gave me a slight nod, and as he turned to walk towards his own fire, I saw his shoulders shake with a chuckle. Yeah, my big brother knows. Eddie crawled out of his tent holding little Lily's hand. When he saw me, he groaned. Damn it, Solomon, why'd you come back? He said sarcastically. I chuckled. Yeah, I know. I'm a blessing to your life and all. I get it. You don't have to worry anymore, Eddie. I am here to stay. Eddie shakes his head. I have no idea why Ayla likes you. It's because you haven't had the pleasure of my company, Eddie, unless you want. Solomon. I smile. And that's the voice I know and love. I turn to my left and see Ayla coming out of the tent. There are children present. No talking of such things. I chuckle. I'm sorry, little wolf. Eddie just got excited to see me. Ayla rolls her eyes with a slight smirk on her beautiful lips. Eddie scoffs and walks away with his daughter. Milo climbs out of my lap and runs to Ayla to hug her. Ma, Papa heard us. Papa heard us from the boat. She hugs him back and kisses his forehead. Well, lucky us. My beautiful mate and beautiful son come over and sit down in front of the fire with me. Both of them are leaning on me. I took a deep breath and let the air out. I felt so content. I had my family back. That's all that matters. I feel like nothing could ever ruin this moment. My life is finally complete. Solomon. I heard Xander call. All of us looked at him and saw that he looked earnest. Something was urgent. A figure was behind him. A girl. She limped forward into the light. I inwardly cringed. She was severely injured. She was shaking a lot as she held herself. Sophie? She raises her head and her eyes meet mine. She utters words very, very quietly that I almost couldn't hear her. But the words that came out of her mouth? I could understand her loud and clear. He's coming. Her eyes drifted from me to Ayla. He's coming for you. Yep, that could ruin the moment. Chapter 36. Sophie comes limping forward and collapses onto Solo. He quickly catches her before she hits the floor. I felt bad for her, considering her father is a sick and sadistic lunatic. But at the same time, I'm kind of like, did you have to fall onto Solo like that? Like, really? Girl, no, just no. However, that's just my inner self. I know for a fact that he's mine. Solo glances at me and nods towards Milo. I sigh and turn to my son. Baba, go play with Xavier. Mama and Papa have some grown-up things to discuss, okay? Milo nodded, oblivious to everything that was happening, and ran off. I turn around and see that Solo is walking ahead, holding Sophie bridal style. I roll my eyes. This girl better not be into my wolf. I followed behind quickly. I mean, like hell am I going to leave my mate and that girl alone? We enter the pack's main tent. A giant tent at that. Xander was sitting there with Lizzie sitting next to him and holding his arm, probably to calm him down. Solo lays Sophie onto a random bed on the floor. She groans as she is let down. She's injured pretty badly. But I don't have too much sympathy for her since her father attacked me and abused me almost every night. She opens her eyes and looks up at Solo, who has just put her down. She sobs into a cry and jumps into his arms. I raised my brows and growled, "You've got to be kidding me." Xander's eyes flickered to me for a second and smirked. I'm guessing he heard me. I stand back and lean on one of the poles as I watch. Solo pats her back and whispers something in her ear. She nods her head, but then cuddles into his chest. All right, I'm going to shut this whole touching moment down. You know, Sophie, lying down flat on the bed relieves more pain than cuddling into my mate's chest. Just saying. Her eyes flickered to me, and her eyes widened. Solo looks over his shoulder, and I see his cheeks are a bit pink. I rolled my eyes and took a step forward. All right, let's all just get straight to the point. Sophie, do you know any plans that your father may be planning? She just stared at me blankly and then turned to Solomon and said, "He's planning to attack in 2 days. He's been hurting me ever since your mate left with your son." My anger was spiking. Who does this woman think she is? I growled, and then Sophie flinched and whimpered. Solo looks at me pleadingly. Ayla, please. I scoffed. Oh, please, give me a break. I'm just so sorry that I'm harsh to her. Sophie raised her voice. I've been abused by my father, and I just escaped to warn you of what he has planned for your sake. I stepped forward and yelled, and your daddy harmed and hurt me for 5 long years. Thank you very much, and he used my own son to blackmail me into staying. And you knew about it and did nothing. So do not come here claiming that you're doing this for me. Everyone was quiet. Solomon stood up and looked at Sophie. Is this true? You knew Ayla was being hurt, and you didn't do anything. Sophie gulped. I couldn't. I'm sorry. If I could, I would have. But he was watching me all the time. If I had tried, I would have only brought you more danger. I roll my eyes and then stare right at her in the eyes. That's no excuse. You still could have tried. I bent down to my knees so I was at eye level with her. The truth is, you're just a coward who is too afraid to do anything. I leaned closer and growled lowly. You stay away from my mate. He is mine and only will ever be mine. You can do nothing to change that. I stand up with my back straight, looking down at her. Yes, girl. My eyes widened and my heart skipped a beat. I turned around and my brows raised. Luciana. She was standing at the tent's entrance and raised her arms in a scream. I am reunited with my friend. Yes. She came running and gave me a giant hug. I laughed and hugged her right back. I stepped back breathlessly. What are you doing here? She laughed and whispered, I know what you are. Because as soon as you left, I was mated to a werewolf. My mouth opened widely as I exclaimed, who? Me. I turned, and my eyes widened even more because there, standing, was Miguel. He gave me his handsome smile with a wink. Hello. I couldn't help but smile as soon as I saw him. I gave him a polite hug. I can't believe you're here. Wait. Why are you here? Miguel nodded towards Xander. I heard my dear cousin has gotten himself into quite a war. I thought to come and lend a hand. Wait a second, Solomon said firmly. Miguel? My cousin is the guy that was talking to you in Italy. I rolled my eyes. And the guy that convinced me not to give up on you. You should be thanking him. Miguel chuckles deeply. So your mate is my cousin Solomon. That explains a lot. Solomon scowls at him and steps forward in front of me. What do you mean by that? Huh? Miguel smirks and says, oh, little cousin. I don't know if you knew this, but you were quite a jerk back in the day. Solomon growls. He turns to face everyone. Yes. Okay, I get it. I was a complete jerk, inconsiderate fool, whatever you want to call me. But I have changed. I changed to be a better mate to Ayla and a better father to my son. So I would really like it if everyone would please step outside. I am trying here. Everyone was silent. And my heart softened again. My moment of anger was over. And seeing Solomon get all angry and shouting was appealing too. I walked towards his giant figure and wrapped my arms around his waist. He looks down at me seriously and says, "Remember? I make mistakes. But I'm trying, okay?" I smiled softly and nodded my head. "I know, Solo, I know." I leaned in and kissed his chest and lay my head on it. Solomon wraps his arms around me and kisses my head. And by the way, he whispers only for me to hear, "I am loyal to you, Ayla. I don't want any other girl but you." I knew he was assuring me that he wasn't careless anymore, but also that he cares for me. No one could replace what we have. Milo comes walking in, grumpy. "Are you guys done with your grown-up talk now?" I laughed and nodded my head. "Yeah, Baba, we are. My little Mijo. Come to Aunt Luciana." Milo's eyes raised in surprise, but he laughed as he went and gave her a big hug. I guess after the time we spent in Italy, she did become his aunt. "Hey, Milo," Solo called out. Milo looked up at his father. Solo smiles and asks, "I'm going to go fishing at the dock soon. You want to come?" Milo's eyes widened in excitement. He nods his head frantically, saying, "Yes. Can we go right now?" Solo looks down at me, almost like making sure I was okay with it. I smile and kiss Solo's cheek. "Go have fun, boys." Solo leans down and pecks my lips before taking Milo with him. My heart soared when I saw Solo and Milo walking off together. This is how it should be. Chapter 37. My son and I were sitting at the dock with our rods in the water, waiting. The lake was so still, so peaceful. I looked down at my son and smirked. He was staring at the water angrily. "Why is the fish not biting yet? This is taking too long." "It's all about patience, Milo. If you're patient enough, you'll get a big fish." He groans, but continues to wait. "So are you and Ma aren't fighting anymore?" I didn't like that he saw his parents always arguing and fighting, saying harsh things to each other. But he's a smart kid. He does have a right to know what's going on in his own family. "You're right, son. Your Ma and I are good now." Milo smiles and nods his head. "Good. I didn't like being away from you for so long. I missed you a lot, Papa." I felt my heart warm up at his words. "Yeah, I missed you too, Milo. I thought of you every day." Milo nods while looking at the lake. "Ma missed you too." She thought I was asleep, but she would cry a lot in her room. He caught my attention with what he just said. She would cry. Yeah, I didn't like seeing her cry all the time. And sometimes, in her sleep, she would call out your name. I think she was scared in her dreams. Old Ken kept visiting her there. She still had nightmares. I clenched my jaw. I wanted to kill Kendrick so badly. If I ever saw him, I don't think I could contain myself. He has done the worst of the worst to Ayla. I have fantasized about so many ways to end him. You and your ma are safe now, son. Milo looks up at me like I was his everything. You will protect us, right? Milo, come here. He put his rod in its holder and turned to me seriously. I sighed and looked down at my son. I love both you and your ma. I will do anything to protect you both. And if one day something goes wrong and I tell you to run, you run as fast as you can, all right? You hearing me, Milo? I will, Papa. I'll run. And I'll protect Mama for you. I smile and kiss him on the head. That's my boy. I had most of the day to myself. Solomon was hanging out with our son, which made me happy. I'm sure it would have been a shock for Solo to know that he had a son all this time. I wanted them to develop a good and strong bond. I wanted Solo to teach him what it meant to be a man, to love, and to be strong. I was happy that Milo finally had his father. The sun was setting over the land. I was sitting at the edge of the cliff, watching the sky turn from blue to pink. The air was a little cool, but I liked it. It felt fresh as I was breathing. I was a little worried. I knew that I was so much stronger than I was when I first escaped. But my head was still dealing with a lot. I would think things that I knew were totally wrong and difficult. I would feel things that weren't there. I was scared that I would never get better. I would never truly be free of my past. I didn't want to voice what I was feeling because I didn't want anyone to know that I was still struggling. I didn't want Solo to know. Maybe he wouldn't want me anymore? He might find it too hard? I leaned back and watched the sun go down as I thought these thoughts. I took a deep breath. I needed to try to think straight. I need to focus on my son and Solo. What are you doing out here all on your own? I looked over my shoulder and saw Solomon standing there with his arms crossed. You shouldn't be out here on your own. I don't ever want you on your own. We haven't heard anything from Kendrick. He came walking and sat beside me. And until we know exactly what's happening, I want you by my side. I need you near me, Ayla. I don't know what I would do if something happened to you. I smirked and patted his knee. Calm down, Solo. I'm okay. I can handle myself. I'm a tough wolf. Solomon sighed. I know, but I still want you with me. I leaned and said, if it really bothers you that much, I'll be near. Solomon relaxes and nods his head approvingly. We just sat there looking at the sun slowly disappearing when I turned to Solo. He was already looking at me. I gulped as I felt my cheeks blush at how intense his stare was. I ducked my head down slightly, but Solo gently cups my cheeks and raises my head towards him. Don't look away, he says. His eyes were soft as he said, I never thought this day would come. The day I get to just hold you. I cup his cheek and run my thumb over it. I never thought it would come either. But we got through our battles, and here we are. You're holding me, and I'm holding you. Solo leans in and gently presses his lips to mine. At first, our lips were touching, and then he started to move his lips against mine. I responded by doing the same. His arms left my cheek and wrapped around me, lifting me and sitting me on his lap. I wrap my arms around his neck as our kiss starts to become more intense. I heard him slightly groan against my lips as I had raked my fingers through his hair. Solomon lifted me up and gently laid me on the ground. My legs were parted, and he was lying in between them as we kissed intensely. His kisses left my lips, and they were traveling down my face to my neck. My breath hitched when I felt him kiss a sensitive spot. A strange feeling built in my chest. I frowned in confusion. A burning sensation started to spread in my chest. It felt like panic. I opened my eyes, and they widened when I saw that Kendrick was on top of me. He smiled down at me and said, "You will never be rid of me." "No," I screamed. I pushed away and crawled backwards away from him. I blinked my eyes, and then Solo appeared. He sat there looking shocked. I was pressed up against the stone wall, shaking. His form blurred when tears filled my eyes. I wrapped my arms around my knees, hoping to protect myself. Hey, Ayla. It's me. Solomon, he says in a soft voice. He slowly crawled towards me, making sure I wasn't freaking out. He crouched in front of me and gently took my hands in his big ones. You're okay, Ayla. You're not there, you're here with me with Milo. Solomon. I was looking down at my shaking mate. She looked terrified. It broke my heart seeing her like this. She seemed so broken, so scared. Her lip quivered as she sobbed. He won't leave me alone. He will always be there. He will always be in here, she said, tapping her head. I shake my head. I wrap my arms around her and lift her on my lap. She curls up against my chest and rests her head in my neck. Her hand grabbed my shirt tight in her fist, almost like she was assuring herself she was with me, and not him. I tighten my hold on her and start to rock the slightest bit as she silently cries. He's not here, Ayla. I'm here with you. As long as I'm here, nothing will ever hurt you ever again. You're safe, little wolf. You're safe. When I was in the place where I was kept, she whispered. When I couldn't sleep, I would fantasize about you. My brows raised in surprise as she continued. I would imagine you coming to save me, telling me that I wasn't alone anymore, that I was safe, and you would love me and care for me. Fresh tears fell from her face. But then Kendrick would come along and I felt so alone. I didn't feel safe. I truly thought he was going to harm me seriously. It was difficult, waiting for the day he might hurt me a little more, and I wouldn't wake up. I growled. I hate that he hurt you. I want to kill him for what he did to you. I want him to suffer just as you had suffered. I want him to pay. Rage was slowly boiling inside me, and once it was ready, I was going to unleash it all onto Kendrick. He will die by my hand. I crave for his death to be in my hands. He won't come near you, Ayla. He'll die before he even gets the chance to. I looked down at her and her lips tipped up slightly. It feels good being protected. I haven't felt protected in so long. It feels good that someone else is being strong for me. A memory flashed in my head. It was when Ayla was dealing with her pain and she was crying about how tired she was. She was tired of being strong, of being the protector. Ayla, I said gently. She raised her head to look at me as I looked into her eyes. I cupped her soft cheeks and I said, "You've done this for so long. Being strong for Milo and yourself, and you've done an incredible job of it. You are the best mother to our son. But I can take it from here, okay? I will be strong for both you and our son. I will protect you and Milo with my life. So rest, little wolf. You deserve to have peace. Let me do the fighting now." I saw Ayla's eyes widen before tears fell from her face. Her body sagged more against me, like she was relieved. She gave me a quivering smile as she said, "Thank you, Solo. You've no idea how much that means to me." And then she lays her head back in my neck as I feel her breath slowly even out. Chapter 38. I was chopping the wood with Milo. Everyone was busy, going about their duties in the camp. Everyone had assigned work. No one rested during the day. Xander was in the tent, probably thinking of ways to end this torturous war. We still had not heard anything from Kendrick. Nothing. Zip. It was frustrating because we had nothing to work with. We didn't know what we were getting ready for. I knew that this war would end with a big bang, though. I was watching my son try to cut wood. I was trying not to laugh at his angry face. He was getting frustrated that he wasn't strong enough to cut the wood yet. He stopped trying and kicked the piece over. "This is a stupid piece of wood. It doesn't like me." I smirked and patted his head. "No need to get angry, Milo. It's okay if you can't do something. You'll be able to do it when you're bigger." He huffs and says, "But I want to be bigger now. I want to be stronger now." I bend down and rub his back. "Well, son, it's okay not be big or strong right now. That's because it's my job to be big and strong. As you get older, you will grow and grow, until you are almost bigger and stronger than me." His eyes widen in amazement. "Even you, Papa?" I nod my head. "And that's when you'll know that it's your job to protect." He nods his head, still thinking about it. "But I can still try to protect now, right?" "Of course you can, son. If I'm not around, you gotta protect your ma." He nods his head confidently as if he were a grown man. I took pride in beholding my son. He was strong. He will be a strong wolf one day. I looked up to meet eyes with my beautiful mate. She was helping to hang the washing as she smiled at Milo and me. I think she liked seeing me interact with our son. After her little incident yesterday, she has been a little reserved. Not in a bad way, but more in a way that shows she's trying to process everything in her head. I didn't push it. I wanted her to know that she would have her space and time when she wanted it. I hated seeing that fear in her eyes. She looked at me in pure terror. It broke my heart seeing her be so tormented. It just made me want to kill Kendrick even more. I wanted his blood. I wanted revenge for everything he has done. Knowing that night after night, he would hurt my mate. My beautiful mate fills me with pure rage. He will pay for what he did to her. I'm going to make him pay. I will not make his death fast. He's going to suffer greatly. If that darkens my soul, then so be it, because I will not let him go quickly. Oh no. I am going to be his own personal retribution. But Ayla doesn't need to know that. All she needs to do is focus on improving her mental well-being and being happy. That's all she's got to do. And tonight, I want to help her with that. I looked down at my son and said, "Milo, Ma, and Papa need to talk tonight. Is it okay if you stay at Xander's house?" He smiles and nods his head. "Okay. I like Xavier anyways. He's my friend." I nod my head. "Yep, and did you know he's also your cousin?" Milo's eyes widened to big orbs of shock. "No way. He's family." I chuckle. "His father is my brother, which means yes, you two are family." He pumps his hand into the air and yells, "Yes." He sprints away towards Ayla and says, "Ma, guess what? I, along with some of the other females, have gone to the little river to rinse the soap out of the clothes." I was bending over on my knees, squeezing the water out of the shirt I had just cleaned, when someone emerged from the trees. I blushed when I saw Solomon standing there, smirking. "Hello, ladies," he greeted. "I'm sorry, but I was wondering if I could steal Ayla for a bit." All of the females smiled, especially Zipporah and Lizzie. Both of them nodded quickly. "Of course." We were almost done anyways. I frowned at them. "We just started, didn't we?" Lizzie's eyes widened as she spoke through her cemented smile. "No, We were done. You go on, Ayla. I slowly nodded and faced Solomon. For some reason, I felt nervous when I was around him, like a teenage girl getting flustered around her crush. I walked towards him and stopped about a meter away. I coughed in my hand awkwardly. So, what did you want me for? He looks up at the sky, then back at me. It's gonna be sunset soon, he stated. I looked up at the sky and nodded my head. Yeah, it is. I looked back at Solomon and saw he had offered his hand to me. I wanted to take you somewhere. Come with me. I was trying to contain my excitement as I was about to place my hand in his, until I stopped. What about Milo? He's with Lizzie and Xander. Don't worry, he's perfectly safe. I sighed in relief. I grabbed onto Solo's hand, and he smiled. He led me away from the forest. Where are we going? I asked curiously. I could see a mischievous glint in his eyes as he smirked. Somewhere. Won't know until you get there, I guess. I rolled my eyes, but still loved the side of Solomon. The playful side. It reminded me of what he was like as a teenager. We had gone to his car, which sparked even more curiosity in me. Where are we going? We climbed in, and he drove away from the camp. I suddenly got a little nervous, being away from the pack, away from Milo. A hand was laid on my thigh. I looked to Solomon and saw he kept glancing my way while driving. It's okay, Ayla. You're safe and Milo is safe. I wouldn't be doing this if I thought in any way I was risking either of you. His words were valid. I knew that I could trust him. My nerves left me in an instant. I put my hand over Solomon's on my thigh. I was confident in Solo's judgment. I knew he would protect us no matter what. We drove for a while. The sun was coming down quickly. As we kept moving, I could recognize a few things. This area seemed familiar. I want you to close your eyes, Solomon requested excitedly. I smirked and shook my head desperately. No, just tell me where we're going. Just do it. You'll thank me later. Please. Solomon pleaded. I sighed but closed my eyes. I felt the car slowly come to a stop. As soon as his door closed, mine opened. I grabbed onto his arm to guide me out of the vehicle. My heart was racing. Can I open my eyes yet? Solomon chuckled. Not yet, little wolf. I felt his hand on my lower back as we began to walk. I sniffed the air. It smelled familiar. A sense of nostalgia washed over me. I felt as if I were being transported to some memory. But what? Okay, Solomon said. I want you to stand right here. He placed me firmly where I stood. I heard him walk away, along with some rustling noises. You can open your eyes now, he said from a distance. I opened them and was instantly hit with the most beautiful view. The sun was setting over the ocean. My heart stopped when I realized it was the beach. The beach. I had not been here since I was young. I looked over my shoulder and saw Solomon lying in the sand. I smiled and turned around entirely. This was where we first met, I said. I walked over to Solomon, who had his eyes closed and his hands under his head. I giggled and said, I'm assuming you're Zipporah's big brother? They were the first words I ever spoke to Solomon. My mate opened his eyes and smirked. Yes, I am. He sits up, looking at me. What are you doing, lying on the beach like that, huh? Solomon looks at me and smiles. Waiting. I tilted my head. Waiting for what? For you. I bend down on my knees and face him. And what am I to you? I ask softly. He leans in and raises his hand, tucking my hair behind my ear. You are my destiny. You are my purpose. I was made for loving you, my little wolf. My eyes stung from tears. I smiled through them and nodded my head. I was made for loving you, I said back. And that's when I saw it. He was my Solo again. He was my best friend. I could see the Solomon he was when he was young. The boy I loved and still love. Solomon cupped the back of my head and gently pulled me, pressing his lips against mine. I cupped his face and kissed him back. I felt like we had our young love once again. The love I recognized. Memories flooded my mind of us when we were young. The times we would sneak out and watch the stars. We would have endless movie marathons. We would make up random dances. We would go on random road trips to see something pretty. And we would go to our spot at the big rock. And then there were the times we did nothing. We just lay in my bed in silence. I think I loved those moments the most. We had been through so much together. Our journey was long and hard, but it had the sweetest of endings. We had challenges, he was hurting, and so was I. We were a difficult pair, a force waiting to erupt. And it did erupt. Our difficulties could have been the end of us. Our mistakes could have made us split apart forever. Even when we were at our darkest, even if we were blinded by pain or the past, we found our way back to each other, and our love was still there, waiting for us to realize that being alone, we were only one half of a heart. Solomon was my other half, my heart, my love. My solo. Chapter 39. We had been lying on the sand, watching the golden ball slowly go down. There was a slight breeze, cooling our skin. This was perfect. I had my head lying on Solo's chest as I felt his hands running up and down my back. Everything was just so good. You know, I still feel guilt about everything that's happened, Solomon confessed. I lifted my head and rested my chin on his chest. You don't need to, Solo. I've forgiven, I've moved past all of that. You don't need to carry it anymore. He nodded his head. I know that. But I think this is my own burden that I carry. Just thinking about what I was like back then, when I was so difficult towards you. I don't think I will ever get over that. I won't even fully forgive myself for what I did. He ensured that our eyes met as he said, I want to let you know, Ayla, that everything I have done in my life so far, every decision was made because I love you. My breath hitched at this confession, and my heart ached in a good way. He continued, I will spend the rest of my life building up to being the best mate I could possibly be for you. I shook my head. You're already the best mate. I mean, yeah, we had our difficult moments, but that doesn't mean that you're not a good mate. You are, Solomon. That's why I came back to you, that's how I forgave. Because I saw the goodness in you. I saw everything that you've done was purely for Milo and I. How could you not be the best mate? The sun was finally going down under the sea. The last shred of its golden light hit us brightly. I closed my eyes and soaked it in. I opened and looked at Solo, seeing that his gaze had been on me this whole time. He cups my cheek and runs his thumb over it. Beautiful. I smiled shyly. I love you, Solo. He smiles back and says, and I love you, my little wolf. Later on, we drove back to the camp. We were walking together, hand in hand, when a strange smell lingered in the air. Solomon immediately halted. I saw him tilt his head, his brows drawn strongly together in concentration. He lifts his head in the air slowly, and his nose wrinkles as he sniffs. A low growl vibrated out of his chest. My eyes scanned the area, seeing if anything was out of the ordinary. I gulped, and my hand tightened in Solomon's. He returned the gesture. Solomon, I whispered. He pulls me close to him. He let go of my hand and instead wrapped his arm around my shoulders, pulling me against him protectively. Someone is watching us, he whispers. His eyes are looking all over the place. I sniffed the air again and my eyes widened. These were not rogues. It's Kendrick's pack. Solomon's growl grew. A rustle in the bushes caught our attention. 2 wolves leapt out of them. Solomon tightened his hold on me and pushed me behind him. He snarls at them dominantly. The 2 wolves snarl at Solomon. I wanted to shift, I wanted to change into my wolf. But I couldn't. She was too weak. I had not shifted in almost 6 years. Kendrick never let me. If I were to shift, it would be equivalent to a first shift, if not worse. I was vulnerable. Come on, Solomon shouted as they crept towards each other for a fight. A howl sounded in the distance. The 2 wolves stilled, and their ears perked up. They both glanced at us and snarled before taking off towards the howl. I sighed in relief, but that was short-lived when Solomon turned to me and said, I'm going to go follow them. My eyes widened in shock, and I gasped. What? No, you can't. I'll come with you if you do. Solomon shook his head. No, little wolf. Go back to the pack and tell them what happened. I will text them a location. Okay. I shook my head. No. You have to stay here with me. You can't leave me. What if something happens to you? Solomon grabbed a hold of my cheeks firmly and looked into my eyes. I have to do this. This could win us the war, little wolf. Please, do as I say. Okay, please. I sighed in defeat and nodded my head sadly. Solomon gives me a soft smile before kissing me. I hold on to his face and kiss him back. As we separated, I slapped his cheek. You come back to me. Okay. If you die, I'm going to raise you from the dead just so that I can kill you myself. Solomon chuckles. I get it. Be safe. And make sure you run. Run fast and go tell Xander. He shifted into his beautiful wolf. And then he was gone. I turned and sprinted as hard as I could. Worry ate at me. Tears built up in my eyes at the thought of losing him when I had only just got him back. About 3 minutes later, I saw the fires up ahead. I was close. I sprinted through the camp yelling, Xander. Xander. He stomped out of his tent, with Lizzie following worried. He went after them. I said while panicking. Xander frowns. What? What do you mean? What's happened? I sobbed and said, there were 2 wolves from Kendrick's pack. They were following us. Solomon was about to fight them until they took off. He ran and chased after them. He said he's gonna go follow them. He said he'll text the location. Anger consumed Xander's face when he yelled, Damn it, Solomon. Other members of the pack had climbed out of their tents, including Noah, Mia, Eddie, Zipporah, Lincoln, and Sophie. I glared when I saw her. I forgot she was even here. And then it clicked. I stomped towards her and yelled, You knew about this, didn't you? I was going to launch myself at her before Xander came and pulled me away. I shoved him off. We have to go save him. He's going to do something stupid and get himself killed. Xander was breathing heavily while he gripped his hair in stress. I looked to some of the warriors and ordered, Go into the woods and track him. If he's not back in the next 2 hours, we send a search party to find the difficult man. I shook my head. No, we have to do it now. Xander held a phone to his ear, waiting for an answer. He threw the phone away with a loud yell, which I assume was because it didn't work. There's no signal. We won't even receive a text message of his location, even if he sends it. More tears flooded my eyes. No, this can't be happening. Kendrick had taken everything from me. He can't take Solomon too. Ma? I turned around and saw my son standing in front of the tent, rubbing his eyes. He asked sleepily, What's going on? There's so much noise. Oh, my baby. I ran to him and fell to my knees. I pulled him into my chest and said, Papa is on a mission, a big mission. It's very dangerous. But he will come back, okay? Papa is going to come back. 2 hours had gone by. The warriors came back. They said they found some prints, but they led to nothing. We can only assume they lost track of him. We were all gathered in the big tent. Xander sat there seriously, looking into the fire, deep in thought. Lizzie was by his side. He had his arm around her waist. I physically started to feel unwell from worrying so much. All of these different scenarios plagued my head. I looked up past the fire and saw Kendrick. He smiles wickedly. As I've said before, precious, you will never be rid of me. I will take everything you hold dear and consume it with fire. I stood up and yelled out, No. Everyone stared at me wide-eyed, but I didn't care. I looked at Xander. I am going out to find him, even if it harms me. I cannot wait around here while my mate is out there. You will do no such thing, Xander growled. Me and others will, not you. You cannot get hurt. Solomon would not be happy knowing you are out there, in danger. We will go. I knew I could not argue against the Alpha's word. I growled and stomped my foot. The Alpha stood up and looked at the men. We will split off into 2s. Go search for 2 hours in different directions. If you can't find anything, come back. I sighed in relief, knowing Xander is putting his full effort into this. I sat down near the fire as I watched all of the men go out in search of my mate. Please let him be okay. Milo was drawing with Xavier, Keith, and Lily. They will find him, Lizzie said. She squeezed my shoulder in comfort. I grabbed a hold of her hand and smiled sadly. Luciana nodded her head. He is very attractive, babe. So he will come back. I roll my eyes, but I couldn't help but smirk. Zipporah was sitting next to me and said, Solomon is strong. He will get through this. The first pair of warriors, along with Miguel, came back. My heart lifted in hope. They both saw me and sadly shook their heads. Okay, that's okay. There will be more warriors to come back. 15 minutes later, Noah and Eddie came back. I sat straight, waiting for anyone else to follow, but no one did. Noah looked at me and shook his head. I'm sorry, Ayla. We couldn't find anything. My hope was dwindling. I prayed. Please, please bring him home. I was instantly on guard when Sophie came in. I growled, what do you want? She came and sat on her knees. Mia was behind her, watching her expectantly. Sophie bowed her head and said, I'm sorry for my behavior. Her apology took me aback. She raised her head. I've been living in fear for so long. I've let it control me all of my life. And you were right, I am timid. I didn't do what I should have. And I'm sorry, Ayla. I've never really believed in myself. My father made sure to keep me weak and broken so that I could be controlled. And he succeeded. I have been treated poorly by these men my whole life, but it never worked out because they would find their mates. And I was jealous because I always wanted a mate. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I want to know what you all feel. I want to feel loved and feel protected and safe, because I never had any of those things. Her tears fell from her eyes. I knew she was being genuine. And strangely, I felt more connected to her. We both went through similar things. We were manipulated by Kendrick, leaving us hurting. I went to Sophie, and I could see her tense, waiting for me to explode, waiting for me to push her, probably. But instead, I let go of the anger. I put my arms around her and pulled her into a hug as I whispered, I forgive you. We are both coping, Sophie, but that doesn't mean we can't heal. You will find your mate, and when you do, your love will be amazing. I pull back to see her face. It was red from her crying, but through her tears, she gave a shaky smile, and I smiled back. Lincoln and Xander came back. Xander walked in frantically. He searched the place to see if anyone else had found him. When he didn't, he fell to his knees. My own tears fell from my eyes as a deep anguish weighed down on my chest. I couldn't handle it. I looked at Sophie and saw she was staring wide-eyed at something. I frowned and followed the direction she was looking at. It was Lincoln. He was staring right back at her intensely. Oh my. Well, that was a lot sooner than I thought, I said to myself. Lincoln stepped forward and said, mate. Sophie smiled shyly and said, mate. I was happy for them. I was glad that Sophie found her other half. But that just reminded me that I might have lost mine. It was late at night. Everyone has been back for a couple of hours. We didn't know what to do. We didn't know whether Solomon was alive or not, or whether he was harmed. We didn't know anything. And it scared me. Xander was restless. He was sitting, his knee bouncing fast. Lizzie was sitting next to him, just as worried. I heard people outside the tent murmuring. It annoyed me. They were all probably assuming he was gone. He is not gone. I will not accept that. And the murmuring got louder. I frowned. What are they even talking about out there? Then Xander's phone made a ding noise, alerting him that he got a text. He slowly grabbed his phone. He looked at it and frowned. I stood up and took a step forward. What does it say? It's from Solo. My eyes widened in hope. What does it say? Xander's brows were confused as he read, here. My face scrunched in confusion. What? The murmuring outside got even louder. Xander grunted and stormed outside. Everyone followed. People were talking and crowded around something. Xander pushed through, making the crowd part slightly. And there stood a bloody and shaking Solomon. I felt the worry lift from my shoulders. The crowd pushed through, trying to get a better look, which made me stumble back. I tried to get through the crowd to reach my mate, but people kept moving. Solomon. I shouted out. Ayla. I heard him shout back. Tears stung my eyes at hearing his voice. I thought I wasn't ever going to listen to that again. The crowd finally parted, revealing him. Xander was holding him up. Solomon was scanning the crowd intensely with eyes full of longing. As soon as his eyes landed on me, they softened, and he sagged as if in relief. He limped toward me, and I ran to him. I cry as I cup his face. He was all bruised and cut. Oh, Solo. No, I cry quietly. He smiles at me weakly and cups my face and says, I will always come back to you. He pulled me into him tightly. I gripped him tightly, scared to let go. But he was here, battered, but he was here, and that's all that matters. Chapter 40. I followed Xander, who was holding Solomon. My mate never let my hand go as we rushed him to a bed. We laid him down as he groaned in pain. I hated seeing him like this. I hate what they did to him. I sat at his side, holding his hand. Tears welled up in my eyes again. I cupped his beaten face and whimpered, "No, Solo. Look at your face." "Oh no." Solomon chuckles, but winces straight after. He places his hand over mine and says, "It's not very comforting to see my mate crying and saying, 'Look at your face. Look at your face.'" I laugh through my tears. "I'm sorry. It's just, I hate that they did this to you. You can go for a little while, Ayla." "I'll get him cleaned up," Xander said. I shook my head and firmly said, "No." "No?" Xander questioned. I shook my head again. "No. He is my mate. Which means it is my duty to take care of him. I'll do it." Solomon's eyes glowed with adoration. I wanted him to know that I am taking our relationship seriously, that I am in with both feet. Xander nods his head and leaves, but not without me seeing a little glimpse of pride. I think he was proud of me. It felt good. It was almost like a big brother being proud of you. It made me feel like I was doing the right thing. "I'll be right back," I told Solo. I got up and went to get a bucket of water with some towels and clothes. I came back and sat on my knees. "Let's roll you on your stomach and start with your back." He nods his head. I help him slowly move onto his stomach. It pained me to see him groan in discomfort. When he was on his stomach, I had a good view of his back. It felt like daggers were stabbing my heart when I saw the mess. I just sat there and stared for a moment. It was so cruel. He had slashes literally everywhere. There was no untouched skin anywhere. There was just blood and damaged skin. And on the top of his shoulder, there was a big K carved into his skin. Kendrick. My body heated with anger. I didn't want to touch it for fear of hurting Solomon more. But then I felt him hold my hand. I looked at him, and he looked at me tiredly, but he softly nodded his head, permitting me to do what I had to do to help him. I grabbed the wet cloth and, as gently as I could, started to clean his wounds. His back tensed at contact, but he did not make any sounds. I was trying my hardest not to cry again. He needed me. I can't be going off all emotional right now. I took the reins on my emotions and cleaned them up. The dried blood was wiped away easily enough. And now for the tricky bit, the antiseptic. "Solomon, I'm going to put the cream on now. Not gonna lie, this is going to hurt real bad." Solomon took a deep breath and nodded his head. He grabbed a piece of material and put it in his mouth to bite down on. He took one last deep breath before I placed the cream on his back. Solomon growled, "Darn it." I winced. He yelled out in pain as I started to spread the cream over his back gently. Solomon held the bed's material tightly in his fist. Once I was done with the back, I sat back and released a long-held breath. "Well, your back is done." Solomon chuckled, but without humor. He was anticipating the next wave of pain that would come. I continued on the same process over his stomach and chest, then wrapped them in long white bandages. He lay resting on his back, breathing in and out deeply. I lean in and kiss his forehead. There, the worst is over. He opened his eyes and, even through his pain, smiled gently. His shaking arms reached out and cupped the back of my head. "Come here, my little wolf." I gladly leaned in and he gave me a soft kiss. "I need to go tell Xander some information," he said breathlessly. I shook my head. "No, you can do that in the morning. Right now, you need to rest. And besides, we haven't even got to the good part." He tilted his head with a frown and pursed his lips. I smiled and moved around so that I was sitting behind his head. I grabbed the bucket and, with my hands, I wet his hair. I put some shampoo in it and started to massage it. Solomon's eyes rolled back in his head, and he groaned in approval. I giggled and said, "You sure you still want to go see Xander?" With his eyes closed, he said, "You might be right. I should rest. I'll need my strength in the morning." That's what I thought. Later, when he was completely wrapped up and clean, I grabbed some extra blankets and laid them on him. I made sure he was totally and utterly comfortable. He lay there while I was lifting the blankets higher on him when I caught him staring at me in amusement. "What?" I said defensively. He chuckles. "It's just I never really seen you fuss over me like this in a long time. It's kind of nice. Feels like old times." I realized he was right. In the past, whenever he was feeling low, I always made sure he had his vitamins and that he was resting, and I was constantly worrying about it. I smirked. "Yeah, true. I guess old habits die hard, huh?" He smirked back and said, "Or you're actually in love with me, and you don't want to see me hurt." I roll my eyes, but smile. "Yeah, there is that too. I guess I care too much." Solo shrugs. "It doesn't bother me. Just reminds me of how amazing you are." I shook my head. "Stop it," I said jokingly. He arches his brow cheekily. "What?" I look at him and raise my brows. "Don't do that. I don't feel like crying anymore. I'm already too emotional for my own good." He smiles brightly and winks at me. Even in his worst state, he knows how to lighten the mood. I stroked my fingers through his hair and said, "Sleep. You need it. Not without my goodnight kiss." I shake my head. "You're going to be the death of me, Solomon Nightwalker." I lean in and kiss him goodnight. "Stay with me. I won't be able to sleep without you, little wolf." I lay down next to him, making sure I wasn't touching because I didn't want to hurt him. However, he grabs my hand and holds it over his chest, right above his heart. I felt him relax under my touch. Soon, his breathing slowly evens out, and I knew he had peacefully fallen asleep. My heart melted. I leaned in slightly and said, "I love you, Solomon. I love you with all my heart." And then I closed my eyes. Chapter 41. The tent was bright, making me squint. The morning had come. I felt content knowing I had the best sleep of my life. I couldn't believe I didn't have one nightmare. I rolled over to face Solo, but was met with a space. "What the heck?" I sat up and looked around. He's not here. I instantly get up and climb out of the tent. Everyone was doing their own morning routines normally, but I didn't see him. I remembered he had information for Xander. I went to the big tent and saw Xander, Eddie, Lincoln, Noah, and all of their mates, as well as my own. It was dead silent. Xander was sitting there, bouncing his knee anxiously. Solo was sitting on a stool with his head down in his hands. All of them looked stressed. "What's going on?" I announced myself. I went to my mate and laid my hand on his head. "Solo?" He raises his head to me. "Hey, little wolf." He takes my hand and kisses it. "What is going on?" Solomon sighed. "When I was captured and harmed, I heard some of the wolves talking. They have so many allies, Ayla. I'm not sure we can win this war." My heart had fallen into the pit of my stomach. "What do you mean?" I said quietly. "They have too many people backing them up," Xander cuts in. "Kendrick has convinced other packs that our pack needs to be stood down. They believe that we are a dangerous pack that preys on the good of others. And so there has been a secret movement among the lower-ranked packs. They have banded together into a rebellion. They have pledged their allegiance to Kendrick in hopes of bringing us down from the top rank." I felt my knees weaken. "We are done for. We can't win this. What will we do?" I asked shakily. Xander stands up and says, "We will fight." My eyes widened, as did everyone else's. "But Xander, they will slaughter us all," Lizzie protested. Xander shrugs. "There is a reason why they are in the lower ranks and we are the highest. We are a powerful pack as well as a smart one. They need reminding of that." Solo stood up and shook his head. "You don't get it, Xander. There will be too many of them to count. There could be hundreds, if not thousands of them. It's impossible to win this. I cannot face death knowing I ran from this. I would rather die knowing I fought for my pack, for my family. Kendrick has thought he had broken us. He thought he had starved us out. He has harmed our females, he has harmed Milo, he has harmed this pack. No more. I will not take it. So let them come. Let them come and know what happens when you mess with this pack." Guilt ate at me. I had brought this upon them. Difficulty is on my hands. I put people in danger by coming back here. I shouldn't have escaped Kendrick. I shouldn't have stayed. That way, Solo and Milo wouldn't be in danger. I didn't know what to do or how to think. Solo bows his head towards his brother. "I will follow you, Xander." Once I am all healed up, which shouldn't take too long, we'll set up for one hell of a battle. In a haze of panic, I shouted no. Everyone fell quiet and stared at me. We can't go to war like this. It will only end with blood stained on this land. You need time to get stronger. And how do you suppose we do that? Xander questions curiously. I knew this was the only option, the only solid option we have. I will hand myself back to Kendrick. Solomon's eyes widen. He stands up quickly but winces from his wounds. You will do no such thing, I won't allow it, Solomon hissed through his pain. What other stable option do we have? This is all my fault. I am the reason why we are in this mess. I will not let you all risk your lives because of someone like me. Solomon steps in front of me and cups my face. I promised you I would protect you. I will not allow you to go, Ayla. It will be almost impossible to save you if you do. I take his hands off my face. But if it means you and Milo will be okay, then I will gladly sacrifice my safety for you too. Solomon's jaw ticked in frustration. He was breathing heavily through his nose as he sat back down, his eyes hazing out from being deep in thought. I gulped and looked back up to Xander. He stared at me intensely as he said, as the alpha, but also as a concerned brother, he says with a softness to his voice. I cannot allow you to do that, Ayla. As brave as you are, you will not be involved in any plan we make. You will be protected by Solomon, that is it. I nodded my head. Yes, Alpha. I looked back at my mate and saw him staring angrily at the floor. I sighed and walked out of the tent. Everyone went about their routine as I went to get Milo. Everyone had made their way out of the tent, leaving me and my brother alone. She makes it so hard to protect her. I growled at Xander. She is so willing to sacrifice herself. Xander chuckles. Yeah, well, she's always been getting into trouble. Didn't she accidentally volunteer to be in a show? I groaned. Don't even remind me of that. I was furious. But then I felt my hard anger melt away as I remembered all of the times I had gotten her out of trouble when we were kids. I smirked. She was my little troublemaker, she was. But why does she have to be a troublemaker while we're at war? I can't protect her properly if she is gonna go have these crazy ideas about self-sacrifice. Xander sighs. I know it's hard, but at the same time she does this because she loves you and Milo. I nod my head. Yeah, I know. That's why it's hard to stay mad at her. We will find a way of winning this war. I stood up, as did Xander. How are the wounds? He asks. I shrug. I should be fully healed in a couple of hours. Xander nods and pats me on the shoulder. Good. Once you're good, we'll begin to plan. I was at the river, watching my son clean himself on the bank. I grinned when I saw there was soap literally everywhere. I sighed and just stared at my little boy. I never thought I would ever get to see the day Milo would be in an actual river, let alone travel to Italy. My heart felt happy that he could experience all of this. I was also happy to think of Solomon. We have been on an arduous journey, but look at us now. We were thriving. He was a good father and a good mate. I could see the Solomon I knew all those years ago again. I could see my solo, and it has made my life feel complete. But then the thought of all of that being ripped away from me by the war. Dread welcomed itself in my stomach. I don't know what I would do if I lost my boys. I'm not sure if I could survive it. Survive the guilt. Then the thought of Xander dying, Mia dying, Lizzie, Noah, Eddie, Zay, all of them. I would have orphaned their children. A cold chill breathed over my skin. The hair on my arms stood straight in attention. I frowned. I looked around the area. I sensed something. Something that didn't belong here. I stood up. Milo, come here. Milo knew the voice I used. He had heard it when we were in the hidden room. He came running to my side. I grabbed the towel and wrapped it around him. I held Milo close to my side as I waited. My son was clinging to my leg. A snap of a stick was all it took for me to pick up Milo and sprint back to the camp. I ran as fast as my legs could carry me. I pushed through the burning pain. I heard running from behind me. They were chasing me. I knew I wasn't going to be fast enough. The only way to ensure Milo's safety is if I shift. I knew this was going to hurt badly. In my mind, I unlocked my wolf. I felt my bones breaking, but I had no choice but to keep on running. I screamed in pain as I kept going. My legs broke. I fell to the ground, but I picked myself back up. I got Milo to climb onto my back. I felt my claws growing, my fur piercing out of my skin. And then I finally fell onto all fours as I ran faster and faster. With every step, it felt like my bones were breaking all over again. "Ma!" Milo screamed in fright. He was scared. He had every right to be. I grabbed onto Milo and held him in my mouth from his toe. I heard the other wolves gaining on me. I took a deep breath and howled as loud as I could. Please let them hear me. I knew that they were going to catch us. But I won't let them see both of us. I swung Milo and threw him up ahead and into the dirt. Run as fast as you can back to your father. I mind-linked him. I turned around and snarled at the wolves who were running. I ran straight towards them at full speed. I jumped in the air and tackled them both with my body. I looked over my shoulder and was relieved that Milo had gone. One of the wolves tackled me to the ground and bit my neck. I growled and rolled us over. I scratched his stomach and ran to smash his body against a tree, making him release his grip on me. Once I saw him on the ground, I bit down on his neck as hard as I could and yanked it to the side sharply until I heard a click. His body sagged out of my mouth. But then I was tackled from behind by 2 more wolves. I couldn't fight them off. I wasn't strong enough in this state. If I wanted to survive, I would have to submit. I snarled at them as I reluctantly bowed my head, letting them know I forfeit. One of the wolves shifted to his human form. "Shift," he commanded. I growled as I did as he said. Shifting back was just as painful as the shift itself. My bones are cracking and reforming. It was agony. My howls and whimpers slowly turned to human screams of pain. I lay there sweating and shaking. "Kendrick has been wanting to see you for quite a while now. You will be coming with us, Ayla." I growled at him in defiance. He smirks darkly. He walks towards me and bends down on his knees. He reaches out and cups my cheek. "Well, you're a pretty one, aren't ya?" And then he swings his hand back to land it straight on the side of my face. There was a burst of pain until I was consumed in darkness. Chapter 42. I was unwrapping my bandages to see how my wounds were doing. I was going to ask Ayla to do it, but I think she's doing some mama stuff with Milo. My wounds were healing fast. I guess that's one of the perks of being an alpha son and brother. I put some of the healing salve on to speed up the process when I heard something, crying. I sat up and looked around. The crying got louder. It was Milo. I felt my heart beat faster. I stood up. "Milo?" I shouted out. "Papa." I heard him scream. He came from around the cave and ran to me with tears streaming down his face. He was holding a big towel around himself. I bent down as he launched himself into my arms. "Whoa. Hey. What's going on? Why were you crying?" I said, concerned. He wiped his eyes and his nose as he said through his shaky voice, "They took Mama. They have her. She tried to get me away. She told me to run. Mama stayed and fought them, Papa. And they took her." My heart literally stopped, and a deep fear entered my chest. "Old Ken has her, Papa," my son shouted. "I'm scared. I want to see Mama." I held him to my chest. "Sure, it's okay. It's okay, son. You'll see Mama again. They took her. How could I be so stupid? I should have gone with her. I'm an idiot. How could I let this happen? I'm supposed to protect her, and now she's been taken." I ran to the tent with my son in my arms. I ran through the entrance at full speed. Xander was talking to Noah about something when they saw me come in abruptly. I stood there breathing heavily. Kendrick has Ayla. Both Xander and Noah stood up in alarm. "How did that happen?" Xander growls. "There are patrols stationed everywhere." I growled, "Well, our patrols must be pretty lacking if my Ayla has been taken." Both Xander and Noah stood there in silence, taking in the new information. But my patience was stretching. "Well, are we going to do something?" "She's my mate, Xander. She's a part of this family. We have to do something." Xander nodded his head. "We will, but we have to be smart." I stepped forward and shouted, "Kendrick has the upper hand. He's always had the advantage. We don't have time to plan anything. The more time we spend planning, the more time Kendrick has with my mate. I cannot let that happen, Xander. You have to understand." Xander grabs me tightly on the shoulders. I understand, Solomon. You need to calm down or else you won't be of any use to your mate and pup. I looked down at Milo and he was silently crying on my chest. I held him tightly against me as he held on just the same. I gulped and took a deep breath. Xander goes back to his seat. We will first send a scout. We need to know the layout, the amount of guards, who is where inside the house. Then we will send out a rescue mission for Ayla right before we begin the battle. It will make it easier to get to her if all the wolves are fighting. What about us? What about our army? We won't have enough wolves. How will we get the fighting strength? I know how to get the fighting strength, Noah said. He stood there with his arms crossed over his chest, deep in thought. I'll find a way to get us more wolves. You'll just have to trust me. All right, Xander said. We will leave the extra help to you, Noah, while me and Solomon plan this mission. When do you think we should start the battle? Xander asks me. Tomorrow night, when the moon is full. I woke up feeling a throbbing pain on the side of my face. I groaned as I lifted my head. My hands were above my head, chained to the roof of a stone room, the basement of the pack house. My feet were sagging on the ground. I propped them onto the floor to try and relieve the aching in my wrists. I looked down at myself and was relieved to see I was still fully clothed. Oddly enough, I didn't feel as terrified as I thought I was. I think it's because I have nothing to lose anymore. Milo is safe. Solomon will take care of him. He will be a good father. Everyone will be okay. The creak of the door opening caught my full attention as a disgustingly familiar scent filled the room. His unappealing figure emerges from the dark into the light, where I can see the face that has tormented my mind for years. He stands there as a slow smile forms on his face. Hello, precious. I have missed you greatly. The look on his face made me feel sick. But a small sense of a familiar emotion also settled in my chest. Fear. Maybe I am still terrified, not of losing people I love, but of what he will do to me. I gulped nervously and stood there with my shoulders back and head high. I won't let him see me be weak. Hello, Kendrick, I said calmly. Long time no see. His eyes shine with anger. You have been a very naughty girl, precious. I am very displeased with you. You shouldn't have run away from me. I smirk. Funny. I guess that's just what happens when you are hurt every day for 5 years. Oh, come on, Ayla. You enjoyed it. I felt you. You loved it when I came to your bed. I felt the nausea climb up my throat, but I pushed it down. You're delusional if you think I could ever enjoy your touch. You're a sick-minded alpha. I know, he said casually. I am not normal, and I know that. But I like myself this way. I like this feeling I get when I look at you, when I look at your body, he said, starting to breathe heavily. I felt sick listening to him talk like that. It made my skin crawl. It made my insides turn just at the sight of him. I didn't want him anywhere near me, but I knew that it wouldn't be the case. He would inevitably hurt me if Solomon or anyone weren't here in time. He will come for me, I said firmly. You can't expect to kidnap and go home free. There are consequences. I smirk without any humor whatsoever. He will come. And when he does, you're done for. Kendrick strolls toward me until his nose is almost touching mine. He looks at my face up and down and begins to giggle crazily. He leans into my ear as he whispers, I'm counting on it. My eyes widen at the realization. He wanted this to happen. He knew taking me would result in Solomon coming. He wanted that to happen. No, 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 no. I am always one step ahead, he says. He looks down at my body and growls in lust. He grabs onto my shirt and rips it open. I slightly gasp in fright. Then he starts unzipping my pants. I knew what was to come. But every time it was still hard. It never really got easier. I just got more numb. I would train my mind to go to my happy place, and that's what I did at that moment. I tried to go to my place of peace and rest. Solomon's arms. How safe they felt. How secure they felt around me. When I was left in my bra and underwear, Kendrick's eyes were practically black with lust. Why do you tempt me so bad? He got so angry at how much he wanted me. He raised his hand and slapped me hard across the face. Darn you. He shouts in my face. I wince as I lift my head. I could feel the throbbing feelings on my cheek and a metallic taste in my mouth. He split my lip. I collected the red liquid in my mouth and spat it in his face. No, Kendrick, darn you. I screamed at him. You sick man. I hate you. I hate you. He laughs at me and wipes his face. You will be disciplined for your behavior, precious. You had your freedom out there. You had your fun. But now look at you. You're back here with me. Now it's my turn to have fun. He storms out of the room and slams the door shut. I was glad. I wanted to be alone with my own thoughts. I hoped that Solomon wouldn't come, but I knew he was. He would never break his promise to protect me. He's coming, but I pray that he wouldn't. I would rather die than have him or Milo hurt. I couldn't bear to see either of them get hurt. My time alone was short-lived when the door opened. Kendrick storms back in, but holding a whip. I felt my knees go weak as I repeatedly said to myself, no, 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 no. Not again, no. I was terrified to see that whip, waiting to strike me. My back was healed from the last painful session, but it seems I will be getting some more now. I was shaking from the fear of the pain I would soon feel. Kendrick untied my bra, leaving my back exposed. As I heard the whip swing back, I tried my best to go to my happy place. Chapter 43. My wrists were aching from the tight shackles rubbing against my skin. My arms were sore from having them held above my head for so long. Everything was getting irritated and uncomfortable. Especially my back. He didn't use the whip as much as I thought he would, and it didn't hurt as much as I thought, either. I guess maybe my mind has found a way to reduce the amount of pain I feel. I was still in my bra and underwear. He wanted me exposed. I knew what he was doing. He was trying to get inside my head. He's trying to remind me that I am still the same Ayla I was a year ago. I wasn't going to let him trap me like that. I can't. The door opens. Kendrick comes in, and his eyes trail up and down my body. How are you feeling, Ayla? As if he even cares. I smile brightly. I am fantastic. Thank you for asking, Kendrick. My voice was drenched with sarcasm. He growls in annoyance. Don't toy with me, precious. I am the one in control here. He circled me, watching me like I'm his prey. I felt my breath become short, though my heart was picking up the tempo. I was familiar with this feeling. I was helpless. I couldn't do anything. I was at his mercy. I tried hard not to show any sign of anxiety, but when you feel emotions that intense, it's almost painful not to express them. But I keep it at bay and hide them behind my mask. My arms are sore, I confessed. He stops in front of me. That's the point, precious. He takes one step forward. You have been gone for a year. He circles me. I felt my back against his front. He places his face close to my neck. I felt disgust when I heard him inhale my scent deeply. I have missed you for a year, craved you for a year, he says breathlessly. I've had to go to others to try and satisfy my needs, but no one can satisfy me like you can, precious. I felt disgust not only for him, but for myself as well. All those times I was forced to be with Kendrick, I had to pretend I hated it or pretend I didn't mind. A tear escaped through the cracks of my mask. Maybe I'm just as bad as Kendrick, just as damaged. Every night, I had to be with him. I had done it so many times that, after a year, it felt like an everyday chore. A deep weight of shame had been planted in my chest. It pressed down on me so heavily. You may not admit it, but you enjoyed me, didn't you, precious? He whispered closely to my ear. I closed my eyes as I felt his breath on my neck. You tried not to enjoy it, but you did. I never enjoyed it, I snarled. I hate you. I hated every minute with you. Do not come here and tell me what I felt. I knew exactly what I felt. It was not enjoyment. His hands gripped my hips. His fingers dug deep into my skin, imprinting it with bruises. I winced as he yanked me back against his front. You will not talk to me in such a way, woman. That is all you are good for, precious. You are only useful for satisfying desire, for pleasure. You are nothing more than that. You were never a good mother. What kind of pregnant girl walks in the dark by herself and trusts any kind of alpha? You are so stupid and naive. You weren't a good mate. You're no good for anything. I tried not to let his harsh words affect me, but he had just pressed the button on all of my insecurities. He had just put salt over my wound, and I could hear it sizzling loudly in my ear. I gulped and took a deep breath. If you were clever enough, he whispers closer. I could feel his lips touching my ear. You could have escaped with your pup earlier. Probably even months after you arrived. But you were so easy to manipulate, so easy to control. You stayed for 5 years when you could have gone years earlier. He chuckles as if he found something amazingly hilarious. It's quite funny, really. I turn my head to face him. I gather the moisture in my mouth and spit at his face. I was 18 years old, you sick man. You don't know what you're talking about. Kendrick's face had gone red from anger as he wiped the spit off his face. He smiles darkly at me. Oh, I have missed you, precious. Maybe it's time we rekindle what we had a year ago, huh? He comes near me again and says with a chuckle, but this time, I would like an audience to come. It'll make things more exciting. The door opens as I hear the voices approach. Get off me, a voice shouted. I'm gonna kill all of you. I closed my eyes and hung my head in defeat. No, it's Solomon. 5 men came in, holding onto a struggling Solomon. He was blindfolded. They slammed him against the wall, which made me wince. I didn't want him to get hurt. They chained him up. He was snarling and growling. Once his shackles were secure, they removed his blindfold. His eyes adjusted to the light, but they immediately zeroed in on me. He stilled, and his eyes widened. Tears just continuously fell from my eyes at the sight of him. Ayla, he says. He pulled on the chain and tried to get out, but they were too strong. Ayla, little wolf, are you okay? Are you hurt? I bit my shaking bottom lip. I couldn't say anything as the reality of my situation struck me. Kendrick wanted Solomon to watch. I'm not too bad, I managed to get out. Kendrick's deep and humorless laugh echoes throughout this concrete hell, catching Solomon's attention. His eyes turn black with fury. He fights against the chains as he yells, "You sick man. You sick monster. I'm gonna kill you." Kendrick laughs at Solomon's struggle. He circles me. His hands roam over my waist and hips. Solomon stands there, his chest pumping the air fast. His nose flared as he growled, revealing his canine. His wolf was going crazy. Kendrick smiles at Solomon. This will be very fun for me, Solomon. You get to watch me be with your beloved Ayla. Kendrick sniffs my neck and groans. I closed my eyes as another dose of shame was infused throughout my heart. I didn't want to look at Solomon. I couldn't. Guards, get my little precious chained over there, please. I felt every kind of anger. As I watched Kendrick touching my mate, I wanted to kill him so bad. My body was shaking from bitterness and anger that I had never felt before. I was more animal than man right now. Seeing Ayla stand there helplessly broke me. She was shaking with her eyes closed. Seeing her like this, seeing the damage Kendrick had already done to her mind, was gut-wrenching. When Kendrick ordered the guards to unchain Ayla, I stood at attention. 2 men came and undid her shackles. She instantly fell, but one of them caught her. I growled at the guards touching her. She was only wearing her bra and panties. I hated that they were seeing her like this, in such an intimate state. As they turned her, my eyes widened as I saw fresh slashes on her back. "You monster," I said quietly. "That man whipped her over her scars, that sick man. I want to let loose on him. I want him to suffer so badly." I growled and snarled as they carried her, but I saw her move. She stood to her feet, surprising the guards, and pushed the guards off. She weakly ran to me, tears silently streaming down her face. She launched herself at me, wrapping her arms around my neck as she cried, "Solomon. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry you're here." I wanted to wrap my arms around her so severely. I tried to hold her against me, assuring myself as well as her that safety was here. I tucked my face into her neck. "Shuh, it's okay, little wolf, it's okay." She shook her head as she cried. "No, Solomon, it's not okay. Nothing is okay. I'm gonna get you out, Ayla. You're gonna get out of here," I whispered in her ear. She cries as she stands back and cups my face. My heart felt shattered when I saw her eyes. They were filled with such pain and fear. I wanted to take that away. I wanted to take her away to a place of peace, but I couldn't, and I hated it. "Solomon, whatever Kendrick does to me, please don't watch." I frowned at her. "He's not going to do anything to you. Solomon, please, just don't watch," she pleaded with me. She leaned in to kiss me, but the guards took my girl away from me before she could. Kendrick stood there smiling at me. I gave him a menacing scowl. Ayla was chained to the floor. She was on all fours, yanking at the chain. Kendrick came up behind her and started to unbuckle his trousers. I shook my head. No. I couldn't believe this was happening, and I couldn't do anything to stop it. Ayla's eyes widened when she heard his unbuckling. She began to shake, and she closed her eyes. Don't you dare touch her, Kendrick. Don't you dare touch her. He turns to me and smiles again cheerfully. You can't do anything about it, but watch. He pulled Ayla's panties down, exposing her completely. Ayla shakes as she begins to cry silently. She looks at me and shakes her head as she mouths, "Look away." A couple of hours earlier. What did the scout say? I asked as I entered the tent. Xander was talking to some of the warriors, but I didn't care. I needed to find Ayla immediately. My brother's attention turns to me. I stood there waiting for him to answer. He waves for the warriors to leave. As soon as we were alone, Xander leaned forward on his knees. They have a lot of fighting strength, Solomon. More than we expected. So, I shrugged. The information didn't faze me. I already knew that. I was there. I know exactly what I'm getting into. Now let me leave now. Xander sighs and leans back in his chair. I can't let you do that, little brother. I scoff. I'm going with or without your permission, Xander. I'm not going to wait to get permission to save my mate. I turn around to leave. Solomon, wait. I hear him call to me. I stopped and waited. Bring 2 warriors with you. It'll be a stealth mission. And what will be your plan exactly? Xander asks. I turn around. They have a lot of patrols, but I know them. They liked it when I was in charge there. They were the reason I escaped. They will let me. Xander didn't look convinced. I've already contacted them. They have made a secure path for us to get Ayla and get out. They made sure they were guarding most of the area she's in. Xander looked conflicted about me going, but I couldn't care less. I need Ayla. If anything, and I mean anything, turns south, you get out of there, Solomon. I mean it. I nodded my head. I will. I will not. I'm going to get my girl tonight, whether he likes it or not. I turned on my heels and walked out of the tent. 2 of the wolves approached me. My cousin and Eddie. You didn't think we'd let you go out by yourself now, did you? Eddie said cheekily. I smirked. I don't need your help. Miguel turns to Eddie and chuckles. Of course you need our help. We need to hold your hand and make sure you don't get yourself killed, little cousin. I rolled my eyes, but I couldn't help but feel a sense of love from them. I knew they cared for me, and I do for them. I shook my head with a slight grin on my face. All right then, come on. We're leaving right now. I don't want to waste time and keep up. I growled as I felt my body shift into my wolf. I fueled myself with rage as I turned into a furious wolf. We were not happy that our mate had been taken from us. I snarled and growled as I lunged into the darkness of the wolf. My cousin and friend followed me. I'm coming for you, Ayla. I'm coming for you. Please don't let it be too late. That's a lot of warriors, Solomon. How do you expect us to go in there? There are too many. We will get noticed. Eddie was concerned as we all looked at the fortress in front of us. I know a guy, I whispered without breaking my attention on the pack house. Eddie rolled his eyes. Oh, you know a guy? That's great. That's just great. Miguel leans in and asks, so what's going on? Eddie turns to him and says, we're gonna be in trouble. That's what's going on. I groaned. Will you shut up? We don't have time for this. We were hidden in the bush, ducked down so that no one could hear us. I was waiting until I saw one of the guards I contacted. He approached one of the other guards. I'll take it from here, he says. Alpha Kendrick has changed the schedules. I'll take your place. The guard shrugs his shoulders and walks off. I waited a few minutes before I stood from the bushes. What the hell, Solo? Eddie whispered harshly. I ignored him and walked towards the guard. He heard me walking and turned around. As soon as he saw me, he released a breath he had held. Thank goodness you're here. The guards are changing in the next 10 minutes. You need to get in and get out. Now. I nodded my head. Thanks, Samson. You've no idea how thankful I am. Samson smiled and nodded his head. It's no problem. Well, I mean, it is life and death, but it's whatever. I've always liked you better anyway. I patted his shoulder before he went off on his patrol. He gave me a map showing the safest path to Ayla. Eddie and Miguel appeared beside me, ready to go in. We ready? Miguel asked. Eddie smirks and starts, moving his shoulders and stretching his arms. I was born ready. I live for this challenge. I rolled my eyes and shook my head. I looked down at the map and saw that we needed to go through the back entrance. I looked over my shoulder at the guys and nodded towards the back area. Follow me, I whispered. We ran as quickly and as stealthily as we could. I kept watch on all of the guards, making sure they didn't notice us. I saw the back door right in front of my view. I searched the place and made sure I knew the guys patrolling around. But there was one guy that I didn't know. He was closest to Miguel. I motioned for my cousin to look at me. Once I had his attention, I nodded towards the unknown guy. Miguel smirks and nods his head back. Eddie and I watched as he snuck behind the man and grabbed him. He instantly started to struggle, but Miguel was strong. He had his arm around his neck and his hand over his mouth as he dragged him away. Once he was hidden in the bush, the guy was unconscious. Miguel came out panting slightly, but he looked at me and winked. I smirked. I walked ahead of the other two as we approached. The guards instantly noticed us as we emerged from the dark. But they didn't attack when they recognized my face. All of them bowed their heads and turned around as if they never even saw us. So far, so good. As soon as we got inside, I knew exactly where the attic was. I made sure the boys were following me as we quietly climbed up the stairs and into the hallway. But as soon as we got up, we stopped dead in our tracks. The hall had 5 guards. Guards I didn't know at all. All of them turned around and frowned. Who are you? One of them asked. That's Solomon Nightwalker. One of them shouted. I sighed and growled. Darn it. This was going so smoothly until now. Eddie, Miguel, and I lunged at the guards in an attack. I was angry. I didn't have time for this. I grabbed the first guy I saw and slammed him into the wall before punching him over and over again. I saw the staircases that go up to the attic. I need to get there. One of the guys tackled me to the ground. I yelled in frustration. I grabbed the guy and held him by the neck. I was not in the mood. I've been filled with rage ever since I found my girl was taken from me. I am not calm. And this guy gets to have a taste of my rage. I grabbed onto his neck and twisted it hard as his body fell limp to the ground. Go, Solomon. We got this. Miguel shouted as he fought. Yeah, we're good. Go get her, man. Eddie shouted before tackling one of the guys. I sprinted up the stairs and burst into the attic. My eyes searched the place. Ayla. I got no answer. I frowned. She isn't here. I don't understand. Why is she not here? I didn't know where else to look for her. They have a basement. I'll sneak there and check if that's where she could be. I quickly turned around to leave, but froze when I saw a guard there. I growled and took a step forward when the guy said, Kendrick is expecting you. What the hell? He's what? And suddenly I was grabbed from behind. Hey, what the heck? I tried to fight them off, but 5 guys were there against me. All of them were there to hold me down. I roared in anger. Get off me. They blindfolded me and dragged me down some stairs towards the lower levels. Every step of the way, I tried to fight them. I heard a door open and the echoes sounded in my ears. Get off me. I kicked one of them forcefully and they fell to the ground. I'm gonna kill all of you. They slammed me against the wall and chained me up tightly. They tore the blindfold off me. I felt the blood drain from my face as I saw my little wolf hanging in the middle of the room in her underwear and bra. She hung there, pale and hurting. A part of me broke, seeing her like this. She looked so lifeless and helpless, but it only fueled my anger towards Kendrick. I'm going to murder him, even if it's the last thing I'll do. I'm gonna kill the Mons. Chapter 44. I kept my promise. She didn't want me to look, so I didn't. But the sounds that I heard, they were horrific. Hearing her cry and scream in pain, and not being able to stop it. It was agony. I hated hearing her suffer. I was scared. I was scared for her. I wanted it to stop. Hearing him take her in such a vulgar and disgusting way, I wanted it all to stop. I growled and snarled in anger as I listened. My rage was skyrocketing. I thought my heart was going to explode from how much it was beating. I wanted to rip out of these chains and rip the man in half. I wanted him to suffer such a painful death. I fantasized about what I would do to him, how much pain I wanted to cause him, and how satisfied I would feel at the end. My worry for my mate grew when silence was all that was left in the room. I gulped as I heard sounds of shuffling. I opened my eyes to see Kendrick. He stood up with his pants on. He turns to me and gives me a smug smirk that I wanted to punch off his face. "Do you see now, Solomon?" he says. "She was never yours. She will always be mine." He stalks off and slams the door shut. I turn to Ayla. She lay there naked, with her slashed up back to me in total silence. She didn't move at all. "Ayla," I called out. She didn't do anything to indicate that she heard me. Worry ate at me. I moved against the chains. "Ayla," I shouted, but again, she never moved. I didn't know what to do or think, except to revel in my anger against Kendrick. "I don't know if you'll hear me or not, little wolf," I called out to her. "But I'm here, okay? I'll get you out, I promise you." I heard every word he said. I knew he was being kind to me, trying to comfort me. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't face him after what he had just witnessed. I felt so ashamed and so humiliated. My body being abused in such an intimate way is unbearable. But it happening in front of someone you love is even worse. I couldn't face Solomon. I didn't want to look at him or hear him. He will realize how damaged I really am. I am just harmed goods now. He'll know that I can't be clean anymore, and he'll resent me. I felt the silent tears roll down the side of my face. I closed my eyes as I felt every nerve, every vessel, being filled with the utmost pain. I will be alone again. I will be alone with Kendrick forever. He will always be there. I didn't move. I couldn't. My body is reacting to the trauma, as well as recovering from the shift. Now I was completely weak. A part of me wishes I could die in this position so that I may be able to fall asleep and never wake up. Milo has Solomon. Solomon may end up being angry at me, but he could never hate his son. I was too tired right now. My mind is not with me. My body hurts. I want to forget. I want to forget everything. I wish I could fade away. I wish I never existed. I wish I had never been born. We marched into the woods. We were almost there. I looked over my shoulder and saw the men. They were finally gonna have the satisfaction of fighting Kendrick's army fiercely. And so was I. He has my brother and Ayla. If either of them is harmed, he will pay. I saw the lights of the pack up ahead. I had Eddie, Lincoln, and Miguel with me in the front. "Are you sure you two are good to fight?" I asked Eddie and Miguel. Eddie winks. "I'm ready." I've waited a long time to deal with this man, especially after what happened before. Miguel nodded. "Same here. I've never met the guy, but from what I hear, he's a pretty sick man." I scoffed. "You have no idea. So what's the plan?" Lincoln asked as he came closer to us. I sighed. "We need to surprise them, that's our only advantage. Hopefully Noah will be in time with his backup." Lincoln curiously asked, "What's he doing for backup?" I shrugged. "I have no idea. He said he'll take care of it, and I trust he will. He's never let me down, he won't start now." Lincoln jerks his head in agreement. I stood up straight and faced Kendrick's pack. "We don't harm non-combatants. Remember that. Only the warriors. Are we clear?" The guys nod their heads. "You got it, Alpha," Lincoln said. I took a deep breath. I felt my bones shift, break, and reform into my black wolf. I knew the men were doing the same. They were all shifting into their wolves. I looked up at the moon and soaked in its energy, giving us the power we need. "Moon goddess, help us. We go now." I mind-linked the men. I heard them all growl and snarl as I led the charge into Kendrick's pack. We sprinted as hard as we could. I could see some of the patrols. Their eyes widen in shock and fear as they see us. I leap into the air and bare my teeth. It's go time. "Solomon." I stood there, still chained to the wall. Ayla has still not moved. Not even a little. I've tried to talk to her every couple of minutes, but I haven't received a response. Worry was eating me alive. I wanted to get out of these chains so badly. I needed to help her. Ayla? Little wolf? Come on, baby. Please talk to me, I pleaded. I hung my head as I took a deep breath. She didn't respond. I looked up at the chains. I growled in frustration as I tried to pull against them, but they were strong. They were made for someone like me. I heard yelling from the other side of the door. What's going on? Screams of pain echoed. Please no. One of the guards yelled, and then silence. What the heck? I tensed as I prepared myself for whatever was on the other side of that door. It burst open and revealed, to my surprise, Eddie and Miguel. Guys. They both saw me and sighed in relief. We finally found you. We've been looking everywhere for you. I wiggled the chains. Get me the heck out of these chains so that I can help, Ayla. Both of the guys looked over their shoulders. I snapped at them and snarled, don't look at her. Both of them got a fright and whipped their heads away from her exposed body. I growled at them. Just get me out of here. All right, Eddie said quickly. Miguel went out the door and came back with the keys dangling in his hands. He threw them to Eddie, and he started to undo the chains. What's going on out there? I asked them. We're doing the best we can, man, but we're insanely outnumbered. I didn't know how many they actually had, Eddie explained. He got one arm out. Where's Noah? He's supposed to come with backup. Miguel shook his head. He never came, bro. We're on our own. What? Noah never showed up? Impossible. He would never abandon us. Abandon Mia, Keith, or Tommy. Eddie finally got me out of my chains. I sprinted across the room and skidded to my knees to see my bruised-up mate. I gently touched her shoulder. Ayla. She still didn't move. Her eyes were closed. I shook her slightly to see if she would wake up. What the heck, Ayla? Wake up. I shouted at her in panic. Why isn't she waking up? She's not dead. I bend down and feel her breathing through her nose. She's still alive. Her breaths were shallow, though. Her body has shut down. I looked over her exposed body and took off my shirt. I maneuvered her around gently to put the shirt over her as I pulled the shirt down her body. My eye caught color. There were hard bruises on her hips. I growled. How dare he touch what's mine? Once she was fully covered, I softly dug my arms under her and lifted her into my body. I turned to the boys and nodded towards the door. Lead the way. I ripped the wolf in half and kept moving on to the next. I was panting as I saw the carnage of war break loose in front of me. A wolf tackled me to the ground. I snarled as he bit my side. I was in my human form. I grabbed the wolf by the neck and squeezed as hard as I could. I yelled in pain as he bit deeper into my flesh, but slowly the wolf loosened its grip, and then I twisted it till I heard the familiar pop sound. I don't think I've ever been in a battle as intense as this. We were significantly outnumbered, and though none of us has died yet, that'll change soon if we don't get help. Kendrick has too many wolves. They're coming from all angles of the place. I'm not sure if we can win this. My warriors are getting tired. Their reaction time will slow. I can't let that happen. I can't let any of my warriors die. Blood Moon Pack has never backed down from a fight. But this is different. If we don't, there may not be a pack left. I gulped and turned to Lincoln, who was fighting off two wolves. I ran towards him to help. My side was stinging. I stood by Lincoln as we fought off more wolves. There's too many, Xander. Lincoln shouted as he fought. We need to fall back. I was about to answer, but then I saw something. Rogues. A lot of them. All of my hope was lost. Kendrick has somehow got the rogues to work for him. We weren't going to win. I've never felt so defeated in my life. I was used to feeling the most powerful, but now I feel so weak and helpless. If we stay, it'll be like a herd of sheep just waiting for the slaughter. Darn it! I yelled. I held one of Kendrick's wolves down and shouted, "Get them too." I stopped talking as a wolf jumped on me from behind. I tried to get it off while I was holding down another wolf. Up ahead, I saw a rogue snarl and charge at me. Darn it. I've fought a lot of rogues. This one probably wants some revenge. I waited for pain as the rogue lunged in the air for me. But when I expected pain, I didn't. The rogue tackled Kendrick's wolf from my back. I looked over my shoulder and saw it kill it. What the heck? Then, suddenly, Noah jumped out of the bushes, fighting a wolf. He tore its heart out and threw it on the ground. He came jogging up to me and smirked. You thought I would really abandon you? My brows pulled together. What the heck, Noah? Where's the backup? I asked, puzzled. The rogues. My eyes widened in shock as I looked around. Hundreds of rogues were piling in. All of them were fighting for us. I never thought I would see the day when my biggest challenge would become my biggest ally. It was unthinkable. Noah and I ran into battle, and we all banded together to fight our hardest. Thank goodness that the pack house was empty. The women and children were probably in the bunkers, while the rest of the warriors fought. I looked down at my beautiful mate. She lay her head on my chest without moving a muscle. My concern for her was climbing. Miguel and Eddie were walking in front of us, making sure nothing was going to harm Ayla. Every corner we took, they would check it first. I was grateful to them. I could hear the battle raging outside. The sounds of roars and flesh tearing apart, screams of pain. Everything. I hold my mate tighter to my chest. I'm not going to let anything happen to her. Eddie turns to me and whispers, I'm going to go out and scope the place. I'll try find a safe path where you and Ayla can get away. I nodded my head. Okay, go. Eddie goes off quietly around the corner. Miguel chuckles. I should move back to America. I forgot how much drama happens here. I love it. I rolled my eyes. Jerk, I mumbled under my breath. I think he might have heard, but he's my cousin. So I don't care. However, he was the one who vouched for me with Ayla. He's the main reason why she decided to come back. If it weren't for him, I probably wouldn't have Ayla right now. I inhaled and exhaled deeply. I wasn't good at this vulnerable, thankful stuff, but I know I need to do it. Thank you, Miguel, I said gruffly. He looks over his shoulder and raises a brow. What for? For talking Ayla into coming back. If it wasn't for you, she probably would have never come back to me. Miguel was noticeably surprised, but it soon turned to something else, a fondness. Your family, Solomon. I'm glad she came back to you. He turns back and looks around the corner. A weight was lifted off my chest. That was done and dusted, until Miguel just had to add something. But also, he said while his shoulders were shaking slightly. Ugh. He was laughing. I actually didn't know you were her mate, so. You really know how to ruin the family vibe, man. Eddie came back. His eyes were wide and his mouth was open in shock. Miguel and I looked at each other before turning to Eddie. Eddie? What's going on? I asked seriously. The war, he replied quietly. It's over. We won. That's impossible, Miguel argued. We were getting smashed. How could we have won the war? Eddie chuckles. It was Noah. He brought the backup, a very surprising backup too. What was it? I asked curiously. Rogues. Miguel and I were in shock. Rogues? Our biggest challenge in our generation. The rogues that we were dealing with for years. Did they help us? Ayla groans in her sleep, which brought me back to reality. I looked up at my best friend. So it's safe out there? Eddie nodded. I sprinted out of the house and saw men from my pack as well as others walking among the fallen, trying to find people. I didn't have time to stop and talk. I wanted Ayla to be safe and well. I sprinted through the crowd to get back to camp. Solomon? Where are you going? Shouted Xander. I need to get Ayla to Mia. I replied before disappearing behind the bush. I saw the camp and I rushed in. The women gasped, holding their pups close to their chests. But when they saw it was me, they relaxed. My eyes searched the place for Mia. I ran to her tent and shouted, Mia. She came out with wide eyes when she saw a very limp Ayla in my arms. She rushes to me. What happened to her? I shook my head. I have no time to explain. I need you to take care of her. Do a full body check and everything. I want to know exactly what's wrong with her when I get back, okay? She nodded her head as she brought her supplies around. Where are you going? She asked. I need to go help Xander. I ran back to the men to help carry the injured. We had to walk over the fields of fallen bodies to check that there were none of our own. As I was walking, I saw a teenage boy, a rogue, keeping pressure on a wound. My first instinct was to fight him. But knowing him and probably hundreds of others helped win our victory today, I was thankful instead. I walked up to the boy. He instantly cowers away in fright. I raise my hands. Hey, it's okay. I'm here to help you. His eyes were wide. Why, you're from the Blood Moon Pack, he stated. I nod my head. Yes, I am. Do you need help there? The boy looks at me suspiciously, and rightly so. I won't hurt you, I informed him. You helped my pack today. I am indebted to you. The boy seemed shocked that I was being so kind to him, but it was true. I was thankful to him and in his debt. After an hour of helping, we marched back to the camp. The females and pups came running, probably relieved that none of the men were missing. I, on the other hand, went straight for Mia. She was waiting for me at the front of her tent. My steps faltered slightly when I saw she was anxious, fidgeting with her hands. She gulped and put her hand on my chest to push me back slightly from the tent. Mia? I questioned. She took a deep breath before saying, Are you calm enough to listen to the results? I did the full body check. I nodded my head nervously. Generally, she's fine. I put some healing salve on her back and wrapped it up. I checked her lower body. There are a lot of scar tissue down there. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. But, she continues, from recent events, there have been some pretty significant tears found. That man, I've had to do very mild stitching to ensure the best healing results. Why is she not waking up? I asked through clenched teeth. Her mind is shutting her body down to protect itself. She has gone through years of trauma. It's a defense mechanism. All we can do is wait. Thank you, Mia. For everything. She smiles sadly and walks off to find Noah. I crawl into the tent to see my beautiful mate, lying there soundly in clean clothes. I sit next to her, grasp her hand, and wait. Papa, I heard. I looked at the entrance to see my son. He looks to his mother, and his eyes widen. Mama, she's back. He came racing inside, but I grabbed him before he could do anything. You can't touch Mama right now, son. She's asleep. She will be in a very long sleep for a while. Chapter 45. Ayla hasn't woken up in 2 days. And we still haven't found Kendrick. He ran away during the war. But I'm not worried about that. I'll see him, and when I do, he'll wish he was gone. I was cleaning up my room to make it nice and fresh for Ayla. We had all moved back into the pack territory. It felt good to be home. I hadn't realized how long it had been since we've been back until I saw the place. We had been gone for over a year. I couldn't believe it. As soon as I recognized the familiar surroundings, I felt happy. It reminded me that there was no war anymore. However, that doesn't mean I won't have any challenges. I haven't rested at all since Ayla hasn't woken up. I would talk to her. I would say what I liked about my day and what I didn't. But every time I would get the same response, which was no response. I asked Mia to recheck her. Her wounds were healing. She told me she is healing fine, but that I will still have to be patient. I was trying to be, but it's hard when I think that Ayla could fade away at any moment. A knock sounded at the door. I opened it and saw Eddie. What is it? Is Ayla okay? Eddie nods his head. Oh yeah, she's totally. I got a present for you. What? I asked as my face frowned in suspicion. What is it? Eddie nods down the hall. Follow me. I shook my head and sighed as I followed my best friend. He led me down the stairs and into the basement. Dude, what kind of present is this? The kind that you want, trust me, Eddie replied. Once we got down there, I saw the metal door. Eddie opened it and nodded inside, indicating I should go in. I cautiously entered and saw Xander and Noah standing there. In the middle is Kendrick, tied down to the chair. Every ounce of anger I had stored is now solely targeted at the man sitting in that chair. We found him, trying to climb into the window of Ayla's room, Noah explained. And that was the final snap. I launched myself at him and rained punches down on his face. You sick man. I'm going to kill you. I felt arms come around me and pull me back. What the heck do you guys think you're doing? I yelled at them. Just wait, Solomon. Xander shouted. You can't just go and beat him. I shrugged Eddie off of me and said, panting, why the heck not? Noah steps in and frowns at Xander. Yeah, why the heck not? He harmed my Mia. I have a right to get a few punches in. Xander raises his hands. Calm down, everyone. I get it, I really do. Kendrick has harmed both of your mates, so I thought of a more efficient way for us all to get a little bit of retribution. Noah and I looked at each other, then back to Xander. Eddie. Xander calls out. Eddie enters the room while pushing a tray. The tray was silver and a large sheet covered it. Eddie pulls the covering off to reveal weapons. Xander steps aside and motions towards the tray of tools. Take your pick, gentlemen. I smiled when I saw the whip on the table. Vengeance is truly sweet. I open my eyes and see the blue sky. It was the bluest I've ever seen. And the clouds were so beautifully white and fluffy. So pure and soft. I admired them a lot. I sit up from the hard ground and find myself on a road. I was so puzzled. My brain was trying to find an answer as to why I was here. Where even is here, I said to myself. I was so confused. I stood up and dusted the dirt off my pants. I looked down at myself and saw how clean I was. My skin looked soft and vibrant. I felt through my hair. It was so smooth, much blonder than I remembered. It was back to its usual curly, bouncy style, nothing like it was before when I was in the hidden room. It was so dull and tired then. I lifted my shirt and felt my back. The slashes were gone, as were the scars, leaving a soft, smooth surface of skin. How is this even possible? I looked around the street. Some people were going about their typical day as if nothing was out of the ordinary. But for me, everything was out of the ordinary. I tried to remember how I got here, but I couldn't. I didn't know anything. The last thing I remember was, and suddenly chills ran up my spine. Kendrick. Solomon. The chains, the concrete room. That horrible buckling sound of his belt. My legs felt weak as I remembered what happened. Every emotion I felt then flooded back. The shame. The feeling of being tainted. Everything. I felt so worthless right now. Thoughts invaded my head. Maybe I could have fought harder? What if I had just toughened up and never run away? None of this would have happened. I felt guilt. I didn't fight hard enough. I didn't make the right decisions. Now look at me. I'm nothing. I was lying on that cold ground and cried silently as Solomon tried to talk to me. But I didn't feel worthy of hearing his voice, let alone seeing his face. He saw me. He saw what I had to go through for years, and I hated it. Everything was going so well until that night. I remember a time before anything got complicated, when everything was simple. My biggest worry was whether I should tell Solomon I liked him. It was laughable. I remember a time when I was pure and good. I scoffed at myself. Now look at me. I am just a broken reflection, a poor imitation, a smashed mirror of that little girl. I wanted it all to stop. I was so tired of feeling everything. Kendrick was always in my head, tormenting me as well as harming my body physically. I was sick of feeling so broken, so out of control of my own thoughts and feelings. I hated it. I wanted it all to stop, and it did. But then I woke up here. What was here? I saw a newspaper on someone's lawn. I picked it up and rolled it open. September 2nd, 2003. What the heck? I looked around and recognized that some of the cars looked a little older, and some of the houses looked a little older too. Then it clicked. I'm in my subconscious. Why would my subconscious take me back to 2003? Ayla, make sure you're careful on the road. My head whips around as I hear a voice I haven't heard in years. Mom. But she wasn't looking at me. She was looking at a little girl with bright blonde hair. My breath hitched and my heart pounded. The little girl sat on the grass, holding her knees to her chest as tears fell down her face. She was me. I was her. This was me when I was 8 years old. I looked at her. She was like a stranger to me. I didn't even recognize this girl anymore. Strangely, I felt this feeling of guilt inside of me as I watched her. I think through my trauma and my brokenness. I separated myself from her. I felt so disconnected from Ayla. I know that she is me and I am her. But because of what happened to me, I feel like we were completely different. We totally separated. And after the horrible things that happened to me, I stopped loving myself, which resulted in me abandoning that little girl inside of me that made me. Me. I put up this wall between both lives. I am absolutely terrified that I may have lost that little girl inside of me. Because if I did, I wouldn't be Ayla anymore. I wouldn't know who I am. I took a deep breath as I approached the girl and paused. I lowered myself to the ground without breaking eye contact with this beautiful, pure, and fragile little girl. She senses me and raises her head from her knees. As soon as I saw her eyes, everything inside of me crumbled because that look in her eyes, it was something made of purity and goodness. I can't believe I forgot her. I can't believe I was cruel enough to shut this girl out. "Hello, Ayla," I said to her. She looks at me patiently while I try to muster all of my courage to speak to her. "Ayla, you are so beautiful and so kind and loving." She frowns at me and pouts. "No, I'm not. I'm not a good person." I shook my head and took her hands in mine. Tears filled in my eyes as I shakily said to her, "Yes, you are. You are brave and you have such a big and strong heart. A heart that is filled with so much love for people and for life." I press my hand over her heart. "You are so beautiful in here. And someday, someone is going to love you unconditionally. Actually, two people. They will give you a love that you absolutely deserve." "How do you know?" she asks me. "Because, little Ayla, I've lived it. I know exactly what you'll go through. Just promise me something, okay?" She nods her head. Tears fall from my eyes. Through my small cry, I said, "Promise me you won't feel guilt for anything that may happen to you. Promise me you won't blame yourself because it's not your fault." "None of it is. You're just a child. Even 18-year-olds are still young. It's not your fault that life is harder than it should be. And as much as you might want to forget things or feel horrible things about yourself, I need you to remember every single moment. You need to remember who you are, despite all of the bad. The bad does not define who you are. They are just things that happen to you. You need to accept that who you are and what happens to you are not one and the same." I leaned in closer as I said, "I know this won't make sense right now. But promise me that whatever happens in the future, it won't define or separate you from who you truly are. You have to hang on to what makes you Ayla. Because there is only one Ayla in the whole wide world." She smiles at me brightly and says, "I promise." I smiled through my tears and hugged her to my chest. "I will never let go of you, Ayla. I will always have you in my heart. You will never ever be alone ever again. You will never feel at a loss for anything. I will hold you and carry you with me through life." I leaned in and pressed my lips on her forehead and whispered, "I love you, Ayla. You're not damaged goods. You're a survivor." I whipped Kendrick again. He was all slashed up. Every bit of exposed skin was stained with blood. I turned around to face him. I grabbed his hair and pulled his head back to look me in the eyes. "You took my mate from me for 5 years. 5 long years. She was at your mercy, and now you are at mine." I had dealt with him in every possible way. His face wasn't even recognizable. I still had so much pent-up anger inside of me. It was still boiling. Noah had his turn with him from the start. I wanted to be last, the very last. Noah and I agreed that we will both end him for our mates. Seeing Kendrick as this puny, weak man was so satisfying. He was so degraded that it was shocking. But it only gave me joy. I turned around to talk to Noah when I heard Kendrick try to speak. But he was so severely beaten that he couldn't even form words properly. Ayla I is a difficult woman. An will always be BBB1. I laughed without humor. I turned around, pulled my fist back, and slammed it down on his bloodied face. He yells in pain. I stood there fuming. "Noah, it's time." Noah stood there. He reflected the same emotion I did. At last we get to finish him. Noah and I stood at either side of him. After 8 hours of this, we can finally end this man's life. We both took either side of his head. We raised our heads and looked at each other and nodded. We both pulled his head back until a loud snap echoed throughout the room. It was amazing. The weight of anger and rage was instantly lifted from my shoulders. I released a long-held breath, and I think Noah did too. We both stood back silently and looked at Kendrick's lifeless body. It was surreal to know that after years of him harming the innocent, he was finally gone. Noah and I looked at each other. I admit, we have had our differences. We've fought over everything. We have never actually really liked each other. We were always civil. But experiencing something like this together, I think we may have more in common than we thought. I walked up to him, and I reached my hand out. Noah takes it in a tight grip and shakes it. There were no words, just a straightforward act. But we understood each other. We were all good now. The door burst open, revealing a panting Eddie. His eyes zoomed in on me. Solo, it's Ayla. She's awake. I instantly ran out of the room and up the stairs to see Ayla. But then I looked at myself in a passing mirror. I was covered in blood. I growled in frustration and impatience. I quickly raced to my room and get cleaned up. I had a shower and let the hot water clean the anger from my body. I know that when I see Ayla, she may not be herself. I know that she will have a hard time getting over what happened. But I will be there every step of the way. She may try to push me away, but I will always be here for her. She may not want to talk, and that's fine. She may want nothing to do with me, and that's fine too. But I will not leave her, I won't abandon her. I will make sure to love her through the good and the evil. I get out of the shower, quickly dry, and get changed. I raced to her room, but stopped at the door. I was nervous. I ran my fingers through my hair to push it back. I took a deep breath to prepare myself for any reaction Ayla might have. I opened the door and my breath hitched. My heart stopped. She was beautiful. She sat up in her bed, looking out the window. As soon as I walked through the door, she turned her head and looked at me. We stood there looking at each other. Her eyes shone with unshed tears. She raised her arms towards me, wanting to reach out. I rushed around her bed. She grabs my shoulders and pulls me. She wraps her arms around my neck. I sighed in relief. I embraced my little wolf fully. I felt so happy. She was okay. I made sure to wrap my arms securely around her. It was almost like I was making sure she felt safe with me. She pulled back and looked at me breathless. I'm sorry. What? Why? She looks down at her hands. I was awake when you called out for me. I sat in my chair next to her. You were awake? Why could you not respond, little wolf? I asked softly. She sniffs and shrugs. I felt so ashamed and so humiliated in front of you. I took her hand in mine. Little wolf, why would you feel that? She sniffs and shrugs. You saw me. You saw how hurt I am and how broken I am. I was so afraid to see you disgusted by me and by how affected I am. I was astounded by her way of thinking. Little wolf? I gently put my finger under her chin and lifted her beautiful gaze to me. I could never think that of you. I wasn't thinking anything of the sort. All I wanted to do was deal with Kendrick. None of this is your fault, Ayla. You have to understand that. This isn't who you are. She smiles and laughs. Her quick shift in mood took me aback. She looks at me and nods. Yeah, I think you're right. She leans in towards me and she says with a grin, I talked to her, Solomon. I talked to her and told her everything. My brows pulled together. Talked to who, Ayla? She smiles, but her lip starts to quiver. I talked to the girl in here. She placed her hand over her heart. She told me about what happened while she was still unconscious. She told me how she talked to the little girl who was her. She told me everything. And once she finished, I looked into her eyes and for the first genuine time in years, I saw Ayla. The true Ayla. Her eyes were bright and full of life, despite the bad that had just happened. She was my Ayla, and knew at that moment she was going to be okay. Prologue. 1 month later. I was sitting on the beach, watching Solomon teach Milo how to skim a rock. The sun was setting. It was a good day. It was Milo's 6th birthday. He was 6. I couldn't believe how fast he was growing. He was getting bigger. As I looked at my 2 boys playing with rocks, I never would have guessed that I would be here, at the beach where Solomon and I first met, with our son. Who knew? It has been a month since the war. Ever since then, people have been rebuilding their homes. I think healing and confirmation that there is peace now. There are no more rogues and no more Kendrick. Solomon told me that they dealt with him. He didn't give me details, and I didn't ask for them. However, I think we both knew what happened. But I thought it best to leave that behind. And there is no use dwelling there. It was now a time for healing and for peace. That is precisely what I got this past month. I have definitely had my share of mental struggles. Sometimes old feelings would come back, the depression, the shame. But I had Solomon with me now. And also I had Ayla, the Ayla I carry in my heart. I felt so much more whole now. I think it's made Solomon happy. He was pleased that I would be okay. I loved him so much. He has been the most amazing mate. When I think about it, our love story is complicated. I was so angry with him, and now look at me. I couldn't get enough of him. I smirked to myself. Some people would have never been able to get through the hard times, but we did. It shows how far forgiveness gets you. If I had never let go of my anger and resentment towards Solomon, I probably would have gotten so depressed that I would have struggled greatly. But that was not the case. I did forgive him, and he helped me through the most challenging times of my life. I went through the dark tunnel, and he was still there at the light in the end. I couldn't have asked for a better mate than him. This has probably been the hardest couple of years in my life, but strangely, I think it's been the best. Because I found myself. I remembered the Ayla I was before Kendrick. And I was so happy. I felt her again. I felt life again. It was amazing, and I know that this will set me up for life. I will go on working to be whole, but it will be easier now with Solomon and Milo. Milo came running to me and showed me the shells he had collected. He also showed me that he could skim a rock, even though he really couldn't, but I congratulated him anyway. Solomon came up behind me and circled his arms around my waist. He kisses my neck and whispers, "You are so beautiful." I laugh and playfully hit his arm. "Stop, Solo, our son is only a couple meters away." He chuckles. "Don't worry, he won't see anything." Solomon turns me around to face him. "I love you," he tells me with total adoration in his eyes. I smile. "And I love you, Solomon Nightwalker." He leans in and presses his lips to me. I circle my arms around his neck and pull him in closer. My new hobby was literally kissing him. I would kiss him every chance I got, and he loved it. He found it funny how much I always wanted to kiss him. I think it gave me comfort and thankfulness to know he was still here with me. Later on, we finally got back to the pack house. I put my beautiful little boy to bed. He said he had the best birthday ever, and as a mother, it's one of the best things you could hear from your child. To know you brought them happiness. I gently closed his door and turned around, but ran into a very hard chest. Hands come and grip my hips to steady me. "Hello, little wolf," Solomon said. I smiled playfully. "Hello, handsome wolf. What do you want?" There was a mischievous glint in his eye. I got an idea. I tilted my head in question. He smiles. "Let's sneak out." "Solomon," I said through a quiet laugh. "We haven't snuck out in years. And aren't we supposed to be adults?" He groans. "Stop sucking the fun out of everything. We're still young. Come on, let's go stargazing." I laughed as he pulled me by my hand. He leads me away into the woods to our special place. I stood there, looking at the rock we would sneak to look at the stars. It was amazing. I couldn't believe it. It was like I time traveled back to the last night we were here. Solomon was already sitting on it. He waves his hand over. "Come on, little wolf. Don't keep me waiting." I laughed and climbed up the rock. I sat next to Solomon. I feel like I'm a teenage girl again. That's because we kind of are. I mean, we're only 23? Is it really that old? I shook my head. "Oh, Solomon. I got surprise for you," I said excitedly. He turns around and grabs something from behind a plant. My eyes widen in shock. "How did you even find that?" I exclaimed. "I kept it, just in case you might want it again." I looked down at the radio I brought here almost 7 or 8 years ago. We were only, what? Like 16? 17 when I brought this here. Solomon shrugs. "Something like that. Come on, let's see if it still works." I pressed the button, and the familiar light switched on. I gasped excitedly. "Oh my gosh. This is insanely nostalgic." Solomon and I picked a station. We couldn't find one that played good music, so we just left it to play. Solomon lay down and patted the spot next to him. I laughed and lay down next to him, lying my head on his chest. He wraps his arms around me, and I sigh in content. Isn't it weird that the last time we were here, we weren't together? We didn't even know we were mates. I did, Solomon confessed. I look up at him. What do you mean? I knew we were mates. It's just something I sensed. I mean, we were best friends, but at the same time I felt like there was a deeper connection. He looks down at me and winks. I knew you would be my destiny. I groaned. Enough with the cheesy lines, Solo. He laughs. Yeah, well, I tried. We both laughed. Slowly, our voices died off, and we lay there in silence. We just looked up at the stars and admired them together. I think this was one of my favorite memories. We have gone through so much. We have felt every kind of emotion towards each other. Anger, love, guilt, adoration, shame. Everything. And yet, here we are on the other side. We came here as different people, but the same people. I sighed in content and peace. Solomon. I love you. I know I say it often. But I was thinking of all the challenges we went through. It's crazy that we're even here, right now, in our old spot. It just reminded me of how crazy our lives are, but we still stood strong. He looks down at me. I love you too, Ayla. I think the reason we got through it is because we knew what we had was too important to give up, even if we didn't know at the time. Goes to show how powerful our love is. He continues to stare at me, smirking. What? Your eyes are so blue. They sparkle so much. It seems like you have your own set of stars, he whispered to me. My breath hitched, because that's precisely what he told me 8 years ago on this very rock. I remember. I was scared of the feelings I was getting for him. Now look at us. I smiled and snuggled into my mate. I sat up slightly and looked down at Solomon. I leaned and pressed my lips against his. He wraps his arms around me and pulls me on top of him so that I am straddling him. Our kisses got more heated. He gripped my hips tightly. But then, suddenly, he stops. We can't, Ayla. You're not ready. I don't want to push you or... I'm ready, I confessed. Please, Solomon. I need this. This will help to move on. I don't want Kendrick to be the last one to have harmed me. I saw determination and passion in Solomon's eyes. Okay, he says. He lifts me and lays me down on the rock. He leans in and starts kissing me sweetly and ever so gently, making sure he isn't pushing the limit. He slowly began to kiss down my neck. My breath hitched at how good it felt. His lips left a trail of fire on my skin. His kisses went lower and lower until he was between the valley of my chest. I bit my lower lip to suppress a sound. He took his top off and continued to kiss me, but I felt him start pulling the straps of my dress down my arm. Excitement was all I felt. He slowly peeled my dress down my body while kissing my neck, leaving me in just my underwear. His brows raised in surprise. No bra. I laughed. Nope. Yes, Solomon said. He leans down and kisses my chest. His lips cover the peak of the left side of my chest. A soft sound escaped my lips. I hear him growl, which only turned me on more. His hands slowly went to my underwear and took them off. I was now fully exposed to him. I was nervous but excited. He looks up and down my body. You're so beautiful, Ayla. I blushed and looked away quickly. He took his own pants off, exposing himself too. He leans back over me. I wrap my arms tightly around his neck. He kisses my forehead and says, "You ready, Ayla?" I nodded my head. I couldn't even form words. The ache I had for him was unbearable. Slowly, I start to feel him push inside. It felt okay. He took it slow, which I was grateful for. Once he was fully in, he asked, "You okay?" I smiled and nodded my head. Yeah. He started to move, and that was when things got good. My body was used for physical intimacy. It had only ever been used for love once, until now. He wasn't just having physical intimacy with me, he was making love to me. I felt him start to growl. Darn, he said breathlessly. I felt this climbing feeling, an ache that kept going higher and higher. I felt this feeling keep rising until it finally reached its peak. My body shook as an explosive wave of pure euphoria washed over me. My insides clenched in satisfaction. Solomon himself was released. He pulls out and smiles down at me. He kisses me. I love you, Ayla. Tears trickled down my face. I love you too, Solomon. With all of my heart. The sun was going to rise soon. Solomon took me up the mountain we had camped at for over a year. We sat up on the cliff. He wrapped his arms warmly around me and pulled me against the safety of his chest. I leaned my head back and he kissed my hair. The sun finally broke through the clouds and shone its golden light upon us, promising a bright future. I've never felt more content in my whole life. I looked up at Solomon and saw how happy he was. He looks down at me and his eyes soften. They were filled with adoration. He leans down and presses his lips to me. We were going to be okay. We were going to love each other. And we were going to grow old together and watch Milo grow. Tears fell my face. I was so happy. I was so whole. My heart was full of life and complete with love for the people around me. I couldn't have asked for a better L.